ladder before they were on me. My rifle was empty and impotent without a magazine. That left me with one option: my pistol. Willie had increased his rate of fire to compensate for Simon, who I could hear swearing loudly as he tried to free the empty bullet casing that was jamming his weapon. I could now hear 2 shotguns firing as Sean, having realised I was in real trouble, had stopped the tractor. He was standing with Louise on the platform we'd created on its high wheel arches, and he was pouring lead down on the ones closest to me. My pistol bucked in my hand at every shot. I knew it contained 17 rounds, and I probably wouldn't have time for a reload. So I tried to aim every shot carefully. I stood my ground, balanced, and held it the way Simon and Dave had shown us. The zombies were a mere few feet away, which in a way worked in my favour, as it was difficult to miss despite the panic coursing through my veins. I knew I was down to 5 shots left when Simon bellowed, "Tom, stand back! You're blocking our fire!" Hoping this meant he had cleared his rifle, I could do nothing but trust him and do what he said. As soon as I'd stepped 2 paces back, 2 assault rifles and 2 shotguns, firing as fast as they could, decimated the front rank of zombies. I stood dumbly for a few seconds, watching heads explode and holes blasted in bodies from the devastating barrage from above my head. "Shit, you idiot," I said to myself, as I remembered I still had an empty rifle and a pistol with only 5 shots left. I changed the magazine in my pistol, and this time successfully inserted a fresh one in my rifle, and then added my firepower to the fray. It was impossible for me to see from my position on the ground how many more there were, so I just kept firing and reloading when my rifle clicked empty. All I knew was that the zombies kept coming, and they were getting closer. My ears were ringing from the concussion of the rifles and shotguns firing behind me. I just shot the last zombie as it was crawling towards me, with bloody stumps where its legs should have been. From the angle it was coming at me, I shot it through the top of its head, the high-velocity bullets tearing through its skull and continuing down through its body. It wasn't until I'd emptied an entire magazine into it, leaving an unrecognisable pile of blood and bones on the blood-soaked ground, that I thought I could hear someone screaming. A few moments later I thought, "That's me screaming." It then dawned on me, through the red mist of battle that had descended on me, that mine was the only gun that had been firing for some time. I looked around at the corpses, some still twitching, piled up and forming a semicircle around me, where I stood with my back to the trailer. Dropping another empty magazine from my gun, I reached for another and inserted it, charging the gun ready for any more that appeared. Hearing voices coming through the ringing in my ears, I looked up to where everyone was looking at me from the tractor and trailer. I couldn't hear what they were saying, so I shook my head to try to clear the fuzz that was filling it. I heard myself say, "Did we get them all?" The voice sounded distant and echoed. Simon must have realised I was still partially deaf and held his thumbs up and nodded. He gave a big grin and pointed at the ladder Willie was lowering over the side of the trailer. Grabbing the rungs, I hauled myself up, and Willie and Simon helped me over the side. Willie held his canteen of water out, and I drank from it thirstily, and then he handed me a hip flask. The sting of single malt whisky sliding down my throat brought me partially back to my senses. "Why are you all looking at me?" "Oh, laddie, that was a beautiful thing to watch. I've seen it a few times in my life. I thought I'd never see it again." "Seen what? What the hell are you on about?" "The gods of war took hold of you. You started screaming and hollering, and every shot you took hit. There was nothing for us to do. You got the last 20 or so all by yourself. We couldn't beat you to the shot." He raised his hip flask to me in a salute. "You are a true warrior now, my friend. If your back's to the wall and all is looking lost, I would be proud to fight by your side." Embarrassed by the description of what I'd done, all I could say was, "I don't remember it that way. I didn't even know I was screaming until I heard myself through the ringing in my ears. Anyway, hadn't we better get moving again? You can tell me all about it later, but every minute we're out here is another minute away from my family." "Yes, mate," Simon said. "But first, let me go and unhook the chain and collect all your dropped mags. I think we may be needing to keep as many as we can before the week's out." I looked at Sean, who gave me a big grin, and stepped back into the cab of the tractor. He waited until Simon had climbed back up and the ladder hauled up again, before reversing the tractor, pulling the still squawking van clear of the road we needed to take. Simon passed me all the empty magazines, telling me to sit down and reload them all while he and Willie kept watch. After loading the first few from the open ammunition can, I started to calm down and feel normal again. The act of concentrating on pushing the bullets one at a time into the magazines took all my efforts, while the trailer rocked and swayed as it continued its journey. I looked up and caught Simon looking at me. I knew then why he had me do it. I smiled at him and he just winked and turned back to looking outwards, searching for danger. Newton Abbot is a sizable town, but fortunately the gun shop was on a road leading into it. Gun shops, being a destination business and so not needing to attract passing trade, don't need to be in the expensive town centre retail areas where rents would be higher. Willie's route led us round the small roads surrounding the town, missing most of the residential areas, until it was no longer possible. And then we turned onto a road leading straight into the town. Fires could be seen burning in many parts of Newton Abbot. Sean had to start using the tractor's bucket to clear abandoned and crashed cars out of the way. Small clusters of zombies stumbled towards us, so we thrust our spears at the ones Sean missed crushing. "Not far now," warned Willie. "It's just around the next bend." "I can hear gunshots," I exclaimed, as the booms of a shotgun being fired could be heard over the engine noise. "Someone's beating us to it," growled Willie. "Stay low. We don't know if they'll be friendly or not." He looked at the tractor. "Sean and Louise are mighty exposed in that big cab. It may be zombie-proof, but it ain't bulletproof. Keep a sharp lookout, and if it doesn't look right, just fire at it." I nodded, and gripping my rifle tightly, scanned through the sights for any signs of a threat. The shotgun fell silent as we rounded the corner. Ahead, a large crowd of hundreds of zombies pressed against the front of a shuttered shop. It was a 2-story building with a flat roof. A sign, proudly emblazoned across the front, announced it was the shop we were looking for. Bodies lay in piles between the surging crowd. "On the roof!" warned Simon, and we all aimed our weapons at a figure holding a shotgun, who was waving in our direction. Simon waved back. "He looks friendly enough. Keep your guns on him just in case, but fingers off triggers." "Try and thin them out a bit with the plough," Simon shouted to Sean. "Do a few passes, then we'll finish the rest off." Sean put the tractor in gear and pressed the accelerator, changing rapidly up through the gears and gaining as much speed as he could out of the heavy vehicle. The plough hit the crowd with huge momentum, and some bodies simply burst apart, while others were pulverised under the blade. The ones on the edges of the swathe he cut were thrown aside, as the shock of the impact, hitting the leading ones, spread through the pack. Driving clear through to the other side, he continued down the road, until there was space to swing around and then, foot to the floor, he built up speed to smash through them again. Twice more he cut a path through them until there were very few left standing. Every time the tractor and trailer cleared the crowd, the man on the roof started firing at the ones left behind, thinning them out some more. It was impossible to shoot from the trailer as it was bouncing around so much, so all we could do was just hold on and watch the destruction Sean was causing. Hundreds of the undead lay pulverised, many still jerking and twitching, their mangled, ruined corpses unable to move from where they had been cast aside by the plough. "Get as close to the shop front as you can!" Simon shouted to Sean through the rear window of the cab. Sean slowed down and steered the tractor as close to the shop front as possible. Lowering the plough so it scraped on the tarmac pavement, the plough pushed the remaining zombies aside. The ones squeezed between the plough and the brick wall and steel shutters of the shop built up to a mound of crushed, twitching, unrecognisable pile of groaning offal. It was almost peaceful when Sean turned the tractor's engine off, only the low groaning and rasping of the remaining zombies to disturb a beautiful day. "Am I glad to see you," said the man on the roof as he peered over to look at us. Willie extended the ladder to reach the roof and called up, "Permission to come aboard." "No problem," he replied. "I'll steady the ladder for you." We climbed up one by one, and he held out his hand to assist us all over the low brick parapet that surrounded the roof. "I know you. You're the wee lad that works here, aren't you?" growled Willie in his gruff Scottish accent. He held out his hand and shook the hand of the young man standing in front of him. "I'm Willie Beattie, from Tor Farm up in the moors. I get my cartridges and stuff from here. It's good to see you meet it, laddie." Yes, I remember you. I'm Shane Casey. We don't get many accents like yours around here. You buy home loading stuff, if I remember rightly." "Too right. I'm not buying that expensive stuff you sell. I'd rather make me own." I introduced the rest of us, and handshakes were exchanged all round. Shane looked exhausted. A few rifles and shotguns leant against the wall, and the roof was littered with spent cartridges and bullet casings. A hatch with a ladder poking out of the top was in the corner of the roof. Louise handed him a mug of coffee from a flask she produced from the rucksack on her back. He gratefully accepted it and sat down, leaning his back against the wall, the mug cupped in his hands. "I'm so glad to see you guys. I've been here for days thinking I was the only person left alive in the world. When me and the boss saw what was happening outside, at first we thought it was a riot or something. It was crazy. People were running and screaming, cars were driving madly everywhere. And then they came, attacking everyone and eating them as we watched. We pulled down the shutters and hid. After listening to the radio and watching social media on our phones, we slowly figured out that somehow everyone had turned into zombies. We didn't know what the hell to do." "Where's your boss?" I asked. "I don't know. After the first few hours, when it was clear no one was coming to help, Ian left to go and get his family. He took a couple of guns and a bag of cartridges and went out the back door. Haven't seen him since. All I know is, about half an hour after he left, there was a flurry of shots not far away. And then silence. I was in complete panic and kept running around the shop, rechecking that every door and window was locked. Then I remembered the ladder that led to the roof, so I thought I'd go and see if anyone was out there. It was then I knew everything was lost." He went silent and bowed his head. Tears dripped down his nose and he began sobbing. I looked over the edge, and my whole family was in the street. My mum, my dad, and my little brother. I shouted to them and was about to run down and open the doors to let them in when I noticed they weren't acting normal. They were staggering aimlessly, but when they heard my shout, they came towards the shop. I knew it was too late. All of them were covered in blood and had turned into those things down there. I spent the next day looking at them, going out of my mind. Twice I almost lost it and jumped off the roof so I could join them. But something stopped me. Then I got angry, screaming and shouting at the unfairness of it all. The noise I was making attracted more, and soon a crowd of them surrounded the shop. I spent hours shouting at them, blaming them all for killing my family. That was when I realised I could get my revenge. It was those bastards down there that had killed my family, and I wanted to kill them. I went back into the shop, got some shotguns and rifles and plenty of ammunition, and I spent the last few days killing as many as I could. I peered over the edge at all the corpses scattered in windrows on the street below. "Where are your family now?" I asked softly. He looked up. "They were the first I shot. I knew they weren't coming back, and the thought of them remaining as they were, that wasn't how I wanted to remember them." He waved his hand towards the street. "They're underneath that lot somewhere, but at least I know they're at peace now." Simon stepped forward and put his hand on his shoulder. "You are one brave man. The reason we're here, though, is to raid your shop." He then told Shane about our group and what we'd been through in the last few days, and also about the plan we had agreed on to make our way to Warwick Castle, picking up friends and relatives on the way. He ended by saying to Shane, "The problem is that, as you are here, I see you as the rightful owner of everything this shop contains. Now, I've never stolen anything in my life, and I'm not about to start now. I can only ask if we can take some supplies with us." He paused. "I can also ask if you would like to join us. I'm not sure if you have anyone else you'd like to try and find. If you have, I can't promise anything other than, if we can get to them, we'll do our best to make it happen. Shane didn't hesitate. Yes, I want to join your group, he said immediately. If you hadn't turned up, I would have starved to death eventually. I owe you my life. I don't really have any family I'm close to nearby. I have an aunt and uncle in Birmingham. I know roughly where they live from memory, but I doubt you want to risk heading into a big city. Just look at what this little town was like. As far as I'm concerned, everything in the shop below is yours to take. It's not really mine anyway, and I think Ian's dead now, so there's no one who can claim it's theirs. Willie helped him to his feet. Let's not waste another second then. Shall we go and empty the sweet shop? The shop was dark, with little lights seeping through the shutters. Shane went to a shelf that contained hunting lamps and torches. Turning them on, he placed them around the shop, illuminating the whole place. It wasn't the biggest gun shop I'd been in, but the walls still held an impressive number of shotguns and rifles. What shall we take? Asked Shane. 4 voices responded in unison. Everything! When we saw the quantity of shotgun cartridges in the storeroom, we had a planning meeting to work out the best and easiest way to get it all onto the roof and back down into the trailer. We didn't want to leave anything behind. As far as we knew, this could be our last chance to get weapons and ammunition. It didn't take much to calculate that, due to the amount of ammunition we'd expended over the last few days, there could never be a limit to what was enough. If it was there, we just had to take it. Passing the rifles and shotguns up was the easiest part of the job, because we formed a chain and passed them from hand to hand. The rifle ammunition wasn't too difficult either. Shane found a few large bags and emptied the strong boxes, holding all their stock of rifle ammunition. Tying a rope around the handles, we hauled them up too, and added them to the large stack of weapons on the roof. The shotgun cartridges were another matter altogether. They were just plain heavy. A slab of 250 cartridges is fine on its own. Carrying 2 slabs together is something you only wanted to do over a short distance. The storeroom held tens of thousands of cartridges of all gauges and shot weights. There was nothing else to do but get on with it, so while Shane and Louise emptied the shelves and storeroom of anything else of value, the 4 of us made trip after trip, hauling the invaluable cartridges up to the roof. We kept an eye out on the street below, where a few more zombies had joined the couple that had missed our attentions earlier, but the numbers so far did not pose a great problem. Loading the trailer was a quicker affair. Willie, Simon and Sean climbed into the trailer, and we threw everything down to them. Not having time to neatly stack what was being passed to them, the jumble of goods spread across the bed of the trailer. It might make for an uncomfortable journey back, but that was a small price to pay for what we'd collected. When the last few items had been passed down, I surveyed what we'd gathered. Apart from the guns and ammunition, we had a large collection of knives, clothing, torches, and even a few boxes of ready-to-eat food pouches that were the civilian equivalent to the military's MREs. Willie got excited when he saw the volume of home-loading machines and components they had stored at the shop, and he promised to show us all how to use them when we got back. The final items Shane gathered were the tools from the small gunsmith workshop the business had. He explained that they did most gun repairs themselves, and Ian, the owner, had been training him in the basics of gunsmithing. Shane proved to be a pleasant young man. He'd worked at the shop since leaving college and loved working there. Being a hunting and shooting enthusiast himself, he said working in the industry that he enjoyed and the contacts he made in the shop made following his passion easier. And he joked that having staff discount on all the products made his hobby a lot cheaper too. With nothing left to keep us there, I was desperate to get back to my family, so I was urging everyone to hurry up and get on board our mobile castle. Sean fired up the tractor, set the plough to the right level, and set off back to the moors. 6 now set off, following the route 5 had taken a few hours previously. Chapter 17. Even though I knew we were still out of range, I continually kept trying to raise the farm on the radio as we wove our way down the narrow lanes leading away from Newton Abbot. If something had happened to them and I hadn't been there, I knew I would never forgive myself. Despite constant reassurances from both Simon and Willie about being too far away and that my family were more than capable of looking after themselves, I knew I couldn't relax until I saw them. Simon and Shane busied themselves sorting through what we had taken from the gun shop. When Simon found a box of the right caliber rifle ammunition, he loaded one of his magazines with it. Spotting a zombie stumbling along the side of the road, a man with half his face chewed off and his entrails falling out of the gaping wound in his stomach, he shouted for Sean to stop the tractor. "I want to see what difference using expanding ammunition makes," he explained. Steadying his aim, he fired at the former man slowly staggering towards us. His first shot was aimed at the shoulder. The force of the shot knocked it backwards, spinning it around as it fell to the ground. What was left of its arm was held on by a few scraps of bone and tissue. "That's better," he exclaimed. "Willie was right. These babies have a lot more stopping power than the 5.56 we've been using." He aimed his next shot at the thrashing zombie, who, with one arm now useless, was trying to stand up. The back of its skull disappeared in a red mist of blood, brains and bone. "Shane, how many rounds of 223 do you think we have?" "Not that many, I'm afraid. It's not that popular a caliber. We sell mostly 308 and 243 for deer stalking. We should have plenty of components to be able to manufacture thousands, though." Shane, Simon and Willie then started a long conversation about the different calibers and what each thought would be the best zombie-killing one to use. All the talk of different calibers, grains of powder to use, and muzzle velocity was lost on me, as my knowledge of firearms was limited to shotguns and the 22 rimfire that I'd been using. It was something I was sure I would pick up by necessity, but for the moment all I cared about was that the huge pile of equipment we had would be instrumental in helping keep us alive. Only a few zombies were encountered on the way back to the farm, and these we easily killed by either running them over or using our spears. Shane insisted on wielding a spear alongside us in the trailer, stating simply that he blamed every one of them for the death of his family, and each one he killed would be one less for him to face later. The journey passed quickly, as the road had already been cleared of obstructions by us earlier, so Sean was able to set a reasonably fast pace. Eventually, I got a crackled response from my repeated radio calls. The signal got clearer the closer we got, until at long last I got an intelligible response. To my immense relief, they were all fine, had had no issues apart from being worried sick at the length of time we'd been away. As the sun began to sink over the horizon, I told them we were about half an hour away, and to get the kettle on. Our homecoming was like a victory parade. Pulling into the yard, we were surrounded by everyone, cheering and clapping, celebrating our safe return. I could not climb fast enough down the ladder and into the embrace of my wife and children. I was probably as guilty as most in sometimes taking my relationship with my wife and children lightly. Why not? They were always going to be there for me, and arguments soon blew over, and forgiveness was something I knew would eventually achieve, whatever misdemeanour had occurred. But now, with the knowledge that the next moment could either be my last, or the last moment for one of my family, it made me really appreciate the love that I held for them. The small niggles and trivialities of life that caused crosswords to be spoken just did not seem relevant at all now. As soon as the reunions were all complete, Shane was introduced to everyone. "So, what did you manage to get then?" Dave asked. Simon walked to the rear door of the trailer, opened the locking bar, and with a heave, swung one of the doors wide open. Dave stood staring at the huge pile of guns, ammunition, and the host of other goods we had collected. He spluttered a few times, unable to get the words out, until eventually, summing up his thoughts with, "Fuck me. That'll do." It was a happy band that gathered around Willie's kitchen table a short while later, eating another delicious meal cooked by Maud. The achievements of the day in improving the protection around the Volvo and tractor, the training that everyone had gone through to improve gun knowledge, fighting skills and techniques, culminating in a successful mission to gather more guns and ammunition, and the addition of another member to the group, gave everyone a real sense of accomplishment. Today was the first day when we were not just running away, our only aim to survive for as long as we could. We had proved to ourselves that it was possible to do more than just that, and we had been proactive, not just reactive, to situations. Even though we had only been together for a few days, the bonds between everyone were growing strong. And even though we were practically a stranger to one another, it did feel as if we'd known them for years. The only thought that did put a dampener on the whole affair was that in the morning we needed to leave this sanctuary we had found and continue with our plans to reach Warwick Castle. Tomorrow the whole group would be facing unknown dangers. I looked at Becky and at the sea of faces around the table and thought that the one consolation was that at least we would face them together. When the table had been cleared and the kids coaxed into bed, we set about organising the trailer, the task being made easier by many willing hands. Using the generator, we took the risk to set up some portable lights, making the job easier than fumbling around under torchlight. Becky, Maud, Louise and Lucy took one look at Dave's and my attempt to put it all back on in a neat and orderly fashion, and they ordered us to stop and relegated us to the role of porters. In no time at all, the subfloor was filled to the brim with items tightly packed together. Other more essential items were stacked neatly at the front of the trailer. Most of the spare guns were laid on top before the floor was put back into place. Sean constructed a rudimentary gun rack fixed to the side of the trailer to hold the ones we wanted to keep to hand, with an open-topped box by its side to store a large quantity of cartridges and ammunition to make them readily available. We kept the boot space in the Volvo clear so that if we came across more supplies, they could be loaded quickly. The only items we packed in it were some spare guns, a stack of ammunition, our spears, and a small emergency rucksack for everyone containing survival items and food. Despite Willie's protests, we insisted he help himself to anything he wanted. It was only when I pointed out that he could give them, if he wanted to other survivors he might come across, that he relented and picked out a selection of rifles and shotguns and a quantity of ammunition for them. After it was all completed, we all slumped exhausted into the chairs we had brought out from the house, and we sat in a circle with the lamp in the middle, as we had done the previous night. Shane fitted in with the group well, and wasn't shy about putting his point of view forward or suggesting other ways to do things. The whiskey bottle that was passed around mellowed everyone's mood. Maud didn't notice Willie topping up her glass and she got a little tipsy. She began to tell us dirty jokes, which had us all splitting our sides with laughter. When she began telling us of her love for us all, Becky insisted that she go and have a lie down. Returning a few minutes later, she stood before Willie. "I saw what you were doing. You got her drunk on purpose. That is an unfair and cruel thing to do." Willie laughed and held his hands up in apology. "Aye, my dear, I did too, and I'll tell you why. I don't think you all know and appreciate how amazing that woman is. She told me what her life was like before this all happened, and you met her. Her husband was a cruel, horrible and vindictive little man who made her life a misery. But some of you met him, so you know that already. I've been watching her, and not only because I think she's an attractive woman. She is constantly on the go, making sure wee baby Sarah and the kids are happy, the food is cooking, and myriad other things you probably don't notice. Don't get me wrong, she wants to do all those things, and she can do them very easily. But she needs to let go of the sorrow that has built up inside her from years of neglect. Those few drams of whiskey I sneaked on her brought out a side of her that's probably never been seen before. The true Maud. Hopefully, now it's come out once, it'll be easier for it to next time. She alone might have persuaded me to come along with you, and she did ask last night when we were patrolling together. But I know my place is on these moors, and no one, not even the godsend that is Maud, will make me leave. She needs a rest, and would have insisted on patrolling tonight along with the rest of us, because she doesn't know her true worth, and keeps wanting to please you all. Now, I bet she's sleeping soundly, and getting the rest she deserves. And that, young lady, is why I gave her a few extra drams of the elixir of life. We all sat there thinking about what he had said. I fully expected Becky to argue the point some more, but instead she stepped forward and gave Willie a hug. She still had tears in her eyes when a few minutes later she released him from her embrace and sat back down. Dave was looking at Willie with a mock, puzzled look. "Are you a bloody psychologist now?" Willie held his glass up. "No, laddie. Just a true believer in the power of a good dram of Isle of Skye single malt." The laughter brought us back to the present, and the next hour was spent patrolling the perimeter and sharing good whisky with good friends, before tiredness forced us to head to sleep. We were now 23. Chapter 18. My watch shift had been the middle of the night shift, and I was tired, following the broken night's sleep. But that was dispelled by the huge breakfast and mugs of fresh coffee that Maud produced from the kitchen. As the last few items were being loaded, I helped Sean put the last few finishing touches to the work the others had done yesterday to Willie's tractor and trailer. It wasn't as big and new as the one we had. Nevertheless, it would give him the extra protection needed when he had to leave the farm. Unable to draw the moment out any longer, the time to leave arrived. We again thanked Willie profusely for all the unconditional help and shelter he had selflessly provided us with. He waved it away, saying it was nothing, and anyone would have done the same. We knew differently. Following handshakes from the men, he was beaming with pleasure from all the hugs and kisses the women gave him. Maud was last in line. She first shook his hand, telling him to be careful and not to do anything stupid. She turned away to climb into the trailer, but stopped and, whirling round, grabbed him by the shoulders. Wrapping her arms around him, she gave a long and, from what I could see, passionate kiss. When she released him, he staggered slightly, a bemused, shocked look on his face. Then he burst out laughing and bellowed to the world, "What did I tell you? The power of a good single malt. You'll take care of that fantastic woman. You hear me? Or you will answer to me, and God help you if I catch you." We all guffawed with laughter. Maud, not quite understanding why, tried to look embarrassed, but her face kept cracking into a joyful smile. We were as ready as we were ever going to be, so with a last wave and shouted farewells, the small convoy drove out of Willie's yard, and along the track that led to the road, to start our journey to Bristol, where we hoped to find Sean's friends. For no other reason than it had worked before, everyone assumed the same positions they'd had earlier in the vehicles. Shane joined the ones in the trailer. When Dave had given him an SA-80 rifle and a pistol in a holster to clip round his waist, he could not fail to show his boyish excitement at having the opportunity to use them. Being familiar with a wide variety of firearms, it didn't take much explaining on their use for him to fully grasp their operation. The now familiarly empty roads didn't bother us as we followed the route we had planned. We were first going to try the main A38, which then joined the M5 at Exeter. If it was passable, it would be the most direct route to take. If we discovered the way was blocked, then the wide carriageway would give us enough room to turn around and attempt one of the secondary routes. Sean and I both carried maps marked with all the alternative routes we had planned, so all it would take was a quick radio call and we would both know which route to follow next if we had to deviate. After clearing a path through the carnage we had come across further down the A38 a few days before, we knew what the vehicles were capable of, so we were not too worried about getting stuck. We could just turn around and keep trying routes until, hopefully, we found a clear one. Although we didn't want to find ourselves, as we had at the base, hemmed in by an impassable horde of the undead. Exeter worried us. It was the largest population centre in the area, and the M5 motorway skirted around the outer edge of it. The motorway would have been the obvious escape route that most would have headed for, so we didn't hold out much hope of it being clear. But we did hope that we would be able to work our way through whatever we found. We'd agreed not to risk it if there was a large gathering of zombies, and to just turn around. The first few miles passed reasonably uneventfully, with only the odd car to clear out of the way, and the accompanying zombies to exterminate. Everyone's hopes raised when we pulled out onto the A38 10 miles south of Exeter and found it to be clear. Sean increased his speed until he reached what he had discovered was the optimum for the passengers in the trailer, 25 miles per hour. Any faster and the ride got too uncomfortable. I was puzzled when Sean slowed down when passing an abandoned articulated lorry. Reaching level to the cab, he stopped. The radio crackled to life. "I think we should try and get some fuel from the lorry. There's nothing in sight and it could be our best chance for a while." My fuel gauge had dropped to half full. The slow speeds we were driving at and the extra weight my car was carrying didn't make for an economical drive. We did have full jerry cans stored in the trailer from the fuel we'd scavenged from the tanks at Bickley Barracks, but the sense of replenishing our supplies at every opportunity was better. "Good call, mate," I replied. "Have you had a chance to look at the name on the side of the lorry?" The name of one of the main UK supermarkets was emblazoned along the side. "Well, we're emptying its tank. It would be a shame not to see what's inside it as well." Sean chuckled over the radio. "How did I miss that? I'm the one who's supposed to be a prepper." I spoke to Dave beside me. "You and Simon are in charge now. You keep guard, and we'll see what we can find." "Right you are then," he replied. "Simon, leave Jim in the trailer on overwatch. You and me on perimeter security, and everyone else can muck in. Fair enough?" Dave suggested. Simon gave a thumbs up and lowered the ladder over the side. Chet unhooked our ladder, put it in position and climbed down. The rest of us followed, and stretching our aching muscles, we waited for the others to climb down from the trailer one by one. Simon and Dave checked the surrounding area and declared it clear. The children, much to their disappointment, were told to stay in the trailer. Dave mollified them somewhat by telling them he needed their young eyes constantly watching for danger to keep us safe. Sean broke the filler cap off the lorry's fuel tank and peered inside. Announcing it was 3/4 full, he set up the small hand pump he'd found at the workshop, and he started pumping out fuel into an empty jerry can. Steve stood by, holding another jerry can and a funnel, waiting for the first to be filled so he could pour it into our fuel tanks. I used a crowbar to break the lock on the rear shutter doors of the lorry, releasing the catch to allow the door to roll up on its springs. It was full of pallet after pallet of foodstuff of all descriptions. There was clearly too much to take, but following Sean's mantra of, "If it's there, take it," Becky and I climbed into the rear of the lorry to decide quickly what would be best to take. Tins of meat, vegetables, fruit and packets of dried food such as pasta were the obvious choices. So, wasting no time, we ripped open the wrappings surrounding the pallets and started handing down slabs of food. We had designed the protective shield around the Volvo so the boot could still be opened for incidents such as this. In no time, the chain of people passing the items from hand to hand had filled it completely, the added weight making it sink even lower on its suspension. Getting the goods into the trailer was a little more difficult, with someone having to stand halfway up the ladder, passing up to another leaning over the side. The effort was worth it, though, as the food we were loading, combined with what we already had, should be enough to feed us for weeks. A shout from Eddie of "Zombies coming!" stopped all work in its tracks. A small group was approaching along the road from the direction we had come from. Dave had been watching in that direction, but Eddie's young eyes had beaten him to it. The group didn't panic. We could see there weren't enough of them to trouble us, but their arrival indicated that it was probably a good time to leave. Our fuel supplies had been replenished, and we had added a lot of food to our inventory. There was no point pushing our luck anymore, so Dave ordered everybody back into the vehicles. Just as Becky and I were about to climb down from the lorry, she stopped and scrambled over a few full pallets to reach one near the back. She returned, clutching a few boxes of sweets. "May as well get the kids some treats," she grinned, as she passed them over to me. "Nice one, love. Not sure what Maud will think, though. Oh, I'm sure she understands the power a pack of jelly babies can hold over a whining child, she said, as she climbed up the ladder and reached down to take the boxes off me. I grinned as I could hear the excited shouts from young throats when they saw what Becky was carrying. Our journey continued. The dark smear of smoke covering the horizon was a better indication we were nearing Exeter than the signposts telling us how far away we were. More abandoned or crashed vehicles littered the road, but we were able to weave a path through them. Sean had dropped his speed to a virtual crawl as he chose the best path to take, occasionally stopping and stepping from the cab so he could survey the road better and pick his route. The nearer we got to Exeter, the slower we went. Sean had to start using his bucket to push cars out of the way, and the zombies got more numerous. He was doing a great job and never committed the vehicle to a situation where he would not be able to reverse out or turn around. The slow pace, though, meant that the zombies could keep up with us when we attracted their attention with all the noise we were making. I kept reversing my car, using the wedge at the rear to keep thinning out the following crowd, and Dave, Chet and Steve were sweating heavily from the exertion of using steel spears. The sight of hordes of zombies no longer filled us with dread. If we had a clear way through, we knew we should be safe. Slowly, we weaved our inexorable way onwards, leaving a trail of dead and mangled bodies in our wake. Occasionally, to avoid any chance of getting trapped, we resorted to using our guns to deal with a larger concentration. The amount of firepower we now had enabled us to scythe through them without any trouble. As the A38 became the M5 motorway, it widened to 3 carriageways. Cars and lorries still littered the road, but the extra width enabled us to speed up slightly and leave our entourage of undead fans behind. On a clear patch of road, I pulled up next to Sean and indicated for him to stop. The last few hours of relentless exertion had left the passengers in my car exhausted. I was sure the ones in the trailer would feel the same way, so would welcome the chance to grab a breather and to drink and eat something. Flasks of coffee and sandwiches, made from delicious fresh bread Maud had baked earlier, were handed out and gratefully eaten. I took the chance to climb down and inspect my car for any damage. Apart from the inevitable dents and scrapes, it had stood up to its baptism of fire. Unidentifiable body parts were on various bits of it, and everywhere was coated with a layer of blood. Simon and Dave reminded everyone to reload empty magazines and check their weapons. Shane had been wanting to zero in some of the rifles collected from the gun shop since he'd returned, but with all the work involved in sorting out and reloading the vehicles, had never got the chance. When the zombies who had been following us appeared over the low rise in the road behind us, Shane asked Dave about trying some of the weapons out, and he agreed that now would be a good time. The noise we'd been making had any in the area heading for us anyway, so a few gunshots wouldn't affect our situation too adversely. Simon acted as spotter, using a pair of binoculars to call the fall of shot, while Shane steadied himself. Resting the rifle on the edge of the trailer, he aimed at the approaching horde. Shane told Simon which one he was aiming at, and Simon called the corrections. Working together, it only took 3 or 4 shots per rifle to get each one zeroed in accurately enough for our needs, and then a few more shots to make sure. He said he would fine-tune them later, but we all agreed that a headshot from 200 yards would be accurate enough. Refreshed from the short break, and with the zombies now only 100 yards away, we set off again, soon leaving our followers behind as we set a steady pace, weaving around the cars and lorries littering the motorway. From how the cars were abandoned, you could work out the untold story of their poor occupants. A lot were pulled over on the hard shoulder, indicating the driver had probably been suffering from the last stages of the virus. They'd still had enough about them to pull to the side and stop the car safely, in the hope that they would recover and be able to continue. Most of these vehicles still held captive their former owner, thrashing and clawing at its interior, trying to reach us as we slowly drove past. Other vehicles were parked in the same way, but had their doors open. We imagined that the driver's last act was to get out of the vehicle in the vague hope that fresh air would help. Open doors meant the occupants were loose, which was borne out by the fact that there were usually some cars crashed nearby, as panicked drivers must have tried to avoid the living roadblock created by the freshly turned, inevitably adding themselves to the zombie population. These zombies, trapped by the barriers and fences hemming in the motorway, were no match for our vehicles. Mile by slow mile, we continued, leaving a trail of corpses behind us. The road was completely blocked just after we passed the last junction for Exeter. Sean stopped and stepped out of the cab. He announced after a few minutes, studying the pile-up, that he could see a way through it. The side of the motorway sloped down a hill, so he planned to simply drive along its edge and push out of the way those that blocked the route, and let gravity do the rest. Pulling to the edge of the motorway, you could see the tracks left by other vehicles, as the drivers trying to escape the roadblock had used the sloping grass embankment. The steep sides had defeated the efforts of many, their cars ending up rolling or sliding to the bottom, where they lay abandoned. Happily, some tracks that reached back up the carriageway the far side of the blockage showed successful attempts had been made. I couldn't tell how old the tracks were, but the thought of others doing as we were, surviving and trying to reach somewhere, filled us with hope. Sticking as close as I could to the back of the trailer, I followed Sean as he started to clear the wreckage that lay ahead of us. The solid mass of crunched metal created by the crashed vehicles made it hard for zombies to reach us. Their arms still reached out to us, though, as they futilely tried to negotiate the maze that lay between us. Thrusts with the spears ended the existence of the ones in our path, as Sean drove deeper into the roadblock. Vehicles rolled or slid down the steep slope as he skillfully used the bucket and power of the tractor to push them aside. The radio crackled into life. "Tom, I may need a push soon. There's a big old lorry in the way." A few more cars rolled down the slope until I could see and hear Sean revving the tractor, its wheels spinning as he tried to push the lorry. "Hold on, everyone," I shouted as I nudged the back of the trailer with the wedge at the front of my vehicle. Pressing my foot on the accelerator, I slowly increased power. The wedge held fast, testament to the way we had constructed it. Inch by inch we moved, my spinning, smoking wheels filling the air with the pungent smell of burning rubber, until at last the lorry released itself from whatever was holding it back, and we lurched forward. I watched with satisfaction as the lorry slid down the slope before coming to rest against a tree. Bouncing over metal and other debris laying on the carriageway, I backed off from the trailer and followed as he continued with his demolition job. "Only a few more to go," broadcast the radio. Moments later we were clear. The crash had stopped any cars getting further. Looking ahead, the road was clear for as far as I could see. We continued. The sign advertising a service station in 1 mile enabled me to get my bearings again. I smiled to myself as it was the one we usually stopped at when we drove to Cornwall. It was a good few hours' drive under normal conditions from our home, and therefore the coffee I'd usually drunk would have reached my bladder by then. We found the food at the service station was slightly better than the usual overpriced rubbish most offered, and to me the main benefit was that it had a huge car park, so it was easy to park when towing the caravan. Becky, having seen the sign too, waved and pointed to it as we passed, smiling as she mouthed, "Do you need the loo?" One of us was usually desperate to go by the time we reached here, so normally one of us was racing across the car park, desperate to reach the toilets before it was too late. It had become a joke between the children as they guessed who would be the one running. Ruefully, I thought to myself, a visit to a motorway service station. Another part of normal life we most likely will never experience again. Chapter 19. Mile after mile slipped by, albeit slowly, due to the pace set by Sean. We had estimated it would take us most of the day to reach Bristol. At the speed we were going, and if we hit no more problems, it had been a fair guess. With no zombies to kill, Dave, Chet and Steve sat down in their seats. For the next few miles we enjoyed the empty road and chatted. Not concentrating fully, as I was explaining to Steve why rugby is a far better sport than football would ever be. I missed seeing some debris in the road. It was a piece of wood, which Sean, with his high clearance and wide axles, had missed. Only seeing it as it emerged from underneath the trailer, I was slow to respond and yanked the wheel over to try and avoid it. The car jolted as my front wheel hit it. Immediately, I knew something was wrong. The steering went heavy and the car started juddering. "Shit, we've blown a bloody tyre," I exclaimed, furiously stopping the car. I hit the steering wheel, angry with myself, knowing it was my lapse in concentration that had led to this. Picking up the radio, Dave told Sean to stop. "Where's a spare?" asked Dave. "Underneath all that shit in the back, and it's only one of those crappy little temporary ones too. It's going to be a nightmare to change with all the armour we've put on. I don't even know if we can get to the wheel." "Tom, there's no point moaning about it now. It's happened, and we'll just have to get on with it." He turned to Chet and Steve. "There ain't no zombies in sight now, but we know that can change. I want you two on perimeter security. Max out your ammo, then stuff some more in and keep sharp." Sean had turned the tractor round and pulled up next to me. Climbing down from the cab, he walked over to me with Louise by his side. "It's my fault," he said when I told him what had happened. "I saw the lump of wood, and it was only when I was on top of it I thought of you behind me." I laughed. "Cheers, pal. I'll let you take the blame. I was only just blaming myself. We were chatting and I was slow to see it." He got onto his knees and looked under the steel sheeting. "We're going to have to remove some of this to get to it. I'll go and get some tools. Tell me you know where your lock-in wheel nut key is. In the glove box, I hope. The main bloody problem is the spare is one of those temp jobs, and I don't think it'll be up to much," I replied, turning around to climb back into the car. Relieved to find the key was still where I'd last seen it, I climbed back out and joined the others, who by now had climbed down from the trailer. Dave spoke to us all. "Right, same as before. Simon and I will be in charge of security. Sean, how many do you need to help?" "If we can have a few to help unload the boot first to get to the spare, then Tom and I should be able to do it. It'll probably take us 20 minutes to half an hour to strip the side off, change the wheel, and get it all back together." Looking up the road, a few figures could now be seen in the distance. "You have 15 minutes. He looked at Shane. "Sharpshooter Shane, you'll soon have a chance to show us how good you are. Get back in a trailer and start dropping those as soon as they're in range. Sean, you stick to changing the wheel, but I may need you to use the tractor to thin those bastards out if we can't hold them back. Kids, stay in the trailer and keep watch as before. The rest of you, grab as much ammo as you can and set up a tight 360 perimeter. We're deep in enemy territory and have a vehicle down. Until it's fixed, we ain't going anywhere. It's up to us to keep whatever may come at bay." Simon laughed. "Bloody hell, mate. I remember you saying exactly the same when that truck broke down in Helmand. Shit, that was a fight. Those fucking Taliban kept coming no matter how many we dropped." "Yes, mate, but we had Apache helicopters overhead then as well. Now we have full trained soldiers and a bunch of civvies, half of them women. I think I'd rather face the Taliban any day of the week than a tide of undead bastards who don't feel pain." Becky looked at him. She stood with her rifle held ready, her vest stuffed with extra magazines. "Civvies? We are all you have, so stop moaning and tell us what to do. If you think I'm going to let any of those things pass me to get to my kids, then think again. If you think the Taliban was scary, you haven't seen an angry mother." Victoria, who was standing next to Becky and decked out in the same kit, spoke up. "Yes, Becky, you men think you can fight. You just watch." Simon laughed and slapped Dave on the back. "I'll leave you to dig yourself out of this one." Dave huffed and flustered, his face growing red with embarrassment. "Sorry, ladies. I'm just an old git, that's all. I know you can do it. And you're not just civvies. You're the strongest, bravest women I've met." Becky looked at Victoria, Lucy and Louise. "Shall we forgive him?" Maud called down from the trailer. She had a rifle over her shoulder and was holding Sarah on her hip. "Don't worry, girls. I'll be cooking his food later. We'll see how sorry he is then. He held up his hands in surrender. The loud bang of Shane firing a rifle from the trailer brought them all back to focus. Sarah began crying at the shock of the sudden noise. Simon called over to Dave. "I'll go on overwatch with Shane to try and get as many as I can." Meanwhile, while the boot was emptied of all the supplies we'd loaded earlier, Sean and I began to remove the side panels from the car. We congratulated ourselves on choosing to bolt the sheets to the frame we constructed rather than weld them on. It had taken longer, but we figured that should we need to repair it, then undoing bolts would be easier than breaking welds. Sweating and with knuckles bleeding from knocking them against the hard frame, we worked together to undo the bolts. "Let's find a cordless impact driver. It'll be bloody quicker and less painful," I moaned, as I sucked the blood from another bleeding knuckle. Chet carried over the spare wheel and jack, waiting for us to use them. Simon and Shane were now firing continually. Glancing up at the trailer, I saw Daisy handing Shane a fresh magazine. The hunting rifles only held 3 bullets, but Shane had chosen ones with removable magazines. So using extra ones he had gathered from the shop, and with the children loading them, they were able to keep up a good rate of fire. "How far away are they, Chet?" "Still quite a way. They're getting closer, but Simon and Shane are holding them." When the sheeting was removed, changing the wheel was a quick job. The thin temporary wheel, though, looked completely out of place and inadequate for the job. The first XC90 we come across, I vote we take its wheels and use them. If I go over anything with that on, I think it'll just fall off. "Yes, mate," replied Sean. "In that case, let's not use all the bolts, so it's easy to remove." As I was holding the panel for Sean to refix the first bolt, I heard a shout. "Watch out, they're coming out of the woods!" This was followed by bursts of fire. I had to trust that they were capable of dealing with the new threat and carry on fixing the car. We couldn't move until we had, so my going to see how great a threat it was would not help, only slow us down. If they needed us, I was sure they'd soon let us know. The increasing volume of fire and shouting from the other side of the trailer made concentrating on the bolts a difficult job. Trying to speed up only made the job slower as we fumbled, dropping bolts and nuts in our haste. Stuffing the spare bolts in his pocket, Sean declared, "That'll do for now. Let's get out of here." We grabbed our weapons and ran around to the other side of the trailer. Half of the group, including Becky, stood in a line firing at zombies that were emerging from the woods adjoining the motorway. The corpses piling up at the hole in the fence made by a crashed car that had smashed into a tree. I got Dave's attention by tapping him on the shoulder. "Finished?" he shouted over the firing. At my nod, he shouted to Simon in the trailer, "We're pulling back. Cover us from up there." And then to the others in the line, "One by one, peel off and get into the trailer." From only one day of training, the discipline was impressive. Everyone held their nerve and waited until told by Dave to leave the firing line. Knowing it would not take me long to climb into the car, I joined the line, with my rifle held ready, prepared to fire if necessary. Sean climbed into the tractor and started the engine. "Tom, go and tell the others to start boarding and then get your car started." Covered by fire from everyone in the trailer, Dave was the last one to leave the line and climb the ladder to get into the Volvo. Sitting down heavily in the seat, he drank deeply from a bottle of water. "We cannot keep getting in these situations. They're not like a normal enemy. They don't know what retreat is, and don't care how many we've killed. All they do is keep coming until there are no more of them, or they've got you. We simply do not have enough ammunition to keep fighting like that. I know we had to then due to unforeseen circumstances. Unless we can avoid it, we're going to have to pick our fights carefully, or find a shitload more ammunition." Driving the Volvo was made even harder by the narrow get-me-home tyre, but we were moving again, and that was the main thing. With the day wearing on, so did the distance to go reduce. We found a Volvo on an empty stretch of road, and a quick check confirmed the rims were the same as mine. But the only barrier to getting them was the family of 4 still trapped inside. None had any sign of an injury, so they must have turned at the same time. Dealing with the occupants took me back to the very start of the event, when I'd met Sean in those first desperate few hours escaping from St. Agnes. Holding my knife ready, I opened the passenger door. The woman trapped by the seatbelt snarled and snapped her teeth, her arms trying to reach me. I stepped back out of her line of sight and she quietened down, moving her head from side to side in her effort to locate me again. Sean then banged loudly on the driver's side window. Her head immediately looked towards the new sound. I took one pace forward and stabbed her through the ear, killing her again. The glove box where I hoped the locking wheel nut key was kept was now accessible. It was there. Despite being no danger to us now, Sean insisted we put down the rest of the family in the car. His zombie mantra of, "Kill everyone you can because if you do not, that one will be the one to get you," did make sense. And no matter how many millions of the undead were now roaming the British Isles, a few less was still a few less. The banging on the window routine worked for the others too. The father and two sons soon joined their mother in hopefully a more peaceful place. Lifting the car up with the tractor bucket made removing the wheels an easy job. With a few zombies making their way towards us, we lifted the wheels into the tractor's bucket and drove on to find a better place to swap my wheels over. The motorway was completely blocked at the Weston-super-Mare junction. The accidents and ensuing chaos had no doubt been caused by the thousands of holidaymakers desperately fleeing danger, only to become part of the problem themselves when trapped by an impassable roadblock. They'd have been unable to return against the tide of people still trying to leave, falling victim to either a virus carrier or one who had already turned. From a distance, it was clear the way ahead was impossible to negotiate due to the number of vehicles involved and the thousands of undead, who I could see through the binoculars, milling aimlessly together, waiting for their next meal to appear. I checked the map to find one of the alternative routes we'd planned. After a quick radio check with Sean, we turned around and headed back to the previous exit, where we hoped we could use minor side roads to circumvent the crash. The side roads were clear, thankfully, and we soon navigated our way back to the motorway and continued north. We were almost there when Louise's voice came over the radio. "There's somebody approaching. It looks like army trucks." Curious, I pulled out from behind the tractor so I could see ahead. In the distance, heading towards us on our side of the carriageway, I could see what appeared to be an army convoy. "Let me deal with this," Dave said. "We don't know what they've been through or who's leading them. Keep your guns out of view. We don't want to spook them." The convoy slowed as it approached. There were 6 vehicles led by an armoured vehicle with a machine gun turret on top, and behind it were 3 lorries and 2 Land Rovers. Dave stood up, making himself as visible as possible, and raised his arm in welcome. The convoy stopped and, menacingly, the machine gun turned to point in our direction. From my position I couldn't see anyone in the trailer, but I hoped Simon had the sense to tell everyone to keep their guns hidden. The door on the armoured vehicle opened, and a soldier stepped out. "That's the first good news," Dave whispered. "They have an officer in charge. I'll go and have a chat." He lowered the ladder and walked over to the officer. He came to attention and saluted smartly. The officer returned the salute, and then extended his hand to shake Dave's. I could feel the tension dropping from me. The 2 soldiers talked for a few minutes until the officer turned and issued a command through the vehicle's open door. Soon after that, doors opened on all the other vehicles and soldiers stepped out. Under the command of what I assumed was a sergeant, they spread out to provide perimeter security. My last worries were dispelled when I saw they were all looking outwards with their weapons ready and not looking towards us. Dave turned and shouted, "It's okay, everyone. Do you all want to come down and meet Captain Hammond?" Once I'd helped Becky and the kids down from the trailer, giving them each a quick hug, we all gathered around the captain. Dave introduced him, and he then told us what had happened to him and his men since the outbreak started. They were based at Imogen Barracks near Gloucester, where they formed part of the Allied Rapid Reaction Corps that was based there. In the chaos of the first morning of the outbreak, they were issued with the same orders that every unit must have been given around the country: to go out and quell the public unrest that had broken out seemingly everywhere. Captain Hammond and his unit soon found themselves fighting for their lives amongst the streets of Cheltenham. His emotion showed when he told us how he and his men had to watch their comrades and friends being ripped apart by the ever-advancing mob. They worked out the hard way that the only way to kill them was to aim for the head. But for many, this knowledge came too late. The young captain could hear, amongst his own desperate calls for support on the radio, many other units pleading for orders and help. As they fell silent, one by one, he realised help was never going to arrive, and his only priority was to lead his remaining men to safety. Using their scant knowledge of the town, they fought their way through the streets and back alleys of Cheltenham, all the time heading in the general direction of their base near Gloucester. Exhausted and running low on ammunition, they found themselves surrounded by a huge crowd of zombies. They had no choice but to seek shelter in a house and barricade themselves in. Their location soon became surrounded by the undead, and their sanctuary became their prison. From his unit of 40 men, only 15, including himself, had made it. Unable to contact anybody on their radios, they were stuck. For days they could do little else but watch as the undead claimed the town from the living. Fortunately for them, the fires that burnt fiercely in other parts of the town were fanned away from them by the wind. Out of food, and with the water supply stopped, they were running out of options until today, when they looked out of the window and saw that the mob that had been surrounding them had moved on during the night. Seizing the opportunity, they immediately left their prison of the last few days and force-marched back to their barracks, using all of their training to avoid the wandering crowds of zombies, and hoping to find some sort of authority left for them to report to. The base was guarded only by the undead. From his description, it sounded very similar to Bickley. Most of the zombies had moved on in search of their next meal, as there was no one living, so nothing was left to keep them there. During their enforced incarceration, they'd already planned and discussed many different scenarios, should they ever be able to escape. They were soldiers in a rifle regiment, normally based in barracks near Exeter. So the only aim for most of them was to try and get back home to find their families. The young captain decided that as there was no command structure he could contact, his loyalty and duty was to his men. Imjin Barracks was the headquarters for the Allied Rapid Reaction Force, so it was well equipped with a wide variety of military equipment and ordnance suitable for a whole range of military campaigns. Scavenging more ammunition from soldiers who had turned, and from bodies of their former comrades littering the base, they cleared the base of any threats. Then, selecting vehicles from the motor pool, they broke into the armoury, loaded the vehicles to capacity, and headed south. The soldiers all looked at the end of their endurance, their exhausted faces drawn and haggard. Only training, discipline, and the need to reach their families was keeping them going. Captain Hammond then listened as we gave him a quick resume of our last few days and why we were heading north. He asked questions about the route south. The relief showed on his face when he and his sergeant looked at the map Sean produced to show him the routes we had taken to avoid the crashes, and he knew they could make it to Exeter. The news that the route north as far as Gloucester was passable filled us with new hope that we would make Bristol before night fell. As we had, they had cleared a route through blocked parts using the power of the lead-armoured vehicle, only having to leave the motorway at one point, which they showed us on the map. Studying our vehicles and the adaptations we'd made, he was full of praise for our ingenuity and the steps we'd taken to survive. There was a tense moment when he looked serious and said, "As the ranking officer, I could order you and your men to come with me." Pausing as he looked at our shocked faces, he then smiled wearily. "But I guess you would refuse, and that could place us in a tricky situation. So, for what difference it makes, I order you to continue helping these civilians and help them to reach their destination." Both sergeants saluted the officer and accepted his orders. Dave then asked him a question with a slight grin on his face. "Sir, as we are now following orders, can I request a resupply of ammunition? You've told us you're fully loaded. We could do with more so we can complete our orders." "Don't push it, Sergeant," Simon intervened. We can always trade, sir. I'm sure we have items you need. As an officer, I cannot engage in trade of government-owned property. He turned to his sergeant, but the sneaky man by my side, I assume, knows how these things work when his officer's back is turned. He then stepped 6 inches to the side and looked innocently around. With a grin, the sergeant looked at Dave and Simon. Right, mates, as my commanding officer is currently indisposed, what have you got and what do you need? We have food, Dave replied. Hunting rifles, chambered for 5.56, which we found make great sniper rifles, so you can reach out and touch things from a nice safe distance. And if you want them, plenty of shotgun cartridges. I can even throw in a few shotguns to sweeten the deal if you want. What we need is as much 5.56 as you can spare, and if you have anything heavier that would be useful. The sergeant glanced at Captain Hammond, who nodded slightly. It was not really a negotiation, and both sides knew that, but for some reason, probably drilled into the soldiers from the years of surreptitious deals that kept the British Army better supplied and fed than regular channels did, they haggled briefly until striking a deal. We gave them half of the food in the rear of my Volvo, 5 rifles, 5 shotguns, and a few thousand cartridges, in exchange for a pallet of 5.56 ammunition, a few boxes of grenades, and 2 light machine guns. It was fantastic. From a chance meeting with the only other group we'd met so far, we'd gained enough ammunition to fight a small war, along with some extra weaponry that would provide a lot of extra firepower. While the ammunition was being handed up to the trailer from one of the lorries that had backed up to it, Dave told the captain about Willie and gave them the location of his farm as a good place to head to when they found their families alive. It was left unsaid that it would also be a good place to go if they were not. Both parties were eager to continue their separate journeys as soon as the last exchange items were loaded. It did seem wrong leaving the first survivors we had come across, but we had separate but similar goals. They needed to find their families, as did we, but they did know where they were heading to, and the captain said that if they couldn't find a safe place to shelter once they'd rescued their families, then they would most likely try for Warwick Castle. As we parted, I genuinely hoped we would see them again. The cleared route enabled Sean to maintain his maximum speed. The momentum made it easy for the plough to carve through and destroy any zombies in our path. Bodies were sent flying, cartwheeling through the air, or just disintegrating when hit by the solid sides of the blade. The tractor slowed as we left the motorway at the exit Sean had told me we were going to take. My anticipation and nervousness built, knowing his house was only a few minutes away. Spears were used again as we drove down streets empty except for zombies. Sean was driving as fast as he could. He'd been waiting days to see if his mates had survived, and now he was only minutes from finding out. Louise's voice spoke through the radio. Sean's road is the next on the left. I craned my neck forward, eager to see anything at all. He started to turn into the road and stopped. His voice came over the radio. He sounded excited. There's a crowd of them outside my house. They have to be in there. I could see a bus and a van 100 yards away outside a house. Hundreds of zombies were filling the street, pressing against the sides of them. Dave, beside me, lifted up the machine gun we'd obtained earlier. He pulled back the charging handle and lifted it to his shoulder, testing the weight. He shouted so everyone in both the car and the trailer could hear. Everyone, we've done this before. Keep your fire away from the house and pick your targets. He picked up the radio. Sean, stop as close to those vehicles as you can. We'll be right behind you. Not needing to be told twice, the tractor lurched forwards, accelerating down the street, bodies cascading as the plough burst through the mass of undead. The second he stopped, rifles appeared over the side and began firing. Dave used controlled, aimed bursts from his machine gun to pour a massive amount of lead at zombies' heads, which disappeared in showers of blood and bone every time he pulled the trigger. At every boom of a shotgun or crack from a rifle, another zombie fell, until eventually the road was carpeted with mutilated, smoking corpses. Some inevitably still twitched and thrashed, but they lay so deep, even the ones that had not been hit were trapped under ones that had been killed. The firing slowed as the number of targets decreased, until eventually Dave shouted, "Cease fire!" The road had turned into a sea of carnage. The damage we'd caused in a short time was horrific. The nearest bodies, hit many times, were unrecognisable lumps of smoking meat. But we had done it. Against all the odds, a group of strangers had joined forces and journeyed more than 100 miles, fighting together to overcome terrifying, bowel-loosening moments. But we'd also formed strong bonds, and still had the ability to laugh together, despite the world around us falling apart. The door opened on the house. Sean, standing on the wheel arch of the tractor, called out, "Ian? Dave? It's Sean. Are you okay?" At the sound of his voice, the door fully opened, and we gawped as 7 knights, wearing full armour and holding a variety of swords, axes and a mace, stormed out. "Sean," said one of them. He was huge. "Ian, yes, mate, it's me." He rested his axe on his shoulder and looked at him. "Well, you took your bloody time, didn't you? And why the hell did you turn up now? I was just about to win Scotland from Dave and become the undisputed poker champion of the world. And you just turn up and ruin it. Cheers, mate." Sean crossed his arms. "Are you drunk?" Ian looked at all the faces staring at him and looked sheepish. "No, I'm a lot more sober than I was an hour ago. That was when we ran out of whiskey." Maud stopped any more talking. Her angry voice stopped them in their tracks. "Can you two fools stop it? I have a baby who needs feeding and 4 children who need the toilet. Now, stop your tomfoolery and find a way for us to get down from this infernal trailer." We used our ladder to climb up into the trailer and then helped each other climb over to the roof of the bus, and down a ladder we put on the other side. One by one, everyone trooped into the house. The living room was large, but it was full to bursting when the last one squeezed in. Sean was overjoyed at finding his friends all alive and in one piece. We watched, smiling as the friends hugged, laughed with sheer joy, and clapped each other on the back. When the reunion had calmed enough, Sean introduced us to his friends. We were now 30, and a dog. Epilogue. Tom and his family and friends, successfully united with Sean and his friends, were at last one group. The celebrations gave way eventually to the reality of their continued struggle to survive, and the wider concerns and hopes of finding other survivors. They still had family of their own to search out, and friends whose fate they knew nothing of. The fear that the virus had turned most of the world's population into zombies was very real. They knew that so far, luck had been on their side, but there was no knowing how long that would continue. Another very real concern for them was that they might lose members of their group to the horrifying hordes of undead that plagued their every move. As they began to plan the next stage in their journey, the uppermost thought in their minds was of who else might still be surviving in the desolation the plague had created. The one hope that had kept them together was to reach the sanctuary and safety that Warwick Castle might provide. Continued in Zombie Castle 3. You've been listening to ZC2 by Chris Harris, narrated by Rory Barnett. Published by Whole Story Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted 2018 DHP Publishing. This recording is copyrighted 2019 W.F. Howes Limited. Whole Story Quest Audiobooks presents ZC3 by Chris Harris, narrated by Rory Barnett. Chapter 1. Maud whistled loudly. The noise in the room subsided from the roar of laughter and conversation that had risen in volume as voices rose to be heard over the ever-growing racket. We smiled at the shocked look on Sean's friends' faces as they stared in amazement, that such a small and dainty-looking old woman could whistle so loudly. "This is all well and good, but I have children to feed, and if you think I am cooking in that pigsty of a kitchen, you have another think coming." She pointed to Ian. "Sean has told me about you. Apparently, you pride yourself in being the chief troublemaker, so I blame you for it. You have 10 minutes to sober up and tidy the kitchen, or you will not be getting any food." Silence descended as the big man looked around for help from his friends, who were staring at anywhere but in his direction. He looked at Maud, seeing the determination in her face as she stood staring at him, hands on hips. He knew he had no other option, and muttered, "Yes, ma'am. Can I take my armour off first, though?" "Yes, but get on with it. We haven't got all day." As soon as he and the others had helped each other remove their cumbersome attire, he dejectedly shuffled off to the kitchen. Soon the rattle of pots and pans being cleared away could be heard, along with quiet muttering and curses. Laughing, I spoke up. "Right, now you've met the true boss of our little group, we need to plan what our next move is. But first we should catch up on what's happened to each other over the past few days." "Too bloody right," said Dave. "Sean, you bugger off on your own, leaving us to fight our way back here through thousands of zombies. Now you turn up with an armoured tractor, a Volvo that wouldn't look out of place in a Mad Max movie, and everyone's got assault weapons and pistols. Also, if I'm not mistaken, I'm sure I saw a bloody great machine gun being fired earlier. I think that our story isn't going to be anywhere near as interesting as yours." Maud, once she had approved Ian's attempt at tidying, bustled around the kitchen making food for everyone from a bag she'd brought with her, as the two groups exchanged their experiences since the outbreak had started. Simon and Dave were very interested in the weapons the knights used and the techniques for fighting that they'd adopted and adapted. Both agreed, after handling the various axes, maces and swords leaning up against the wall, that with what both groups had learned from their experiences so far, their combined forces would present a formidable power, a combination of the peak of military weaponry design from different millennia, being used collectively to defend themselves from and destroy enemies they were never designed to fight. Sean's friends examined and admired the firearms, but as none of them had any real experience in using them, Dave advised that, until he could train them in their safe use, something he promised to do at the earliest opportunity, it would be best if they stuck to their medieval weapons. They reluctantly agreed to this, but still cast envious glances over them and kept handling them until Dave pointed out that they were loaded, and even though they were all safe, careless handling could result in a negligent discharge, which could result in tragic consequences. The guns got left alone after that. Horace took a real shine to Sarah, who giggled as only a small child could as he nuzzled and licked her as she lay in the basket that had become her cot. When everyone was hungrily tucking into the stew that Maud had made, I looked at my watch and said we needed to decide soon what we were going to do next. The idea of staying in a city teeming with the undead didn't seem the sensible thing to do, and as there were still a few hours of daylight left, I was keen for us to get moving again. "This church you told us you were planning to head to, how long will it take us to get there?" Simon asked. Jamie thought for a moment. "Less than half an hour under normal circumstances. We know the way we came is clear of obstructions, and if we come across anything else, such as a pack of zombies, that tractor of yours, as you've already told us, will be able to break through. I reckon it should take an hour." His friends agreed with this estimate. We began planning. There was no doubt that it was best to use all the vehicles we now had at our disposal. The bus and the van both had different but essential uses. The obvious ones being that the bus would enable us to accommodate more survivors when we found them, and both could carry a large amount of supplies. Not being armoured, they'd also be the most vulnerable, so they'd need to travel in the middle of the convoy, with the tractor leading the way and the Volvo bringing up the rear. Dave and Simon worked on a list for a few minutes and then got our attention. Dave looked at Sean's friends. "I'll need one of you in a trailer to show Sean the route, so if you can agree who that will be, I'd appreciate it. I'll put 1 or 2 shooters in your vehicles, So, if we get into trouble, even though I'm sure up close and personal you'll have no problems defending yourself, having a few guns on board won't do any harm. If some of you want to travel on the trailer, that would be great because a few extra strong arms on the zombie spears might be a great help. If you can sort that out between yourselves now, I think we should get moving as soon as we can. To their credit, everyone wanted to travel in the trailer, as they realised it was where most of the fighting would probably take place. Steve and Jim, as the trained Marines, were allocated to the bus and van respectively. Daniel volunteered to replace Steve in the Volvo, while Jamie, Ian and John won the argument about who was going in the trailer. Working with purpose, it didn't take long to repack the van and bus and clear the furniture that had been used to block the gaps. The children's excitement at having to climb a ladder and walk across the roof of the bus to reach the safety of the trailer wasn't marred by the now familiar sight of more undead. They'd gathered outside, attracted by the noise we'd made, and replacing the ones we'd killed earlier. The buoyant mood that everyone still felt since the groups had combined was enhanced further by Ian's attempt to climb the ladder and cross the roof of the bus while wearing his full suit of armour. His weight, along with the weight of the armour he was carrying, proved too much for the thin roof, and, to everyone's hilarity, his foot pierced it. It took 4 people, virtually helpless with laughter, and another pushing from underneath to pry him free. He eventually crawled ungracefully into the trailer, muttering and cursing about the quality of workmanship these days, but also smiling because he knew if it had happened to someone else, he would be leading the piss-taking. Horace wanted to join his new master in the trailer, so, instead of climbing aboard the bus, he too comically tried to climb the ladder, eventually managing through sheer determination, and a little help from others, dragging and pushing him from behind. And, to the delight of the children, he joined Ian in the trailer. He immediately forgot his new master, though, as the fuss the children gave him proved a more worthwhile way for him to spend his time. It took a few stern warnings about the dangers of the situation we were in to calm everyone down. Once extra ammunition and weapons had been passed to Steve in the bus and to Jim in the van, we were ready to leave. The starting of all 4 engines agitated the zombies surrounding the vehicles, as they seemed to realise that the meal they were hoping for was leaving. With the passengers brandishing weapons, standing on seats and lining the sides of the trailer, Sean ploughed the tractor through the throng that had gathered. We followed, setting out on what we hoped would be a short journey to the safety of the church in a small village. 30 people and 1 dog continued their journey. Chapter 2. Travelling closely together, the convoy followed Sean through the streets of Bristol, spears continually thrusting at the shambling zombies that futilely tried to reach us in the safety of our vehicles. Sean maintained a speed sufficient to smash through every group of the undead that crossed our path. From my position in the rear, I couldn't see the devastation caused by the plough as it powered through the walls of bodies trying to stop us. But I could see the result. Dismembered and mangled bodies flew through the air. Some remained still, but some continued thrashing about as the damage caused hadn't destroyed the brain. Unable to reach from their vehicles, the passengers in the bus and van were reduced to being mere witnesses to the effectiveness of what we had created. As I drove, concentrating on keeping close to the van, I began thinking of how we would armour both the bus and the van. We had the skills and knowledge from what we'd done to my Volvo and the tractor, so the basics were obvious. The van would be easy. Add a wedge to the front and protect the driver's cab with whatever materials we could find. The bus, though, was a different matter. Would we want it to be a transport vehicle or a fighting vehicle? Unless the windows were removed, there would be no way for the occupants to engage zombies. Or would it be best to find enough steel mesh to encase it completely so the occupants would be protected, but would have to rely on others to keep the undead away? The bus, fitted with a strong wedge on the front, would have enough power and weight behind it to plough through zombies or to clear obstructions out of the way. Up-armouring them needed to be one of our first priorities when we reached a place safe enough for us to do it. I was sure others were also thinking as I was, so most likely after today's journey, when we gained experience of how capable our little convoy was, the answers to my musings would be obvious. The extra radios provided by Sean's friends made communication between everyone easier. We could listen as Jamie gave Sean directions, and Louise, who was still travelling in the cab with Sean, informed us all if any obstructions or zombies were ahead. Louise's voice sounded through the radio. "Stop everyone. I saw something on the road we just passed." Bringing up the rear, I'd stopped opposite the road she was talking about. I stood up on my seat and looked down it. The road was a small cul-de-sac about 100 yards long, lined with large post-war semi-detached houses. At the end of the road, it widened to create the turning circle that surrounded a small grass island with a tree in the middle. Beyond the island, the front drive of one of the houses was engulfed with a mass of zombies. I picked up the radio. "Well spotted, Louise. Someone must be in the house down there." I then asked the next question, even though I knew what the answer would be. "If there are people down there, is everyone willing to take the risk to rescue them, even though we don't know them?" I smiled as everyone confirmed that they and their travelling companions were more than willing to face the risks involved with trying to rescue others. I looked at Dave, who was standing on the seat next to me looking through some binoculars. "Your call, pal. Tell us what to do." He looked for a few more seconds through his binoculars. "We can't all drive down there. It's too narrow, and we'll most likely block ourselves in like a bunch of idiots. I can see movement from the front first floor window, so I would agree that there's a good chance we have some live ones in there. The fact they're not waving and shouting at us may also be a good sign." He paused, but didn't wait for me to question why before continuing. "They must have seen and heard us by now. The fact that they're not drawing attention to themselves might mean they feel secure but are wary of who we might be. I take that to be a good indication that they're sensible and not some hysterical snowflake who expects us to fix everything for them. My suggestion is that we send Sean in first. He can drive round and round the island at the end of the cul-de-sac, pulverising those bastards. We stay here to protect the bus and van until he's thinned them out enough for us to swap over to finish what he started. Then, if he continues to protect the end of the road, with us providing covering fire, the bus can drive down and pick up whoever is in there." I looked at him. "Yep, I agree. Let's get on with it. We need to get to this church of theirs before night falls." Dave quickly issued his instructions through the radio. As soon as Sean confirmed he understood, he pulled forward, smashing through some front garden fences and hedges to turn his vehicle around, and, with his engine roaring loudly, he gained speed as he hurtled down the narrow cul-de-sac. I felt briefly concerned as I watched Becky wave at me from the trailer as it sped past. My wife and children were on the trailer that was once again leading the attack against a horde of flesh-eating monsters, while I watched from a distance. It was a catch-22 situation. The trailer was currently the fastest zombie-proof vehicle we possessed. It was also the best vehicle we had for attacking them directly. Logically, I would want my family as far away from danger as possible, but also in the safest place. And that was not possible. At least the occupants of the trailer could bring a lot of firepower to the party. Sean had made his first complete circle of the island before the zombies pressing up against the house started to turn in his direction. They moved towards the fast-moving target that was circling and just tempting them to attack it, to get to the tasty flesh their senses told them it contained. I was reminded of one of those machines that butchers have for slicing meat. Every pass Sean made sliced the front from the solid mass of undead meat. The occupants of the trailer could only hold on as the trailer bounced and bumped over the growing pile of offal he was creating. I watched as the tractor, under the influence of centrifugal forces, lost traction on the slick of destroyed body parts. The trailer was also not dutifully following its master, but skidding as its wheels slipped, causing the back of the trailer to smash through the ever-advancing pack. Sean skillfully corrected the skid and kept the vehicle in a controlled power slide as it sped around the small turning circle. Through Dave's binoculars, I could see the smile on his face as he drove around what could only be described as the goriest skid pan ever created. The trailer stopped outside the house after one more circle. As soon as it had, its occupants lined its sides and fired on the ones that had not been caught in the circling maelstrom of steel. A call over the radio from Mark in the bus drew our attention away from the tractor. "Got some zombies coming?" Dave looked along the road and saw a small group heading towards us in the direction we were going. He picked up the radio. "Steve, Jim, you can deal with those. Get out of the vehicles and take them down when they're in range. Everyone else, keep a good all-round lookout and call any more sightings." Steve and Jim both stepped from the van and bus respectively and faced the oncoming threat. I wasn't worried. The dozen or so approaching would be no match for the two Marines. But I was also aware that complacency could kill. Every threat needed to be taken deadly seriously. Dave had the binoculars pointed back toward the house. "The window's open upstairs. It looks as if they're talking to them." Louise's voice came through the radio. "The man and the woman in the house are ready to come out. They'll wait for the bus to come down." Dave picked up the radio. "Leave Jim and Steve protecting our rear. Mark, get ready to drive the bus down as soon as the trailer's clear. We'll lead the way. Stay alert, everyone. Remember, you've got no guns now on the bus. Do not try anything stupid. We can cover you from the Volvo. Sean, when you're ready, get back up here and help Jim and Steve protect our backs." Sean didn't reply, but waited for a final volley of shots from the trailer before he drove towards us at a much more sedate speed than he had entered the cul-de-sac with. As soon as he was clear, I pulled away down the road. Daniel, Chet and Dave standing ready with their weapons. Mark reversed the bus back slightly and then drove forwards, following me closely. I stopped outside the house, leaving enough room for the bus to pull on the drive so it could get as close as possible to the front door, where we guessed the occupants would come from. And then I stood on the seat with my weapon held ready. I could see Dave, Alex and Jeff standing at the front door of the bus, wearing full armour, weapons in hand. They looked a lot more terrifying than any fully armed modern soldier ever could. As the bus stopped, the door slowly hissed open. They stepped onto the field of carnage and immediately began swinging their weapons at the heads of corpses or remnants of corpses that lay close by and showed any signs of movement. The sounds of firing echoed from the end of the road. "Come on," I shouted. "We need to get going." Jeff lumbered up to the front door and banged on it. It slowly opened, and a man and woman emerged, staring with wide eyes at the three knights who stood with their shields and weapons held ready. They both had rucksacks on their backs. The woman held a cricket bat in her hand, and the man a felling axe. A movement caught my eye. 3 zombies appeared from the side of the house and started to head towards them. Before I could shout a warning, Dave screamed, "Contact right!" and raised his rifle. The knights turned to face the threat. Jeff shouted at the two to board the bus and stepped forward with his mace held ready. He called to Dave, "We've got this, save your ammo." As the two people bustled onto the bus, the 3 knights spaced out and faced the approaching zombies. Everyone in my car watched intently. This was the first time we'd seen the knights in action, and I was keen to see how their weapons from a different age would perform. 2 more zombies had now appeared. Again, Jeff shouted, "Don't fire, we can handle this." The 3 knights stepped forward, with their weapons ready. Dave and I kept our rifles aimed at the heads of the approaching zombies, fingers off the triggers, but ready to fire at a moment's notice if need be. It was impressive to watch. All three attacked their chosen targets at the same time. Jeff's mace destroying the skull of one. It fell to the floor, spilling brains on the driveway. Dave's powerful swing removed the head of another, to see it bounce across the lawn before coming to rest in a rosebush, while Alex thrust his sword at the face of the one approaching him. The razor-sharp, heavy blade, thrust at an upwards angle, entered through its mouth and burst out through the back of the skull. Killed instantly, its legs buckled, and he used the weight of it falling to pull the blade free. In seconds, 3 zombies had been killed quickly and effectively. As soon as the first had fallen, though, they turned their attention to the 2 remaining ones. Dave's swing, this time, sliced through and removed the top of the nearest one's skull, while Jeff smashed his mace into the side of the last one's head with such force both its eyes popped out from the skull and dangled from the optic nerves as pulverized brains sprayed from the empty eye sockets. The display over, the 3 knights wasted no time boarding the bus. The continuous firing from the end of the road a compelling indication that we needed to get moving again. We were now 32 and a dog. Chapter 3. Dave picked up the radio as we drove back out of the cul-de-sac. "Sean, get ready to move." Sean immediately replied, "Yep, I can see you coming. We're attracting a bit of a crowd here, so moving on would be good." Getting closer, I could see everyone who could use a weapon, including Becky, firing over the side of the trailer. Jim and Steve stood between the trailer and the van, also firing. Reaching the end of the road, I could see the reason why. The road in the direction we had come from was now teeming with approaching zombies. The pile of corpses littered the ground in front of the mass, showing that the shooters were just managing to hold the advancing tide of death back. Dave shouted to Steve and Jim to get back on board their vehicles. They both disengaged immediately and ran to the van and the bus. And as soon as the radios confirmed everyone was on board, Sean pulled away. I waited for the bus and van to tuck in behind him, so I could resume my position at the rear of the convoy. The firing stopped when Sean started moving, and the pack immediately began closing in. Even in the 30 seconds I had to wait for the convoy to form, I could see in my mirrors that the zombies were getting dangerously close. Daniel, Chet and Dave waited, calmly standing on the seats of my car until those nearest were in range, before ending their existence with spear thrusts. As I sat there waiting for the van to start moving, I realised how calm I was also feeling. The zombies weren't numerous enough yet to cause us any problems, and as they were only behind us, I knew that as soon as Simon pulled away in the van, I would follow him and leave them in my wake. The more zombies we killed, the more detached we all became from the act of ending the life of what had once been another member of the human race. It was a life-or-death situation, and we currently had the upper hand. We were reasonably secured in an armoured vehicle we knew the capabilities of, and armed with a variety of weapons that could all end a zombie's life in one thrust, strike or trigger pull. Unless we became trapped by an unstoppable volume of them, we could always escape. I didn't know what the future would bring, but for as long as we could stay alert and work together to keep one step ahead of the relentless enemy that most of the population of the United Kingdom had become, we stood a chance. We continued driving. The further we got out of the city, the fewer undead we came across, and these were easily dealt with by Sean either smashing through them or having their brains destroyed by a spear thrust. As our new friends had promised, the road was clear. The evidence of obstructions that had been cleared, and dead and mangled corpses acting like a trail of breadcrumbs left behind, showed us we were on the right path. The main road, as they had already told us from their earlier experience, did contain more zombies, the reasonably clear wide road acting as a funnel channeling the undead towards the smoke still rising from Bristol. Sean increased the convoy's speed, everyone trying to keep as close to the rear of the one in front as they could, and all relying on Sean to use the weight and power of the tractor to clear the way. Louise kept up a running commentary to warn us if he was steering around any stopped vehicles, so we could keep following and maintain position as best we could. I noticed, though, that when we had smashed through a crowd of them, the remaining ones turned and began shambling along after us, the target we provided far more tempting than the distant rising plumes of smoke. Dave had also noticed this, and, pointing his thumb behind him at the now following zombies, said, "I think we'd better make sure that when we pull off this road to get to the church, none of this lot notices. The last thing I imagine we want to do is attract another horde." "Yes, mate," I replied. "I don't think it's far now, so we can decide what to do when we get there." Almost on cue, Jamie's voice came over the radio a few minutes later, advising Sean that the turning we wanted was coming up on the left soon. Louise's voice came back almost immediately, saying there was a small group of zombies gathered at the entrance of the road we needed to take. Dave stood up on the seat and looked behind, back the way we'd come. "The ones behind aren't in sight yet. We need to deal with the ones in front quickly, and then maybe we'll be able to avoid them following us." Daniel and Chet put down their zombie spears and grabbed their rifles. Dave, seeing this, turned to them. "I think it'll be best if we go quiet for this one, lads." He picked up the radio. "Listen, everyone. The ones that are following us are out of sight for the moment, but, as we already know, they will keep going until they find us. We need to get rid of all the ones in front of us as quickly and quietly as possible, and get down the lane so they lose our trail. I want to do it quietly, just in case there are any others nearby. We don't know how long we'll be staying at this church, so the fewer we can attract can only be a good thing. Sean, see how many you can get with the tractor, and then we'll finish them off from the Volvo. If you boys in the bus could get ready to kill any ones we can't get to, that would be a great help." Dave's quick and accurate assessment of the situation and the tactical plan to deal with it made perfect sense, and everyone quickly acknowledged they understood what to do, and the convoy continued. We stopped when told to by Louise. The three vehicles pulled alongside each other on the wide road to watch Sean once again use his vehicle as our main weapon against the undead. A group of about 30 zombies had herded together at the entrance to the lane we needed to take. Maybe they were the ones left behind when they'd led them away from the church a few days ago, and somehow they knew that human flesh was close by, and hadn't joined the throngs heading towards Bristol, who must be continually passing as they were funneled down the main road, following each other like lemmings. They'd noticed us by now, and they started heading in our direction. Sean waited until they were in the centre of the road before driving straight at and through them, spears thrusting from the trailer, claiming more as the plough on the front of the tractor pulverised them. He drove a short way and used the full width of the road and its grass verges to turn around and line up on the remaining ones, again thinning them out. I saw him gesticulating from the cab and got the gist that he wanted me to have a go as he drove past us to turn around again. With a shout of, "Get ready, lads!" I drove slowly into the remaining ones. Dave, Chet and Daniel soon dispatched the ones they could reach with their spears. I turned around and made one more pass, aiming the car at the last few in the road, bumping over the remains left by the tractor. If I could see one lying on the ground still moving, I tried to aim so my wheels would run over and crush its head. The weight added to my car with all the extra protection we had built onto it made this easier. When I got my aim right, you could feel the car rise slightly as it rode over the skull, and then drop suddenly as the skull caved in and its brains spread over the road. One or two were still untouched at the edges of the devastation we'd caused in only a few minutes. Dave picked up the radio and told the knights to get ready, but to be careful and make sure any they stepped over were already dead. Pulling out of the way so I could turn around, Mark immediately drove the bus forward so the knights could get as close as possible to the few who were still staggering towards us. To an outsider, it probably looked like a well-choreographed and practiced manoeuvre. It was all done so smoothly. To me, it showed again how well we worked together. The two groups had both survived and fought against terrifying odds before we joined. And now combined, we were proving a formidable force who could easily work together. Mark stopped the bus and the doors hissed open. With no hesitation, Dave, Alex and Jeff exited and took a few steps forward and ended the existence of the few remaining zombies. As soon as they hit the ground, they turned their attentions to the ones lying mangled around them, destroying the brains of any still moving, before turning and hurrying back on board. Less than 5 minutes after Dave had issued his instructions, and with Sean leading the way, we drove down the narrow lane that led to the village. As Dave sat back down in his seat, he summed up our performance. Fuck me. I've never seen such unit cohesion from a bunch of FNGs before. FNGs? I asked. Fucking new guys. We're operating as if we're bloody special forces or something, not a load of civvies driving around in bastardised Mad Max vehicles, including some chaps who like to dress up and pretend they're King Bloody Arthur. I doubt if I had the best of all the Marines I've trained in my whole career that we'd be doing as well as we are. I chuckled. I think you're probably right, mate, but this isn't some training exercise or even a battle, where if one of us gets hurt we can call for immediate support and medivac. We're fighting together as a family, where we don't get any second chances. We have no backup apart from each other. If a mistake is made, one or all of us dies. It's as simple as that. And that's what's making the difference, I think. I would do anything without hesitation to protect my wife and children, as would anyone else in this group, I imagine. But yes, I do agree the way we have and are getting through this is remarkable. Never in my wildest dreams could I imagine us doing what we're doing. Not many days ago I was shitting myself, screaming in absolute terror as I tried to escape from the campsite we were on, thinking we wouldn't even survive the next hour. Now, I must admit, I'm reasonably positive about our chances, and I really think that if things carry on the way they have done, we've got a chance to eke out some existence from all this shit that's happening around us. I bloody hope so, mate. Something or someone made sure we all got together. It would be a damn shame if we wasted the opportunity by getting ourselves eaten. He stopped talking and stood up on the seat again. I can see the spire on the church. It can't be far now. He looked back at Chet and Daniel, who were also sitting down. On your feet, lads. It looks as if we're getting close. As Jamie gave Sean the last few directions, the atmosphere in the vehicle tensed. What would we find? A few days ago, 11 people had been in the church. They were in a secure place and had enough food to last for some time, with no need to leave the sanctuary they had sought shelter in. But a lot could happen in a few days, and sometimes fate didn't play fair. Louise's voice came over the radio as we entered the village green, telling us it all looked clear. It was a very picturesque place, a typical English village green, the church dominating the skyline, with the pub facing it. The rest of the green was lined with pretty houses of all shapes and sizes. It was one of those places you like to drive to for a Sunday lunch or maybe a drink on a warm summer's day. As you sat on the bench in the pub garden, you would look around and say to yourself it was where you wanted to live, and then reach for your phone to check out properties for sale in the area. You would then wistfully look at houses you just could not afford before finishing your drink or your meal and driving back to real life. On close inspection, though, the abandoned cars littering the road, the barricade of vehicles blocking the entrance to the churchyard, and the corpses I could see lying by the church doors, shattered the rural idyll the village used to portray. It was quiet and peaceful, but it had an air of abandonment and panic. The vehicle stopped in a line, facing the vehicular entrance to the church that Sean's friends had told us they had helped to block, using abandoned cars left by their owners as they fled the chaos of the first day of the apocalypse. A few zombies that had been shambling around aimlessly started to head in our direction. Before anyone could ask, the doors to the bus opened once more, and the 3 knights stepped down, quickly dispatching the nearest ones. A couple more were further away, so they stood ready, waiting for them to get closer. While they were waiting, a shout from the church steeple made us look up. A man was leaning over the parapet, waving. Ian shouted up from the trailer, "Bob, is that you? We told you we'd be back. We brought some new friends along. If you wait while we deal with the last few heading towards us, then we'll clean up the barricade and get inside." The man high up on the steeple shouted he understood and disappeared from view, most likely descending the tower to come and meet us. Knowing the last few zombies approaching would pose no problem to the knights, I climbed out of the Volvo and went to the trailer to steady the ladder Simon was lowering. Good old Maud, I didn't need to say anything to her. She was standing, looking over the side of the trailer at approaching zombies, cradling Sarah in her arms. As soon as I saw a child's hand touch the ladder, she said softly, "Now, children, let's wait up here until we get inside the churchyard. Then you can get down and help everyone. I need you to stay up here and help protect Sarah and me." Even though I couldn't see my children, I heard a chorus of slightly reluctant agreements as they made way for the adults to descend the ladder. We had a strange balance to work between protecting the children at all costs, sheltering them from the constant horror we were experiencing, and preparing and training them to survive in the world we now lived in. I'd seen Stan and Eddie lining the trailer sides, using a zombie spear to kill as many as possible when driving through a throng of them. But also in the same day playing Tig in the yard at Willie's farm, running around laughing and carefree, basically being children. Their normal childhood had ended the second the outbreak happened, and they did need to be trained on how to kill them and to survive as we all did. But I still felt better if they could be kept out of harm's way whenever possible. The trick was to manage that, but still make them feel they were contributing to the group and part of the team we'd become. If they felt too overprotected, they might try something rash which could end in tragedy. We wasted no time and started to push the vehicles away from the entrance. Dave asked a few to maintain perimeter security and to back the knights up if need be, while everyone else helped move the barricade. The many willing hands soon cleared the way, and the vehicles drove up the drive towards the church. Again, with no prompting, the convoy positioned itself to protect the main church doors. Jamie left the van back slightly, so he could block the final gap when everyone had entered the church. In the silence following the engines being turned off, the only sound was the squealing of protesting hinges as the ancient church doors opened. Blinking in the bright sunlight, the inhabitants of the church filed out to meet us. We now numbered 43, and a dog. Chapter 4. The last few visible zombies had now been killed by the knights, and they were walking towards the church. "It's great to meet you," I said to the group from the church. "I'm Tom. If we can first of all get the cars back over the entrance, we can all meet properly then." One of them stepped forward. "Yes, absolutely. I'm Jim, and I'll introduce the rest later, but you're right. Let's secure the place." He then turned to Ian and chuckled. "Bloody hell, mate. I know you said you'd try to come back, and I was really hoping you would, but never in my wildest dreams did I ever imagine this. You lot have really got your shit together." Then I noticed the two we'd picked up earlier. They were standing slightly separate from everyone else, and still looked in shock from all that had happened to them today. In all the excitement of reaching the church, and now that the group had grown so large, they had inadvertently been forgotten. I walked over to them to rectify our mistake as the rest walked down to the entrance gates. "Hi, I'm Tom," I said, holding out my hand. "Sorry about not including you then. It's all a bit crazy at the moment, as you can imagine." They both shook my hand and the woman spoke. "Oh, it's okay. I'm Nikki and this is my husband Chris. We're just trying to take it all in. We thought we were done for until we heard and then saw you drive past. I can't describe the relief we felt when you stopped and came to rescue us. We just can't thank you enough. The guys on the bus have filled us in a bit on what you've been up to, and it all sounds incredible. I know what you mean. When we tell the story ourselves, we can hardly believe it, but here we are. Anyway, if you want to come and help us move those cars back, we can get a brew on and get to know each other better. They agreed, and we walked down to help the others. 20 minutes later, when we were all satisfied that the churchyard was secure again, we helped Maud and the children down from the trailer and trooped into the cool interior of the church. The church looked very organised. A cooking area had been set up and the pews arranged to make a large communal seating area. One wall was lined with what looked like a sleeping area, with areas divided by blankets hanging off ropes to provide an element of privacy. The church was everything they told me it would be. It provided a safe and secure refuge, with the bonus that the perimeter wall should keep all but a huge mass of the undead out. As everyone sat down on the pews, I did notice that the 3 different groups, us, the knights and the church occupants, sat together. At first, the 2 new additions looked unsure where to sit, before sitting near to Mark, who had been driving the bus. I was sure a psychologist would see it as an interesting study on society and the bonds that people formed even after a short time together. Tribal could be another way to describe it. The 3 separate groups had worked together to survive, and so the bonds they felt would be stronger than feelings towards the other groups. Sean was the exception. He had the recent emotional contact with us, but also a strong, much longer-term emotional attachment to the friends he had lived with for years. He did choose, though, to sit with our group next to Louise, who he had spent the last few days in the tractor cab with. I wasn't sure what the intentions of the church group were yet, but as Sean's friends were joining us on our journey, the 2 groups would quickly and easily merge into one strong unit. Our survival depended on it. The vicar had remained standing as we all sat down, and he took the lead now. He walked into the centre of the seating area, and the chatter that had begun died down. He spread his arms in a universal, welcoming gesture. "Welcome, everyone. I can't say how much pleasure it gives me to welcome old friends and new to the sanctuary my church has become." He turned to the group of knights. "Without your help, I doubt any of us would have survived, and now you've brought many new friends and some amazing-looking vehicles. I'm desperate to know your story, just as I'm sure everyone else must be. But first, let us offer you some refreshments and food to officially welcome you." With that, he went and shook our hands in turn and blessed everyone with the sign of the cross. Becky whispered to me, "I'll go and see if they have enough supplies. It's not fair to use theirs when we have so much." I squeezed her hand and replied, "Good idea, love." As Becky walked away, Dave called me over. "I think we need to set an OP up in the spire." I looked quizzically at him. "Sorry, an observation post. I'll ask that guy over there. I think he said his name was Jim. He's one of the coppers, I believe, so I imagine he's their security expert. One person on watch at a time should do it, and now there are so many of us the rota won't be hard to organise. Do you think the children will be up for it too?" "Good idea, mate. I imagine they were doing it anyway. There was someone up there when we arrived after all. Come on, let's go and have a chat with him." Jim told us what they'd been doing for the past few days. They had kept a constant watch from the tower. Until more of the undead had started to drift into the village, they'd managed to scavenge some more supplies from neighbouring houses. Erring on the side of caution, they then retreated to the church and kept as quiet as possible. This worked, and most of the zombies had shambled away, just leaving the few that we'd dealt with when we arrived. Dave called to Jim the Marine and told him to grab a radio and go and take the first watch in the spire, promising to send up some food and drink when it was ready. With a "Yes, boss," he picked up a radio and his weapon, and after a quick comms check to make sure the radios were working, followed the other Jim, who showed him the way to the spire. Becky had, with the help of a few others, unloaded some of our supplies from the trailer, and was helping in the cooking area. The children had gathered in the area of the church that contained children's books and games, and were happily amusing themselves. They'd even taken baby Sarah off Maud and were playing with her on the carpet of the play area. Maud, never one to sit still or take a break, was bustling around and was introducing herself to all the church occupants. The smile on her face was infectious, and her bubbly spirit and personality were a tonic everyone seemed to enjoy. Again, I thought about how Maud had changed from the cowed, bullied woman who was unable to speak for herself when we first met her, to the woman she had become today. She was the matriarch of the group, constantly looking after the welfare of all of us, especially the children, and never afraid to put any of us in our place if we overstepped the invisible lines of behaviour she expected. Then I silently chuckled to myself. It wasn't surprising, really, seeing as her first act had been to hack her bullying, cowardly worm of a husband to death with a hand axe, when he had tried to push her in the way of an approaching zombie horde to save himself, telling her she must die to save him. Soon everyone had a bowl of food and a hot drink in their hands, and we all began retelling our stories, with others chipping in if they thought something had been missed. The laughter and tears that we all shed at various parts of each other's stories bound the groups together more, as the experiences of each group were now the shared experiences of the whole group. Chris and Nicky's story was one none of us had heard yet, so once they had listened, laughed and cried at all our exploits, everyone quietened down to hear their tale. The main news was that Nicky was pregnant, and that was what most likely saved their lives. They both worked in Bristol. Chris was a manager at a local builder's merchant, and Nicky was a corporate lawyer based at the Bristol office of a national firm. And they had taken the day off work to go to the hospital for the first scan of their unborn child. The appointment wasn't until midday, so they had an easy morning pottering around the house and spending time together, excitedly biding the time until they could see an image of their first child. They hadn't listened to the news or radio, so they had no idea what was going on until they tried to leave their road. The lack of traffic and the abandoned cars littering the road immediately made them realise that something was seriously amiss. But nothing was going to stop them getting to the hospital, so they continued with their journey. It wasn't until Nicky turned the radio on in the car that they both heard the government-issued message. They stopped and tried to work out if it was some elaborate hoax, and they'd suddenly see TV cameras and a presenter shouting, "Gotcha!" as he shoved a microphone in their faces. Or if it was true. Even when a blood and gore-covered thing approached the car and started clawing at its windows, they discussed calmly whether it was real or a very good make-up job. It was only when another approached, whose both arms were bloody stumps, and it began banging its head against a window, breaking all of its teeth in the effort, that they came to the panicked realisation that it must all impossibly be true. Chris slammed the car into reverse, smashing into a few cars in his terrified efforts to escape, and they tried to make it back to the safest place they could think of, their home. Driving as fast as he could, they swerved through the streets, dodging cars and zombies, apparently in greater numbers now that the secret was out. They almost made it, until they were stopped by a horde blocking the way ahead. With more coming from behind them, they had no choice but to abandon their car and run for it, dodging through gardens and alleyways until they reached their house, just closing the front door before the ones that had appeared in their road reached them. As the crowd gathered outside, they realised that escape was impossible, so all they could do was barricade themselves in and wait. Hoping that they might get the chance to escape at some point, they filled rucksacks with as many useful supplies as they could, worked out what items they had round the house would be the best weapon, and tried to eke out their food supplies for as long as they could. Day after day, though, the zombies, gathered at the front of their house, did not disperse. But worse still, more arrived. Chris and Nicky had almost resigned themselves to never escaping, and facing the agony of starving to death in their own house, made worse by the knowledge that they would never see their unborn child, and it would die with them, when the convoy had spotted and rescued them. As soon as they had finished their tale, the women rushed to Nikki to congratulate her on being pregnant, and noisily began discussing the best care plan so they could keep her and her unborn child as safe and well as possible. Escaping from the women, Chris walked over to me. "Congratulations, mate," I said, shaking his hand. "I think your wife will be the best cared-for lady in this world we're living in." Laughing as I thought of it, I added, "I've just realised, you lucky bastard. Whatever happens, you're going to be guaranteed the comfiest bed available every night. No one's going to let a pregnant woman sleep on the floor, if there's a bed available." Ian whispered theatrically to Sean and nodded over in Louise's direction. "Mate, if you get your new girlfriend preggers, don't worry, I'll let her share my bed. You can sleep on the floor while I look after her. Anyway, you haven't told us what's going on yet. You bugger off, leaving us to get on with it on your own, and then eventually turn up with a really hot woman who is way out of your league, by the way. Then you don't come and sit with us, your mates who've looked after you for years, but sit cuddling up next to her." Ian stood back, folded his arms and waited for an answer. Sean went bright red with embarrassment and stammered his reply. "She's not my girlfriend. It's not like that. We're just friends, that's all. She just lost her sister and I just wanted to be there to help her." His friends stood around him waiting for him to continue, but he didn't. He just stood there, looking for a way to escape. Ian grabbed him in a bear hug, lifted him up and shouted, "Bugger me, boys, he's actually fallen in love." Then he spun him around while Sean tried to get him in a headlock and cover his mouth as he chanted like a child, "Sean's in love," over and over. All the men found this infantile display very funny and laughed at the embarrassment it was obviously causing. Glancing over at Louise, I could see she'd also gone bright red and was trying to hide her embarrassment too, and the big smile that had spread across her face. Maybe Ian was right. It took a sharp shout from Maud to stop the merriment. "Ian, do I have to keep telling you to behave? You may have got away with this behaviour before and think you can get away with it again, because you're a big cuddly bear of a man with a permanent, stupid grin on his face. Sarah is sleeping, and if you have woken her with your stupid goings-on, there will be hell to pay." Instantly contrite, it was his turn to go red with embarrassment, as he gently put Sean down and muttered, "Sorry, Maud." "And so you should be. Now go over and wash those dishes. They won't do themselves, will they?" Once again, Maud had got it spot on. The men, trying to stifle the laughter that wanted to erupt from our throats, watched as Ian dejectedly shuffled off and began washing the dishes like a severely scolded 5-year-old. He'd finally met his match in a 60-year-old diminutive woman who looked as if she wouldn't say boo to a goose. We knew differently. We were still 43 and a dog. Chapter 5. We needed to get down to business and plan what our next move would be. Dave, Jim and I got everyone together at the seating area so we could begin. I spoke first. You all know of our plan to head to Warwick Castle, and I still think we should stick to that goal. Unless anyone else has a better idea. No one indicated they did, so I continued. Of course, I said, looking at our newest arrivals, you're all welcome to come with us, unless you prefer to stay here or have somewhere else you want to try to reach. But from what we've seen out there, and with what goodies we've gathered so far, my firm belief is that your best and safest option will be to join us, so we can work together to survive all this shit that's going on around us. No one spoke up, but I could tell from the looks on their faces that they knew joining us was the best option to ensure their survival. What we need to do now is plan the next few days. The main priority is, I imagine, working our magic on the bus and the van. We know what we've done to the other vehicles works, so If a few of you can get working about those, that would be great. You locals can help with that because you might know the best place where we can get the stuff we need. Remember, we're still going to try and see if Louise's family in Cheltenham made it. From here, it's not far to them at all, and also, let's not forget Steve's family in Worcester. Time is of the essence for both those tasks. So whatever we do, we need to get on with it. If anyone else has people they want to check on, tell us now so we can try and plan the route to them. No promises, of course, but if we can, we will try. I stopped and looked around. Does anyone else have anything they want to add? Simon Wood stood up. Yes, mate. While you're tinkering with the vehicles, I want to work on tactics for fighting them. I've seen the way the knights fight and it's frickin' awesome. But I think that because we hope to try to rescue others on our way, we'll most likely be doing close quarter work and house clearing. Warwick Castle, when we get there, might also be overrun. We're heavily trained in urban warfare, so it's something the 4 Marines here are good at, but we need more than the 4 of us doing it. I think a couple of hours knocking our heads together will be a great help. Also, looking at the weapons you knights have, the rest of us are going to need something better than knives for close quarter work. I nodded and looked around. Great idea. If you can get on with that, we can rotate round jobs so we can all have a go. The training you've given us so far has, as we know, enabled us to work well together, even though we are FNGs. He nodded, smiling, and sat down. I could see from the few quizzical expressions I would have to explain what FNGs meant. Once the children were out of earshot, of course. The vicar was the next to stand. Even though it will break my heart to leave my parish, I don't think our future lies here. You have, as far as I'm concerned, been sent here by God to be our guardian angels, and my place is with you. I can't speak for the rest of the villagers, but I imagine they feel the same. This church has provided us with safety and sanctuary, but for how long? I visited Warwick Castle, so I know it could provide all we need. Bob stood up and interrupted him. I'm sorry for interrupting, Vicar, but I can speak for all of us here, and we all agree that we can't stay here long term. We'd eventually run out of food, and with so few of us, we just haven't got the strength to fight them off if we get surrounded again. Our best option is to leave with our new friends and survive this together. Thank you, Bob, replied the vicar, who turned to face us again. Well, there's your answer. I am not sure, apart from the 2 police officers, what skills we can offer, apart from a willingness to help. But thank you for allowing us to join you. Now, if you can tell us how we can help, we will do our utmost not to let you down. Chris stood up next. I have no doubt either that joining you is the best thing to do. We already owe you our lives. I'm not sure what I can add to the skill set, apart from my years working in a builder's merchants, helping builders plan and design jobs and getting over the many problems that entails. And, it goes without saying, a willingness to do anything to protect my wife and unborn child. As he sat down, I continued, Well, thank you, all of you. The church was darkening as the sun sank lower in the sky, indicating another day survived. It's getting too late to go on a supply run to get more materials for the vehicles, but it won't stop us planning and getting ready for the morning. If we can get started on a few jobs now, we can make the most of tomorrow. The noise level increased as everyone stood and started talking. Simon and Dave came over and said the first thing they would do was start firearms training with all the new arrivals. With the help of Shane, they unloaded more weapons from the trailer and began splitting up the new trainees into groups to begin the basics. The knights and the villagers were soon listening intently as they were shown safe handling discipline. I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the vicar wearing his cassock, holding an assault rifle, practicing inserting and ejecting a magazine. How the world had changed. Becky had gathered a few people and they were clearing an area to extend the sleeping space, enabling it to accommodate us all. No one was idle. Everyone had found a job to do and was getting on with it. Sean and I went outside to start planning the alterations to the vehicles and to draw up a list of materials we would need. We had plenty of tools and the generator to power them. The van, as I had thought earlier, was easy to plan. We just needed to add the ubiquitous and proven wedge to the front and protect the driver and passenger in the cab with mesh, if we could get it, or sheeting with holes cut in it to provide vision. The bus, on the other hand, gave us more options to consider. We could simply add a wedge and protect all the windows, but that didn't give the occupants the ability to fight any zombies from the safety of being on board. The bus would provide a more comfortable place for the large group we now had to travel in. But if, for some reason, it became separated from the main convoy, the occupants would need to be able to defend themselves. After playing around with a few ideas, the best solution we came up with was to cover all the windows with bars or mesh, but to remove the glass from every other window and the seats by them to create an area where they could fight from, either with guns or spears. If it didn't work, we could always change it. The one thing we both agreed was essential was to cut an escape hatch in the roof on both vehicles. In the fading light, we unloaded the tools we would need and started to cut holes in various places on the bodywork of both vehicles, so when we got the materials we could begin immediately. The children were already asleep when darkness and exhaustion finally drove us inside. Keeping the noise down as much as we could, we barricaded the church door for the night and settled down in the pews. The flickering of candles provided enough light for everyone to see each other and to get around without tripping over anything, but most importantly, not waking the sleeping children. Bottles of wine and beer were opened, and the group sat around, enjoying each other's company, before tiredness and the need for an early start reminded us of the need for sleep. 43 people, with regular lookout changes and a snoring dog, slept soundly. Chapter 6. The early dawn light streaming through the church windows woke me and a few others up, and we gathered in the kitchen area, quietly grumbling about the early hour and drinking the first coffee of the day, as one by one we were joined by more bleary-eyed adults, who too seemed unwilling to communicate much, until they had a mug of steaming tea or coffee in their hands. Eventually, everyone had had a drink and some breakfast, and we felt ready to start the day. Bob told us there was a farmer's supply warehouse in a nearby village that should provide us with all we would need to work on the vehicles, so Simon and Dave quickly planned the mission. Dave and Jim would remain behind to continue weapons training, while Simon took Dave's place next to me in the Volvo. Sean would, as usual, be driving the tractor, with Louise to accompany him. Both looked pleased at the news. Simon then explained that he wanted to take some of the knights with us, but the problem would be mobility. Wearing a heavy suit of armour would make it difficult and slow to climb up and down the ladder to get in and out of the trailer. Not only would they enhance our fighting capabilities greatly, but also they were the youngest and probably the fittest amongst us. And if we had to load a quantity of heavy material onto the trailer, then it made sense for them to be there. Sean spoke up. I was thinking about this last night, Simon. Watching Ian failing to get into the trailer when we left Bristol got me thinking. The rear of the trailer hinges from the side, but the locking bar is on the outside. If I make one for the inside, it would be easy enough to make a ramp that we could drop in place. Then it would be a lot easier for everyone to get in and out and make loading stuff on a lot better too. If I can get it right, we could get a lot of fighting men on the ground quickly. Simon thought about it for a moment. How long will it take you? Half an hour to rig something up. I can improve it later. Good, you have 20 minutes. Right then, while Sean's doing that, can we all muck in and clear the trailer to make space for what we hope to get? When we get back, we'll need to distribute all the ammunition and other goodies we got from the soldiers the other day. Sean, can we also give some thought to how we mount the light machine guns we've got to the trailer, and possibly the Volvo too? If we get those right, the amount of fire we can accurately put down Could be a game changer if we get into deep shit. The large quantity of rifles and shotguns, military and sporting, that we collected from both Bickley Barracks and the gun shop, along with the huge amount of ammunition we'd amassed from both places, and from the soldiers we met on the M5 motorway, made a truly impressive sight when it was stacked in the cool interior of the church. But would it be enough to keep us safe? Sean, true to his word, had drilled some holes in the trailer and made a crude but effective locking bar that would enable the rear of the trailer to be opened from within. With the vicar's permission, he'd also used the wood from a couple of pews to make a ramp. He designed a simple but clever system of ropes to get it on and off the deck of the trailer. If you pulled the ropes one way, it extended out and dropped to the ground, and if pulled in the opposite direction with a little more effort, it lifted it back onto the deck. Using the theory that it could take his weight, it could take anyone's, he got Ian, wearing full armour, to climb up it to see if it worked. Grumbling about getting a fat boy to try it first, Ian tentatively climbed up the ramp. It creaked and sagged in the middle but held his weight. When he reached the top, he got us all laughing as he performed a little victory dance, which in his armour looked more like he was having a fit. We were ready to go then, so Simon quickly got everyone else he'd chosen to come on the mission on board both the trailer and the Volvo, and we waited while the ones staying behind cleared the barricade of cars out of the way. Only Bob joined us from the newest additions to the group, because he knew the way. We explained to the others that because they hadn't had enough experience fighting from the trailer, or any training using the zombie spears, that they shouldn't come. Besides that, they needed more training to use the guns, and thankfully they understood and saw the sense in it. We hoped this mission wouldn't take too long, and space was at a premium because we were all so hopeful we'd be loading a large quantity of supplies, so every person we took along needed to be the most competent we had. Sean already had directions from Bob, but if we had to change from the pre-planned route, then Bob's local knowledge would be vital. With a final wave, we left the church. Sean drove over the 1 or 2 zombies that had wandered into the village green overnight, on our way out of the village. You couldn't hear their moans over the noise of the engines, but their lives ended abruptly again as they futilely tried to stop our progress by walking in front of the blood-smeared plough attached to the bucket on the tractor. What was left of them banged against the wedge at the front of my vehicle when they emerged from under the trailer's wheels. The farmer's supplies was on the edge of another village, and had obviously not opened on the morning the apocalypse had hit. The gates to the yard were still locked, and the place looked deserted. Simon quickly climbed down from my car, and using a pair of bolt croppers, cut the chain locking the gate, and slid them open to allow us to drive into the yard, closing it behind us. Before allowing us to disembark from both vehicles, he and Steve did a full check of the area before declaring it clear of the undead. I could see from my vantage point standing on the seat of my car that the large yard, with its neat stacks of timber, fencing and all the paraphernalia that a farmer needed to manage his land and livestock, was a treasure trove that would provide us with everything we would need and more. When everyone gathered together, we started work. Everyone apart from Louise, whom Simon had told to stay on the tractor to stand guard for us. The forklift truck, sitting in an open-sided shed, would make loading a lot easier, but the key was predictably not in the ignition. It was almost certainly going to be locked in an office in the warehouse and sales counter, located in a corner of the yard. So 3 of us grabbed the bolt cutters and went to break open the shutters securing it. The skylights provided enough light inside for us to see around once we pulled the shutter open and used a sledgehammer we got from the trailer to smash the door open. Easily finding the keys that were on a hook in the manager's office, we took them outside to help load up. Simon was standing next to a Land Rover Defender 110 that was in the livery of the company we were in the process of robbing. He was trying the door, but it was locked. I knew exactly what he was going to say, so I said it for him. "I'll go and look for the keys, shall I?" He nodded with a big grin on his face and pointed to a large twin-axle trailer next to it. We just found ourselves a new scout vehicle, and if we hook that baby up, we can take a lot more stuff back with us too. If we can work our magic on that too, it'll give that Chelsea tractor of yours a run for its money. Leave my bloody Volvo out of this, will you? It's got us this far, hasn't it? I said, as I walked back into the warehouse to find the keys. The keys still had the Land Rover keyring on them, making them also easy to find. Walking back through the shop, I could see that we needed to take a lot of things that were stored in there too. The shelves were full of hand tools that would make great zombie killers, and boxes of screws, bolts and other fittings that would probably make constructing our Mad Max-style vehicles easier. Then I noticed a small sign above the sales counter, informing customers that shotgun licenses must be shown for cartridge purchases. Brilliant, I thought, as I went searching for the place where they stored them. The heavy-duty locked door at the back of the manager's office proved no match for the long crowbar I took from the shelf. It revealed a large quantity of shotgun cartridges of all weights, mainly in 12-gauge, but I spotted a few other gauges too. We had to take them as a priority. Walking outside, I handed Simon the keys to his prized Defender and told him I needed 2 others to help so we could start emptying the shop too. The forklift was making the job of loading up a lot quicker and easier than expected. Simon agreed and told Chet and Bob to go with me. Grabbing a trolley each, I gave them a quick idea of what to grab as I headed with my trolley to the manager's office. Chet and Bob both did a male version of the hit 90s game show Supermarket Sweep, loading their trolleys with axes, hammers and pickaxes, and a plethora of other tools, grabbing armfuls off the racks and dumping them in the trolleys as fast as they could, before running to the next item they spotted. I took mine to the cartridge store and began to clear that out too. When the trolleys were full, we pushed them as quickly as we could and dumped their contents first in the back of the Volvo and, when that was full up, into the back of the Land Rover. I couldn't help myself as I dragged the theme tune from deep in my memory and began to sing it loudly as we continued to fill the trolleys. Chet and Bob joined in as they charged around the shop, banging the heavily overloaded trolleys off shelves as they failed to make the corners. Once I cleared all of the cartridges from the store, I joined the other 2 and loaded anything else I could see that was worth taking. From dog food for Horace to work boots and coats, we threw everything we could into the trolleys. Simon, meanwhile, had hooked up the trailer to the Defender and was driving it around the yard, loading as much as he could onto it. I took him some tie-down straps I'd taken off a shelf so he could secure the load properly when he'd finished. We were dripping with sweat and exhausted from all the running around and heavy lifting, but we had done amazingly. Within an hour, we had gathered more materials to armour the vehicles than we needed, and had gathered more supplies that would be essential to our ongoing survival. Another successful trip, but a shout from Louise drew our attention to the fence surrounding the yard. The noise we'd been making had attracted some unwelcome attention. Zombies were beginning to line the fence surrounding it, and we could see more coming. Their simple brains couldn't distinguish between a fence and the main gate. Most of them just pressed futilely against the steel mesh fencing, thrashing their arms against the barrier, biting it in their frustration at knowing we were there, but being unable to reach us. A few were at the gate, pushing at it, making it rattle on its runners. None of us was too concerned. The gate and fences were strong enough to hold them back, and we were almost done and would be on our way back before the numbers grew to the level that could cause the fence to be compromised. Still, we decided to err on the side of caution and call it a day. We'd taken more than we needed, and the real work would start when we got it all back to the church. I helped Simon finish strapping down the load to his trailer, and then helped the trailer occupants lift the ramp back into place and close the rear door. They had loaded so much onto it They were almost standing level with the top of the sides and were busy jamming lengths of timber down the sides to try to hold the load steady when they were moving. Simon and I agreed, as we finished strapping the trailer, that it would be best for him to travel in the middle vehicle in the convoy, where the 2 armoured vehicles could help protect him if need be. Common sense, really, but planning ahead had got us to where we were now. Chet was the last to climb into the Volvo. I could see that by now between 15 to 20 zombies were clawing at the gate. We had no time to waste. The priority was to get back to the church as quickly as possible, so we could start adapting the vehicles. I picked up the radio. "We haven't got the time to mess about and deal with those buggers at the gate by hand. Sean, stay where you are. We'll deal with them from the car. Once the gate is open, drive through and cover us as we close it." Louise came back immediately. She'd become the tractor's official radio operator, leaving Sean to concentrate on driving the behemoth. "No probs, Tom. Be careful." Pulling up to the gate, I stopped at an angle, facing it, and the 3 of us stood. Simon was now driving the Land Rover. He was adamant that he didn't want anyone riding shotgun for him, as the vehicle didn't have any protection on it yet, and it would only put someone else in possible danger. We picked up our rifles and took aim. The red dot sights and the range, virtually point blank, made it easy for us. With each shot, another zombie fell back from the gate, its head a mess of oozing blood and brains. As soon as the last one fell, Steve jumped down and slid the gate open. Attracted by the noise and movement, every zombie lining the fence and heading towards it started to shamble in our direction. Steve calmly stood, shooting at the nearest ones as we all drove through one by one until Sean stopped the tractor and everyone on board joined in to provide cover for Steve as he pushed the gates closed and climbed back aboard the Volvo. The second his feet hit the seat, I pipped my horn to indicate to Sean it was time to leave. We picked up speed and retraced our steps back to the church. "It's pretty much one straight road back to the church from here, isn't it?" Chet said as he sat down. I looked in the rear mirror and could see the remaining zombies following us. "Yes, mate, there were 1 or 2 junctions, but the route is the obvious one to take. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? That in an hour or 2 that lot behind will be paying us a visit?" He nodded. "Let's get back first. There didn't seem to be that many, but you're right, we can't forget about them." 15 minutes and a couple of stray zombie kills later, we arrived back at the church. With the barricade of cars back in place, we dismounted from the vehicles and began unloading what we'd scavenged. We were still 43 and a dog, but we now had an extra vehicle. Chapter 7. With everyone helping, apart from the lookout in the steeple, we soon had the materials unloaded from the vehicles. Stacking it all into similar piles to enable us to work out what we had, we began. Dave had continued weapons training while we'd been gone, and when we told him our suspicions that we might soon get more unwelcome visitors, he immediately saw the opportunity to take their training to the next level. They were ready to start learning patrol skills, and the chance to combine that with some live firing at what we reckoned would only be a small number of the undead was perfect timing. He called a quick meeting to decide who was going to do what. He wanted to take one large patrol out, consisting of all the new arrivals, with the exception of Bob, the policeman, and Dave, the villager we'd first seen in the tower, who both claimed to have some mechanical know-how, making them useful to help in adapting the vehicles. He included a few more experienced ones just in case. Gathering nervously together, they listened as Dave and Simon gave them their last few instructions before they left the safety of the churchyard. All holding either an assault rifle or a shotgun with bags containing extra magazines or cartridges over their shoulder, they set off. The knights looked out of place as they held their shields and chosen weapons in their hands, but now with the addition of a modern weapon slung over their shoulders. Dave told me he'd thought about getting some of them to bring their crossbows, so he could see for himself how effective they would be. But the need for them to gain experience in handling the weapons from this century overrode his curiosity. Wincing at the noise the generator made when it started, I looked up at the steeple, where I could see the children taking their roles as lookouts seriously. They all stood, looking through binoculars, ready to warn us at the first sight of anything untoward. The noise we would be making, cutting and drilling, would make us by far the noisiest target in the area, and make us a mecca for any wandering ghouls. I couldn't dwell on it, though. We had a task to complete, and limited time to get it done. I had to trust others to do their jobs. The children had radios with them to communicate with both Simon and Dave, who were leading the patrol, and with us. Dave, ever the planner, had given them a rough plan of the village and instructions on how to read it, so they could, via the radios, direct them to any sightings. Most of us in the churchyard had pistols in holsters around our waist, and our main guns close to hand to protect the perimeter if need be. All in all, we were in good shape. The churchyard filled with the sound of screeching metal and power tools as we cut, drilled, bolted and welded the framework to the vehicles. It didn't have to be neat, it just needed to be strong enough to do the job. And with the experience we'd already gained, progress was swift. Starting on the bus first, a team constructed the supports for the wedge at the front, while others stripped some seats out from the inside and removed some of the windows to make areas to stand and fight. One problem we encountered was that we had more jobs to do, and people able to use them than power tools available. Work was stopping as people had to wait for others to finish using a certain tool, which was laying idle by their side most of the time when they put it down to fix a bolt or get more material to carry on. Calling a halt, I reorganised how we worked. One person who was the most competent in using a particular tool was allocated it full-time. He or she would then go where they were needed and cut or drill or weld for another person, and would then move on to the next who needed their help. Others I allocated to rotate around the ground and help where necessary, either by holding something while bolts were fitted or by fetching anything needed. The improvement was immediate, and after a bit of shuffling around as people found the role that best suited them, the pace of work really picked up. Soon metal panels, which I was reliably informed were mobile sheep hurdles, were fixed over all the windows. An escape hatch had been cut in the roof and a ladder fixed for access to it. The wedge was taking shape and looked as sturdy, if not more so, than the ones we'd previously constructed. When what I considered the basics were complete, I moved some teams over to start work on the van. The plan was to complete the bare minimum, i.e. the wedge at the front, window protection, and an escape hatch to all the vehicles, and then, if time and materials permitted, to return to them and do whatever else we could think of to improve them. The radio clipped to my belt emitted a loud bleeping to indicate someone wanted to talk. The noise we were making made it impossible to hear anything, so I walked to the other side of the churchyard. It was Dave, updating us on their progress. They'd patrolled the whole village, slowly working their way out from the centre in widening circles, practising drills and manoeuvres as they went along. They had encountered the occasional zombie, usually trapped in a house or car, and they'd all gained real-life experience in killing them. He'd reported finding plenty of food supplies in most of the houses they'd entered, so that would make it worthwhile planning another trip if time permitted. The idea was worth considering. We had sufficient food now, but there were a lot of us to feed. The plentiful availability of food we had already discussed. The whole country had fallen so quickly to the virus that we knew there should be a lifetime of tinned and preserved foods available from not just households, but supermarkets and the warehouses that supplied them daily. We'd already raided one of the hundreds, if not thousands of lorries transporting all those goods around the country. Finding enough to eat was one of our lesser concerns, but as Sean had kept repeating his prepper's mantra from the first time we'd met him, if it's there, take it. If we had the time and could do it without risk, it was an option worth considering. They'd found a few push bikes, and he'd send Jim the Marine and Noel the young barman to scout further afield to see if they could locate the zombies we suspected were heading our way. They had identified a good ambush location on the village outskirts, where the road ran between two solid walls, and they were busy training the new recruits on how to reinforce and construct firing positions. Jim and Noel had been told that if they found them, to lead them to the trap they were busy preparing. He ended by promising to inform us that they were going to open fire if they appeared, so we wouldn't be alarmed by the sound of guns firing. The Land Rover, with its simple construction and rugged build, made it the easiest to convert. Once a few body panels were removed, revealing the chassis, it was a simple job to fix extra supports to it. I think the boys had got a little more excited about working on the Defender than the other vehicles, and the preliminary design that Sean was working on would turn it into a fully armoured car, completely encased in mesh panels with a mount for a machine gun. He was struggling with how to design, build and mount a fully rotatable cupola on the roof, though. I attempted to steer the excitable, chatting group as they stood staring at the problem back onto a more sensible course, but got drawn into the discussion and soon began chipping in with my own ideas. It took a stern warning from Becky, who had noticed the lack of work going on, to drag us back to the here and now and remind us we still had the basics to complete. The sound of cutting and drilling and sawing filled the air again. Dave transmitted over the radio that the zombies were in sight, not in numbers to worry about, and the firing would begin soon. The first shots made us stop and listen. The crack of single rifle shots and the booms of shotguns sounded controlled and not panicked, indicating that Dave and Simon had the situation under control. With complete faith in them, we continued working. 10 minutes later, Dave reported that they had eliminated them all and were on their way back, and reported an ETA of 15 minutes. I looked at my watch. It had just passed midday, and we had achieved so much already. OK, we'd been up and about since sunrise at about 5 a.m, so we'd already worked a virtual full day, but still, it once again showed what teamwork and cooperation could achieve. Stanley's excited voice crackled through the radio, telling us that the patrol was in sight. "Come on, everyone," I said. "Let's open the barricade and welcome them back. I think we deserve a breather for a few minutes." I turned the generator off, and once the ones on patrol had made their weapons safe, under the watchful eye of Simon and Dave, and leant them up against the side of the church, they joined us in the shade cast by its high walls, grabbing bottles of water from a few boxes a thoughtful person had got from the church. As everyone sat, Simon and Dave remained standing and walked into the centre of the circle the group had naturally formed. "Well done, guys," Simon began. "Let's spend a few minutes on an informal after-action report. As far as I'm concerned, you all did great for first-timers. You all maintained good gun safety generally." He looked at the vicar. "Even you, vicar, got the hang of not pointing the dangerous end at anyone eventually." The vicar smiled, and everyone who'd been on the patrol chuckled. "Thank you, Simon. I forgive you for the profanities you kept shouting at me to remind me. But next time, can you keep the good Lord out of it, please?" "Deal, vicar. Unless, of course, you decide to point a rifle at me again when I don't not know if it's loaded, or if there's a round in the chamber, or whether the safety might be on or off. Things like that make me forget about being nice. And trust me, vicar, I was being nice to you earlier." He waited for the sniggering to subside. "Anyway, let's put that aside. You cannot expect to get it right all the time. That's what training is for, so it becomes second nature to you. The bollocking I gave the vicar was for the benefit of all of you. Trust me, you will all make that mistake, and my job is to minimise that and to keep you all safe. He was just the first one I spotted doing it. As for the rest of the patrol, good job. You listened, you never got sloppy, and you never hesitated when killing the few we found here and there. Marksmanship is something that will come with time. That was the first time most of you have fired a gun, and the proof is, you got them all. Neither Dave, nor I, or any other of the more experienced shots fired our weapons in support when they approached. I'm sure you'll all be called upon to use your weapons again soon. And the next time, you'll find it easier, and your accuracy will improve. Overall, well done. Now, take 10 minutes, and then go and strip and clean your weapon as we've shown you. We were still 43 and a dog, but a more confident 43. As for the dog, he was yet to wake up and was lying in the shade of a tree. Chapter 8. Refreshed from the short break, we continued working on the vehicles, determined to get the work done before the end of the day, which would enable us to leave the following morning. With many more willing hands, the pace of the work picked up even more. The children were released from lookout duty in the spire and were allowed to run around the churchyard to get rid of their pent-up energy. Horace the Labrador briefly roused himself to join in with a game of football, until apparent exhaustion once again drove him back to the shade of the nearest tree to recover. Simon spent some time admiring the work that had been done so far to what he was calling his defender, before sitting down with Sean and a variety of fittings and clamps we'd scavenged from the farmer's supply shop to try and make a mount for the light machine guns. By late afternoon, we were the proud owners of 5 heavily armoured, zombie-proof vehicles. A few of us were still working on them, because improvements could always be made, and as we had so much material available, it seemed a shame not to use it. The rest of the group, organised by Becky and a few other women, changed focus to loading the vehicles for the journey tomorrow and deciding who would travel in what vehicle. We reckoned the trailer, with its impregnable high sides, was still the safest transport we had. It was the obvious place for the most precious and vulnerable of the group to travel. Obviously that group was the children, overseen by Maud, and Nikki, who we now knew was pregnant. The 2 vehicles that were the easiest to exit from were the bus, and now also, following Sean's alterations, the trailer. The nights would be split between these 2 vehicles, with the plan forming that they would be the first to put feet on the ground, as it were, and, protected by their armour and weapons, and the rest of us with guns, create a perimeter to enable others to disembark. The bus looked formidable. It would provide more comfortable transport for a lot of people, and still be able to transport a large quantity of supplies. It had a wedge at the front and back, and was surrounded by steel sheeting. We had decided to only fix a wedge to the front of the van. It would carry a portion of our supplies, but would have space for more should we find any. Leaving easy access to the rear by not fixing a rear wedge would enable it to be loaded quickly. Even though the work done to the Land Rover was roughly the same as my Volvo, it just looked a lot cooler. Even though I did try to remain loyal to my trusty Volvo, I did find myself casting an occasional envious glance in its direction. Sean and his friends loved it. As preppers, they told us they'd given a lot of thought and discussion time to what would make the best bug-out vehicle, or BOV. A Land Rover was always top of their list, and they often admired pictures others posted on forum sites showing off their own vehicle. They assured us that any of our vehicles, but especially the Land Rover, would be the centre of attention at any preppers' convention or meet. The fact that we could now ignore any laws or regulations governing the condition of vehicles allowed on UK roads helped. On a normal day, if we tried to drive any of our vehicles on the roads, we would find ourselves quickly in trouble with the police. Now the only things trying to stop us would be the undead. Bob and Dave had yet to go on patrol, as they had been helping with the vehicles, So Simon took them out, along with a few others, to give them some experience. Sean insisted on joining them, saying he hadn't had a chance to try fighting any zombies, wearing his armour yet, and he wanted to get used to the feel of it again. Much to his friends' amusement, which they tried very badly to hide, Louise helped Sean on with his armour. He spent time explaining what each piece was called and how it should be buckled, and stood there as she reached around him attaching them. Ian couldn't contain himself any more and walked over holding an item in his hand. He got her attention and handed it to her. "Louise, I don't think he had one of these in his kit bag. It's very important that he wears it. We all do when we're fighting." She looked at what he'd handed her. It was a cricket box. A shaped plastic cup, edged in padded leather, designed to protect your private parts when batting in cricket. Handing it back, she kept a straight face, saying, "Oh, don't worry, Ian. I've already made sure his is in the right place." She held it in 2 fingers and extended her arm to let it dangle in front of Ian's nose. "Anyway, this must be yours because it's far smaller than the one Sean has. I can't imagine it'd fit anyone else either, so you may as well have it back." Completely beaten again, and with nowhere to go from such a good put-down, all he could do was accept the dangling box and walk back to his mates, enduring the laughter of them and everyone else who'd heard the exchange. Simon handed out rucksacks to all who were going on the patrol, explaining that they might as well use the opportunity to gather more supplies. On the previous patrol, they discovered many full cupboards. Therefore, the patrol would fulfill 2 aims: to further everyone's training and to gather extra food that was just sitting there waiting to be scavenged. The lookout in the spire reported seeing a few more zombies approaching. We were the noisiest thing around, and as long as we remained so, they would always be attracted to us. Once they were ready, the patrol, after a last equipment check and briefing, reminding them about the need for safety and to be constantly alert, scrambled over the church wall and walked across the village green in the direction the zombies were reported to be approaching from. Soon, the occasional flurry of shots reminded us that danger was never far away. By the time they returned an hour later, each carrying a bulging rucksack, the vehicles were all loaded, and their contents secured against shifting during the journey. We were ready to go as soon as dawn broke the following morning. Simon and Dave organised a whole community drill so people would know what to expect when on the road. Everyone boarded their allocated vehicles, and once the vehicles were full of passengers, it became obvious that some of the contents would need to be shifted around. We practiced a few scenarios until we were satisfied we had the best configuration of people and supplies. We then had everyone practice using the spears and hand weapons to fight imaginary zombies surrounding the vehicles. This highlighted a few minor improvements that would make it easier for the ones on the bus to fight. The knights then trained on exiting the trailer and bus as effectively as possible. The bus proved simple. Holding their shields ready, once the door was opened and the metal gate reinforcing them swung back on its hinges, they could exit the bus 2 at a time and create a shield wall, holding back any threats as more exited from behind to support them. After a few attempts and changes to the tactics, they'd worked out the best way to do it. The procedure to exit the trailer, on the other hand, needed more work and thought to get it right. The rear door swung open easily enough, and the ramp could be deployed with not much effort. It was when they walked down the ramp potential problems became obvious. The angle and narrowness of the ramp made walking down it difficult, especially when encumbered with the full weight of their armour. It was hard to swing their weapons or protect each other with their shields until they reached the ground, which meant the first few down would be vulnerable. When they were clear of the ramp, they could form their defensive wall and fight effectively. With practice, this could be done reasonably quickly, and the ramp raised and trailer door shut, protecting the occupants inside. If the ramp was made wider, it would become too heavy to move quickly and potentially expose the ones left in the trailer to danger. No easy solution came to mind, apart from not exiting the vehicle at all when there were too many zombies, so we decided to adhere to that policy. Anyway, from experience, we thought we probably had enough firepower to keep any at bay, without the need to step down from the vehicles, and we could always keep moving to find a safer place to stop if need be. The light machine guns were mounted on brackets Simon and Sean had devised for the trailer, and, much to my jealousy, also for his Land Rover. It now looked even better. From their fixed positions, they could lay down an accurate and deadly amount of firepower. The Marines assured us that they alone should be enough to keep us safe, without even considering all the other weapons we had. The bulk of the work was done, and, finding myself at a loose end, I went to find Becky. I wanted to spend some time together, even if it was only a few moments. Taking her hand, we walked away from the others and sat on a bench in the shade of a tree. We were far enough away to get some privacy, but still able to view most of the churchyard and all the activity still going on. The children had stopped running around and were all sitting together under the shade of another tree, laughing and talking as if they didn't have a care in the world. Laying our weapons aside, but still within easy reach, I held out my arm, and she leant against my chest, and we silently hugged for a few minutes, both just taking in what was going on around us. "This all still seems so unreal," Becky said quietly. "Occasionally, I've found myself thinking that this is all a dream, and soon I'll wake up in our caravan at St Agnes, and we'll head off to the beach again, but that life, normal life, now seems so far away and distant that it can't be a dream. What we've done and experienced over—" She stopped and thought for a while. "How long has it been now, Tom? A week now? I can't even remember. It's unbelievable, but what we're doing now seems normal. 2 weeks ago I was pushing a shopping trolley around a supermarket, rushing so I could make it to the gym class before picking up the kids from school. And now I'm sitting on a bench in a churchyard, watching over my kids, ready to grab a gun and, without hesitation, shoot in the head what was once a normal person, just like you and me, just so my children can live to see another day. Tell me I'm dreaming, Tom, please." I used to get annoyed at other mums on the school run and their pathetic attempts to drive their stupidly big cars, wishing sometimes I had a gun so I could wreak my revenge. And now, you know what? I have a gun, and would probably, without a second thought, use it on them, just because they deserve it. Is that wrong? I chuckled, and you used to moan at me and my road rage. Just be thankful that school runs are a thing of the past so you won't have to. She snuggled in closer. I don't think you could write this story. Look at what we've done, who we've met, and what we've achieved. It just doesn't seem believable. If you hadn't got us out of that campsite, and at the time I went along with it, even I thought you were having some sort of breakdown, you would be dead along with millions of others. You knew what to do." She was quiet for a few minutes. "I haven't said thank you yet. Thank you, Tom, for saving us. I now think we stand a chance to survive and make whatever life we can out of all the chaos that's happened." A few more minutes of silence and quiet understanding passed between us. I looked across the churchyard and all the activity still going on. Jeff, Alex and Jamie were holding crossbow instruction for anyone who wanted to go, using a large oak tree as a target. The value of those weapons hadn't been fully explored, with everything else going on. I'd fought beside Sean as he'd used his when we thought we were done for at the farm on the moors, and it seemed like an age ago now. Up to a certain range, the crossbows were effective and silent killers, and all his friends had brought a few each with them and a large supply of bolts, so there were a lot to go around. Sean and Jim were still tinkering with the vehicles, all the time adding to the strength and effectiveness of them. Sean and Steve the Marine had now taken Stanley, Eddie and Jim, and Bob's children, Charlie, Bertie and Josh, and Victoria's son, also called Josh, to the church wall, and had begun to teach them how to use the 2.2 rimfire rifles. While they'd slept last night, we'd agreed it would be a good idea to start their training as soon as possible. The 2.2 rimfire rifles were amongst the rifles we'd collected from Shane's gun shop, and with their low recoil, they were a great introductory gun to train them on, and a proven zombie killer, after using the one I got from the farm to great effect, before I'd upgraded to a more powerful military-grade weapon. Shane and Steve had volunteered to instruct them. The other parents and I agreed that having a non-family member and relative stranger teaching them would be a good idea and make them concentrate more. I watched, and they were all listening intently and being as grown up as possible. Not one of them wanted the warnings given to come true, and not be allowed to fire them if they messed about and couldn't be trusted. Becky, darling, I know there's nothing we can do about it, but do we need to worry about the children? Most of them have already killed their fair share of zombies with the spears, and all of them have witnessed sights that wouldn't be allowed in most horror movies. It must be having a deep and profound effect on all of us, so what will it be doing to the children? They're killers now. The rules of the world have changed. It's now acceptable to kill. I'm sure a psychologist will have long and fancy words for it, but I just don't want it to fuck them up, that's all. One day some sort of normality may return, and they'll need to be able to adjust. We both watched as the children, under close supervision, began to fire the guns, aiming at the various cars lying abandoned around the village green. Their excitement at hitting something they were aiming at was evident from where we sat. The skills they were being taught were not for shooting for fun at targets or tin cans, the things children would usually practice with when first learning to shoot, but rather to end the existence of something that had once lived, but which now wanted to attack any of us to satisfy its hunger for human flesh, and all to keep the virus alive and spreading. Well, Tom, Becky said with a sigh, all we can do is keep a close eye on them and keep giving them a chance when we can to just be children, to run around and play and forget the world around them. And when do you really think this will be over? We need to reach this castle we're all hoping will provide the sanctuary it promises, and then take it from there. We don't know how long those things will keep going. Will they rot and fall apart eventually, or will they go on forever? There are millions out there all over the country. We can't kill them all, just the ones that are threatening us. We could be stuck behind the walls of Warwick Castle for a long time. Who knows is the answer to that. All we can do is take each day as it comes and keep going. If all goes well, we might even reach Warwick tomorrow, but I doubt it. We've got to try and find Louise's family near Cheltenham, and then Steve's in Worcester first. And who knows how long that will take. We'll plan the route and all the alternatives tonight, but I imagine it'll be slow going. 5 vehicles won't travel as fast as 2, and we're restricted by the speed the tractor can go. 2 days at best is my guess. I looked at the vehicles. Sean and Jim were still working on them, using the time to add more fixings or extra bits on here and there. They looked great. Yes, they were not as neat as they could have been if they'd had the benefit of a machine shop and all the specialist equipment it contained. What we'd previously done had been tried and tested and was known to work. Using that experience, they knew what was needed, and given the limited time and proper materials, they'd worked wonders. They would all protect the occupants, and each vehicle would have its own use. The bus and the van would transport most of our equipment and people. The tractor, with its weight and power, should be able to clear blockages and cleave through zombies. The trailer it towed provided an impregnable fortress and an excellent fighting platform. The Volvo and Land Rover, both heavily protected and modified, could go wherever they were needed, to scout ahead or be agile enough to thin out the undead and provide protection and support for the other vehicles. A lot of the materials we had got from the farmer's supply shop remained unused. We decided to reload the most useful items onto the trailer we'd already got and hitch it up again to Simon's Defender. If we got into any trouble or needed it, it could easily be unhitched and left behind, or reattached after we'd finished whatever we were doing. We had the radios to communicate with each other to coordinate on the move. Sean had already said he would keep a lookout for vehicles with Citizen Band (CB) radios fitted, as they would make communication easier and extend the range. Even with the advent of mobile phones making them obsolete, he knew some truckers still preferred to use them, so he was confident that given time, he would find enough for us all. We both stood up to join the others, refreshed by the normality of having the chance to sit down and spend time together. Everyone else was also finishing their various tasks. The final items were being loaded onto the vehicles, and the children were finishing off cleaning the guns they'd been using. One by one, as jobs were completed, the group slowly drifted into church, attracted by the delicious smells of cooking food wafting out of the door. 43 people, and a dog that had now woken up and looked hungry, gathered in the church for their last night. Chapter 9. We waited patiently in our vehicles as the vicar bustled around, carrying the last few items he wanted to save from the church to the bus. There were no items of real value, but he told us that if he was going to continue to look after our spiritual well-being, he needed the tools of his trade with him. Once the last vehicle had left the churchyard, we pushed the barrier back into place and made sure everything was secure. As with the farm on the moors, it had provided us with safe shelter, and it would for any others that might come across it if we left it secured. A sign was nailed to the door explaining who we were, where we had come from, and where we eventually intended to reach. We left a small cache of supplies as a gift. Forming the convoy, everyone stood at their allocated positions and watched as the church fell from view. Dave, following the map and the route we had marked on it with his finger, gave me advanced warning of approaching turns. The plan was to head to the M5 motorway, which we knew was clear after meeting the soldiers who had come from Cheltenham, and making the best speed we could. Then to leave the motorway at the nearest exit to the small village where Louise's parents lived. Maintaining a slow but steady speed, we drove down narrow country lanes. I couldn't see much from my position at the rear of the convoy, only seeing the evidence from the warnings given over the radio of a vehicle pushed to one side to clear the way, or zombies crushed by one of the vehicles in front or re-killed by a spear as they passed them. By the time ones that had fallen victim to the plough emerged from underneath the vehicle in front of me, there was not much left of them. The occasional one would still be thrashing about, even though most of it had been mangled beyond recognition, showing that, unless you destroyed the brain, they could still be a threat. I always tried to aim for the head to end another one's existence. An hour later, and not encountering anything that gave us a problem, we drove down the slip road and onto the motorway. The way ahead, as we had been promised, was clear, and Sean picked up the speed. Steering around abandoned vehicles, the miles slipped away. Louise's voice came over the radio, stopping our chatter. Slowing down. There is something written on the side of a van ahead. Slowing to a crawl, we followed in a line until a call over the radio told us to stop. I pulled out from behind the van to see what was going on. A van was sitting across 2 lanes of the motorway. Writing was crudely sprayed in large red letters along its side. Road closed. Pay a tribute to pass. What the hell? I said. The soldiers didn't tell us about this. Dave was looking ahead through some binoculars. It may not have been here a few days ago. I can't see much from down here. He picked up the radio and asked if anyone could see what was going on ahead. Sean came back. The road looks to be completely blocked about a mile ahead, but I can't make out much more than that. We need to get closer. Simon pulled up beside me and stood on his seat. I did the same so we could all talk. Dave, it's time to see if the scout vehicle theory works. Both of us will go and check it out. Leave everyone else here. There's enough of them to protect themselves. These guys, whoever they are not military. Who asks for a tribute these days? It's probably some punks hoping to score some easy supplies from some poor sod. What happens if they're a group like us? Chet asked from the seat behind me. Do we give them something to let us through? Dave turned to him. I can guarantee they will not be like us. That sign says it all. I can't tell you how many similar signs I've seen in piss-pot countries all over the world. It will be some local wannabe hard knocks, thinking they can get easy pickings without having to work for it. The problem is, in most third world countries, those kids carry AK-47s, so you have to handle it carefully. Here, we haven't a clue what, if at all, they'll be armed with. We should do this carefully, and let me do the talking. Simon, unhook the trailer and stay to our side, to cover us with a gun. Everyone else, get your weapons up and ready. We may as well show them we aren't to be messed with. I looked up at Becky, who was looking at me from the side of the trailer. Stanley and Daisy stood by her side, and they all had worried looks on their faces. I waved and mouthed, "I love you," at them. Then I slid down in my seat and started the car and pulled slowly forward. Simon followed slightly behind me and to the side. Jim stood ready, standing on the passenger seat of the Defender, his shoulder pressed against the mounted machine gun, ready to fire if necessary. Dave, Chet and Daniel stood on the seats, all holding a weapon, visible and ready. The closer we got, the clearer it was to make out that the motorway was completely blocked by a barricade of cars and vans. I couldn't see beyond that from my position in the driving seat, but from Dave's vantage point standing up, he reported that it looked as if they'd formed a small fort of cars surrounding a few lorries. Its position by a bridge going over the motorway would make it impossible to get around. I saw a few heads looking over the cars facing us as we drew closer. Dave had the binoculars pressed to his eyes. I can see a few of them. Can't make out how many there are, but it does look as if they have some guns with them. He chuckled. Well, with my eyesight, they're either broomsticks or guns, but they're holding them as if they're guns, so that'll do. Let's assume they're armed and not particularly friendly. It can only get better from that position. I stopped about 50 metres away. A man stood up on the barricade. He held a rifle with the stock pressed against his hip and the barrel pointing up into the air. Dave muttered, "Look at the idiot. Does he think he's fucking Rambo or something? The only thing holding a rifle that way will impress is his own ego." The man shouted something, but the distance made it unintelligible. "Pull closer," said Dave. "When we stop, keep it in reverse, and be ready to go if I shout. And to everyone else, if you see anyone point a gun in our direction, do not hesitate, shoot them. I do not have a good feeling about this." 3 cars lay abandoned ahead, doors open, their contents scattered around them. "I'd say from the look of those cars, these boys have met a few others," Dave muttered quietly. Passing the cars, I could see a few bloodstains, but no evidence of bodies. Dave signalled me to stop 20 metres from the wall of cars. He shouted in a friendly manner, "Hello, how are you doing? You seem to have a nice setup here, and we would love to stop and chat, but we need to continue our journey. If you would kindly move some cars out of the way, we'll be past and on our way before you know it." The man, who was still standing on the bonnet of a car and holding what looked to be a hunting rifle, stared back at us. He was in his early 20s and was wearing jeans and, despite the heat, a leather jacket. I think he was taken aback by the intimidating sight of our vehicles, with men standing, some in uniform, pointing not just assault rifles and shotguns at him, but a machine gun mounted on the Land Rover. He turned and spoke to others hidden behind the barricade. More heads slowly appearing. I couldn't see any more firearms, but that didn't mean they didn't have them just out of sight. He seemed more confident now he had more support. "Did you not see the sign? We own this piece of road now, and in return for us keeping it clear of walkers, you must pay to pass." "What do you have to pay us with? If you're from the army, then, as we're doing your job, you must give us some of your guns, so we can keep helping people." I heard a few snorts of laughter from behind the barricade. "I'm not authorised to give weapons to non-military people, son, so that's not going to happen." Dave waved his arm at the cars lying abandoned around us, with their contents haphazardly dumped all around them. "And if you're helping people, as you say, what happened to the ones in these cars? They didn't want our help and decided to walk from here," he said, a smile spreading across his face. Dave stared at him long and hard. "Son, are you going to let us through? I haven't got the time or patience to get into a pissing competition with you. You will not get any guns from us, full stop. But if you let us through, we can give you some other stuff that might be of use to you." The man, obviously feeling he had the upper hand, despite all the guns pointing at him, replied, "No guns, no pass." Dave sat down next to me. He must be off his head on drugs or something if he can't see the danger that he's facing. But the problem is, we don't know what we're facing either, and I'm not going to risk getting into a needless fight with those idiots. I'm sure we'd win easily, but one of us might get injured or worse. They're just not worth it. They're up to no good, and any other day I would say we deal with them. But we need to keep moving and not put any of us at risk. I say we turn around and find another route. Just let me check with Simon, see if he agrees." He picked up the radio and explained his feelings to Simon. He also agreed that, even though he wanted to teach the young idiot a lesson in manners and humanity using his knuckles, caution would be the best policy. Dave stood up on his seat again. "OK, you win. We'll find another way. Before we go, though, you may think you're big and hard hiding behind those cars, stealing off whatever poor sods you find. But haven't you noticed? The world has gone to shit, and whatever game you think you're playing will only end badly for you unless everyone starts helping each other." The man laughed at him. "Piss off, old man. We can do what we want, and no one can stop us." I couldn't hear the rest of his words as I reversed the car and turned it around. Dave, who had heard the rest of what he'd said, was fuming. He wanted to jump from the car and beat the crap out of him. I was trying to calm him down when Daniel, who was still standing on the seat behind me, facing towards the roadblock as we drove away from it, was thrown backwards, followed immediately by the loud boom of a gun being fired. His limp body slumped down, and he came to a rest facing upwards at an angle between the front seats, with his head resting on my lap. His face was a bloody mess. Blood poured from the back of his head, covering me. I screamed in shock and panic. He had obviously been shot and was in a bad way. I slammed my foot on the brakes of the car so I could tend to him. Dave roared at me, "Fucking drive!" And then to everyone else, "Fire! They're shooting at us!" With one hand on Daniel's ruined head, I put my foot down hard on the accelerator. As the car shot forwards, I was deafened by Dave and Chet firing their weapons at the receding barricade. I could hear the machine gun firing controlled bursts from the Land Rover as it too sped along beside me. Futilely stroking his head, I was shouting over and over, "Daniel, you're going to be okay, hang on in there," as the car sped towards the rest of our convoy. I was soaked in his blood. I glanced at him, knowing but not wanting to accept that no one could survive the devastating wound he had received. Ahead I could see the tractor, bus and van already turning around. They could see and hear we were in trouble and were heading back at breakneck speed, so they'd had the presence of mind to start moving. I slowed down as I neared the convoy, staying behind them as we drove down the motorway, back the way we had come. Chet was still firing long bursts, but Dave stopped and leaned down into the vehicle. He took one look at Daniel and screamed, "Fucking bastards!" He quickly sat back on the seat and, reaching into a pouch, pulled out an aid kit. He raised his head, inspecting the wound, and held a wound dressing against the back of his head. Placing his head gently back, he said quietly, "I think he's gone, mate." Tears flowed down my cheeks, and I kept stroking his head, not wanting to accept the truth. Soon, Simon's voice came over the radio. "We're out of sight of them. Let's stop and regroup." Chet had also stopped firing when he looked down at Daniel as he lay sprawled across the car. Chet now sat in the rear seat, silently staring at Daniel, tears flowing down his cheeks. In a dreamlike state from the shock, I stopped when the others did. Chet and I were out of it, unable to process what had happened in the last 60 seconds. Dave took control. "Simon, we have a man down. Daniel's been shot. You maintain the perimeter while I'll deal with it." I didn't hear the rest of the exchange, but was aware of Dave jumping out of the vehicle. Moments later, he jumped back up, and standing on the bonnet of the car, he leant through the hole on the roof. "Tom." I ignored him. He gently tapped me on the shoulder. "Come on, Tom. We need to get him out of there, so I can check him properly." That snapped me out of wherever I was. "Of course, how shall we do this?" "Lift him up, and I'll get his shoulders. Chet, support his head, and hold that dressing on as we lift him." Chet leant forward, his hands quickly covering in blood as he held Daniel's head in both hands. I reached under his arms, struggling to lift the dead weight as Dave reached down to help. Chet's arms were fully extended, and he couldn't hold the bandage in place any longer, and it fell back into the car. More blood poured over me as we struggled. It became easier when Chet lifted his legs, so he wasn't tangled between the seats. With one final unceremonious heave, Dave pulled him out through the roof and called for help. Within seconds, more helpers appeared, and he was quickly lifted from the car, and he disappeared from my view as he was laid on the ground. I sat staring at the blood on my hands and clothes. Becky, calling my name, roused me once again as I stood on the seat and climbed out of the Volvo. As soon as she saw me, she screamed, "Oh my God, Tom, are you hurt?" I was coated in blood. My clothes, my hands and my face were all covered. No, darling, it's not mine. It's Daniel's. They shot him as we were driving away." All eyes were on the few attending to Daniel, all crouching around his prone body. 2 minutes of fervent activity later, they all slowly stood as one and stared at his body. Dave walked away from the group, returning with a blanket which he laid over it. The act, a clear signal to us all that we had lost one of our own. I stood, staring at his corpse, the anger welling up inside me. We had all witnessed people dying since this began, but they had been killed by the undead, screaming and fighting as they were overwhelmed, howling in pain as the first bites and gouges were taken from their living flesh. Daniel had not died that way. He had been killed by a fellow survivor, and that did not seem right. As a group, all we had done was help other survivors when we met them. The harsh reality of the new world we lived in slammed home. It wasn't just the walking dead we needed to protect ourselves from. Evil wasn't just confined to them. Evil was still rife among the living. At a time when humanity needed to band together, to help each other, to survive, to see another dawn, there were some who did not see the world that way. The group each showed their grief in their own way. We all had tears running down our faces. But some stood sobbing, bearing their raw emotions to the world, while others stood silently, grim faces betraying the rage and anger they felt. 42 people and one dog stood in the sunshine on the M5 motorway. The blanket-covered corpse of one of the group marked another day we would never forget. Chapter 10. Needing to reorganise, and with no zombies in sight, we pulled the vehicles into a protective ring. Sean backed the tractor to fill the final gap, and the rear door of the trailer swung open, the ramp lowered, to allow those inside to disembark. Simon told a few to stay on guard while the rest of us gathered within the protection the vehicles provided. Jeff, wearing his armour and his mace resting on his shoulders, walked up to Dave. "What are we going to do about those bastards? We can't let them get away with this." 15 minutes ago, Dave began, I was suggesting we find another way round them. It wasn't worth risking any of us to try and fight through them. Now, though, I personally want to go and kill every last one of them to make them pay for what they've done. They cannot continue doing to others what they've done to us. I feel we have a duty to anyone who is still surviving out there to deal with them. He paused and looked around. But this needs to be a group decision. We still have a mission to complete, and any delays could have consequences for those family members and friends we're going to try to find. All eyes turned to Louise and Steve. They were the ones whose families we had promised to get to, and therefore could directly be affected by any delays caused in getting to them. Louise spoke first. Sean was standing beside her, and she took his hand, and wiping away the tears from her face, she spoke confidently. I don't know if any of my family are still alive. I hope to God they are. But in reality, I think we all know that the chances of finding them living are very remote. I do want to try, though, because not knowing would be worse. If they're gone, then I can deal with that, but a part of me knows that they most probably are, and is already grieving for them. Daniel was one of us. Part of our new family, if you want to put it that way. His death cannot go unanswered. And as Dave quite rightly said, they cannot be allowed to continue. We owe it to everyone still living to eradicate anyone we come across who thinks they can use the new shitty world we're living in to cause suffering and death to others. I think we were all impressed by the eloquence and passion of her speech, and we all remained silent for a few moments, digesting her words. Steve spoke next. He put it more simply. Daniel was a great bloke. Those bastards need to pay for what they've done. I say we go get 'em. I looked around, catching the eye of each one of them as they all silently nodded their agreement. The game had changed. Not only were zombies our targets, but survivors, albeit ones that had lost their humanity. The planning began. Simon and Dave spread a map out. The nearest exit from the motorway was about 5 miles behind us. Tracing the route back from the bridge that crossed the motorway above where the gang had constructed their camp, we could see the road did lead to that junction. A frontal assault was briefly discussed. We could lay down an overwhelming amount of fire. But we didn't know how many guns we'd be facing, and they'd already proved that at least one of them was a good, or maybe just a lucky shot. That was deemed too risky. The map showed that the road leading to the bridge ran parallel to where we were, and it was only a few hundred yards away, across the fields adjacent to our current position. Dave sent a small patrol out to investigate if the road could be accessed from the motorway. They returned, reporting that, apart from the wooden fence that kept livestock from wandering onto the carriageway, the gates in the fields enabled access to the road. When questioned further, they reckoned that not only the Volvo and the Land Rover would easily make it, but the van should too. The fields, baked by the long hot spell we were experiencing, sloped gently enough so it shouldn't lose traction or get bogged down. Gathering everyone around, Dave explained the plan. I would take the lead in the Volvo, and the van would follow me, breaking through the fence and making our way across the fields until we joined the road. All the Marines would be included in the mission, supported by half of the Knights and 5 others. They would pack into my car and the van. The Land Rover would approach to within effective range of the barricade and open fire. This would hopefully get their attention and keep their heads down. Shane, who had proved to be a crack shot, would either fire at any target that presented itself from the Land Rover, or disembark from it if a better position could be found. A knight would accompany him for protection from zombies. Once we got close enough to the bridge, we would approach on foot. The knights would provide the protection, killing any zombies silently with their weapons to enable us to get into position without drawing attention to ourselves. Dave and Simon would then reconnoitre forward to plan the final attack. A radio call telling everyone to cease fire, once acknowledged, would signal the start of the assault. Everyone else would remain behind, sealed up in the tractor, trailer and bus. There was enough of them to defend both, and, if need be, they could start up and use their ploughs to destroy the undead if they became too numerous. A simple plan, but one that needed separate groups to coordinate. Dave and Simon both expressed a high confidence in our abilities and in a successful outcome. Once again, time would tell. 15 minutes later, the buzzing of this hive of activity had come to an end. All were in their allocated positions. Weapons and ammo had been checked and double-checked. The ones chosen to man the machine guns, both in the Land Rover and trailer, had received a crash course in how to fire and reload them from Jim and Simon. Following agreement from the parents, the children who had begun their training on using the 2.2 rimfire rifles the day before were issued with them. All of the trained Marines and a good portion of the more experienced civilians were going on the mission. Therefore, the addition of another 5 armed people in the trailer would offer extra security and peace of mind for those of us not going to be there. After a final wave at loved ones and friends, we prepared to leave. The Land Rover drove slowly forward and disappeared from view over the crest of the road. Soon the harsh sound of the machine gun fire shattering the silence signalled it was our time to depart. The van followed closely as I drove up the grassy bank that lined the motorway. Slowing as I approached the wooden fence, I aimed at the middle point between posts and kept going. The rails cracked and broke, the simple act of destroying something making me smile as we bumped across the fields, heading towards a gate in the corner. Finding none of the gates locked, we were soon on the road, heading for the bridge. Driving slowly to keep the noise down, we crept towards the spot we'd picked out on the map as the best place to leave the vehicles, to approach the final distance on foot. And we disembarked, standing in a group around Dave and Simon, waiting for our final instructions. Dave spoke quietly. "Right then, guys and girls, Simon and I will check the lie of the land ahead." He pointed at Jamie, who was wearing his full armour and had his axe over his shoulder. "Could you come with us, please, to watch our backs and to deal with any undead? The rest of you, wait here. I don't need to tell you to stay alert. The amount of noise we have been and still are making will surely be attracting them from miles around. To be fair, I'm surprised none have appeared yet. Jim, you're in charge while we're gone, so the rest of you, just do whatever he bloody tells you, okay?" Without further ado, he turned, and with Jamie following, his armour clinking at every step, and Simon bringing up the rear, they set off down the road and disappeared around a bend. Following Jim's instructions, the rest of us who remained crouched in an outward-facing circle. The only sound was the not-too-distant rattle of the machine gun, interspersed with spaced single cracks from what must have been Shane sniping at any targets of opportunity. I crouched, holding my rifle in the ready position, as I had been shown, my trigger finger lying flat against the weapon just above the trigger, ready for anything that might come towards us. I felt tense, and glancing around, I was sure the others felt the same. We'd fought zombies dozens of times already, mainly from the relative safety of the vehicles, or on foot only when it was completely unavoidable, or when the odds were in our favour. This was the largest operation we had mounted, and it was against the living. I didn't feel any moral objections to what we were about to do. They had needlessly killed one of us, and had no doubt in their hopefully short reign of terror killed others or condemned them to die by stealing whatever possessions they had and refusing to offer shelter. At no other time in human history had mankind needed to work together to forget differences, be they political, race, gender or whatever, to survive. But despite all that, the bad side of human nature could override basic common decency. It didn't take a genius to work out that there would be enough supplies and equipment lying abandoned in shops, warehouses and homes to keep the surviving population going for a long time. This was due to how quickly the virus had spread, but you just had to be brave enough and organised enough to go and get it. Some, though, would still take the easy option and steal from others. These were the first of such scum we had come across, and I was certain they wouldn't be the last. How we dealt with others we found needed to be discussed between us when the time was right. The sound of chinking armour drew my attention in the direction Simon, Jamie and Dave had left. They rounded the bend at a full sprint, Jamie, even though he was carrying a full weight of armour, keeping up with them. Breathing heavily from the exertion, Dave spoke. "The situation has changed. There's a massive horde heading down the motorway towards their position. I can't tell how many, but they stretch back as far as I can see. There must be thousands of them. All I know is that it's bigger than the one we faced back at the base. I don't think their walls will keep them safe. There are just too many of them. Not that I care what happens to them. My concern is that they're heading towards us." He looked at us. "Anybody have any suggestions?" My first thought was to get back to my family. If the horde was as big as Dave was telling us, we needed all of us together to protect ourselves. "I vote we go back now. Their defences won't hold against that many, so they're done for. Let's get the zombies to do our dirty work for us." Most nodded in agreement and started back towards the vehicles. Dave, the knight, stopped us. "Hang on, folks. Why don't we help the zombies out a bit? We came here to kill those bastards. If we can knock a few holes in their walls and stop them escaping over the others, job done." Dave the Marine answered, "So you're suggesting we use the zombies as a weapon?" "Yes, mate. They did it a few times on The Walking Dead." "And are you suggesting we adopt tactics from a made-up TV show?" He laughed. "It's not so made up now, is it? I do think we should watch the show again as a sort of training video. We're living in the same world now, and most of what happened to them might happen to us. It should give us some good ideas." It was Dave's turn to laugh. "Right then. All of my years of military experience are being overridden by some scriptwriter in America. Oh well, I can't think of anything better, so let's get on with it. If we put our foot down, we're less than 10 minutes away from the others. So, we've got plenty of time to do this and get back. Are we all in agreement?" We all were, our anger at Daniel's death fueling our need for revenge. "Simon, get on the radio and let everyone know what's going on. Tell whoever is on the machine gun to stop firing. We don't want any stray rounds coming our way. But tell Shane to continue sniping. From what I saw, they've already got a few of them, and it will keep them concentrating in our direction watching us, and not watching the way the zombies are coming from. Watch out!" 2 zombies had approached unnoticed and gathered from around the side of the van, 10 metres from where we were all gathered. We all raised our weapons and took aim. Simon quickly shouted, "Don't fire. We need to keep quiet." "Don't worry, we've got this," Jamie cheerfully replied. "Jeff, with me, mate. I'll take the one on the left." They both casually sauntered up to the pair. One looked to be untouched by any injuries, so most likely succumbed in the initial stages of the virus spreading. His clothes were ripped and tattered, probably from his wanderings as an undead monster looking for his next meal. The other was a woman who was naked, her wounds visible for us all to see. Her neck had an obvious bite wound, and her stomach had been ripped open, so her intestines bulged out, hampering her progress as she kept stumbling on a trailing piece of gut. Had they been husband and wife? Had the man turned first and attacked his wife as she slept beside him, infecting and turning her? The bonds of their relationship seemed to be somehow keeping them together in their new existence. Jamie swung his axe, taking the woman's head clean off her shoulders. Jeff swung his mace overhead next. The man's head caved in, and brains and blood sprayed out of his ears, nose and mouth. I watched as they fell, their bodies falling on each other, the man's arms lying across what might have been his loved one in a final embrace. Simon got our attention. "I'll take the blame for that. Bloody rookie mistake, though. We stopped checking our perimeter when we were all having a lovely chat. He looked at Dave. Maybe we do need to watch The Walking Dead. I'll need to get up to speed on this zombie thing. Right then, let's get on with this. He took a radio out of his pocket and informed the others what we were planning to do, and to get ready for our speedy return. Once they had all acknowledged, we got ready. The machine gun falling silent was our signal to approach the bridge, seeking shelter under some trees that would hide us, but give us a view of our target. And once in situ, we planned what to do next. The horde of approaching zombies was clearly visible. They filled the motorway from side to side, hemmed in by the fences, and stretched back as far as I could see, easily numbering in their thousands, maybe tens of thousands. It looked as if the entire undead population of a town or city had left as one mass, searching for their next meal. I remembered watching a documentary a while before about migrating animals, and it said that sometimes the herds grew so massive that the ones at the back starved to death, due to the lead ones eating all the available food as they cut a swathe through the land on their journey to fresh grazing. The similarity was eerie, but probably true. All the available food sources in an area, i.e. humans, had been exhausted where they were, and now they gathered together and, as one, had started to move on to find a new source. They were migrating, forming a massive and unstoppable tide of undead flesh-eating monsters. We'd already observed and agreed that they tended to coalesce, some primeval programming still left in the brain, probably telling them that they could hunt better together in packs. Would these individual groups eventually meet and form a superherd? Probably, I guessed. We could one day find ourselves facing millions of them. Our objective, Warwick Castle, needed to be reached as soon as possible. We didn't yet know if it would be suitable. If it was, I imagine there would be a lot of work to do to make it impregnable against an untold number. Time was of the essence, and if it ran out and we weren't fully ready, we could be in serious trouble with nowhere left to run. The thugs hadn't spotted them yet, and were all, as far as we could tell, crouching behind the bullet-scarred barricade, facing the direction where the firing was coming from. Occasionally, one of them fired a wildly aimed shot in that general direction. Not all of them were armed, but most did have either a shotgun or rifle. We were in a rural area, so one or more of them had either owned them or known where to get them from. I counted 4 bodies lying amongst them, victims of either Shane or the machine gun. Simon began positioning us amongst the trees, picking spots where we could each fire upon them if need be. He, Dave and the other 2 Marines then ran in a low crouch onto the bridge, staying in the middle to avoid being spotted, and crawled to positions directly overlooking their sight. The horde kept coming, each shambling step bringing them closer, their groans and sounds of thousands of bodies stumbling along, audible to us now between the crack of Shane's high-powered rifle. It would only be a matter of time before our enemies heard them too. Glancing around, I could see we all had our weapons raised, everyone using a tree or fallen branch as cover, silently observing them through their sights. Dave, Jamie and Jeff, holding their weapons, faced the other way, ready to protect us from any that might appear from the other direction. One of the gang eventually became aware of the noises coming from the direction opposite that which they were facing. Curiosity made him brave, despite the sporadic incoming fire, and he ran towards the opposite barricade. Standing still for a few seconds, he stared, gawping at the approaching terrifying spectacle. His brain slowly comprehended what he was looking at, and he cupped his hands to his mouth to shout a warning. A single shot rang out from one of the Marines on the bridge, and he fell before he could raise the alarm. This shot, being fired from a new, close and unknown location, caused immediate panic amongst the remaining gang members, who, crouching even lower, urgently looked around to try and identify the new threat. A few shots were fired, but nothing came anywhere near us. Their fallen comrade lay unnoticed at the other barricade, the blood from the single gunshot to his chest staining the road around him. The throng of zombies stretching back along the motorway was almost up to the wall of vehicles. We had been warned what the Marines planned to do, so when Dave bellowed, "Cover!" everyone threw themselves down flat behind whatever cover they were already behind. The 4 metal orbs, thrown by experienced arms and aimed at the same spot, exploded simultaneously. The shockwave from the exploding grenades passed over us and we looked up. A hole had been blown in the barricade. One of the cars lay on its roof burning, and the smoke and dust cloud blanketed the area, making it hard to see beyond that spectacle. Knocked off their feet by the explosion, the gang members slowly picked themselves up and stared at the hole that had inexplicably been blown in their defences. Panic replaced their stunned silence when the first zombies appeared, staggering through the wall of smoke and dust. Not having the ability to know or care, some had walked through the flames pouring from the car and had caught fire themselves, their fiercely burning clothes turning them into human torches. Unable to feel pain, they carried on walking, heading towards the now completely panicking and freaking out gang members. Those with some presence of mind held their ground, raised their weapons and fired. The zombies, pressed by the uncountable masses behind and forced through the narrow gap created by the explosion, were propelled through like a cork out of a bottle. Within seconds they realised that fighting them would be futile, and they began looking to escape. Empty weapons dropped as they headed to the nearest wall of their barricade, any thoughts of working together forgotten as it became every man for himself. I aimed at one, scrambling over the barricade nearest to me, took aim and fired a short burst that punched holes through the roof of the van he was trying to scramble across. He stopped in shock until another burst of fire from me that just missed him persuaded him to try another route. Others were doing the same, not allowing them to leave. They were going to answer for and pay with their lives for what they had done. I noticed the bodies of some gang members remained unmoving after being fired at, killed by either a badly or well-aimed warning shot, depending on your point of view. Everyone who tried to escape I sent scrambling back, bullets flying around their heads as their pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. The zombies kept surging through the gap, rapidly filling the square created by the vehicles. I had seen none escape. I did not feel any guilt. They had sealed their own fate when they shot Daniel. When the line of cars began to buckle, pushed aside like toy cars by the sheer weight of numbers pressing against them, it was time to leave, to get back to the others. I took a few seconds to watch what we had created after gathering up my ejected magazines. The camp was filled with snarling, groaning beasts. One of the gang must have locked himself in a van. It was rocking as it was pushed at from all sides. They wanted the prize that was inside, and nothing was going to stop them getting it. The van toppled over, crushing some as it fell. I could hear the man's shrill screams of panic, trapped as he was, with no possible means of escape. The windscreen buckled, pushed inwards as it gave way to the snarling faces pressing against it, the screams of terror changing to howls of pain as they reached him and began feasting on his living flesh. Dave and Simon had left the bridge and called for us to join them back on the road. "Well done, guys," said Dave. "Let's double time it back. The back wall of the barricade has already been destroyed by them, and it won't be long until they break through the one facing us. We need to get back and find an alternative route around them." The others had not been idle in our absence. They'd already thoughtfully dug a grave for Daniel and laid his body in it. We gathered round as the vicar conducted a brief but emotional service at his graveside, and we all said our last goodbyes. Following that, and in the time it took us all to board all the vehicles, Simon quickly went to retrieve his trailer that we'd abandoned earlier. Starting our engines, we followed Sean as he led the way back down the motorway to find a route around the impassable mass of the undead. 42 people and 1 dog silently kept watch for the next threat as they continued the journey. The dog not so much. He was asleep again. Chapter 11. The route Sean chose took us back over the same bridge we had just been on. We couldn't help but slow down and gawp like rubberneckers, reducing speed to look at a crash on another carriageway as they passed it. The barrier of cars had been destroyed by the advancing zombies, their weight of numbers unstoppable. Still stretching into the distance, the compact mass of countless thousands continued their journey south in their search for their next meal. At Weston-super-Mare, we'd been forced to divert off the motorway when we'd found it blocked by a vast mangle of crashed and abandoned vehicles and thousands of zombies. If they kept on going straight and didn't deviate from the obvious straight route, they would eventually meet. Joining together, and if they kept going, their eventual destination would be the end of the motorway at Exeter, and from there following the same route we had taken, but in the opposite direction, deeper into the southwest, towards Cornwall. I thought of Willie. Would he remain safe, protected by his isolation in the wilds of Dartmoor? If we had a ham radio, we could contact him and warn him. Sean was already on the lookout for CB radios to scavenge from trucks, but we also needed to look out for the telltale signs of a house with a radio antenna rigged up on the property somewhere and take it. Had the soldiers found their families safe and well? The chances, I knew, were slim, and with the massive pack of undead slowly heading their way, I also hoped they wouldn't encounter them. Despite their armoured vehicles and firepower, their only chance of survival would be to avoid them, retreat, and only pick fights they could win. Dartmoor. In the days following the group's departure, Willie worked tirelessly, reinforcing and improving his perimeter, building walls higher, adding extra barriers of wire fences and more early warning tripwires and flares. Being alone, he knew it was impossible for him to maintain an effective all-round guard, so he ensured that what he built and improved would offer him the best protection. The house he turned into a fortress, strengthening the shutters and keeping the now heavily armoured tractor and trailer parked up against its wall, so if need be, he could climb down from an upper window and escape. He built defensible outposts around his property and further afield, places he could keep watch from or run to if caught unawares. Hidden in each was a small stash of food and extra ammunition. Already a very organised man, he catalogued his food and equipment supplies. Augmented by his foraging and hunting skills, he knew he could survive indefinitely at his farm. If he took people in, though, as he had promised and was prepared to do, the extra mouths would eventually put a strain on his resources. Using his intimate knowledge of the moors from his years living on them, he began patrolling further afield. Visiting the nearest properties to him first, he quickly became adept at dispatching the previous occupants if they were still living there, taking any food or other supplies he found back to his property. The trip to the nearest shop nearly ended in disaster when the hotel and pub that was next door to it spewed out a crowd of zombies, attracted by the noise he'd made breaking into the shop. A few desperate minutes ensued as he hacked, punched and kicked his way through the enveloping horde. His stubbornness refused to let him be beaten by them, though. Nothing would stop him completing the task he had set himself. An hour later, he had hunted down and killed every last one of them, gaining knowledge at every kill about the nature and capabilities of his new enemy. It took him the rest of the day to empty the shop and transport what he needed home. When darkness forced him indoors, he sat in his usual chair and planned the following day's missions and targets. He had always been contented, living alone on the moors, happy with his own company, never imagining for even a moment that he would want to share his peaceful, happy but solitary existence with anyone. And then Maud came along. Loneliness was a feeling he had never experienced before, but he found his thoughts often turning to her and the rest of the group that had sought shelter at his farm for a few short days. Eventually he came to realize that the physical pangs he was feeling and the sense of emptiness in his heart was disappointment. He had missed an opportunity, one that had never happened before to him, and one that, as far as he knew, would not fall to him again. He missed them, the companionship and camaraderie that had made his home come alive again. It reminded him of what he missed about his time serving in the armed forces, a sense of family. But most of all, he missed Maud. When she'd asked him to join them, he had refused without hesitation, content to remain in the nice, peaceful existence he had created for himself, a decision he now regretted. Not being one to dwell on regrets, he forced himself to put those feelings aside and continue with his new mission and goal in life, to seek out and offer help to anyone he could. The problem was he had not found a living soul yet. He had found evidence of people camping recently on the moors, and on one occasion, on the edge of the moors, found the still smouldering and glowing remains of a campfire, and evidence of a hastily departed overnight rough camp. He followed the trail, hoping to find his first survivors. Zombies scattered the path, evidence of a bitter fight for survival. Re-killed, and from what Willie could tell, it had happened recently. Willie quickened his pace, hoping he could reach them in time to help. He found them a mile later. They had attempted to reach one of the granite tors that towered from the ground in many places over the moors, seeking the safety the castle-like rocks could provide. This one unfortunately had sides too steep to climb, and they had become trapped, forced into a small cleft in its side. Zombies littered the ground around the entrance, all with their heads smashed in from whatever weapons they had been carrying. One, he noticed, still had a golf iron with a broken shaft sticking from its skull. The loss of the weapon had sealed their terrible fate. At the end of the narrow cleft, 3 zombies were still feasting on the bodies. Willie's anger grew. The family had almost made it, killing over 20 in their desperate fighting retreat, only to have their main weapon break with only 3 left to fight. The whole unfairness of it turned his anger into rage. He had almost found his first survivors. He could have offered them shelter and safety, a chance to live. Instead, he had missed them by probably no more than 30 minutes. The rage increased as he began to feel guilty. He had let them down. Why hadn't he left earlier that morning? He'd selfishly sat having a second cup of coffee, waiting for the dawn to show itself on the horizon, while this family was fighting for its existence. He let his rifle drop on the harness that held it to his body and pulled the adapted light sledgehammer he'd chosen as his preferred close-quarter weapon from the straps that held it to his pack. One end of the head he had sharpened with an angle grinder for use as a piercing weapon. The other he'd left as a blunt head smasher. It was light enough, so when it was swung, it didn't unbalance him, but still had enough weight to it to make it deadly. Still feasting on their latest victims, the 3 zombies hadn't noticed Willie. Previously, he had always, out of some inbuilt sense of fairness, got the attention of any zombie he was going to kill, enabling him to attack them face to face, and not, in his opinion, in cowardly fashion from behind. This time, he did not afford them that luxury, and stepping forward into the narrow opening in the rock, he swung his weapon hard overhead, time after time, the blood and brains from their smashed heads and bodies splashing up the rock in some macabre new version of a cave painting. Eventually, with his anger subsiding and his rage spent, he stepped panting from the exertion, from the cool shade cast by the rocks, into the bright sunlight shining over the moors. Sitting down heavily on a rock, he took a long pull from his water bottle, before reaching into his top pocket, retrieving and lighting a fresh cigar. He sat, enjoying the silence, and looked over from his elevated position across the moors he loved, and which had been his home for decades. The exhaled smoke from his cigar slowly drifted and dissipated in the light wind that provided only slight relief from the growing heat. He pondered his next step. In his days of searching, he had found no survivors. The fact he had just missed out on saving some broke his heart, and he began to question the futility of his promise. Did this mean that all he would keep finding would be the grisly remains of more unlucky ones? Could he stay strong enough to cope with that? It was summer, and the moors would be an obvious choice for any still in the area to escape to. Winter, though, would be a different story. In a few short months, they would change from the beautiful, wild and remote place they were now to a bleak, desolate and inhospitable environment. A place where even those with advanced survival skills would question the sense of attempting to live for any period of time. If any were heading to the moors, he was sure they would have done so by now. Willie could survive. He was used to the conditions, and he had a roof and a warm fire to make himself comfortable. The conditions, he knew, would curtail his ability to patrol a wide area, forcing his world to shrink to a small radius around his farm, and isolating him even further from the outside world he was beginning to realize he now missed. As he sat pulling on his cigar, lost deep in thought, he slowly reached the conclusion that had been bouncing around in his head for the past days. His future was not on the moors. It was with Maud. The daunting journey didn't worry him. He would make it, or die trying. Decision made, he stood up, made sure all his kit was securely in place, and strode off across the land to his farm. He hoped he would not be alone for much longer. Chapter 12. Willie. Crossing the moors, Willie maintained a pace that would have broken many younger, fitter people. He had a new mission, and he was eager to start it as soon as possible. A sound came to him, carried on the wind, a distant but familiar rat-tat-tat, and popping sounds faded in and out. Knowing instantly it was gunfire, not just normal gunfire, but a machine gun firing meant one thing to him: military. The long-sustained bursts also meant they were heavily engaged. And in this day and age, that also meant only one thing: zombies. Standing still and listening to the distant sounds, he worked out the approximate direction they were coming from. They were at least over 2 miles away by his reckoning, closer to the edge of the moors. A few villages and hamlets were in that direction. It could be coming from any of a number of locations. Willie took a drink from his bottle, tightened the straps on his Bergen, and checked the other equipment he carried wouldn't come loose and hamper his progress. Muttering to himself, "Shall we see what's going on then, laddie?" he started to jog towards the distant sounds, picking up the pace as his muscles warmed and his Bergen settled on his back. Captain Hammond. Firing single shots from the window of the armoured vehicle, he aimed at the heads of the zombies nearest to him, blood and brains spraying from the back of their destroyed skulls as they fell to join the growing mound of bodies that surrounded the desperate position they found themselves in. He changed magazines and looked around, then smashed his fist against the front windscreen and screamed in frustration. The rear vehicle of their convoy, a lorry, was stuck, jammed against a wall, with its rear wheels raised off the ground by a built-up morass of crushed and mangled bodies. It was engulfed by zombies trying to reach the 2 soldiers inside. The other vehicles were similarly surrounded. Fortunately, every vehicle they had taken from the base at Cheltenham had upgraded protection built into them. So as long as the men stayed inside their vehicle, they would be protected by the armoured glass and reinforced sides and doors. The higher level of the lorries and the armoured car still allowed the men to fire down on the zombies, but the men in the lower-slung Land Rovers had to endure being trapped with the zombies pressing right up to the windows, enveloping them under a mass of flesh as they climbed up and onto the bonnets and roofs. Stuck for over half an hour, they were now just firing occasionally at the zombies surrounding them, not with any hope of being able to rid themselves of them, but out of a sense of frustration, of at least doing something rather than sitting there helplessly, watching the milling undead. When is something just going to go right for us? Come on, please, give us one break, I beg you. He had hoped that after their first desperate days, their situation would improve. First of all, they'd found themselves battling through the streets of Cheltenham, until forced to shelter in a house for days until the horde moved on, enabling them to get back to their base. No one was left alive at the base, and with no command contactable to get further orders, they had chosen to try and reach their families, based at a barracks near Exeter. Taking what they wanted from the vehicle pool and loading them with everything they could take from the armoury, they formed a convoy and headed south. Hopes were raised when they met the group led by a few Marine sergeants, heading north in a ragtag convoy of heavily adapted civilian and farm vehicles. If they had survived, then their families might still be alive. Only to have those hopes smashed when they reached the barracks. The family housing area had no real fences to keep out the hordes from the nearby city and was completely overrun. He lost more men as they, overcome by the desperate need to reach their families and blind to the dangers they faced, left the relative safety of the vehicles and tried to find their loved ones. He had watched horrified as more of his command fell to the masses as they futilely tried to fight their way through, screaming the names of their wives and children, until the screams changed to screeches of agony and failure. It took every ounce of his strength of personality and persuasive skills to hold the remnants of his unit together, to make them stay in the vehicles and not leave as they wanted to do. They slowly drove through the housing estate, the power of the armoured vehicle crushing everything in its path. But they found no one alive. One soldier could not take the sight of his wife and daughter, both bearing terrible wounds, feeding on the remains of what had once been his friend and neighbour in the front garden of what had been their home. Before anyone could stop him, he lifted his pistol and blew his brains all over the rear of the armoured vehicle. He kept a wary eye on his men from then on. Barrels glowed red-hot from continuous firing as they drove slowly round and round the estate, blaring their horns and using the PA system on the armoured car, pleading to anyone who might still be alive to signal any way they could that they still lived. Every few hundred yards they stopped, turned off their engines, and in the relative quiet, a quiet only disturbed by the raspy growls and groans of the zombies following their route like the Pied Piper leading the rats from Hamelin, they listened. Straining their ears, they fruitlessly tried to identify shouting or banging coming from anyone who could hear them, but could not leave their hiding place. Realization eventually came to them all. Their families and friends had not survived. Some may have escaped, but to where? They'd spent hours searching and hadn't found anyone alive. The hard and bitter truth was that they were too late. They'd arrived in hope, but had only found death. If any had managed to escape, finding them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, because they could be anywhere. Captain Hammond was at a loss what to do next. He had led his men south to reunite them with their families, but that was not going to happen now. He felt useless, berating himself for not being able to fulfill their goal, blaming himself for the needless deaths of more of his men when he lost control of them and they left the vehicles to search for their families. His career in the military had been until now going to plan, performing well in his various postings. He was confident promotion and advancement would only be a matter of time. The zombie outbreak had been his first fighting command, and he had failed completely, unable to save most of his men and reduced to the rank of spectator as he watched them being ripped apart. Why hadn't he thought ahead about what his men might do when they reached the base? He should have known how they might react and planned a way to keep them in the vehicles. He could have prevented another death when the poor soldier, unable to cope with the knowledge that he hadn't been there to protect his family, had taken his own life. The enormity of his failings hit him like a brick wall. He wasn't fit to be in command. He didn't deserve to even live when so many of the men he was supposed to lead had died. Slumping back in his seat, he stared at the chaos surrounding them. Pulling his sidearm from its holster, he stared at it for long seconds, tears of shame filling his eyes. His sergeant, who was driving the vehicle, glanced over at him, noticing the pistol in his hand and the tears that were falling onto it as he stared at it. Stamping on the brakes, the vehicle juddered to a halt. With a shout of, "Don't you fucking dare, sir!" he reached over and grabbed the gun from his hands. Dazed, the captain turned to look at him. "I'm sorry, Sarge. I've failed all of you. I am not fit to command anyone." "The hell you aren't, sir. If it wasn't for you, we'd have all been dead long ago. Why do you think we are the only ones to have made it? Because of you, that's why. You got us out of Cheltenham. You kept us together. Every time it mattered, you made the right decision. You led us. Sir, don't quit on us now. The lads need you more than ever now. God damn it, I need you. Without you, we won't stand a chance." Captain Hammond stared long and hard at his sergeant, digesting what he had said. The following zombies had caught up with them by now, and the vehicle rocked slightly as they pressed up against its sides, hands just able to reach the window, clawing at the armoured glass windows. "Sorry, Sarge. You're right. It just caught up with me there. I won't let it happen again. And as for you needing me, bloody hell, man, you have far more active service under your belt than me. It's you we should really be taking orders from, not some bloody upstart Rupert like me." The sergeant laughed. "That's more like it, sir. We all know that's not how it works in the Queen's Army. My job is to offer suggestions to my superior officer and stop the young gentleman in question thinking he's bloody Montgomery. As long as he occasionally listens to that advice, we should all get along fine." "OK then, Sarge. What do you suggest we do now?" "First of all, sir, I would respectfully request we get the fuck out of here. There ain't no one left, and driving around in circles is just burning fuel and wasting ammunition. We need to find somewhere to rest up for a few days. Then, do you remember that guy the other group told us about on the moors? Willie was his name, I think. His location sounds just the place we should head for to get our ship back together again. Everyone is dead on their feet. We can't go on much longer without some proper rest. After that, well, you're in charge, so I'll let you come up with something." Captain Hammond immediately reached for a map. He located the moors and stared at the sheet. After a few seconds, he turned to the sergeant. "I don't suppose you made a note of the grid reference of his farm, did you?" "Oh, no, sir. I'm a mere non-com, and as such rely on my superiors to read something as complicated as a map." He reached over and pointed to a spot on the moors. "But if I were you, sir, I think that's as good a spot to head to as any." He grinned at the captain. "Come to think of it, the Marine Sergeant may have shown me when we were having a chat." "Thank you, Sergeant. Now, if you'll be so kind as to radio the other vehicles that we are getting the hell out of here, while I plan the route." The convoy started its engines and slowly followed the armoured car as it pulverised any zombie that got in its way. All guns fell silent as the soldiers looked sadly at the housing area that had been their home for the last time. It had been home for their families and loved ones. Their children had gone to the local school here. They had played in the park and drunk at the local pub. They had kissed their wives goodbye every time they were deployed, usually with tears from them as they watched their men leave, maybe never to return. Such was army life. But now the more dangerous posting had been to stay. They were alive, where their loved ones had perished. More than one tear was shed as they watched the estate, along with their former lives, fade into the distance. The captain had not left a wife or girlfriend behind, but he could guess what emotions his men must be going through. Survivor's guilt would probably be the best way to describe it. He talked softly through the radio, trying to reassure his men that they would survive, promising them that the deaths of their loved ones would not be in vain and would be avenged. Unsure if his words were having the right effect, he stopped and asked his sergeant if he should continue. "It doesn't matter what you say, sir. These men need leadership now more than any time in their lives. It's you they will look to for it, not me. Just keep talking to them. Tell them where we're going and so on. Anything to keep their minds away from the rest of the crap that's going on." And he did. As the sergeant followed the route he had shown him, the captain kept an eye out for a place to stop. A sign for an industrial estate caught his attention, so he told the sergeant to head towards it. Finding the whole area deserted, he cut through a padlock on the gate to what looked like a transport depot, and the convoy followed the lead vehicle as it drove in. Pulling the gate closed and securing it again, he jogged to catch up with his men. Leaving the machine guns manned, the remains of his command disembarked from the vehicles and did a complete sweep of the area to make sure no surprises lay in wait. The vehicle maintenance area was in a large steel shed with a metal sliding door, which could easily house all their vehicles, and with the main door closed, it would give them a secure area, further protected by a sturdy perimeter fence. As soon as the shutter was closed, in the dim light coming through the skylights, the exhausted men turned off their engines and gathered together. The captain addressed his men, trying to bolster their spirits. An impossible job when taking into account what they had been through. Rest was what they needed more than anything. Despite his own exhaustion, he knew sleep would not find him easily. So he took the kindest action he could think of for them. He ordered them to stand down completely, and he would take watch. His men individually and silently went to find a place to bed down, each lost in his own grief and heartbreak. In the advancing gloom, the captain listened to the quiet moans, snores, and occasional sobbing emanating from various places around the room. 6 hours later, his sergeant relieved him, and despite his protests, forced him to get some sleep himself. He slept for 18 hours straight. They stayed in the unexpected sanctuary for 3 days before he felt his men were ready to continue the journey. The enforced quietness and calm gave them the chance they needed to absorb and deal with their emotions. They spent their time either alone, cleaning their weapons and kit, or tinkering with and doing basic maintenance and servicing all the vehicles. Rebuilding and strengthening the bonds that would make them an effective fighting force once more. Ensuring the gate was secure, they headed to the moors to find the man who they hoped would offer them shelter and safety in the depths of Dartmoor. Following the planned route, they slowly felt their way towards the moors via as many back roads as possible, hoping to avoid any undead that might delay their passage. It went well until they had to cross the only main road that traversed their route. The moors could be seen rising ahead, which meant they were closing in on their destination. But it also meant there were fewer roads to choose from. Only a small number of roads crossed the moors, and even though they could use side roads for another mile or so, eventually they would have to join the main road that cut through them. Stopping at that junction, they found it thick with zombies, all shambling along in the same direction. With no other option, Captain Hammond gave the order to plough through them and to keep following the intended route, thinking they would soon leave them behind as they continued. The plan came apart when they entered the village not far from the main road. Unfortunately, the way ahead was blocked by a lorry. It must have crashed at some speed into a house alongside the road because a good portion of the house had collapsed, blocking the way ahead. A quick scan of the map revealed an alternative route. They just needed to turn around and backtrack a few hundred yards to join a road which should take them on another route through the village and around the blockage. The problem was that they had attracted the unwanted attention of the zombies when crossing the main road, and they appeared as a solid wall of terror, blocking the way to their new route. The armoured car would have been able to smash through them, but that was now at the wrong end of the convoy. The lorry bringing up the rear tried to reverse through them, but the bodies all too quickly piled up underneath it, forcing it to lose control and crash into a wall, where it now lay stuck, blocking their escape route. Shaking the pain from his hand after smashing it against the windscreen of the armoured car, he looked to his sergeant. "I believe this is just about the right time for you to come up with a brilliant suggestion, Sergeant." He waited for the heavy-caliber machine gun in the rotating cupola on top of the armoured car to finish another long burst. The bullets had the power to destroy many until stopped by something more solid than flesh and bone. Each burst cut a massive swathe through the undead, and, depending on where it hit bodies, disintegrated, or arms, legs or heads flew in all directions. The relentless horde soon filled these gaps, though, and continued gathering around them in ever-increasing numbers. "Hate to say it, Captain, but I'm all out of ideas for now. But we could ask that person waving what I think is a bedsheet at us through that window over there." He pointed a finger over the heads of the zombies crowding around them at a building across the road. The window was closed, and the person couldn't be seen, but a white sheet was indeed being waved up and down in it, trying to attract their attention. Chapter 13. Willie. Willie was breathing hard, and sweat was pouring down his face, but he forced himself to maintain the punishing pace he'd set. The gunfire was getting closer with every step, and the last thing he wanted was to arrive too late to help. The firing had slowed, but not stopped, which to him probably meant that there were either fewer people firing, or they were running low on ammunition. Neither scenario much good if they were surrounded by zombies. He only slowed the pace as he neared the village, not out of tiredness, but as a practical move. The last thing he wanted to do was to rush into a situation he had no tactical awareness of. Now he was there, the last few hundred yards would need to be slow and cautious. Zombies were in the area, and bullets were also still outgoing. Getting shot or being on the menu was not something he wanted to happen to himself, for the sake of a bit of caution. The village wasn't large, so it didn't take him long to creep through back gardens and climb over fences, until he knew he was at the rear of a large house that faced the main road that went through it. Finding the back door unlocked, he slowly entered, his senses on high alert, ready to face anything he found, alive or not, still occupying it. Not discovering anything, he cautiously made his way upstairs and found a room that overlooked the front. Still mindful of incoming fire, he crawled to the window and raised his head over the sill, had a quick glance, and ducked back down again. The quick look told him all he needed to know. He had discovered a small military convoy that had become immobilized by some unlucky circumstance, and now found themselves trapped by a milling crowd of thousands of the undead. He needed to help them, but how? Shrugging himself free from the weight of his burgan and retrieving his water bottle, he took a drink from it as he sat with his back against a wall, got his breath back, and came up with a plan. The first thing he needed to do was to get their attention. With so many zombies out there, it was impossible for him to reach them or vice versa. Another burst of fire from the trapped soldiers made him wince. If they kept making so much noise, there was no way they would disperse. Yes, they were killing some with every bullet fired, but all it was doing was advertising their presence to any within hearing distance. And those guns were loud and could be heard from a long way off. If they kept it up, he might find himself trapped soon. Pulling a bedsheet from the bed next to him, he tied it to his rifle and, keeping his back against the wall, just in case a nervous trigger finger decided he was a new target, he began waving it up and down in front of the window. Minutes went by with no reaction. There was nothing else he could think of doing to get their attention, so he just had to keep at it until they noticed him. When he was about to give up and try and come up with something else, the loudspeaker on the vehicle screeched and a voice boomed out across the village. "You in the window! We see you! Are you in a position to offer us assistance?" Lowering his rifle and removing the sheet, he peered round the window. The machine gun in the turret of the lead armoured car was now facing him, and a rifle was pointing out of the window in his direction. He was not a coward by any means, but the idea of showing himself while facing a big machine gun that looked like a 50 cal and another automatic rifle did not fill him with joy. But he decided, where else would they be pointing their weapons? And anyway, the machine gun could reduce the room he was standing in to rubble in a matter of seconds. So the false security of the wall he was using for protection did not mean that much, really. Slowly, and with his hands held out to show he wasn't holding a weapon, he stepped in front of the window to show himself. After a few seconds with no incoming fire, he relaxed a bit and raised his arm in the universal sign of hello. "Are you military?" boomed the voice over the loudspeaker. "How many are you?" Willie was dressed in army surplus clothing, so the assumption was a logical one to make. He slowly shook his head to signal he was not and held up one finger to tell them he was on his own. A plan had been forming in his mind. He first needed them to be quiet so he could begin. Using more basic hand signals, he told them to be quiet and to wait. Hand signals taught in the military hadn't changed much over the years, therefore these basic instructions were easy to get across. Acknowledgement was even easier using the vehicle's PA system. "Understood," came the reply. "We'll go quiet and wait." Giving them the thumbs up, he stepped away from the window, pulled on his Bergen, and exited the house. The idea he was forming was to create a noisy diversion a short distance away, which, he hoped, would get the horde to move on. With not much more of a plan than that, he slowly worked his way through the village, using his hand weapon to pulverize the brains of the few zombies he came across that had wandered away from the main crowd. Spotting a house on the edge of the village that stood in the middle of a large plot, he decided to see if he could find inspiration there to begin the rescue mission. His plan became more solid when he noticed the propane tank that supplied the house with gas in the garden. What would be better for getting the zombies' attention than a big bang? Peering through the kitchen window of the house, to his dismay, he could see the former occupants in the kitchen. None had any visible injuries, but they had clearly turned. Without any distractions, they were all standing in the large kitchen, their heads bowed as if in a trance. In hibernation, as it were, until the chance came to satiate their hunger for human flesh. Willie hadn't had to kill any zombie children yet. He'd known the time would come, but so far all he had come across were adults. He'd seen the horrific chewed remains of youngsters, but not any live ones. "Come on, laddie," he said quietly to himself, preparing himself to do what went against all the laws of decency and moral conduct he had tried to live his life by. Harming children. Finding the kitchen door unlocked, he quietly opened it. Quickly rechecking that all his gear was in place and wouldn't hamper him, he tapped his weapon against the door frame to get their attention. 4 heads snapped in his direction. Low groans and growls issued from 4 throats as 4 pairs of eyes transfixed him. The nearest one, the husband and father, seemed to smell the air, as if relishing the smell of fresh human flesh emanating from Willie's body, before groaning louder and moving to the open door. His loud rasping call and movement was the command for the rest of the pack, his family, to follow him and feast on the meal that had appeared at their door. Willie stepped back from the doorway and raised his weapon, ready to strike. Previous experience had taught him that if you killed the first one, the ones behind wouldn't step over or around the carcass, but would invariably still take the most direct route and stumble over it in their need to get to you. The man reached the door and paused, trying to locate Willie, who had stepped a few paces back. Knowing this was the time to strike, Willie swung his sledgehammer overhead, the blunt end smashing straight down through his head, leaving an unrecognizable deformed mess of blood, bones and hair as he dropped to the floor, half blocking the doorway. The remainder of the family were easy to kill as they predictably fell over the body and lay sprawling in the doorway, their arms and legs moving without coordination as they tried to regain their feet. Willie was thankful the children had fallen face first, so he didn't have to look at their faces as he swung his weapon at their exposed heads. Dragging the limp corpses out of the way to avoid stepping over them, he entered the house. His plan was, as all the best ones were, simple. Turn the taps on the oven to release the gas and leave something burning somewhere, so when the gas reached it, it should ignite and cause an explosion. He just needed to make sure he wasn't near it when it blew. Making sure all the downstairs windows and external doors were closed, apart from the kitchen, he searched through the kitchen drawers till he found what he was looking for: some candles. He knew that the propane in the gas tank outside was heavier than air, and so, when he left the house and closed the door, the escaping gas would build up, filling the downstairs of the house slowly like an invisible flood. Opening the doors to all the internal rooms in the house to allow the gas to spread throughout the ground floor, he set the candles near to the top of a bookcase in the hallway, putting them in some handily left ornamental candlestick holders to ensure they wouldn't fall over. And then he lit them. In the kitchen, he turned on all the gas taps to the hob and oven and waited for a minute to make sure the gas kept flowing and that it didn't just stop. He knew some cookers had an auto cut-off safety feature, but fortunately, this wasn't one of them. Once he was sure, he left, closing the door behind him. After making his way stealthily back to the house overlooking the convoy, he got their attention again. Despite the military contingent going quiet and hunkering down in their vehicles, the zombies had not wandered far, and were still pressed tightly against all the vehicles. The ones in the armoured cars and lorries were okay, as the zombies couldn't see them in their elevated positions, but they still clawed at the sides of the vehicles. Willie thought, though, that it must be an uncomfortable experience for the ones in the Land Rovers. The zombies pressed their faces up to the windows, inches from their own, teeth and hands continually trying to break the bulletproof glass that provided the only protection. Signalling to them to hold fast and wait, he moved away from the window to avoid being inadvertently spotted, and sat with his back against the wall and waited. 10 minutes later, he was beginning to doubt his plan would work. He thought that surely the gas level should have reached the candle flame by now, and began to wonder if the candles had gone out or if there had been enough gas in the tank. Staring at his watch, he decided to give it 5 more minutes, and then he would have to decide what to do next. It would be stupid to return to the house to check, he knew that. So he would have to come up with another plan to get the zombies to move on. He was muttering to himself a few minutes later as he got to his feet. "Well done, you idiot. Better come up with plan B then." When suddenly his breath was completely knocked out of him, and he was thrown across the room by a huge explosion. The window shattered, covering him with glass. Lying stunned, with his ears ringing, it took him a few moments to gather his senses and realize that his plan had worked. Struggling back to his feet and wiping blood from a cut above his eye, he staggered to the window that was hanging by one remaining hinge from its frame. Almost every zombie had been knocked off its feet. All the windows, as far as he could see in the village, had been shattered by the force of the blast. Looking towards where the house had been, a huge mushroom cloud was slowly climbing into the sky, the top of it dissipating as the wind caught it. Willie chuckled to himself. "Oops, think you overdid it a bit there, my boy." The zombies slowly regained their feet, and as one they began to move towards the source of the explosion, the crackling flames and the huge pall of rising black smoke acting as a beacon for them. When the last zombie had shambled from view, he made his way to the front door and opened it. He was going to be alone no longer. Chapter 14. Captain Hammond. "What do you think he's up to?" whispered the captain to his sergeant, as they sat as low down in their seats as they could, to avoid agitating the zombies that surrounded him. "Not a clue, boss, but what other choice do we have? He seemed to have a plan. My money is on him being ex-forces. All we can do is wait and see what he comes up with." Time dragged as they sat there, the vehicle, despite its weight, being rocked by the undead pushing against it. When he returned to the window and signalled them to wait, they could do little else but comply. The blast, when it occurred, took them completely by surprise. The vehicle jumped as it was lifted on its axles and bounced around as it settled again. Captain Hammond was thrown from his seat and ended up in the footwell. Scrambling back up, he could see the damage the explosion had caused. Curtains flapped from empty, shattered windows, and most of the zombies were clumsily trying to stand back up again after being knocked flat by the force of it. His thoughts immediately turned to his men. The one in the back of the armoured car was shaken up, but okay. The Land Rovers had been swept clean of the zombies that had climbed onto the bonnets and roofs by the blast wave. And he could see the occupants inside moving, so he assumed they were also okay. "It's working! I haven't got a clue what he did, but it's working!" cried out the sergeant, as he noticed the zombies that had regained their feet begin to walk off in the direction of the rising pall of smoke created by the explosion. "What the hell was that?" muttered the captain as he shook his head, trying to get the ringing in his ears to subside. "It's what you call a bloody good diversion, that's what that was," laughed the sergeant, as still more zombies began to stream from the centre of the village. It took over 10 minutes for the last to leave and disappear from view. The only ones remaining were the hundreds killed or incapacitated by their shooting, damaged but still live ones writhing on the floor, their bodies too broken to allow them to move. The door to the house opened, and their unknown saviour cautiously stepped out and made his way over to them, using his sledgehammer to end the struggles of any that were close to him. Seeing him come towards them, Captain Hammond told his men in the vehicles to keep a good lookout, and he and his sergeant stepped from the vehicle to meet him. Willie came to attention and saluted the captain before extending his hand. Returning the salute and accepting the proffered hand, the captain spoke first. "Thank you. We were in a bit of a bind there, and frankly we were all out of ideas. You have, and I'm not exaggerating, saved our lives. I owe you a great debt." "Oh, sir, I couldn't very well leave you, could I?" Willie replied. "I've been scouring the moors for days now, and you're the first live ones I've come across. I was beginning to think I was the only one left alive round here. I promised friends I would help any I found, so all I was doing was that. Anyway, sir, what brings you here?" The sergeant butted in. "Wait a minute. You're Scottish. You fit the description Sergeant Wood gave us. You don't happen to be a certain Willie Beattie, do you? If so, you're the reason we're here." A shocked look came across Willie's face. "What?" he stammered. How the hell do you know my name?" "You know Woody." The captain laughed. "You are Willie Beattie?" "Yes, sir." "You are the reason we are here." He then explained quickly how they'd met Sergeant Wood and the others days ago on their journey south. Willie held up his hand halfway through his story and interrupted his flow. "I want to hear this, but do you think it would be a good idea to finish it off at my place?" "Just one thing, though. How is Maud?" "Yes, of course," the captain replied, and turned to his sergeant. "Can you see if that lorry can be pulled free? If not, we'll need all hands to empty it." With a "Yes, sir," he quickly turned and got to work. "Maud?" Willie's face broke into a huge grin. "Yes, sir. That beautiful woman who is most likely protecting the children like a lioness, while keeping the rest of the group behaving in the manner she expects." Smiling at the wistful look that had come across Willie's face when he finished describing her, the captain assured him that she was in good health and still keeping everyone in line. Using a chain, one of the Land Rovers, with much revving, screeching tyres and the strong smell of a burning clutch, managed to pull the lorry free from the wall and the mangled bodies that had piled up underneath it. It had sustained damage. One of its rear wheels wobbled, and it juddered alarmingly when it moved. But it moved, and that was good enough for now. It only needed to last a few miles more. Zombies could reappear at any time. There was no time to waste, so Willie climbed into the rear of the armoured car, and the convoy turned around, found its way around the blocked road, and followed Willie's directions to his farm deep in the moors. Arriving as the sun set on another eventful day, Willie prepared and cooked the first hot meal Captain Hammond and the 10 men left under his command had had for a long time. Chapter 15. Roused by the delicious smells of bacon frying and coffee, Captain Steve Hammond and his men gathered at Willie's large kitchen table. Willie was himself refreshed after having his first good night's sleep for days, and he was in a good mood. This was mostly due to Captain Hammond's insisting they did guard duty to give him a night's peace. Singing to himself as he bustled around the kitchen, he heaped bacon, sausages and eggs onto a platter for the men to help themselves from. The captain noticed that his men seemed in better spirits too. A night sharing stories, discussing the future, and drinking fine whisky, in between a not very onerous guard rota to interrupt their sleep, had done wonders. A new chapter had started in their lives, and now they had a mission to take their minds away from the terrible grief that had been looming over them. Willie had relied on his isolated position, being his main defence. But after witnessing the horde that had almost overcome Hammond and his men, he realised that the possibility of an unstoppable mass one day appearing at his walls and fences was something that only luck or fate would decide. To him, it proved that the decision he had already made to leave was the right one. Not just because he wanted to be with Maud again, but staying could be more dangerous than the journey he was planning. The soldiers had also agreed in discussion the previous night to accompany him on the journey. With their families gone, there was nothing left to hold them to any particular area. They'd already met this group, and no one could deny that their plan was a sound one. Captain Hammond had issued no orders and did not influence the decision, knowing that to get them on board with the idea, they all had to agree with this, and indeed any other plan that came up in the future. Intelligent enough to realise that the unique situation they found themselves in meant the normal rules regarding the chain of command did not apply anymore, he let them all make their own mind up. They were all in this together after all. He planned to lead them and be responsible for them, but any decision-making process from now on would need to be an all-ranks joint agreement for them to remain an effective and cohesive unit. With the guard rota changing regularly, the men sat round the kitchen table and planned their next move. The agreement having already been reached for them all to head to Warwick Castle, the how and when was what needed to be settled. Willie dug out a large-scale map from a drawer, and, spreading it across the kitchen table, they got on with it. The route was easy to map. They would drive up the M5 motorway, which they already knew was clear as far as Cheltenham, and then hopefully continue onwards until Worcester, and then, depending on what they found, feel their way across country, either using main or side roads, until they reached Warwick itself. Choosing what equipment they would take was also easy. Absolutely everything they could. The real planning was what vehicles they would take. With only 12 of them, and 6 military vehicles, and Willie's tractor at their disposal, if they took them all, it would leave each one sorely undermanned and difficult to defend. One of them would only have a driver, not an ideal situation at all if any fighting needed to take place. Willie had converted his tractor and trailer in a similar fashion to the one the soldiers had already seen, and Willie had witnessed firsthand how effective it was at providing something that had the power to smash through zombie masses and also provide an excellent platform to fight from. He insisted that it would be a bad mistake to leave it behind. Of the 3 lorries, one was deemed unrepairable given the lack of specialist tools and equipment, so that was an easy one to leave behind. That left the 2 lorries, 2 Land Rovers, and the armoured vehicle to choose between. The lorries were essential as they were fully loaded with all the weaponry, ammunition, and other supplies taken from Imgen Barracks at Cheltenham. Similarly, the armoured vehicle, with its powerful machine gun mounted in the rotating cupola, needed to be included. That left the 2 Land Rovers. They were armoured, so would provide excellent protection. But because of the armour, the windows didn't open. It was never designed to enable guns to be fired from within, and its intended use was merely as a safe patrol vehicle, capable of withstanding small arms fire. Their use in the current situation had already revealed their limitations when surrounded at the village on the edge of the moors only the day before. The soldiers trapped inside could do nothing to help themselves, apart from wait to be rescued. Both were chosen to be left behind. If they needed more vehicles, they didn't need to be bulletproof, just zombie-proof. Any normal car could be adapted for that purpose, and would most likely be more suitable, as they'd seen with what Tom and his group had achieved. The only unanswered question was whether there would be enough space in the reduced convoy to take not only the load from the lorry they were abandoning, but also the volume of stuff Willie would want to take. The only way to find out was to get on with it. The 12 men set about their tasks with purpose. Following Willie's advice, they decided to add the proven wedges and extra protection around all the vehicles, using materials Willie had in one of his outbuildings. The high ground clearance of all the vehicles made them vulnerable to bodies piling underneath them and either damaging something or grounding them, as had happened with the lorry at the village. Adding sturdy skirts around them would reduce this possibility. They split into work teams, one to unload the equipment from the disabled lorry, ready to be distributed, and another to work on the vehicles. Willie, with 2 of the soldiers, created another pile of all the supplies and equipment he wanted to take with him. Both piles looked impressively large. Then Willie went around the outposts he built around his property and brought back the supplies and ammunition he'd stashed in each of them, further adding to what needed to be squeezed in. The willing and skilled hands completed all the work needed by mid-afternoon, and they set about loading the vehicles, completing the task as dusk settled over the moors. There wasn't another inch of space in all the vehicles, and boxes even had to be strapped onto the roofs of the cabs of both the lorries and the tractor. When the vehicles had been topped off with fuel from Willie's red diesel tank, and the remainder of his tank had been emptied into a towable fuel Bowser hooked up to the back of one of the lorries, they were all but ready to depart. Travelling at night was not something anyone thought sensible, so they settled back into Willie's farmhouse for one last night. Mucking in together to use the last of his perishable goods, they created a delicious hodgepodge which was enough to fill them to bursting, and still leave food for breakfast in the morning. Willie once again produced bottles of whiskey from his seemingly inexhaustible supply. The evening mellowed as, between regular patrols, a few more bottles were added to the empties pile building up in the corner. Captain Hammond had noticed his ham radio set up in the corner of the lounge. "Have you tried contacting people on it?" he asked.
"Oh yes, laddie. When it first started, there was plenty of activity, but slowly they all went off the air one by one. I haven't tried it for days because the silence was too depressing."
"Have you tried any military frequencies?"
"Of course I have," he replied. "I regularly scanned all the usual aviation, emergency, and search and rescue frequencies, but never got a squeak."
"Do you mind if one of us has a go?"
"Of course not. Corporal Side, you're the radio bunny. Come over here and have a go, please."
"Willie, the problem we have with the comms we've got is range. We just haven't been able to pick up anything, and to be fair, just like you, we've stopped trying. Now, if Corporal Side here can work some magic and use some of that expensive training he's been given, well, you never know." Willie bustled around for a few minutes, starting the generator to provide power and making sure the leads were connected correctly, before handing the set over to the corporal. For the first half an hour, all attention was on him, as he tried many and various channels, all to no avail. Slowly, the attention drifted from his efforts, and the conversation around the room returned to the tall stories and daft escapades that is the stock the world over for groups of men sitting around a table having a drink. The corporal, speaking into the handset, stopped all conversation immediately. Captain Hammond knocked over his chair in his eagerness to get closer to the radio set. Holding up his hand to indicate he wanted silence, the corporal carried on talking into the handset. He twiddled with a few more dials and pressed some buttons before turning to his captain and, with a huge grin of triumph on his face, said, "Sir, I have the Acting Admiral of the Fleet wanting a word with you." The corporal vacated the seat and the captain sat down, donned the headphones, and picked up the headset. The men listened avidly to the conversation, and even though they couldn't hear what was being transmitted to them, since only the captain could hear through the headphones, the conversation was easy to follow. Captain Hammond gave a detailed report of what they'd endured from the first moments they'd received the mobilization orders in Cheltenham. Once he'd given his report, he spent a long time listening, occasionally confirming he understood what was being said. Eventually, he signed off and removed the headset. Turning to see every eye was on him, he said, "Sergeant, call in whoever is on watch. I think everyone should hear this. And can someone get me a bloody whiskey, please?" The moment everyone had gathered, he began. "Well, gentlemen, that was an interesting conversation. Let me give you the brief version. What is left of the Royal Navy is currently gathering in the Solent, between Portsmouth and the Isle of Wight. Only ships that were at sea have survived intact. It seemed that in the chaos of the first few days, any ships moored in dockyards or which tried to land to offer assistance were overcome by the waves of people desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, before anyone realized what they were dealing with, many infected by bites or the virus had boarded, and those ships quickly became butchers' yards and were lost. Hard decisions were eventually made, and the remaining unaffected vessels were ordered to make for open sea, batten down the hatches, and not offer any assistance to anyone, no matter the circumstance. A few vessels mutinied, their crews unable to accept that they couldn't help their families. Order was eventually restored, but not before some ugly incidents and more ships being lost. Orders have gone out to any of our vessels around the world to make best speed and return home." He shrugged, taking another sip of his whiskey. "And that is the good news. We are the only contact they've made with any land-based forces still in the field, so to speak. There are a few bases manned with people in bunkers and shelters still communicating, but they all report being unable to leave due to the zombies the other side of their blast doors. They still have access to satellite imagery and communications, but are unable to offer any more than that. Currently, they're trying to carry out a detailed survey to identify any assets left. Early indications are, it does not look good. All available manpower in the UK was initially dispatched in the first phases of the crisis and quickly became overwhelmed. Aircraft took off, but found themselves unable to land when their bases fell to the masses that breached their perimeters. The rest of our Air Force is mainly stuck on the ground, abandoned in bases overrun with zombies. The long and the short of it is, we are now it, the only known combat-effective ground force left in the UK until more ships arrive. They are expecting the helicopter carrier and fleet auxiliary ships to arrive over the next few days, but they can offer us no help. We are still on our own. On a brighter note, they are gathering around them a growing fleet of civilian vessels of all shapes and sizes, and are broadcasting their location over the maritime channels, hoping to attract more who made it to the safety of the sea. Some of the smaller Channel Islands and maybe the Scilly Isles are being discussed as future bases and safe anchorages. They are all overrun, as the imagery obtained so far shows, but the low populations might make it feasible to clear the islands of the undead. A lot of the civilian boats won't be seaworthy enough to last in the open water if a storm rises. Yes, they will be able to shelter in estuaries for the short term, but there are too many people on them to be accommodated on Royal Navy ships. Also, keeping them supplied is a logistical impossibility, even if there are enough stored supplies to go around. Anyway, we can't concern ourselves with them for now. The Navy is looking after them the best they can. Our plan to head to Warwick Castle has been endorsed. They'll try to get current images of the location if possible, but can't promise that, because their tasking list is long and full of other priorities. If we get there, and it proves to be a secure location, then I believe we can expect more. He raised his glass to the room, and with all his men avidly taking in every word, he said, "Gents, at first light, we head out in the knowledge that we are not alone. That some remnants of order and scraps of this country that we love have survived. I will not go so far as to say that the country is relying on you, but I will say that I am relying on you. Somehow, we will be able to rebuild something from the ashes of the terrible plague that has swept our nation and taken so much from each of us personally." When he sat down, his sergeant stood and raised his glass. "Gentlemen, for Queen and country." They all stood as one and, raising their glasses, repeated the toast and downed their drinks. The volume in the room rose as many conversations broke out discussing the news. The sergeant leant towards his captain and whispered theatrically, "You remember my little speech about stopping you becoming Montgomery? Well, sir, I take it all back. You are him now. Your speech confirmed it. You are the Supreme Commander of Her Majesty's Land Forces, and until we find a higher-ranked officer, the job is yours." Captain Hammond blinked at the realization he was probably correct. "We can't be all that's left, Sarge. There must be others like us." "I hope to God there are, sir, but look at the facts. We're the only ones known to have survived from Imogen Barracks. Only 4 made it from Bickley. If we work on those odds, there can only be a few hundred of us at most. Unfortunately, somehow, I even doubt that. We were lucky and had you to lead us. Every other young officer I've had the privilege to serve under would have got us killed long ago. You have the lucky touch, and that goes a long way in my book." "What do you mean, lucky? Most of my command has been killed, if you remember." "No, sir. We are still alive, and that's lucky. We met those on the motorway, and that was lucky. You navigated us to the moors to find Willie, and found him. That was lucky. You, sir, have the lucky touch, and I'll follow your lead anywhere." Willie had heard his name mentioned, and came over to them, refilling their glasses from the bottle in his hand. "Sir, well,
If all that's true, and we're all that's left, I think it is my duty to re-enlist and volunteer my services once more. I can't have all you English taking all the glory. The Scots have saved your backsides many times in the past, and I'm sure we will again.
The sergeant raised his glass to Willie.
I'd take him, sir, if I were you. That man, I bet, has seen more action than all of us combined. If he speaks, I would listen.
Captain Hammond also raised his glass in acknowledgement.
Thank you, Willie. I think I'll need all the help I can get. You've been there, seen it, and done it many times. Any contribution you can make will be invaluable, I'm sure. Sergeant Beattie, I accept your re-enlistment. Now, if you two sergeants want to knock your heads together about roles and duties and let me know the outcome, I believe it's my turn on watch.
Picking his rifle up and walking towards the door, both sergeants watched him. Willie spoke first as soon as he'd left.
He seems a good one. I keep telling him, but I don't think he believes me. I think he thinks it's the usual ego-boosting bullshit I need to do to keep my officers on the straight and narrow. But young Steve is one of the best I've come across. He cares for his men, and they know it. All he thinks about are his failures, not the successes.
He paused for a moment, thinking about the moment when he had grabbed the pistol from his hands, a pistol wet with his own tears, and was contemplating using on himself. That would stay between them, something never to be repeated. He clapped Willie on the back. Yup, he'll do. And with us two keeping an eye on him, we'll make a general out of him one day. Laughing, they joined the rest of the men around the table. Before turning in for the night, Willie asked Corporal Side to help him dismantle the ham radio set so they could take it with them. It was going to be left, but now it was probably one of the most vitally important pieces of equipment they had with them. Willie lay awake for a while before sleeping, thinking about the years of solitude he had enjoyed on the moors. He could have been sad if he allowed himself, but the thought of beginning the journey to see Maud again filled him with too much joy. In the morning, he and his 11 new companions would set out on the next stage of their journey. Chapter 16. Tom. Carefully approaching the slip road on the next motorway junction we came to, we were relieved to find the way was clear. The horde of zombies had passed and was probably continuing its way southwards, away from us. Sean, as usual in the lead, with Louise on the radio warning us of any obstructions ahead, picked up the pace, and the miles once again began to slip by. My car only carried the 3 of us now. We hadn't had the time to reallocate anyone to Daniel's position in the rear of the vehicle. The car and my clothes were still stained with his blood. I hoped to be able to clean the car soon, otherwise it would continue to be a reminder of the loss we had suffered. I would throw my clothes away as soon as we stopped. Dave was following our journey on a map, because we needed to know exactly where we were at any one moment, so if need be, we could quickly divert to one of the other routes we had planned, if we found another problem ahead. With his finger following our route, he warned me in advance we were approaching the junction we planned to leave the motorway at to reach Louise's parents' home in a small village outside Cheltenham. I could hear the apprehension in her voice when she told us all to get ready to leave the motorway. She knew, as we all did, that the chances of finding her family alive were remote. But we had promised we would try, and we were fulfilling that promise. I didn't know these people, but I could feel my own nervousness building up. She was one of us now, and we all had great empathy for how she must be feeling. Driving up the off-ramp, I did notice a haze of smoke staining the horizon to the north. Was it an indication of problems ahead? I dismissed it as something we would need to worry about later. Today's destination lay in another direction. The signs were not good in the few villages we drove through. We were close to Cheltenham, a town we knew had fallen to the zombies on day 1 of the outbreak. Crashed and abandoned cars blocked the road at times. They proved no problem for Sean's plough. But it was an indication of the mayhem and chaos that had occurred. Houses lay deserted with doors open, and contents sometimes strewn around the front garden. Zombies were scattered around the road and gardens, occasionally on their own, but mainly in small groups. Attracted by the noise we were making, they stumbled in our direction, before falling victim to Sean's plough, or a well-aimed strike from a spear as we passed. We passed a sign announcing the name of the village we were heading for, a sign that warned us to drive carefully. Sean slowed down, and turning, we headed up a road that must lead to her parents' house. Sean's voice came over the radio as he stopped. "We're here, guys. I'll pass you over to Dave and Simon." Dave was standing on the seat of the Volvo, scanning the surrounding area for any danger. He picked up the radio. "Simon, it's clear. Do you agree?" From his different viewpoint, he also confirmed he could see no immediate threats. I stopped the engine and, picking up my rifle, stood up on the seat and looked around. Louise's parents' house looked deserted. There were no cars on the drive, and the front door was closed. A small hedge separated the road from the neat front garden. Dave ordered us to form the vehicles into the usual square. It took a few minutes and a damaged hedge and flower beds to accomplish, but we all knew what we were doing. As soon as we were in position, and everyone was looking outwards, weapons held ready, Dave gave the all-clear for the assault team to exit the vehicles. The assault team consisted of all the Marines and Knights. The Marines would lead the way, but if they found more zombies than they could deal with, they would fall back behind the shield wall and let the Knights deal with the threat. The rest of us would be responsible for looking outwards and stopping any other zombies getting too close. The door to the bus hissed open and disgorged the fully kitted-up Knights. Opening the rear door on the trailer, more Knights walked down the ramp and joined them. Now I was getting to know them. Even though they were wearing full-face helmets, I could easily distinguish who was who from the size of them, what weapons they carried, or the length of the beard draping over their chest plates and chainmail. Horace wanted to join them and tried to follow Ian as he walked down the ramp. He was a gentle but powerful dog, and it took 2 people holding his collar to stop him. He was eventually tied to a rope attached to the trailer's side, where he continued barking and whining. They formed a line surrounding the front door to the house, the Marines holding their rifles ready and standing in front of them. Louise had exited the cab of the tractor and stood on the platform, where Sean placed a protective arm around her shoulder. Simon tried the front door, but finding it locked, he turned to Ian, who stepped forward and aimed his size 14 feet at the lock. The door crashed open against its hinges. The Marines cautiously entered the house, followed by the Knights, only to return a few tense minutes later. Dave called to Louise. "It's empty. There's no one home. It all looks neat and tidy. The breakfast dishes are in the sink. No drama happened here. They must have gone out without knowing what was going on." Louise turned to Sean. "What day did it all start?" "It was a Monday, I think," he replied, looking around for confirmation. What day of the week it was had lost all meaning now, and we were all losing track of the date. Becky confirmed it. "Yes, definitely a Monday." "They could have gone to the bridge club in the village hall. They never missed it. Most of the retired people in the village go, it's one of the big social occasions of the week." "How far away is it?" I asked. "Not far. It's on the other side of the village, by the cricket pitch." Dave looked at me and I shrugged. "OK," he said. "We've come this far. A bit further won't hurt. Let's all get back on board and head to the village hall. But Louise," he warned, "if they aren't there, though, I don't know how much longer we can spend looking." "No, I understand, and thank you, everyone. If they aren't there, I don't know where else they could be." Dave raised his voice. "Right, everyone, back on board, and stay sharp." By the time everyone had got back into their vehicles, a few zombies had started to appear, coming up the road in the direction we had come from. Sean spoke over the radio. "Louise recognises them. They're all neighbours and villagers." I looked at Dave and said, "This doesn't look good, mate. If we find a room full of zombie OAPs, what the hell are we going to do? Ask nicely for her parents to come out?" Or are we going to have to kill them all to get the answer she's looking for? Dave replied, ending with a quote from the movie Platoon. I hate to say it, but if they are there and have turned, we may not have any other options. It's a lovely fucking war. In the few minutes it took everyone to get back on board the vehicles and begin to move off, the zombie villagers reached us. I noticed Louise, as Sean drove the tractor past me to lead us down the road, crying and pointing at some of them. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but I could imagine her telling Sean the names of her former neighbours and possibly friends just before he mangled them with the plough. Driving slowly through the village, the convoy followed Sean as we headed to the village hall. The car park of the village hall was reasonably full, an indication that Louise was right, and the bridge club had gathered before the apocalypse had hit their peaceful corner of England. We all drove onto the cricket pitch and formed the usual square of vehicles. I did smile as I noticed all drivers still observed proper etiquette and avoided driving over the hallowed ground of the cricket square. Chapter 17. In the silence, after all the engines had been turned off, Dave stood on his seat and addressed everyone. Same routine as before. The assault team will check out the hall, while everyone else keeps watch. Louise had left the cab and was looking at the car park. They must be in there, that's their car over there. The team assembled quickly and exited the protective square of the vehicles and walked towards the village hall. Horace was still determined to follow his master and was getting more frenetic as he watched Ian leave. Ian turned just before he walked through the tight gap left in the square and asked Becky to let him off the lead. The daft mutt can look after himself. Something is making him want to come, so who are we to stop him? He's been cooped up in the trailer all day, and he might just want to stretch his legs and do his business. Horace happily bounced down the ramp the second he was released, and after cocking his leg up the tyre of the tractor, followed his master. Looking at the village hall, I knew that the news was not going to be good. There were streaks of blood on the windows, and you could see shadows of figures moving about inside. Simon and Dave led the men cautiously towards the hall, first approaching a window to look inside. Then they walked in a tight group all the way around it before returning to us. Dave walked up to Louise, who was standing outside the tractor. Sean once again stood beside her, with a supportive arm around her shoulder. I'm really sorry, but everyone inside has turned. The main door opens inwards, so it looks as if they're trapped. If your parents are in there, then they've gone, I'm afraid. Louise bowed her head and began sobbing. She had known that this mission to find her parents was likely to end in failure, and now it had become reality. In the space of a few days, she had lost everything dear to her. First, she'd had to watch her sister turn and be killed by her own hand, thrusting a knife into her diseased brain. She'd been bitten while they were trying to evade zombies, and now her parents were gone too. Her grief was understandable, and we all stood silently for a while, respecting it. Eventually she recovered enough to speak, her voice cracking with emotion. Thank you everyone for trying. At least I know now and can accept and deal with it. What can we do? Do we leave them trapped in there? At least I suppose they're with their friends. Simon replied, Yes, unless one of them presses against a panic bar on one of the fire doors, which could happen easily. They're trapped. We could block the doors to prevent them, but eventually a window might break or something could happen and a door could open. He paused and looked at the village hall before continuing. It's not worth the risk for us to deal with them. We could consider setting fire to the building. It may sound horrible, but it would stop them from maybe being a problem in the future to any survivors in the area. Louise looked at the building that housed what had once been her parents and their friends. It was an old building and had probably served as the village hall for generations. It was constructed from both brick and timber, and would be old enough for most of the materials used to build it to predate modern construction safety regulations. In other words, it would burn easily. I agree. I hate the thought of them remaining in there, but the idea of them escaping, wandering the earth as one of those horrible beasts, is even worse. The village hall was a place where they spent a lot of time, and it would be a fitting final resting place for them. The vicar called over from the trailer. "I can sanctify the place as holy and perform a funeral service if that will help, my dear. The good Lord will look after their souls." "Thank you, Vicar," I said, and looked around the group. "Does anyone have any objections or other ideas?" No one replied, but many nodded their agreement. "Right then, that's a plan. Let's get on with it. There are some fuel cans full of petrol in the van. Can someone get them, please?" Jamie, standing with his axe over his shoulder, interrupted to point over to the entrance to the car park. A couple of wandering zombies, obviously attracted by our noisy journey through the village, were approaching, and more could be seen beyond. "Whatever we're doing, can we get on with it? We're beginning to attract a crowd." There weren't many of them yet, but as we knew from experience, that situation could change quickly. Dave turned to me. "Tom, we can deal with those. You get on with the plan for the village hall." He turned to the ones looking over the side of the trailer. "Just make sure a few of you stay on watch and are ready to back us up if we need help, please." The knights took a few moments to get their pikes from the bus before jogging across the grass with the Marines towards the approaching former villagers. Horace, sticking close to Ian's heels, went too. His hackles raised. He had been growling since before the first ones had appeared. Sean's friends had told us how great he'd been when they'd had to fight the huge crowd of zombies that had trapped them inside their house in Bristol, jumping up and biting the face of one that had clamped its teeth into Ian's chainmail-clad arm, getting it off him and keeping him in the fight. Since we'd met him, he growled and barked when zombies were around, sensing them long before they came into sight. Our very own big, soft and friendly early warning system. Chet, carrying 2 petrol cans he had retrieved from the van, walked up to me. "How do you want to do this, Tom?" he asked. "Sensitively for a start. We must remember that Louise's parents are in there," I replied quietly, before turning to look up at the vicar. "What do you need to do for this sanctification thing, Vicar? And how long will it take?" He looked at the approaching zombies. "Not too long. I'm sure my boss will forgive my brevity given the circumstances." He looked at Louise, who was still standing next to Sean. "My dear, would you like to join me for the ceremony?" She nodded and climbed down from the tractor. Sean followed her, and they waited for the vicar to appear from the trailer. I walked up and gave Louise a quick hug. I caught Sean's eye and understood the meaning of the look he was giving me, nodding to him the silent response. "Don't worry, mate. I'll watch your back." The vicar had taken a few minutes to retrieve some items from amongst his possessions, and walked down the ramp wearing his stole, and he was carrying a Bible and a few other items. While we were waiting for him, I chose half of the remaining fighters of the group, asked them to exit their vehicles, and led them a small distance away from Louise and Sean to give them a quick pep talk, giving them the usual reminders about being vigilant. I made sure that everyone understood what we were trying to achieve, and then we spread out in a protective cordon around the vicar, Sean and Louise, as they walked over to the village hall. Hearing the vicar begin reading from the Bible and saying prayers, I silently hoped he wouldn't take long. I wasn't following what he was doing very closely because I was keeping a watch out for approaching threats, but I did notice him make a few signs of the cross and throw what I imagined to be holy water from a small bottle he was carrying in the direction of the building. From my position, I could see the knights, who, with the Marines watching their flanks, were engaging the approaching zombies. They'd formed a line and, holding their pikes out, were impaling the heads of any zombie within range. Horace was running up and down in front of them, barking loudly and snapping at hands as they reached out to him. If one got too close, he jumped up at it and sent it flying backwards, often knocking over the one behind it too. Everyone who had seen Horace fight before was full of praise for his bravery and skill at fighting them, and now I could see why. He seemed to intuitively know what was needed and did it unfailingly, really helping the knights as they fought more. More zombies were gathering than they were able to kill, though, forcing the fighting line to begin to take a step backwards occasionally when the press of bodies became too great. Every step was bringing them closer. The vicar was still performing a ceremony. I didn't know if it was the sanctification one or if he'd moved on to the last rites, but whatever he was doing, he needed to get on with it. We still had to set the building alight and make sure it would burn well enough to destroy its inhabitants and render them harmless. He told us his first name was Charles, but it just didn't seem right to use it. "Vicar," I called, interrupting in mid-prayer, "I hate to say this, but could you hurry it up a bit?" "1 more minute and we will all be done," he replied calmly, without raising his head from the Bible, and continued with his service. Louise was weeping as she stared at the building. I imagined she was trying to see her parents one last time. Sean, still offering her comfort, was beginning to look uncomfortable at how close the zombies were getting. The Marines were now helping the knights and shooting down any that threatened to outflank their slow and steady retreat. Shane, from the trailer, was taking carefully aimed shots at other zombies who were approaching from the other side of the cricket pitch. I'd noticed them, but in my opinion the range was too great to take a shot from a standing position with the rifle. If I'd had a rest or a shooting stick to steady my aim, I reckoned I would have been able to make the shot. I'd used shooting sticks a few times before when shooting on a friend's land, and they were a useful piece of equipment when used to help steady your aim and make more consistent shots. I made a mental note to discuss adding them to our zombie-killing inventory. Maybe, I mused, if we combined a spear and a shooting stick together, that could prove a useful tool. Finally, the vicar concluded his service. Sean led the weeping Louise back to the tractor, and I called Chet to bring the petrol cans over so we could set fire to the building. We didn't need protecting, so I told everyone else to report to Dave and Simon to see if they could offer them and the knights some assistance. Chet had proved his fire-starting skills when he'd set the car alight on the moors to create a smoke screen to cover our journey to Willie's farm. "Go on, mate," I said to him with a grin. "Don't tell me you've always wanted to set fire to a building too." "No, don't answer that. I might be worried by what you say." He grinned as he recalled the conversation we'd had just before he set that particular car on fire. "No, a car was my previous goal, but I reckon I can upgrade to a building, no problem. Do you think you can break one of those windows? If you can, I'll use my knife to put a few holes in the cans, chuck them in, light them, and that should do it. It looks as if there are enough tables and chairs in there to catch a light to keep it going." I walked up to the window and hit the buttstock of the rifle against it. The glass didn't break. I tried a few more times, really putting some weight behind the blows, but the pane still didn't break. The glass was toughened or laminated and, by the feel of it, would probably resist a blow from a hammer. All my banging on the window had done was attract the attention of those within. They pressed their hands and faces against the glass, lifeless eyes watching our every move. The elderly faces of the village bridge club members did not soften their transparent need to reach us and feast on our flesh, enabling the virus to keep spreading. Not having a hammer, I used the next best thing. I raised my rifle and fired. The bullet punctured a neat hole in the glass, throwing one of the watching faces backwards as a hole appeared in its forehead. "Good news," I said to myself. The glass was laminated, i.e. 2 panes of glass sandwiching a plastic layer, rendering it a lot stronger and resistant to breaking than normal glass. If it had been toughened, the whole pane would have disintegrated. Aiming carefully, I shot out the glass from the lower corner of one of the window panes. Every shot I fired knocked one or more of the occupants over, because my bullets were tearing through them as they continued crowding towards the noise I was making. Quickly emptying an entire magazine, I inserted a fresh one and admired my handiwork. A 2-foot by 2-foot hole had been blasted into the bottom corner of a window. But now the problem was that the villagers stepping over the bodies of their former friends soon filled the hole in the glass with their clawing, reaching arms, making it impossible to throw the petrol cans in as we had planned. Looking through the windows, I could see that the entire population of the hall was making its way towards the hole I'd just made. Chet came up with Plan B. Why don't we do the same at the other end of the hall and chuck in the petrol and light it before they get there? Quickly making our way to the other end of the building, we got ready. Chet removed the caps from the 2 petrol cans and got his knife out, ready to punch some holes in them just before throwing them inside. Knowing what to do now, it took me no time at all to shoot a hole in the window, emptying another magazine in the process. The moment I stopped firing, Chet stabbed his knife numerous times into the first can and threw it through the hole in the window. The pungent smell of petrol filled the air as he stabbed the next can and repeated the move. Warning me to stand back, he fetched a box of matches from his pocket and got close to the window. The ones inside had already begun to move towards the new source of noise we'd created, slowly shambling as one back down the length of the hall, some tripping over the occasional table or chair that hadn't already been pushed out of the way by their continual wanderings. Chet didn't do as I expected and strike one match and throw it in through the hole in the window. My mind had already registered that the match would most likely go out before it hit the floor to ignite the petrol spilling out of the cans. Instead, he lit one match, and doing something I hadn't done since I was a child, used it to light the rest of the matches still in the box. The box flared and hissed noisily as all the match heads burst into fire in a rapid chain reaction. The box, now emitting a flame over a foot long, was thrown through the hole in the glass by a smiling Chet. We both stepped back and waited. Nothing happened for a few seconds. The bodies inside began pressing against the new hole we'd created, arms once more reaching out, hands opening and closing like claws. Had one of them stepped on the burning matches, putting them out? When the petrol caught, it did not blow the building up as would happen in Hollywood movies. There was a low whooshing sound, and flames appeared throughout the building, following the spreading petrol. Air rushed in through the holes we'd made in the windows, as more oxygen was pulled in to feed the flames. The former villagers had no comprehension of the dangers the flames held, and made no move to get out of the way, and either stayed where they were, and the flames caught them up, or they walked towards the new and interesting noise and lights that were spreading across the floor in a blue and yellow flame. As the first few pensioners caught fire, possibly because the nylon and polyester clothes they were wearing was more inflammable than the natural cotton or wool the others were dressed in, the fire really began to take hold. These human fireballs still walked, not feeling any pain as they bumped into others, setting them alight too. When the curtains caught fire, it was clear the fire was out of control and wouldn't stop until there was nothing left to burn. The whole process had taken no longer than a minute. Chet and I checked our weapons and ran over to where Dave and Simon were leading the fight against the approaching swarm. Dave looked at our handiwork. The fire was growing rapidly, and black smoke was pouring from the roof. "Enjoyed yourselves?" he asked with a grin, before turning back to face the direction the zombies were coming from. The knights had been working hard, and the field in front of them was littered with hundreds of corpses. Facing the massed zombies, shields raised, they screamed their battle cries as they hacked, slashed and thrust at ones, trying to climb over a wall of already unmoving corpses. Looking back across the field, I could see other similarly arranged rows, and wondered what tactics they were using. It wasn't worth asking just then, and I would obviously find out soon enough. One of them issued a command, and they all disengaged immediately and took 10 paces backwards. Dropping their shields, they either sheathed or slung their weapons over their backs, and reached back to grab a pike from someone who had peeled off from the flanks, picked it up from the ground, and held it ready for them. Another command was issued, and the pikes were lowered, and the knights stepped a few paces forward, and formed a line in front of the wall of death they had just created. Breathing heavily, they waited. The ones who had handed them the pikes went back to the flanks, and continued to take shots at any that was spilling from the pack threatening to outflank them.
"Great work, lads," Dave shouted out to them. "One more time, lads, and we'll pull back to the vehicles. Knights, when I order it, you peel away and get on board."
"What can we do?" I asked when he'd finished. He looked around the field. We were about 50 metres away from the vehicles. The village hall was burning fiercely, and only a few zombies were approaching from other directions. A shot sounded from the trailer, and I watched as another one fell. They were too few to worry about, and the others were proving capable of dealing with them.
"We have it sorted here if you and Chet could take up position halfway between us and the vehicles and keep watch for anything we might miss."
With a nod, Chet and I jogged away to where he indicated and raised our weapons, ready for anything. I couldn't help myself, though, and kept looking towards where the action was taking place. It was fascinating to watch. As soon as the zombies came within range, the knights began killing them with their pikes, every thrust destroying another brain with the sharp spike. The ones killed fell to join the others, creating a growing wall of bodies, which, when it was high enough, created enough of an obstruction to hold them back. Horace ran up and down in front of them, knocking over any they missed. At a shouted command, issued from within the solid line of knights, they dropped their pikes behind them and bent down to pick up their shields and reach for their hand weapons. Still, all screaming their battle cries, they formed a shield wall and stepped towards the mound of their recent victims and began thrusting, stabbing and hacking again at the ones trying to climb over the obstacle, creating an even higher pile of bodies. Horace then began patrolling up and down their line just behind them, ready to jump in and help if required. While the knights were busy fighting, Dave got 3 people to gather up the pikes and take them back to the trailer. Once they passed them up, they returned to cover their retreat. A breathless shout from within the line of knights.
"Whenever you're ready, Dave. We're all just about knackered here."
This prompted the next move, and Dave shouted the order.
"Do that pushback drill and disengage. Make best speed back to the vehicles while we cover you."
A few more hacks and thrusts later, a shout came from one of them, and they linked their shields, and on another shouted countdown from one of them, gave a hard shove against the zombies, still trying to climb over the wall of corpses. As they tumbled back down the gory slope of death, they knocked more over, creating a gap, and giving them the time to turn around and run back to the vehicles. The timing and execution of the drill was so efficient that there was no need for any of us tracking backwards, protecting the running knights to fire our weapons. Within a few minutes, ramps were raised, doors were closed, and the convoy of 42 people and 1 dog slowly moved off the cricket pitch and continued the journey. Chapter 18. Retracing our route out of the village, I was puzzled when, passing the end of Louise's parents' road, she told us that Sean was stopping. As soon as he had, Sean leapt from the cab and, carrying his weapon, ran up the road towards their house. "Louise, what's he up to?" I asked. "Tom, I don't know. He just told me to tell you we were stopping and then he ran off." We could do nothing but wait, our eyes scanning everywhere for approaching zombies. It seemed longer, but it was only a few minutes before he returned, running at full speed, his weapon in one hand, and objects held in his other. When he was closer, I could see what they were. He had gone to Louise's parents' house and gathered some picture frames. Thoughtfully, getting her what were probably family photos to help her remember her sister, mother and father. "Bugger me," I said. "He must be in bloody love, the daft git. He's getting gifts for her now." Everyone in my car laughed. I wasn't annoyed with him. He'd only put himself at risk and hadn't asked for any help from others. It had only taken him a few minutes, so he hadn't delayed us at all. We laughed as we all agreed that though the women would treat it as a very noble and gallant act, it would not stop the rest of us taking the piss out of him mercilessly. I couldn't see from our position, but I could imagine Louise being very happy at what he had done. A minute later he pulled away, and we followed his lead back to the motorway. Dave sat beside me, refilling his empty magazines from a large can of loose bullets Chet had dragged over from the rear of the car. As I drove, I handed him mine that I'd dropped down my shirt when exchanging them for full ones grabbed from the pouches on the tactical vest I was wearing. He was exuberant, full of praise for the way the Knights had virtually handled the situation by themselves. Hundreds had been terminated for the expenditure of very little ammunition. Every thrust, stab or hack from one of the many weapons the Knights had at their disposal that killed one was a bullet saved as far as he was concerned. Feeding bullets into the magazines, he described how, as soon as he could, now that he had seen how truly effective medieval weaponry could be, he needed all of us to get trained to a greater or lesser extent in all aspects of the ancient weapons. We could potentially field at least 3 times as many knights into battle as we currently had, if we counted everyone, including children above 12. And that prospect got the Marine Sergeant very excited. To raise his mood even more, I reminded him how effective crossbows could be. Sean, when he'd fired his at the start of our adventure on Bodmin Moor, had killed zombies easily from a distance. I knew we had at least 30 different sorts of crossbows from the Knights and a good quantity of bolts. And extra bolts could, with a little trial and error, be made from materials we could scavenge. Becky's voice over the radio stopped his rhetoric. "We need to find a place to stop soon. Everyone's exhausted, especially the Knights. The children have been cooped up all day in the trailer, and after fighting 2 battles today, and losing poor Daniel, I don't think we can go on much longer, either physically or emotionally. I know you men think you're all big and tough, but I can see the state of everyone in the trailer, and if we have to fight again without getting any rest, it might not go as well next time." I looked at Dave. "What do you think, mate?" I asked. "Can't argue with her, pal. It has been non-stop all day, and to be fair, I'm feeling pretty whacked, and we're trained to cope with long periods of stress. I have to keep reminding myself that I'm dealing with civvies now too, and not just civvies but children and babies as well," he smiled. "I'll pull her up on the sexism though. The women today fought just as hard as the men, so if she was implying that the women can last longer than men in combat situations, I will have to defend the honour of us boys." "Good luck with that," I replied, with raised eyebrows. The demographics of our group meant we had more men than women, but that didn't mean the men did all the work. Everyone did and could shoot a gun and wield a zombie spear. Just now at the village hall, just as many women as men had stepped from the vehicles to protect the vicar when he performed his service, and then joined the Marines to protect the Knights' flanks as they fought the pack of zombies. Dave picked up the radio. "I agree. It's too late to try to reach Worcester and Steve's family. Sean, Louise, since you're in the lead and have the best view, can you keep an eye out for a good place to stop? I don't need to tell you what to look for." Louise confirmed that they understood, and were both on the lookout. Soon, Louise broadcast that she knew of a farm that was coming up on the left. It was about half a mile off the main road, and if it wasn't overrun, it would be a good place to stop for the night. The farm looked a good choice, I decided, as the convoy pulled into its yard, after driving up a long single-track drive. As the last vehicle in the convoy, we'd stopped and closed the gate just off the main road. It wouldn't stop a horde, but it would deter any from heading our way. If we had to leave in a hurry, any of our vehicles would easily be able to smash through it. The farm was arranged in a typical layout, a large central courtyard that could easily accommodate all our vehicles, was surrounded by a few farm buildings, with the main farmhouse at one end. Walls and gates filled in the gaps between these buildings. The walls weren't high enough and the gates not strong enough to offer complete security, but they were better than nothing, and would offer us a certain amount of protection, and they would delay any approaching zombies. From much practice, we formed the square of vehicles quickly, and one by one the engines were turned off. I could see 2 cars parked neatly in the yard, in front of the building I assumed was the farm shop I'd seen signs advertising on the main road. One was a small two-door compact, and one was a larger estate car. Dave called out to everyone, reminding them to stay put until he'd done the usual security sweep. Grabbing our weapons, Chet and I joined him as we climbed down the ladder from the Volvo's roof. The outbuildings had open fronts, so we checked those first, and finding them empty, we moved on to the side of the yard that contained the farm shop. Passing the cars, I took a quick look inside them. Tapping Dave on the shoulder, I pointed at one of them. A dog, that looked to be dead, lay in the luggage area of the estate car. A few of the windows on the car were opened for ventilation. All they did now, though, was let out the strong smell of feces and decay. Poor mutt, I thought. Everyone knew the danger and stupidity of leaving dogs in cars in hot weather. I looked at the doors to the shop. Maybe, though, if you were just popping into somewhere for a second or two to pick something up, you'd consider it. The issue was, did a few moments turn into a lifetime for the owners of the car? Dave indicated needlessly for us to be quiet, and we approached the shop doors and looked inside. That solved the mystery of the dog. Inside looked chaotic. Shelves were knocked over and their contents scattered across the floor. In the middle of the shop floor, 3 people were crouching over something on the floor. I could make out that 2 looked older and one was a young girl. I could not see what they were leaning over, but I could imagine. I looked at Dave and Chet, who nodded they were ready. I pushed the door open slowly, and the 3 of us stepped in quietly. Chet's foot accidentally kicked against a can, which then rolled across the floor and clattered against some metal shelving. 3 heads lifted and began looking around for what had disturbed them. One of them, a lady who must have been in her 70s, locked her eyes on us. She was holding a bone in her hands, and her face and clothing were entirely covered with dried blood. Staring at us silently, she raised the bone to her mouth and continued gnawing upon it as she stood up. When they'd all raised themselves up, we could see what they were feeding on. A shoe, a few scraps of clothing, and a pile of picked clean bones was all that was left of their victim. A lone white plastic clog, the only indication it might have been someone who'd worked in the kitchen at the farm shop. They must have been feeding on their one victim for days, picking the corpse clean until there was nothing left. "Clumsy bastard," chuckled Dave. "Oh well, they know we're here now. Let's get on with it." He pulled a hand axe from the holder on his belt and stepped forward. We did the same. The axe had been one of the many items we had got from the farm supplies warehouse earlier. They all came with a holder that clipped to the belt, and so made an ideal weapon for us to carry. Most of us had adopted them as our preferred primary close-quarter weapon. The axes easily smashed through skulls, their brains spilling across the floor as we withdrew them, adding another layer to the crusted and dried stains already covering it. Our work was not yet done. We still had the main house to check. Holding the blood-dripping axes in our hands, we left the shop and trotted over to the front door of the farmhouse. The door was locked, but easily gave way to a well-aimed kick from Dave. The house was a mess. The mess, though, told a story of a family's rapid but organised departure. Wardrobes and chests of drawers were opened in all the bedrooms, and clothes that hadn't made it into bags had been left scattered everywhere. Food that hadn't been taken was still piled on the kitchen worktops. The large pantry next to the kitchen was empty. Most of the food left behind was perishable, showing that they'd had time to make choices about what to take. In the utility room, a gun safe was open, with the keys left in the lock. A lone gun was still in it, and a few dropped cartridges littered the floor. We would never know what happened to them. All I cared about was that the house they had left in such a hurry would provide us with an ideal shelter for the night. 30 minutes later, the smell of cooking from the kitchen grabbed our interest. Jim had gone to the farm shop, and, ignoring the carnage on the floor, had collected a lot of almost fresh vegetables and dried meat from the deli counter, and after telling Maud to stop interfering with his creative genius, was making a huge pot of delicious-smelling, what he called in his own words, mush. While he was cooking, we had closed and reinforced the gates to the courtyard and arranged the vehicles to form a barrier around the front door, and a few of us spent some time securing the house. Scavenging some materials from the sheds on the property, we boarded up every ground floor window and door, except for the front door. Some good news was that the dog in the car wasn't dead, as I'd first thought. Daisy, after hearing about it, had insisted on going to check on it, and lucky she did. As soon as she peered through the window of the car, she'd seen its chest barely rising and falling. Her scream for help caused many of us to run over, weapons at the ready. The dog, a German shepherd who was probably less than a year old, was just hanging on to its last threads of life. Daisy had opened the back door of the car and had climbed in by the time I got there, and was cradling the dog's head in her lap. The car stank of dog feces and urine and was scattered with ripped open food packages and remnants of plastic bags. The dog most likely belonged to the old couple, or to the young girl who I imagined was their granddaughter, who had been feeding on the unfortunate shop worker until we intervened. They probably left the dog in the car with the rest of their shopping while they'd popped into the farm shop for something, and one, or all of them, had succumbed to the virus and turned while they were in there. All speculation, but that was all there was to go on. What had saved the dog was the shady spot where they parked the car, and the fact that the car contained what probably had been their weekly shopping. It had kept it going until it had eaten the lot. Even though the car was in the shade for most of the day, the hot weather would still have made its interior incredibly hot. The heat and the lack of water had slowly been killing the dog until we arrived. I carefully picked the dog up, and with Daisy stroking its head, carried it into the house. Laying it on the floor in the lounge, I handed it over to the care of Daisy and, under the guidance of some grown-ups, a whole troop of young nursing staff. With the place secure, and with only a small perimeter to watch and many hands to do it, everyone found themselves with some time on their hands, and took the opportunity to relax and sit down. With so many of us, it was lucky that the house was large. Space was at a premium, but there was enough of it for everyone to sit down, either around the large kitchen table, or in one of the downstairs rooms on a chair, table or sofa, or on the carpet, leaning against a wall. Most of us kept checking in on the progress of the dog. It was a she, and Daisy had named her Princess. She was improving, and after having water initially spooned into her mouth, was recovering well. She had not yet regained the strength to stand, but was now able to drink from a bowl placed beside her. The children were taking the warning seriously about not overcrowding her, and respecting the fact that she had been through a traumatic period, and therefore her behaviour might be unpredictable. Princess lay there, though, looking at everyone around her, wagging her tail, proving she was on the mend, and probably had a nice temperament. Horace had been to see her, and seemed very happy about the addition of what he probably considered to be a young and very attractive lady to the group. We joked that he was now spending an equal amount of time begging for food from the kitchen and visiting his new love interest, no doubt telling her what a brave and heroic zombie fighter he was, and for her own safety she needed to stick as close to him as possible. Once all the food had been eaten, and Jim thanked profusely for single-handedly producing a delicious meal to feed all of us, the children were ushered upstairs to bed. They were delighted that Princess found the strength to follow them upstairs, where once she was lifted onto the bed Daisy was sharing top to toe with the other children, she fell immediately asleep. When I went upstairs to check on them 10 minutes later, they were all sound asleep. Looking around the room, I sighed with acceptance at the new world we were now living in. The 2.2 rifles most of them had laid claim to, and had proved their competence with during the day, were leaning against the wall. I picked one up to check it, The magazine was full, but the rifle, as had all the others leant against the wall, had its bolt pulled back and did not have a bullet chambered. In other words, they were in about as safe a condition that a loaded bolt-action rifle could be kept. Well done them, I thought, my trust in them growing. Leaning over to adjust the blanket around Daisy, I saw she had placed the knife Sean had given her at the very beginning on the bedside table next to her, close to hand and ready to use. Bending to kiss her forehead, a grunt from the middle of the bed got my attention. Princess was watching me through one eye. I looked at her and roughed her ears. Her tail gave a few wags of appreciation before she lowered her head and closed her eyes again. She'd told me she knew I was there and watching me. Oh well, I thought, it looks as if the kids have got themselves another bodyguard, and looking at the size of her paws, Princess is going to end up a very large one at that. The smell, though, told me that she needed a bath in the morning. Back downstairs, the stresses of the past days were showing on everyone. A few bottles had been opened and passed around. I sat next to Becky, put my arm around her, and took a sip of the wine I'd helped myself to. The conversation was muted, no one really having the energy to liven things up. I found my eyes drooping until Simon, speaking up, got my attention. Right then, folks. By my reckoning, this house has 6 other bedrooms, 5 doubles and a single. Now, do not expect me to make a habit of this, but I think we should offer the couples in our group the chance to spend the night together. Alone. The rest of us can easily keep watch, so go on, you lot. Get yourselves to bed. And I do not want to hear one word of protest or we might all change our minds. And don't worry about Sarah. She'll be well looked after. There was a general murmuring of agreement from all the others in the room. I was going to protest as a matter of course, but Becky stood up and, taking hold of my hand, said, "Thank you, Simon." The 3 other couples all stood, thanked everyone, and started to shuffle from the room. I did the maths the same time as the others. There were 2 more bedrooms to fill. Simon chuckled as he knew we'd worked it out. "Maud, the single bedroom is for you. It's at the top of the stairs. If you don't use it, I will order Jim here to carry you up and keep guard outside your door all night, if that's what it takes for you to get a good night's sleep." He then turned to Louise. "This one is for you, my dear. I'm so sorry for what you've had to go through today, and nothing I can do will make up for that. I'm not sure if you want to spend the night alone or with someone, but the room is there for you." Louise walked up to Simon and kissed him on the cheek, saying, "Thank you." She then turned and took Sean by the hand and silently led the shocked-looking man upstairs. The look that Maud gave the room stopped any comment before it could reach any lips. Once they had left, Maud thanked Simon for his thoughtfulness, and the couples trooped upstairs. When I'd shut the door, I heard Ian say, "Friends, my arse, Sean is one lucky git." Trying not to laugh myself, Becky and I cuddled up in bed, and despite what others thought we might be getting up to, we were both asleep within minutes. 42 people, and now 2 dogs, quietly spent the night, thankful to have survived another day. Chapter 19. Early the next morning, the first movements around the house slowly roused everyone else, and we all gathered downstairs in singles and groups. Sean wore a continually embarrassed look on his face and kept avoiding everyone's eye. He purposely didn't stand near any of his friends, as he clearly didn't want to be quizzed about last night's goings-on. He tried to go outside, claiming he wanted to check on the vehicles and do any repairs necessary before they left, and failed when, to a man, all his friends immediately jumped up and said they would help, and followed him straight out of the door. The women were far subtler with Louise, who was looking a lot happier today than she had been yesterday. Understandable, as yesterday she'd had to say goodbye to her parents. I decided to bide my time and listen to the exaggerated stories from his friends, and later find out the truth from Becky. Decisions needed to be made, as 2 options had been put forward concerning the plan for the day. The first option was to load up and carry on with our mission, initially to see if any of Steve's family had survived, a likelihood even he now admitted was remote, and then continue towards Warwick. Becky was proposing the second option, that as we had found a reasonably secure and remote location, and we'd all been operating for many days now under continuous and considerable duress and stress, even though we'd been doing exceptionally well, there was only so much we could take before mistakes started being made. She did acknowledge, though, the need to fulfill our promise to Steve and his family, and that her proposal might go against that. But she was convinced that the safety of all of us relied on us being on top of our game, and that a day of rest and recovery would go a long way in ensuring our continued success. No doubt what she was saying made sense, because we'd all been operating on adrenaline and instinct since it began. There had been a few periods where we'd been able to rest, mainly at Willie's farm and the church, but those days had still been filled with frenetic activity and continual exertion, only interspersed with the occasional downtime. The saying, "tired to the bone," would probably have been a good description of how we were feeling. No one wanted to let Steve down, and despite going against what everyone really felt, the consensus was that we must leave as soon as possible and get to Worcester. Steve stood up and settled the discussion. "Look, folks, I really appreciate what you're saying, but in all honesty, I think it will all be a waste of time. The odds of my family making it when we have not seen, apart from us, any other survivors, are not worth a bet. Don't get me wrong, I do want to check as we did with Louise. Also, probably, if I have to admit it, I'm a little afraid of what I might discover." He looked upset for a moment, but soon got his emotions under control. "Anyway, if they have survived, they will be at home. My mum was a hoarder and always kept cupboards full of food, just in case. And my dad's a DIY nut. The garage is always full of enough stuff to board up and secure the place up completely. If they have survived and are at home, we could turn up a week from now, and they would still be there. What I suppose I'm trying to say is that another day won't make a difference. If they are at home and hunkered down, they will still be there tomorrow, so if everyone feels as knackered as I do, a make and mend day will do us the world of good." No one was going to disagree with him, so the rest day option was gratefully accepted by us all. When we weren't on lookout duty, which involved sitting in a chair at an upstairs window, we passed the day either doing light chores, resting, chatting, or just dozing quietly on a bed or a spare bit of floor space. The house still had water coming from the taps, maybe because it was supplied from its own source, or the local mains system was gravity-fed and still operated. Princess smelt no better, and the children were tasked with giving her a bath. Princess's recovery was remarkable. She was still a little unsteady on her feet and chose to lie down more than she stood, but she was a far cry from the starved, dehydrated, close-to-death dog we'd found yesterday. She even seemed to enjoy the bath that the children gave her. The adults not so much, as she predictably escaped before being dried properly and chose the spot in the middle of the lounge that would hit the most of us when she shook herself thoroughly. Of course, we all dived everywhere, laughing and shouting in annoyance, at the same time as trying to escape from what seemed like gallons of unwanted water spraying from her fur. The children then decided to give Horace a bath. Strangely, though, as soon as he saw what was happening to Princess, he disappeared. Only after a thorough hunt was he found hiding under a bed, where even the temptation of food would not make him budge, to endure what he obviously considered the torture and humiliation of getting washed. He emerged only when he heard the water draining from the bath. He then cautiously stood next to Princess and kept one eye on her, as if concerned she might go into sudden and terminal shock from the obviously unhealthy bath she just had to endure, and one even more careful eye on anyone who approached him, just in case emptying the bath had been a cunning ruse and he was next. Meanwhile, a few useful tasks, using many willing hands, were completed easily throughout the day. Using hoses and brushes, the vehicles were cleaned of the worst of the blood that covered them, and body parts that still clung to various places. No one knew how the zombie virus really spread apart from bites, and so we could only guess that it most probably lived in the blood and tissues of the turned. Was it still active, even when not attached to the host? Cleaning the vehicles of the worst made sense. A few of us then spent some time checking over the adaptations we'd made. Dents were banged out, and a few improvements made to keep strengthening them. Every fuel tank on the vehicles and empty jerry can was filled from the red diesel tank in the yard. The farmhouse was searched for anything useful. A lot had already been taken by the owners when they packed up and fled, but some things remained, hidden in the back of drawers and cupboards. Batteries, candles, matches and lighters, along with some carefully chosen kitchen utensils, were added to a pile we were creating to be loaded. With so many of us now, it had become apparent that we could do with more camping items to make us more comfortable. Most of the ones not in a comfy bed or on a sofa had spent the night sleeping on the floor, lying under the blankets or duvets we had brought with us. Bedrolls and sleeping bags would have made it a more comfortable experience. They would also be a good idea to have going forwards. It was universally agreed that we needed to find a camping shop. If we found the right one, it would also have many more useful items for us to take. The contents of the farm shop that were not perishable were retrieved and added to the pile, as well as some tools we found in some of the sheds. Any remaining clothing, footwear and bedding left in the house was sorted through, and anything claimed or deemed usable by any of us was added to the pile too. Dave and I inspected the shotgun that had been left in the gun safe. It was an old one, so I could see why he might have left it behind if the farmer had had choices to make. But it looked to be in serviceable condition, and we added it to our impressive arsenal, along with the cartridges we scrabbled around the floor to pick up. Shane chose to spend the day cleaning and servicing as many guns as he could. He was told not to, but he said it was how he used to relax before. He claimed a corner of the dining room floor and used his gunsmithing tools and a cleaning kit, whistling to himself happily as he disassembled, inspected, serviced and cleaned all our personal weapons, and the others we'd stored in the vehicles. Dave, even though we already had many thousands of shotgun cartridges, was grateful for every additional one we could find. He had one he'd picked up from the floor in the farmhouse in his hand, and held it up to us. One day, this one cartridge might be all I have left between me and certain death by being eaten by one of those unholy bastards out there. We have the knights, and we're all going to learn to fight like them, but until the ammunition runs out, which I think it will before we've got rid of every one of them out there, guns are going to be imperative to our survival too. When we get to Warwick Castle, I don't care if we have rooms full of ammunition and guns. In my opinion, we're never going to have enough. Once it's secure, we know that food should be easy to find. A couple of supermarket raids should give us enough to keep us going for a long time. Or we could even find a few of the abandoned food lorries we know are littering the roads everywhere and drive them back to the castle. It's guns and ammunition that are going to be harder to find. I know we can raid the local gun shops and keep widening the search, but the weapons I really want won't be available from them. I keep having weird thoughts about this castle. When everyone else thinks of a castle, I imagine they picture one with cannons and guards with bows and arrows, throwing rocks and boiling tar down upon the besieging forces. I have a vision of it brimming with heavy weaponry. Machine guns positioned on the ramparts, mortars and artillery set up to rain death down upon anyone who dares to attack. He looked at me. Somehow, I think that however good the defences are, if a super herd ever finds us, it won't be the walls, swords, pikes or axes that will save us. It will be lead and high explosives, and a lot of it at that. It's how we get hold of it that's the problem. We're going to have to go on some serious scavenging missions to make me happy. He slipped the cartridge he was carrying into his top pocket and smiled at me. Tom, I'll keep that cartridge there, I think, because if I find myself reaching for it, you can pretty much guarantee we're fucked. I clapped him on the back. As long as you don't say, I told you so when you do, Dave. I agree with you. As soon as we're secure at Warwick Castle, and I hope it will be soon, then its defence is going to be top of my agenda. If you can get hold of some heavy stuff, you won't be getting any complaints from me, or anyone else for that matter. Becky was right. A day away from the continuous travelling and fighting to survive was what we needed. It was a luxury, but a luxury we were lucky enough to be able to take. Not that any of us could truly relax. After all, a swarm of undead zombies could appear at the walls of our temporary sanctuary at any moment. The opportunity, though, to sit and have nothing to do but drink a cup of tea and chat with others in the group was a tonic we all appreciated. I could feel my batteries slowly recharging as the day wore on, between occasional guard duty, completing a few lightweight tasks, and resting. The children were allowed, under strict instructions about not making too much noise, to play in the yard. Princess, getting stronger by the hour, enjoyed retrieving the ball they kept throwing for her. Weapons over our shoulders, most of us drifted outside to watch over the children. Sarah was laid on a rug outside, and she enjoyed kicking her legs and playing with some toys in the late afternoon sun. We all smiled at her attempts to start crawling, that continually ended in her flopping back down on her belly, her arms and legs moving uncoordinatedly, when for a split second it looked as if she was going to manage it, the wise sages amongst us predicting it would not be long. I just hoped it happened when we were safe and secure at our destination. We laughed at Horace. He kept trying to chase the ball, but the young legs of Princess were just too fast for him. Eventually, to save his embarrassment, he gave up and went to lie down next to Sarah, who squealed with delight at the big, furry, moving teddy bear with a wet tongue that tickled. Horace let her use him for a climbing frame, lying there, tail wagging, ignoring her poking fingers as they explored his nose and ears and eyes. A complete contrast to the snarling, growling, barking beast of a dog who had fought zombies the day before, biting and attacking any that got too close. Another benefit of the day was that the volunteer cooks had time to prepare a delicious feast for our evening meal. A few of the chickens that free-ranged around the farm were caught and dispatched. Then, using the commercial-size ovens in the farm shop, which still worked thanks to the farm's own gas supply, they cooked a fantastic roast chicken dinner. As they finished preparing it, a team of us carried out some tables and chairs from the restaurant section of the farm shop and set them up in the courtyard. The restaurant was unfortunately open plan and connected to the shop, leaving on display the carnage that was too big to cover up. Therefore, if we wanted to eat together, al fresco was the only option. At the end of a delicious meal, and before 42 people and 2 dogs headed off for an early night, the group graciously allowed the ones who had used the bedrooms the previous night the same privilege, so we could use every hour of daylight the following day. The happy realization was also reached that no one needed to do the washing up. Chapter 20. Up and alert before daybreak, hushed groups, trying to let the sleeping children have as long as possible in bed before waking them, finished the final loading of the vehicles. The sun was just lightening the eastern sky as we started the engines and followed Sean in convoy down the drive. I stopped for a minute when we reached the main road to allow Dave to climb down from the car and close the gate before turning left and heading back to the motorway and Worcester. We'd chosen to go to another junction further up the motorway. The road from Louise's parents' village went past both junctions, and as we'd seen smoke ahead on the carriageway when we'd left the motorway a few days before, we thought it might circumvent whatever problem may or may not lie ahead. Bringing up the rear, I was drinking from a travel cup filled with coffee Becky handed me after I carried the sleepy children downstairs and into the trailer. Jamie had taken the 4th space in my car, after volunteering the day before. After he practiced getting in and out a few times, using the ladder while wearing his armour, we agreed to him joining us. It wasn't easy for him climbing up the ladder wearing his armour, but he could manage it, and if it didn't work out, we could always try another volunteer. He'd chosen not to pick up one of the spears, saying that now he was out of the trailer and lower to the ground, he would stick with his axe. In my mirror, Jamie, standing on the rear seat of my car, was a sight I didn't think I would get used to for a long time. Wearing his armour and helmet, he stood with his axe resting on his shoulder. The wind, caused by the speed I was driving, ruffled his long beard. In another age, and if the car was substituted by a Viking longboat, he would have made the perfect image of a Viking, ready for battle, standing in the prow of his boat, preparing to leap ashore to keep up the Viking tradition of rape and pillage. It was a beautiful morning as the slowly rising sun lit up more of the countryside we were driving through. All my passengers were standing up on the seats, not for any reason apart from to enjoy the view. Soon, though, we would be heading into what we considered more unknown territory. The information we'd received from the soldiers only covered the motorway as far as Cheltenham. It could be clear or blocked, and there might even be another roadblock put in place by some local hooligans. We just didn't know what to expect. Nothing we hadn't handled before, so the level of concern amongst the group wasn't really any higher than it had been previously. But there was no such thing as relaxing when travelling through a countryside where the entire population was flesh-eating zombies whose only goal was to eat you. I also felt more comfortable as the further north we went, the closer we got to areas I knew better. If diversions needed to be made, I would be more familiar with the roads, and possibly more familiar too with the best way to navigate around them. Maps did not show everything, and nothing could ever beat local knowledge. Sean slowed down as we approached the motorway slip road, and instead of driving down it, he continued straight and chose to drive onto the raised bridge that overlooked it. And there he stopped. Halting in a line behind him, we all had a good view of the road we'd planned to take. As far as I could see, both carriageways were a scrap heap of unrecognisable, twisted, burnt and still smoking metal. Whatever had happened had been catastrophic and massive, and it answered the question that had arisen when we'd seen the smoke rising ahead when leaving the motorway at the junction before this to reach Louise's parents' village. The soldiers would have joined the motorway at the same junction we left it at, so they probably wouldn't have noticed it. There was no point dwelling on it, though. The way we intended to go was impassable, and there was nothing we could do to change that. Louise's voice came over the radio. Alternative Route B. The A38 is straight ahead. Sean's just checking his map. I smiled to myself. Anyone who lived in Birmingham was familiar with the A38. It was one of the main arterial roads that led out of the south and the north of the city. Heading south it was called the Bristol Road, quite simply because it went to Bristol, the city we'd found Sean's friends alive and well in. Until the M5 motorway was built, it was the main route for anyone from Birmingham to take to head to the southwest of the country. My granddad, who died many years ago, never took the M5 when he went on his annual holiday to Weston-super-Mare. He never quite trusted the motorway that had replaced it, and always refused to use it. Well, maybe he was right, I thought, thinking fondly of the old man I hadn't thought about for years. The A38 mainly ran parallel to the M5, but it did pass through a lot of towns and villages, making the route potentially more hazardous. But then again, what other choice did we have? Sean would know this too, and would divert back to the motorway as soon as possible. Sean revved his engine, and the convoy headed off again. Dave sat down and studied the map. Nothing we haven't done before, mate. Just stick close to the one in front and let us do the rest. Piece of cake, matey. Louise's warning of zombies ahead made Dave put the map down and pick up a spear. I listened carefully to Louise's instructions as she called out course changes for the rest of us to follow. Bringing up the rear, there wasn't much left for us by the time the other vehicles had speared, smashed, or driven over anything that was ahead. If one was left standing, the passengers in my car did their best to add it to the tally for the day. Dave had to tell Jamie to calm it down a bit when he, in excitement at how successful his axe proved, lifted himself out of the car and was sitting astride the roof with one leg in the car and one leg out, swinging his axe like a polo player at any zombie within reach. Dave's point was proved when Chet had to grab onto his belt when an over-enthusiastic swing that took the head clean off a passing one caused him to overbalance and almost fall out. Chet yanked him back in the car, where he ended up upside down on the seat with his feet sticking through the roof. He and Chet became helpless with laughter as he tried to right himself. His chainmail had ridden up around his waist and arms, rendering him completely immobile. It took 10 minutes for both Dave, who was trying not to see the funny side, and Chet, pushing and pulling him to get him the right way round and back on his feet. Jamie took the bollocking Dave dished out to him, knowing he'd put himself and others at risk by his actions. Miles slipped away, as any blockage we found was easily dealt with by Sean, and, although we encountered a few concentrations of zombies, mainly in the towns and villages we passed, we didn't have to slow our pace as we sliced through them. Sean led us back to the motorway 2 junctions further up, and we continued north. Approaching the next junction, I saw a sign advertising a retail estate that was located near the junction. A well-known sports shop that sold everything from tents to ski gear and canoes to bikes was advertising its presence on the sign, listing all the businesses located there. I picked up the radio. "Hey guys," I broadcast. "Shall we try and get the camping gear we're after? We can see the buildings from here, and it looks to be one of those large out-of-town sites. If it's too dangerous, there should be plenty of room to just turn around and continue back up the motorway." All calls came back, agreeing it was at least worth a look, and we followed Sean as he drove up the slipway and entered the retail park, the entrance of which was right off the motorway island itself. I breathed a sigh of relief as we entered the vast parking area. Again, the apocalypse had hit before trading had begun. There were a few cars parked and 1 or 2 zombies stumbling around, but compared to what we had experienced before, the place was as good as empty. Sean drove straight to the front of the shop we wanted. Its shutters were closed, apart from one which protected a small door. The door was open, but nothing was in sight. Dave picked up the radio and began issuing instructions, getting everyone into the correct position. The few zombies that were present had predictably started heading in our direction, so Dave asked a few of the knights on the bus to deal with them before we entered the shop. While they were being dealt with, the assault squad, as we had begun calling them, stepped from the bus and walked down the ramp on the trailer to gather together. A few of us helped to lift the ramp back onto the trailer so we could close the rear door and protect its remaining occupants. When the knights returned from killing the zombies, we began discussing entering the shop. We knew that it was going to be huge inside, with many aisles and other rooms that needed to be checked before we could call it safe. We decided to commit most of our people to the operation. The ones outside would remain in their vehicles, and if any more zombies appeared, they could easily contact us using the radios, and we'd be close enough to easily exit the building and support them if we were needed. The plan was for us to enter the building and stay together as one large group until we were satisfied it was safe. Then we would split into smaller groups, each tasked with gathering items from a list we were hastily drawing up. "Okay, everyone," Dave called to us all. "My boys will lead the way with half the knights backing them up. If the rest of the knights can bring up the rear, watching our backs, that will be great. Remember, if it goes to shit in there, stay together, and we will exit as one unit. If this place is like others I've been to, It will be a maze of aisles, so don't panic. It will be nothing we haven't done before, just in a tighter space, that's all. I want everyone to stay sharp. If we get attacked, only the ones facing them directly will be able to fight, limiting how many we can kill. Do not separate yourselves from the group, thinking you can help by getting around their back. It will divide our forces and could get us in more shit. I knew what he was doing. We had had such success with the tactics we had created that overconfidence and complacency could creep into our thinking. He was trying to stop that before it got one or more of us killed. With faces looking a bit more serious, we checked our own and each other's gear, made sure our weapons were loaded and easily to hand, and we prepared to enter the building. The light coming through the clear panels in the roof provided enough to see by as we walked through the door and gathered inside. Some displays were knocked over and bloodstains marked the floor, indicating that something had gone on. Tension built as, gripping our weapons tighter, we worked our way further into the building, our ears straining to try and catch the slightest sound. Dave, who was in the lead group, raised his fist in the air as he approached the end of the aisle we were cautiously walking down, and we all stopped. Quickly peering around the corner ahead, he held his fist high in the air and pointed with a finger to the left. He was clearly indicating something was ahead. He gave the universal forward sign, and we all followed him around the corner. The end of the aisle opened into a larger area that used to display tents. Most of these were knocked flat by the throng of zombies that were all standing with their backs to us, crowding around some high racking. 3 people, wearing the uniform of the shop, were lying sprawled on the top shelves of the racks. Quietly, Dave indicated for some of us to spread out to form a line, and, using hand signals, he pointed at others to keep watching our backs. Standing in the line, I counted 20 zombies. My trepidation dropped. We had handled this many before, just not in such an enclosed environment. The ones on the rack had not noticed us. They hadn't even moved. It was hard to tell if they were dead or alive. If they had been up there since the start, then the chances were they would have died from dehydration or starvation. But if they were dead, wouldn't the zombies have lost interest in them? Dave called out softly, "Ready, everyone?" and kicked the rack next to him. A dull sound reverberated around the deathly quiet shop. As one, the zombies slowly turned and faced us. They too, apart from a few in normal clothes, were dressed in the shop's uniform. Movement on the rack caught my attention as 2 of the people on the top rack weakly raised their heads. One slowly raised his arm and held it up. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. He looked to be in a very poor state. The need for quiet was now over. We had the attention of the undead, and they were slowly staggering towards us. Dave shouted, "Knights, form a line and deal with them. We'll watch your backs." Jamie spoke first. From what they had told me, that meant he was now in command. "Shields and hand weapons, lads." It took a few moments for them to form up and link their shields into a solid barrier before stepping forward to attack. Their skill, technique and discipline were such that even before they swung their first blow, I knew it was over. Within minutes, all the zombies were on the floor, blood and brains spilling from the wounds caused by their deadly weapons. They then checked each one was dead. The ones with swords thrust them through eye sockets or mouths if they were in any doubt. "Great work once again, lads," said Dave. We all looked up at the racking. 2 of the 3 were trying to raise themselves up. You didn't need to be an expert to see they were in a terrible state. Their filthy, emaciated faces made them look more dead than alive. The 3rd lay ominously still and unmoving. It was clear they were in no condition to help themselves, and we needed to climb up and help them. Dave spread the rest of us out in a cordon, while he and Sean put their weapons down and climbed up the racking. "We need to get them down now," he shouted a short time later. One is dead, and the other two are barely hanging on. Our mission to gather supplies had inadvertently changed into a rescue mission. The three must have been on top of the racking since the beginning. Escaping from their work colleagues and unable to go anywhere, they had been stuck there. I looked up. For them to have survived, they must have been able to get hold of something to sustain them. Otherwise, they would have died of dehydration long ago. Hopefully, if they recovered, we would find out their story. But for now, the priority was to get them down and start looking after them the best we could. Dave called down, "Can someone get some rope? I think the best way to get them down will be to tie a rope around them and lower them down." I pointed to the night near me. "Come on, lads, follow me. There must be some ropes in the climbing section. Let's go and find it." With the knights acting as my guards, I cautiously walked through the shop, all the while checking for any stragglers lurking and waiting for the chance to sink their teeth into living flesh. Luckily, finding the aisles deserted, I found the climbing section of the shop. The shelves and racks were filled with all the paraphernalia a climber needed to pursue the sport. Grabbing a few bundles of ropes that were hanging from a hook, we hurried back to the others. Dave and Sean had assisted the two who were still alive into a seating position and were helping them drink from a canteen. The water was already improving their condition, and their movements looked more coordinated. When Dave signalled, I threw the ropes up to him. He wasted no time unravelling the rope and tying a loop around the first one's chest under his arms. With Dave taking the strain, the young man weakly shuffled to the edge and tried to climb down. His strength gave way and he would have fallen, but Dave, anticipating this, had a tight hold on the rope and, slowly feeding it through his hands, gently lowered him into the outstretched arms of the ones waiting below, who grabbed him and lowered him to the ground. Some began helping him, while the others stood ready to help Sean as he began lowering down the young woman he was attending to. Gathering around as they lay on the floor, we could see how close to death they still were. "Let's get them out of here," said Dave. "They're going to need some careful looking after if they're going to recover. It's not just a case of giving them food and water. They look so far gone, they could be in danger of organ failure if we don't get it right." Jim spoke up. "I had some training as part of a disaster relief program once. We got told how to treat famine victims before medical help arrived." "Great, Jim," replied Dave. "I would say these two fall into that category. You're their doctor now. If a few of you could help carry them outside, you can begin nursing them back to health. The rest of us need to check this whole place is clear. And then we need to start shopping." We made some stretchers out of some sturdy signs, and the boys were carried outside and placed into the trailer, where Jim began supervising their care. 20 minutes later we were satisfied that no surprises waited for us in any of the many back rooms the store had, and we began what we had intended to do, and gathered more supplies. There were so many items for us to choose from, all of which we could put to good use, and it was difficult not to empty the whole shop. We did know that we could always raid similar shops in the future, so there was no point being daft, and we only took items from the list we had hastily agreed between ourselves. But the van and the bus still got filled up with sleeping bags, tents, clothing, torches, and many other items we just had to take. I did resist the temptation to take one of the canoes I'd always decided I absolutely needed whenever I had visited one of the chain's shops before. The two patients were responding to their treatment. When I checked on them, between pushing fully loaded trolleys from the store, Jim was carefully assisting them to take small sips from an energy drink. He told me they were doing okay and asked if one of us could get some clothes for them from the store so they could change them out of their filth-encrusted clothes, which were a health hazard. When we had everything we needed, we all boarded our vehicles and continued the journey north. Steve took over Jim's place on Simon's Land Rover. We were now 44 and 2 dogs. Chapter 21. Glancing left as we drove over a bridge that crossed the River Avon, I slowed down, sure I'd seen a boat emerging from under the bridge as we passed over it. I got Dave's attention, and he craned his neck to look back and confirmed he could see it too. None of the other vehicles ahead of me would have seen it because it would have been under the bridge as they drove over it. By pure chance, I caught sight of it out of the corner of my eye. Dave told the others to stop, and I reversed back up the carriageway, stopping in the middle of the bridge. "Cover me," was all he said as he grabbed his rifle and climbed down from the car, scrambled over the central barrier, and ran to the railing at the side of the carriageway. Needing to answer the questions that were coming through the radio, I picked it up and told them what I'd seen, and that Dave was trying to contact them. I was questioned whether I wanted them to turn around and head back. In the time it had taken me to spot the boat, to slow down for Dave to confirm what I'd seen, and to get the others to stop, they had got a few 100 metres ahead of us. Then I'd reversed another 100 metres back along the bridge. I told them not to bother yet. The motorway had been zombie-free for a while. Dave was shouting over the bridge. I couldn't make out what was being said, but he was having a conversation with them. Eventually, he pushed away from the side of the bridge and jogged back over to us. "Tom, get the others back here to form square, please. The boats are mooring, and 1 or 2 of them are coming up to meet us. I told them I would start heading their way to escort them." "Which side are they mooring?" I asked. "I think they're dropping anchor in the middle of the river and using a small boat to reach the bank, if that helps. Why?" "We're in the middle of a long bridge. Surely it would be better to form our square at the end where they'll be appearing," I said, a smile of, "Oh, what a good idea that is," playing across my face. "Smart ass," he replied. "OK, I'll give you that. Just let me go and look." He hopped back over the central barrier and looked down at the river, turned and jogged back to us, and pointed towards where the others were waiting. "That way. I'll get the others to start getting into position." Simon picked up the radio as I drove towards them. Before we got there, he turned to Chet and Jamie. "Can you two come with me, please? We'll jump out when they're getting into position, and we'll go to meet them." Sean had moved forward the short distance to the end of the bridge, and by the time I turned up, the others were getting themselves into position around him. Stopping to let my 3 passengers out, I watched them run to the barrier, climb over it, and disappear from view, before pulling into the final position in the square. The news that we were going to meet more survivors had got everyone excited. As soon as the ramp was lowered and doors opened, we gathered in the middle of the square and waited eagerly for them to arrive. Daisy kept Princess on a lead when she brought her down from the trailer. The last thing any of us wanted was for her to run off, requiring us to chase her. Horace could be trusted and was never far from Ian, anyone with food, or the children. She was well behaved, though, and didn't pull on the lead and was happy to follow Daisy. An indication her previous owners had trained her well. Jim stayed in the trailer to continue caring for our 2 new arrivals. Today had gone well so far, apart from the diversion, which hadn't slowed us down much, and the visit to the retail park. We were about halfway to Worcester by my estimate. It had only taken us about 3 hours so far, and it wasn't 10 o'clock in the morning yet. I didn't know how long we were going to spend with these people we were just about to meet, but when we continued, and if we encountered no more problems, we should be ready to try to enter Worcester an hour after we started moving again. All heads turned to watch Dave and the others climb over the barrier and walk towards us. The 2 strangers stopped briefly and stared with obvious amazement at our eclectic mix of vehicles, before following them and squeezing through the gap we left in our wall of vehicles. I welcomed them and introduced myself before asking them what we all wanted to know. Their story. Their names were Graham and Arthur. After gratefully accepting some tea we poured from a thermos flask, they began. Not knowing each other before the virus hit, they were both holidaying on the River Severn with their families, when they woke up one morning at neighbouring moorings at an isolated spot on the River Severn near Shrewsbury to hear the news that was broadcasting over the radio and television. Confident it was an elaborate practical joke, and being the social bunch that the boating community was, and neither party being in a rush to get to any destination, they were enjoying a coffee on Graham's boat while their children played on the riverbank with newfound friends. That was when the reality of the situation came crashing home after they spotted a body floating towards them, slowly being led to them on the lazy current. Bursting into action, the two men hurriedly jumped into Graham's tender he towed behind his boat to retrieve the body, while their wives tried to call the emergency services. To their horror, the body, that of a young man, was dead and appeared to have terrible bite marks over his face and neck. They could tell that the injuries were fresh and had only happened recently. Dragging the body onto the bank, they could do no more than to cover it with a blanket and wait for the emergency services to arrive. The problem was they couldn't contact anybody, and they knew enough that they shouldn't disturb a potential crime scene. But they were at a loss to know what to do next. Then more bodies began to appear from upstream, all showing wounds of some description. Terrified of what they might find, but also knowing that they needed to know, they decided to leave the body where it was and investigate what was going on further up the river. Cautiously making their way towards Shrewsbury, they turned around before they got there. The normally calm and beautiful river had turned into a carnal house of terror. More and more bodies filled the river, and even from a distance, Shrewsbury looked to be completely ablaze. Both men were forced to take up positions in the bows of their boats and use boat hooks to push more and more bodies out of the way, out of respect for them, and also because they were fearful of fouling their propellers. At a few points, roads ran next to the river, and there it was confirmed to them that the unbelievable news must have been telling the truth. Watching in disbelief, they saw cars tearing down the roads, the faster drivers completely disregarding their own safety, as well as that of anyone else, as they forced others off the road in their desperation to escape. Crashed cars that still contained living people were ignored. Normal human nature was to help these poor people, but it was clear that normal was not the rule of the day. Unwilling to moor the boats on the banks of the river, they found a small island in the middle of the flow and tied up, spending the next hours watching the news reports in disbelief, until, one by one, they went off the air to be replaced by the looping message from the government. Indecision reigned between the two distraught families, brought together by the horror of what was occurring right around them. They simply did not know what to do next, until the noise of an approaching boat made them run up onto the flybridge of Graham's cruiser. Its engines were roaring as it blasted along on full power, rocking from side to side, erratically as if out of control. It was heading straight towards them. Fearing it might crash straight into them, but not having the time to do anything about it, they scrambled to the sides of the boat and prepared to jump off onto the island, when at the last moment it veered away from them and crashed at full speed into the bank opposite. Its momentum hurled it up the bank, its bow crushed and mangled as it smashed through trees and shrubs, ending up mostly out of the water, its propellers still spinning at maximum revolutions, churning the water, with its engines screaming in protest. Shaken up from the near miss, they looked across at what was left of the once sleek boat. Its driver lay crumpled and unmoving on the bridge, either dead or severely injured, they couldn't tell which. The news reports and radio broadcasts had shown and described the terrible happenings around the country. But that was in the third person, still not quite believable or real. Graham was looking at the boat through his binoculars, looking for any movement from the driver, when more movement from the boat caught their attention. A passenger emerged from the cabin of the boat. Binoculars were not needed to see the person was a woman, and she was alive, but seriously injured. She was covered in blood and was crawling along the deck, both her legs sticking out at unnatural angles from the knees, obviously badly broken. It looked to the watchers as if she was crawling towards her partner to check on his condition. Eventually she reached him. Graham had the best view through his binoculars, and it was when he threw them down and started retching that they all knew that there was no denying it. A zombie apocalypse had started. The woman was not rendering aid. She was eating him, ripping chunks of flesh from his body and devouring them. In panic, and the urgent need to get away from what they were witnessing, they untied the boats from the trees they'd moored them to and headed back downstream together. Eventually, after seeing more evidence of death and destruction on either bank as they passed close to roads and houses, and fearful of going near the banks at all, they moored at another island to get together again and plan what the hell to do next. Logistically, they were both in good shape. As they were both at the start of their holidays, both boats had enough fuel for a few weeks' gentle river cruising and food to last for the same period. It was where to go and what to do that they had no idea about. The obvious answer, from what they had witnessed, was that the river seemed to be the safest place to be, the land beyond the banks too terrifying to contemplate setting foot on. Setting up a watch rota so one of their group was always on lookout, they remained at their island sanctuary for days, supplementing their dwindling food supplies by fishing and conserving fuel by cooking on a campfire on the island. Constantly monitoring the radio channels, both marine and land-based, for any news, they waited. From their isolated position, they didn't see another living soul. Bodies continually floated past, reminding them of what was happening. But they had no contact with anyone. Their first experience with a zombie was when the lookout on deck spotted what they thought was a live person hanging onto a floating log, weakly thrashing around trying to get their attention. Graham and Arthur immediately untied the tender and, starting the small outboard motor, went to help. What they found was a zombie who had somehow impaled itself on a large tree branch that was now floating downstream. Its eyes locked on them as they approached. It reached its arms out towards them, growling and snapping its teeth. Recoiling in horror, Graham just managed to engage reverse and avoid coming into contact with it. Keeping at a safe distance, they followed the log and its trapped monster, studying it carefully, again trying to comprehend that what they were seeing was real. There was no way the person with the injuries it had could still be alive. Its throat was ripped out, and half of its face was devoid of flesh. And it had a branch protruding through its chest, an injury that would alone have been enough to end its life. When they had returned to the boats and told their families, the children, who had more zombie experience through video game and TV shows, instructed the adults on the best way they knew to kill zombies. Anything that could be used as a head-smashing, brain-destroying weapon was found and placed ready to use. One morning a few days ago, they picked up a faint and barely audible broadcast on the Marine Emergency Channel. Using their scant knowledge, they jury-rigged an extension to the antenna to see if they could pick up the faint and intermittent signal better. It worked. The message was being relayed from another private craft further down the River Severn. Their equipment did not have the range to reply, but they listened avidly to the message. The Royal Navy was sheltering in the Solent, and all remaining Royal Navy ships worldwide were making best speed to their location. The message informed anyone listening to make their way to their location if at all possible. That galvanized them into action. Now they had a goal, something to stop them just sitting there waiting for something to happen. Both experienced boaters, they pulled out maps and charts and began plotting the course. Even though they spent most of their times on rivers, both boats were seaworthy enough to make the journey. The main issue would be fuel. Depending on sea and tide conditions, they would probably need to refill their tanks a few times, and that worried them. Normally, when undertaking such a journey, you would have every safe harbour, anchorage and ports with fuel, water and other facilities mapped and planned. Access to some might be restricted due to tide times and conditions which might alter your choice. But you would always have a safe anchorage to moor your boat if you planned it correctly. Now the tide times and conditions were the only known quantity. Sea conditions and weather, since the weather and shipping forecasts had stopped, would be unknown. It was impossible to know if any of the refuelling points were safe too. The number of unknown factors meant danger. They both knew well enough the normal dangers any sea journey could entail. All the unknowns made the prospect a truly daunting one. Pooling all their knowledge and experience, they reached the conclusion that the best course of action would be to procure enough fuel to render the need to touch land unnecessary. The food supplies could be stretched, and if the weather and sea conditions turned against them, they could drop anchor in one of the numerous coves, bays, estuaries and inlets along the coast, until conditions improved enough for them to continue. Finding enough fuel was the only problem they needed to solve, which is why we had spotted them. Leaving their island sanctuary, they journeyed down the river, intending to try every wharf and boatyard along the route, until they found a safe place to get the fuel they needed. Unfortunately, time and time again, they found every location swarming with shambling herds of what they began calling walkers, after the Walking Dead TV series. Steve stopped them at this point, knowing they'd travelled through Worcester on their journey south, and asked them what they'd seen in the city. He explained that his family lived there, and that we were going there to see if they were somehow, miraculously still alive. The news wasn't good. They hadn't even stopped to check the numerous boatyards and refuelling points they knew were there, because the whole river frontage was swarming with walkers, who, as soon as they noticed them, headed towards them and blindly walked or fell off the raised embankments straight into the river in their hundreds. Most sank immediately, but some, buoyed up by air trapped in their clothes, thrashed their way towards them. Worcester was the first place they had to resort to killing them, using the sharp end of their boat hooks to stab down into the heads of the ones who managed to reach the sides of their boats. Graham was apologetic to Steve when he described how the city looked to have been ravaged by fires, which they could still see burning in places. Steve listened carefully to the report, trying to hide his emotions, and then he thanked him and asked him to continue their story. By the time they reached Tewkesbury, finding similar conditions at all possible places, they were getting very concerned if they would ever find anywhere safe enough to get the fuel they needed. Running out of ideas, they chose to head up the River Avon, which merges with the Severn at Tewkesbury, to see if that would yield better results. Only this morning, they found a boatyard not far upstream from where we were standing now, which was deserted of both the living and the dead. We'd spotted them as they were heading back to continue their journey, after filling their internal fuel tanks till they overflowed, and then deck-loading as many barrels and containers of extra fuel as they could, without affecting the stability of their crafts too much. By their reckoning, if they maintained a slow, laborious but efficient speed, they should be able to make it. We were now temporarily 52 and 2 dogs. Chapter 22. Graham and Arthur were both eager to hear our stories, but the news that the Royal Navy was still operational was greeted with both joy and pride by the Marines present, who insisted on asking questions that neither man could answer. Once they calmed down, we gave them the short story of who we were, how we had met, and where we were going and why. Short story it may have been, but so much had happened to us in that time that it still took a while to tell it. They were naturally enough full of questions about what we'd witnessed, and they were eager to learn anything they could about the zombies, and our theories about how it spread. We answered their questions to the best of our ability, telling them what was guesswork and speculation, and the facts we actually knew. It took Maud to break up the discussions by interrupting us all and saying, "It is absolutely fantastic that we have met others, but we're still going to end up departing in opposite directions. So, all of us standing around here chatting is not getting any of us any closer to where we want to be, is it?" She turned to Graham and Arthur. "What we should be asking you is, what do you need and how can we help you? You've mentioned food. Do you need some? I'll get some of these big, tough men here to ask you if you need any guns or anything, because I'm sure we can spare a few. But if you can have a think if there is anything else we can help you with, have a quick think now and let one of us know. Also, your families must be going frantic with worry with you being gone for so long, so one of you should at least wave over the edge of the bridge at them." Maud, as usual, had got it right. It was great to meet up with fellow survivors, especially as these were the first ones we had met who were not in a desperate situation and needing our help. I placed my hand on her shoulder. "And this is Maud, the true leader of our little group. As none of us is brave enough to go against her wishes, I think we should do as she suggests." I held my arms open in an expansive gesture. "What can we help you with? We have food to spare, and weapons and other equipment you might find useful, so please don't be shy. The shop is open." Thanking us profusely for our kindness, Arthur walked up to the middle of the bridge, accompanied by Jim just in case, and went to shout down to their waiting families that all was okay. Meanwhile, Graham started discussing with us what supplies they could do with to make the journey easier. Food was a priority. We began offloading enough of a variety of both packet and tinned foods to feed the 8 of them for an extended period. When asked about weapons, Graham was unsure because neither he nor Arthur had any knowledge of firearms at all. They talked this over and admitted as much to each other. I insisted, though, that they should take some and selected 2 12-gauge shotguns. When Arthur returned, I spent a short time showing them both how to handle them safely and how easy they were to use. I didn't allow them to practice firing them because the noise might attract some unwelcome guests. But I told them that as soon as they were on the river and moving along, they should have a practice and familiarise themselves with them. Chris, one of the later additions to the group, came up with the solution of how to get the growing pile of goods we were creating to the boats easily. To lower it down from the bridge in bags straight onto the decks of the boats. Maud had already pointed out that there was no point stretching out the chance meeting, as delays wouldn't help either group. So we worked industriously to complete the task of resupplying our newfound friends. In no time, we'd loaded the goods onto the trailer Simon was towing, which he drove to the centre of the bridge, while we bade farewell to Graham and Arthur, who left, accompanied by Dave, Chet and Jamie, to escort them back to the riverbank. Dave handed a hastily written note to Graham, telling them to, at the first opportunity, pass the message on to whoever they found in command. He explained that it contained information about our group, what we'd discovered on our journey, our capabilities, and what we hoped to achieve if we found Warwick Castle a suitable long-term shelter. Half an hour later, and sweating from the exertion of lowering bags of goods onto the boats, we waved our final goodbyes over the side of the bridge and continued our journey. Dave was still ecstatic at the news that some remnants of the British Armed Forces were still operating, especially his beloved Royal Navy. He was imagining how the fight back would begin as soon as the forces gathering in the Solent combined. Personally, I was overjoyed as well. The plans we'd made, and the journey we'd undertaken so far, trying and succeeding to keep my family safe and alive, gathering others along the way, it had all been on the premise that we were doing it alone, that any hope of help from any government and its associated forces had disappeared as the virus spread like wildfire across the globe, eliminating any and all chances of help arriving. Warwick Castle was planned to be our intended long-term refuge, a place to gather enough supplies and where we could shelter behind its walls until it was safe to emerge into whatever world the zombies left behind, when they hopefully, eventually, rotted away to leave only piles of bones as a reminder of their reign of terror. An hour and more destroyed undead later, we drove up the motorway exit to join the road that led straight into Worcester. I was now in familiar territory and knew the roads well from my many visits to the small and beautiful city that Worcester had once been. But even on the outskirts where we stopped, it looked ominous and threatening. Abandoned and crashed vehicles littered the road. Many zombies wandered between them now, heading in our direction as the noise of our arrival caught their attention. The pall of smoke hanging over the city told a similar tale of what we'd witnessed before, And we'd already learned what Worcester was like from Graham and Arthur's description from when they'd passed through on their boats. To me, it looked too dangerous for us to enter, and I could see the concern on Dave's face as he looked ahead. We'd already agreed in principle that we would only try to rescue family and friends if we thought it was safe to do so. But we had made it so far, and the thought of not trying now we were faced with the choice seemed unfair. A case of so near and yet so far. Was it worth risking all our lives to check, though? Waiting, looking at what lay ahead, I could only imagine that everyone felt as we in my car did. Simon was the first to pick up the radio and speak. "Sorry to say it, guys, but it looks bloody awful in there. I'm not sure how everyone else feels, but I think it's too risky for us all to try." He paused. "How about I try? Steve's one of my boys, and therefore I'm responsible for him. We promised him we would do this, but it's not worth risking us all. If I unhook my trailer, Steve's already with me to show me the way. The two of us will make the attempt alone. We should be in and out in no time. Everyone else can stay here, and if the zombies get too many, you can all just drive in circles around the motorway island until we return. The radio should stay within range, so we will be in contact." He chuckled wryly. "What's the worst that could happen?" I could have said, "Nothing apart from you becoming zombie food." What he was saying made sense. The plans we'd made altered as new situations arose. Initially, we'd chosen to stay together and not weaken the whole by splitting up. That changed when a few of us had gone on the mission from Willie's farm to raid the local gun shop, and when we had divided our forces to attack the ones who'd blocked the motorway and killed Daniel. Both successfully. Simon was making sense. We owed it to Steve to try, but we also owed it to ourselves not to risk all of us in the process. A one-vehicle, two-man mission would accomplish both of these aims. He was also not waiting for approval, as he probably knew some of us might try to dissuade him. His mind was made up and he was going, whether we liked it or not. Steve had also made his decision, and was already out of the vehicle and unhooking the trailer. As soon as Steve climbed back into the Land Rover, he took up position on the mounted machine gun, and they set off. Dave chuckled as I sat back down. Well, he wasn't leaving that up for debate, was he? Typical Simon. As far as he's concerned, it's his responsibility, and he won't put any others in the line of fire, so to speak. He shrugged, looking out of the window at the approaching zombies. Oh well, let's wait for him to come back. In the meantime, I think we should do as he suggests and keep moving, so that little odd approaching won't give us any problems. Agreeing, I radioed Sean to get moving, and we all formed up behind him and started to drive slowly around the large island that straddled the motorway, adding more to the former zombie count with every revolution. We could hear the occasional distant chattering of the machine gun, tracking Simon and Steve's progress as they drove deeper into the dead city of Worcester. 15 minutes later, I was beginning to get concerned, because the machine gun hadn't been heard for a while, and no updates had come over the radio. And then we received a message from Simon. They were returning empty-handed, and asked us to clear any zombies from around the trailer to enable them to hook it back up and get moving without delay. The message left a lot unsaid, but it didn't really need to say more. Steve's family hadn't made it. Despite our best efforts, we were still 42 and 2 dogs. Chapter 23. Once the trailer was hitched, we set off again. We weren't rejoining the motorway, as the route we'd planned followed the A road from the junction we were at, eventually ending up in Warwick. From Worcester, it was the most direct route and the obvious one to pick, with an added advantage that it didn't pass directly through any large towns or villages. I was back on, if not familiar territory, at least roads I'd driven along before, albeit under less dangerous conditions, and in a normal car instead of in a bastardised armoured version, such as I was currently driving. I tried not to get my hopes up too much. The journey we'd started out on, what seemed like a lifetime of experiences and weeks ago, was drawing to its end. I had, on the very first day the apocalypse started, sat on Bodmin Moor and said that we needed to get to a castle, as it would be the best place to ensure our survival. Not once, despite meeting more people both accidentally and by design, had we wavered from that goal. Everyone we met agreed with us that it was the best plan. Now we were nearing that goal. Would it be all we hoped it would and could be? How much of a fool would I feel after encouraging everyone that it was the best place to try to reach, only to find it unsuitable when we got there? I kept my thoughts to myself, but doubt filled me up to bursting point. Had I led everyone to their deaths when we could have found a safe place without having to endure the hundreds of miles we travelled? Becky had always said I was easy to read, unable to hide my emotions. I always denied it, but knowing there was a reason I was not very good at poker, I took her gentle mocking and poking fun at me when she always saw straight through whatever emotional mask I was trying to put on. Dave proved this when we were sitting down on a quiet section of the road as he said, "Tom, don't worry, mate. I have a feeling that this castle we're heading to is going to work out." I replied wearily, "I don't know. What if I've led us on a wild goose chase and all we find is a fucking nightmare?" "I hope so too, but the closer we get, the more nervous I am. You've all trusted some stupid idea I had on the first day this began. What if I'm wrong?" "Nah, mate, you're right. My old bones are telling me so. And sometimes you have to trust your gut. It felt right to you when you first thought of it, and it's felt right every time you've mentioned it again." He laughed. "And anyway, it's a bit fucking late now to change your mind." He pointed to a road sign informing us we were 10 miles away from Warwick. His words helped, but didn't lessen how nervous I was feeling. The roads provided no obstructions Sean couldn't deal with using his plough, and we only encountered significant numbers of zombies as we skirted around the famous town of Stratford-upon-Avon. Not reducing speed, we cleaved through the masses, shambling along aimlessly until attracted by our approaching engine noise. Their futile efforts to stop our passage ending the moment they met tons of moving metal. The only reminder of their existence showed in maybe another dent, or at the very least, a streak of red gore to add to the others that were building up in layers all over our vehicles. Passing over the M40 motorway, I knew we were only minutes away from our destination. I picked up the radio. "Sean, we're very close now. I've been here loads of times and always use the main car park. We need to find the service vehicle entrance they use to allow their own vehicles to enter the grounds after hours. It might be a good idea if we do some reconnaissance first to save us driving around until we find it. If you could form a square, I recommend that Simon and I scoot ahead and see what we can find." After acknowledging and confirming it was a good idea, Simon and I hung back and waited until they had formed an impenetrable mini-fortress with the remaining vehicles. Simon unhitched his trailer once more, and we were ready. With everyone standing on the seats, holding weapons ready, we set off. Ending more zombie lives with quiet thrusts of spears or a swing of Jamie's axe, I slowly drove onwards. Not sure of where to try first, I turned off the road, following signs to the main car park, and stopped at the still-closed main gates. A padlock held the locking bar closed. "That's a good sign, I think," Dave muttered quietly. "If it's locked, then there shouldn't be any visitors inside. They didn't have time to open the gates before it hit. Let me see if I can open it. Chet, find the bolt croppers, please. It's time for a bit of breaking and entering." Taking the bolt croppers, he walked to the gate, quickly inspected the padlock, before raising the heavy-duty tool and easily cutting the shackle on the lock. Sliding the locking bar open, he swung one leaf of the gate open, performed a theatrical bow, and indicated for us to drive through. Once through, he closed the gate behind us, ran to the car, and quickly scrambled in. Further up the familiar drive, I noticed a gate in the perimeter fence I hadn't noticed on my visits before. Looking through it, I could see a roadway that led through the grounds. Bingo! It had to be the one we wanted. That looks like a good option, Dave. Same again, mate, if you please. With another flourish, he opened the gate and waved us through. Slowly driving through the grounds, I tried hard to contain my excitement. The place looked deserted. Being a major tourist attraction and a site of significant historical importance, it would have a good perimeter fence to dissuade anyone trying to dodge paying the entry fee and to protect it when it was closed. The timing of the virus hitting had, for once it seemed, worked to our advantage. It was closed when the world changed forever, and it never reopened. We still needed to be careful, though, I reminded myself. It would surely have security staff on site 24 hours a day, and the perimeter fences, though difficult to climb, wouldn't stop someone desperately trying to escape by getting over them. We rounded the corner, and the castle came fully into view as we continued up the road. Carrying on, and with Simon following closely behind, we passed what I knew was called the Mound. It was the original site of the castle, built not long after the Norman invasion of England in 1066. The road led straight through a gateway in the main curtain wall. I pulled into the main courtyard, stopped the car, and turned the engine off. Standing on the seat as quickly as I could, I looked eagerly around. Not a soul, living or dead, was in sight. Simon pulled up beside me and turned off his engine and stood up on his seat as well. All of us stared in awed silence at what we had discovered. Simon broke the long silence by turning to me with a huge smile on his face. "You, sir, are a fucking genius. Look at this place, it's incredible." He pointed to the gate we'd just driven through and to another entrance, which I knew in its dark depths was the original fortified Barbican-protected entrance. If we can get those closed, this place will be impenetrable. Dave joined in, slapping me hard on the back. And if we can't close them, we can just brick them up. I was far too happy to even try to deny the congratulations being thrown in my direction. We had done it against insurmountable odds. From an idea born from desperation, the reality we had made it was hard for me to comprehend fully. Tears ran down my face as my emotions boiled over, and I unashamedly shed tears of joy and happiness, until eventually pulling myself together. "Let's go and get the others," I said. 15 minutes later, 42 people and 2 dogs hugged, kissed, cried, laughed and barked in celebration. Number 43 and 44 of our group were still too weak to celebrate and lay asleep in the trailer. We had arrived at our zombie castle. You've been listening to ZC3 by Chris Harris, narrated by Rory Barnett. Published by Whole Story Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted 2018 DHP Publishing. This recording is copyrighted 2019 W.F. Howes Limited. Whole Story Quest Audiobooks presents ZC4 by Chris Harris, narrated by Rory Barnett. Chapter 1. The celebrations continued for a long time. Never wavering from our goal, we travelled across hundreds of miles of zombie-infested wastelands, adding to our strength as individuals, and other groups of survivors were found. Our goal becoming the common goal, as the concept of our destination was realised by all. The brutal Darwinian nature of the world that was now the norm meant that the ones who had survived had found that something within them that they probably wouldn't have discovered in normal society, something that made them endure when millions around them had perished, most screaming in agony as another's teeth ripped their living flesh from their bodies, before they themselves rose again to join the undead masses. These people had not frozen in terror when faced with sights that their worst nightmare couldn't conjure up. They had done what they needed to do to live, to survive. Most of them didn't know this themselves, just counting themselves lucky to have escaped and found somewhere safe to shelter. But they had it, that special thing that set them apart from others when the chips were down and action needed to be taken. The group was made up of a broad cross-section of society, from a vicar to a carpenter, a soldier to a retired childless housewife. Everyone had contributed to the group's success. People from all walks of life, whose lives were so far apart from one another that they wouldn't normally even have mixed in the same circles, or indeed have thought they could be friends. And we celebrated together as one. Families had been torn apart. We knew with heartbreaking certainty that all our blood relatives had probably either succumbed to the virus and turned, or had died in the ensuing chaos and panic. Those gathered around us were our new family now. Maud once again brought order to the group. Raising her fingers to her mouth, she emitted a loud, shrill whistle that caused all of us who were still laughing, hugging and dancing about to stop immediately and look in her direction. I'm sorry to ruin everybody's fun, but can we continue the celebrations later when we've made sure this place is safe? I can't let the children out of my sight until I know the whole place is clear. Instantly, brought down to earth by the matriarch of the group, most of us looked embarrassed, as once again she had got the situation spot on. We did not know what lay behind any of the doors of the castle, and there were a lot of doors. The group naturally gathered together and stood silently for a while, most looking around again at the castle, as I was, in a new light. Was it safe? It looked it, but for us to truly know, we would have to carefully check every room and nook and cranny of the huge structure to be certain. That was going to be a monumental task that would need a great deal of coordination and organising, so we could be sure that nothing was missed. I turned to our experts in these matters, Sergeant Dave Eddy and Sergeant Simon Wood. What do you think, guys? Dave turned to Simon. Woody, if you block the gates, I'll start getting a squad together. I think it'll be best not to split up because things might get missed that way. If we leave 10 on guard duty, do you think that'll work? Yeah, I reckon 10 will be enough, Simon replied. If we're confident no more can get in, and we form the usual square, no harm should come to them. And all they'd need to do is contact us on the radio or sound a horn, and we'll not be far away. Simon turned to me. Tom, let's have a look at these gateways and work out the best way to block them up. I nodded, and together we walked over to the Barbican. On the way, a thought came into my head. I don't know why we haven't had this conversation before. We've got 2 Simons in our group and 2 Daves. It might avoid confusion if we call you something else. I know Simon's mates have been calling him Shitty after what happened to him when they first met some zombies, but I don't think the wife will be too happy if I keep calling him that in front of the children. How about we call you Woody? Simon laughed. I vote for calling him Shitty, but I see your point. I suppose I can settle for Woody. Mind you, if I'd heard any of my men call me Woody before this happened, I'd have ripped them another arsehole. Only my mates and fellow sergeants could call me it. We used to call Dave Eddie because sometimes there'd be a few Daves about, and it sort of made sense then. Once we got settled and safe here and to avoid any confusion, I don't think he'll mind either if we call him by his nickname. Of the 3 gates that led into Warwick Castle, one was already barred with a heavy iron gate. It was as secure as it needed be for the time being, so we moved on. The Barbican entrance didn't have any gates, but it still had the portcullis protruding from the ceiling. Looking up, I remembered from my past visits to the castle witnessing it being lowered and raised as one of the attractions they performed. I didn't know where the mechanism was, and I didn't want to start opening doors to try to find it without more backup. Finding the winch room and closing the portcullis would be a matter of priority after we had searched the castle properly. But for now we decided that blocking it with a vehicle would suffice. The final gate, the one we'd driven through, was just an open arch built into the curtain wall and could easily be barred by positioning one of the vehicles across it. 5 minutes later, my Volvo was wedged at an angle into the Barbican entrance. The extra sheeting and mesh we had surrounded the vehicle with made it wider, and I just had to position it at an angle to block the way completely. I climbed out through the roof and scrambled down the bonnet of the car, had a quick look at my handiwork to satisfy myself that the entrance was now completely blocked, and then I rejoined the others. The van was long enough to be parked across the other gate and block that too. Dave, in the meantime, had organised who was doing what. Maud and the children were asked to stay in the trailer that formed one side of the triangle of vehicles we created using the tractor, the Land Rover and the bus. 10 were chosen to remain and help to guard them and to keep the castle courtyard secured. For all we knew, zombies could appear out of any of the myriad of doors that opened onto it while we were searching other areas. They were told not to take any risks and to get our attention if they thought they couldn't deal with a threat, and to wait for the main force to arrive. After all, they'd only be a few minutes away at most. Jim was satisfied that he could leave the 2 we'd rescued from the retail park in the care of Maud and the others in the trailer. They were gaining strength with every hour that passed, and had been able to tell us their story. It didn't take long to tell. They'd all been on the early shift, restocking the shop before it opened. Unaware that anything was amiss, a few of them had opened the front door of the shop and stepped out for a cigarette break, when a lone person staggered towards them from across the car park. They were busy laughing at his antics as he approached, thinking he was a lost drunk, still trying to find his way home after having way more than one too many. But as the man got nearer, they noticed the wounds on his face and the blood that was splashed over most of his clothes. Their mirth changed to concern as his UDIs, or unidentified drinking injuries, did seem serious. A few called out to him, asking if he was okay, but got no response. It was when he tripped up the curb and fell flat on his face in front of them all that they went to his aid, with the now inevitable consequences. 30 minutes later, the 3 survivors found themselves trapped on top of some racking in the shop, surrounded by their former work colleagues. Unable to escape, what had kept them alive for so long was that the high racking they found themselves on contained some overstock for the shop. Amongst the boxes, they found a small quantity of energy drinks and protein bars, which they had eked out for as long as they could. By the time we found them, though, their supplies had long been consumed, and they'd resigned themselves to a long, slow, lingering death by dehydration and starvation. Unaware even that their colleague, who had been on the racking with them, had died until we told them the sad news, they were unsure what emotion they felt more: happiness to have been rescued and have a chance to live, or sadness that their work colleagues, and most likely their families, had all gone. Survivor's guilt was probably the best way to describe it. It was an emotion I didn't think any of us had had time to dwell upon much yet. In quiet times, I found my mind wandering, and the enormity of what had happened loomed large in my thoughts, as it probably did with all of us. But we had been continually busy and on the go so much that even the day of rest we'd had at the farm, after the failed attempt to rescue Louise's parents, was filled with many little jobs that kept our busy minds from wandering too far. They weren't strong enough yet to do anything but lie down and take small, controlled sips of water and bites from energy bars. Jim assured us that they'd be back on their feet in no time if we continued what we were doing and didn't rush them or allow them to try to speed their own recovery along. Those chosen to clear the castle gathered around Dave and Simon. Simon began the briefing. "Right then, ladies and gents, We have a massive task ahead of us. He waved his arms at the buildings surrounding us. This place is freaking massive, and until we've checked every single nook, cranny and cupboard, we'll not know if it's safe. I don't think we should split up, but instead, we should work together to clear each area. I imagine that once we get a workable system sorted out, we should be able to check more than one room at a time if we maintain communication and stay within easy reach of each other. Then he looked at us all. Who's been here before and has an idea of the layout? Chet, Becky and I raised our hands. Great. Can you all give us a rundown of what you remember about the place, please? It'll help us build up an idea of what we might expect. I stepped forward and was about to speak when Becky put her hand on my shoulder and stopped me. Tom, what do you think you're doing, dear? She asked softly with a smile on her face. I'm going to tell them about the layout of the place. We were here last summer, if you remember, I replied, a little confused. She laughed. Right then. The person who forgets how old he is and what he ate for breakfast is going to give a guided tour from memory when we last came here 2 years ago. Tom, do you want to leave it to someone who was actually paying attention when we did the guided tour and not just looking at the swords and guns? Again, I looked confused. Did we have a tour? My memory then returned, and I continued with a satisfied look spreading across my face. Oh, yes, we did, didn't we? Exactly my point, she answered, before turning to Simon. Shall I begin, Simon? Chuckling along with everyone else, he smiled and indicated for her to continue. Becky then gave everyone a detailed description of the interior of the castle, describing each room the public was allowed in and pointing to their rough location in the structure. I had to admit to myself her memory was impressive as she described each room and the different areas of the castle, from the staterooms to the restaurant, to what was in each of the towers that rose above the high curtain wall that surrounded the whole place. Her vivid descriptions even jogged my memory on rooms I'd forgotten about. Once she'd finished, we all stood in silence as we looked around and tried to visualize and commit to memory all the information we'd just been given. Chapter 2. Room by room, we cleared the castle. Listening carefully at closed doors before opening them, we worked our way through the vast structure, slowly at first, but speeding up as our experience grew. Windows overlooking the courtyard gave us a clear view of the others waiting in the vehicles, so we didn't feel the need to check up on them or inform them of our progress, as they could see us too, and waved back when we got their attention. The cellars proved to be the most daunting part. Pitch black, due to no natural light entering them, we had to check each of the multitude of rooms by torchlight. Most of the rooms were used as part of the attractions of the place, and so there were a lot of realistic dummies, dressed in a variety of outfits going back through history, from knights in suits of armour to smaller ones portraying the children who used to work in the castle. If it hadn't been so tense and scary, it could have been funny, as many times we were shocked by seemingly lifelike characters jumping out at us when suddenly lit by a passing beam of a torch. Jeff, on one occasion, and much to our amusement afterwards, when we eventually emerged into the sunlight, smashed the head off a mannequin that gave him a shock as he rounded a corner. And he didn't stop hitting it until his mace had turned the dressed-up dummy into a splintered pile of plastic and clothes, as he vented his fear and shock on the inanimate object. I called for a break when we had cleared the main building. We still had the towers and other rooms in the walls to clear. I didn't know about everyone else, but the last few hours of tense searching, expecting to be attacked by a horde of flesh-eaters at any moment, had taken it out of me. Feeling secure enough, we sat on the open grassed area by the vehicles. All the buildings we still had to check were a good distance away over the expansive inner court, so we would have plenty of warning if any zombies appeared. Opening the back of the trailer, we let the children and the dogs out so they could run around and expend some energy for a while. Of course, we needlessly warned them not to stray too far and to stay away from any of the buildings we had yet to search. With a chorus of agreement, they started to throw some tennis balls I had grabbed from the sports shop for this very purpose, for the dogs to chase. Horace, after a few minutes of what he obviously decided was unnecessary effort, came to join the adults sitting on the grass, because he'd spotted Maud handing out mugs of hot drinks and snacks, which he decided we needed to share with him. Once he'd received what he considered his rightful allocation, he lay content in the sun, his tail wagging lazily as he watched the children and princess still happily playing. "Well, what do you think of what we've seen so far, guys?" I asked with a smile as I sipped on my mug of tea. Mark spoke. I hadn't had many opportunities to talk to him yet, but he seemed a really nice bloke. He was a distant acquaintance of the Knights, but like Alex, not as close as the rest, who had lived together for years. We'd heard his heartbreaking story of how he came to join them, and so his quietness was understandable. But he was also often overshadowed by the larger-than-life personalities of Ian and the rest of the tight-knit group of friends who were continually joking and trying to outdo each other on who seemed to be either the funniest or stupidest of the gang. That was until they were brought back into line by the ever-present Maud. He didn't seem to mind not taking the limelight, and had fought as hard and as well as the rest of them when needed. "This place is better than I could ever have hoped for. It's bloody perfect. For God's sake, it's a fully functional working castle. What more could we want? It's big enough to house us all 10 times over easily. The walls, once we blocked the gates up properly, well, they were built to withstand a siege after all. They'll keep us safe for as long as we need them to." Everyone agreed with his summary, and we spent the rest of the time while we finished the mugs of tea and snacks chatting about the castle. Particularly from what we'd seen so far, how we could make the castle livable and more secure. Becky had found a guidebook when we were searching, which had a detailed map of the castle, including all the rooms it contained. She marked on it all the rooms we'd searched so far. If anything, it showed us how much ground we had still to cover, and reminded us we'd better get on with it. Despite their protests, we insisted the children return to the safety of the trailer until we knew it was completely clear of any zombies. Working clockwise around the walls, we continued the task. Investigating the mound, we discovered, much to our chagrin, a missed archway in the walls at the top of the mound. The original part of the castle dating from the Norman conquest of England in the 11th century. It had been hidden behind the ornamental bushes that had been planted on the steep conical hill, so we couldn't see it from the inner court below. Becky, Chet and I had all been to the castle before, and we apologised for forgetting about the potentially dangerous error in our memory. It did have a steel hinged gate, which in the past would have been used to close it, but it was rusted up, and even though we all tried, none of us could free it from its years of neglect. "Don't worry about it," said Woody, as he walked through the archway, and from our elevated position surveyed the grounds that stretched out before us. "No harm done. This little hill has got such steep sides, I imagine it'd be hard for those bastards to climb it anyway. With the stuff we have with us, we should be able to block this up easily." He turned and looked at the archway, and then looked at Sean. "Can you have a go at it now, mate?" Sean replied as he looked at the 6-foot-wide gap. "No problems. If I drag the jenny up here along with some timber and some sheeting, I can block it up in no time. Who can I have to help me? It'll take 2 of us to get the jenny up here." Becky interrupted. "Why don't you leave the generator at the bottom of the hill and use an extension cable if it's that heavy?" Sean looked at her with a "Duh, why didn't I think of that" expression on his face. Woody responded laughing, "And that, gents, is why men are doomed without the fairer sex." He pointed at John and Jamie. "Great idea, Becky. John, if you can help him, and if you, Jamie, could guard them just in case, we'll carry on checking the rest of this place out." Sean looked a bit apprehensive as he inspected the stonework of the doorway. "What's up?" I asked, as I began to walk away with the rest of the group. "Oh, nothing really. It's just, I've worked on listed buildings before, and you can't even stick a screw in the walls sometimes, under pain of a proper bollocking from the historic England people. I know we need to, but it seems sacrilege to use a hammer drill on these walls. That's all." He laughed and held his hands up. I know, I'll get over it." He turned to John and Jamie. "Let's get on with it. Jamie, if you stay up here and guard the gap, John and I will go and get the stuff we need from the trailer." Slowly checking every room, cupboard and nook and cranny, we continued working around the building, finding nothing until we reached the large, impressive, fortified main gate of the castle, known as the Barbican. We could hear power tools operating as Sean and John worked on blocking up the hole in the walls. The loud screeching hammering of his drill worried me. So far, we tried to be as quiet as possible, and the noise he was making, even though it was unavoidable, would certainly be loud enough to be heard beyond the castle grounds, potentially attracting unwelcome visitors. We hadn't had a chance to survey any of the perimeter fences surrounding the castle yet. We hoped they were as secure and intact as the emptiness of the place indicated. But until we'd physically checked them, we couldn't be sure. Dave Eddy had his ear to the door with a sign on it saying, "Security Office," when he held his hand up to get our attention, before turning and whispering, "I think there's someone in here." We all raised our weapons and stared at the door as he slowly backed away from it, indicating with a wave of his arm for us to walk further away, back down the corridor we'd just cleared. "It makes sense," began Eddie. "If there was anyone here overnight, it would be the security guys. And, apart from any foot patrols they might need to do, I imagine they would mainly just sit in an office watching the feed from security cameras." He paused and looked at the knights. "Okay, guys, usual drill. I'll check the door to see if it's unlocked. If it is, I'll open it and step back for you to enter shields first. If it's locked..." He looked at the hulking shape of Ian as he stood looking like a man-mountain in his armour. "I'm sure your size 14 feet can open the door, just like they have with all the other locked ones we've found. The rest of you, watch our backs in case the noise we're bound to make brings any more of them out of the woodwork." He paused and looked at us all. "Ready?" When we all nodded in agreement, he waited for the knights to get into formation behind him, before reaching out and pushing down on the door handle. He pushed it down, and the door clicked loudly in the silence as the latch released. A groaning noise we got to know well sounded through the still closed door, and something crashed into it from the inside, making it rattle on its frame, and we all jumped back slightly. Eddie looked at Ian, nodded, and stepped back to give him some space. More bangs came from the door. "Sounds like there's more than one in there," Ian said as he steadied himself before uttering, "Ready, boys?" He took a pace forward and, raising his armour-clad leg, smashed it into the door. The door burst open. The groans were replaced by crashing noises, as whatever was behind it was knocked over by the power of his kick. With a shout of, "Come on, lads!" Ian regained his balance, and with his axe held ready, raised his shield and stepped through the doorway, closely followed by the rest of the knights. We couldn't see what was happening, but the grunts, shouts, and now familiar sounds of blades striking soft flesh and bone brought up a vivid picture of the carnage the knights could rain on the undead. After a final flurry of noise, in the silence that followed, a call of, "All clear," came through the doorway. We trooped in. The remains of 4 bodies, all either with no head or a severely damaged one, lay at various angles on the floor. Blood and pieces of skull and brain stuck to or slowly slid down the bank of monitors that filled one half of the room. Looking around the room, we could see another pile of bones and clothes in a corner, and it told an all too familiar story of someone's last moments, filled with terror and pain as their former colleagues ate them alive. The room was large and clearly used as the security office for the castle. There were desks for people to work at, some comfortable chairs and tables at one end, with a small kitchen area for taking breaks, and one wall was filled with banks of screens and control panels for the clearly high-tech security system the castle possessed. Looking at the blank, lifeless screens, we all came to the same conclusion. If we could get it up and running again, it would be a great boost to our overall security and ability to spot any threats approaching the walls. Jeff was wiping the blood off his mace with some clothes he'd found in the kitchen, and he looked up and said, "We need Sean to have a look at all this. He might understate what he does, but he's a bloody good electrician, and I know he installed big systems like this when he worked on the oil rigs. If we get him some power here, I've no doubt he can get it going again." I saw Becky looking pensive. I walked up to her, put my arm around her and kissed her forehead. "You okay, darling?" I asked. "Yes. You've got me thinking," she said as she pulled the map of the castle from her pocket. "Do you remember the mill that's attached to the castle? Didn't one of the old owners convert it to generate electricity back in the old days?" She pointed on the map to those of us close by to the mill that was attached to the castle, but near to the river. "I think it still works. Well, I remember it was doing something when we went." I remembered it now. When it was installed in the late 1800s, it was a marvel of the modern age, and I think it provided enough power to light the castle. I kissed her again. "Bloody brilliant, darling. Well remembered." I looked at Woody and Eddie. Woody replied with a look of mock disgust on his smiling face. "Thanks, Becky. More work for us all." He looked out of the window at the view of the castle grounds and then at his watch. The sun was getting lower in the sky. There were still a few hours of daylight left, but it was still getting late in the day. "Let's get the rest of this place cleared, and then everyone unloaded and inside first. If we have time, then we can check further afield. But I think most of us are about done in. The priority is getting us a safe place for the night. Tomorrow we can start making plans for the whole place, but yes, I agree, if we can get the CCTV up and running, that would be brilliant. Becky, can I have a look at the map, please?" She handed it over, and he studied it for a few moments. "Right, it looks like we've got most of the place ticked off as checked, so let's carry on and get the job done." He looked at the corpses on the floor and gave the nearest one a kick. "First job after that will be to get those out of here. They're smelling bad enough already. If we leave them till tomorrow, they'll stink the whole place out." We quickly but thoroughly scoured the remaining rooms, and, finding them deserted, we returned to the inner courtyard and our vehicles. Maud, looking down at us from the side of the trailer, was holding a crying Sarah. "Is it safe?" Becky looked up at her. "Yes, Maud, we can get you down and find somewhere more comfortable now." She looked relieved as she answered, "That's good news. It's too hot out here for poor Sarah. She'll be much happier if we can get her into somewhere cooler. I think you'll like our new home, Maud. Can you think what you'll need to get unloaded first, and we'll get you and the kids settled in?" Maud looked at the faces of our children who were peering over the sides of the trailer. "Oh, don't worry. I think the youngsters have enough energy to help carry a few boxes. Haven't you, children?" All the children announced their agreement cheerfully, showing once again how important Maud was to our little group. Not only had she kept the children occupied while we were searching the castle, but she'd also cared for the two we'd rescued from the outdoor supplies warehouse. This had freed more of our group to guard them or to help make sure the place was clear of any danger. 44 people and 2 dogs started moving into our new home. The 4 former occupiers were dumped unceremoniously into an industrial-sized waste bin we found hidden behind some fencing, for disposal in the morning. Chapter 3. We didn't unload everything we had from the vehicles, only taking what we needed to make us comfortable for the night. The castle had so many rooms we could use, and so many doors to access the various parts, that until we decided who and what was going where, it seemed a waste of time to unload the large amount of supplies and equipment we had, until we got more organised. Discussing if we needed to organise a guard rota, we decided that, until we were more familiar with the castle and set a proper system in place, we could be putting ourselves at unnecessary risk. Parking the vehicles to protect the main door to the castle, we closed and bolted the huge wooden doors, sealing ourselves in for the night. The windows overlooking the inner courtyard gave us a clear view of its large expanse of grass, so Woody quickly sorted out a rota, stationing one of us to sit in the window of the state dining room keeping watch, just in case anybody or anything managed to breach the defences. For safety, we also limited everyone to the main ground floor rooms of the castle and secured any doors that led into other areas. The Great Hall was the obvious place, from the more than 10 rooms we had to choose from, for us to gather. It was an incredibly impressive large room with huge windows overlooking the River Avon, and its walls were lined with suits of armour and arrays of weapons. It perfectly portrayed the grandeur and wealth of the Earls of Warwick who had resided in the castle for the hundreds of years before it was turned into an attraction. It even had 2 full-sized knights mounted on their destriers guarding the room. The high ceilings and thick stone walls provided a welcome relief from the heat of the day, and while some began to sort through the supplies we brought inside, others dragged enough chairs, sofas and other furniture into the room from elsewhere for us all to sit on. Released by Maud from their duties, the children ran about, excitedly exploring the rooms, for once free of the ever-watchful eyes of their parents, who knew for the first time in many days that no danger could befall them. While I sat in a comfortable chair, my legs stretched out in front of me, I could feel my body begin to relax. We'd made it against all the odds. We still had a massive amount of work ahead of us, and that would probably never end if we wanted to survive the coming days, weeks, months, and possibly years. But for now, we were safe in what was possibly the best place in the country to ride out the terror that had consumed the entire planet. The knights seemed to be the most excited of us all to be in the room. They gawped in wonder at the array of weapons on the walls and suits of armour the room was filled with. I watched amused at Simon trying to prise a sword out of the hand of a plate armour-clad figure. Calling over to him, I jokingly admonished him, "Oi, it's not a bloody jumble sale, you know." By now he'd managed to free the sword from its previous owner's grip, and he gave it a few practice swings before holding it with both hands and admiring it. "Oh, come on, mate. These weapons are the real deal, not the reproduction ones we use. There's no way I could afford this beauty. It's got such great balance, I could swing it for hours and not get tired." He ran a finger carefully across the edge of the weapon. "A few hours with a whetstone and I'll get this baby as sharp as when—" He turned to look at the small information sign that was next to the figure. He jolted with physical shock and then stared with reverence at the weapon, before quietly muttering as if in disbelief. "Bloody hell. It's only Richard Neville's sword, the Kingmaker himself." He stood, looking unsure at what he should now do with the almost 600-year-old personal weapon of one of the most important persons in English history. The rest of his friends, hearing what he'd said, crowded round to look at the weapon. Ian read the information sign. "This is bleeding armour too." And he tried to take the full face helmet off the figure. He pulled too hard and it toppled over, crashing onto the hard stone floor of the great hall, with the sound of dozens of metal pans being dropped from a great height. Sarah, who was sleeping in the wicker basket we turned into a cot for her, woke with a startled cry and began wailing in shock and outrage. The knights, looking very contrite, stood frozen in horror at what they'd done, until Maud, who'd reached Sarah first and picked her up in an effort to console the screaming baby, turned to them. The tone of her voice and the look on her face told them they were in deep trouble. "Ian, why is it always you? You lumber about like a big oaf, not thinking of the consequences of what you are doing until it's too late. Do you know how long it had taken us to get her to sleep?" She gently held Sarah out in front of her. "Well, you can try now." She looked at the petrified expression on his face as he realised she wanted him to have Sarah. "Yes, you. Come here and get her back to sleep. It might make you think next time before you do something stupid." His friend stepped back slightly, smiling with relief in knowing that once again Ian was taking the brunt of her anger. Ian slowly shuffled towards Maud, his eyes staring fearfully at the crying face peering out of the blankets she was wrapped in. He tentatively held his arms out as Maud carefully placed Sarah into the grip of his huge hands. Ian immediately adopted the pose people who are unused to holding babies adopt, hunched over and acting like they're holding a priceless, very fragile antique vase. She immediately stopped crying, and her small arms reached out to touch his face. He looked up in amazed triumph and tried to hand her back. But as soon as she left the comfort of his enveloping hold, she began wailing again. Maud smiled at him. "Oh no, it's not that easy, big man. Keep walking around with her until she is truly asleep." As he pulled her close to him, she stopped crying once more. Staring at her, his terrified look softened and changed to one of amazement and joy at the baby, who was now smiling and giggling at him. Without another word, he turned and began walking around the room, jiggling her softly and making cooing noises. Eventually, he noticed the women were looking at him the way only a woman can when looking at a man holding a cute baby. He couldn't help himself as he addressed the room, but looked pointedly at Sean, standing next to Louise. "Watch out, boys. Not only am I the most attractive man here, but I am also a baby whisperer. No woman in her right mind will be able to resist me now." Once the laughter had settled down, Maud spotted the rest of the knights, who were beginning to look at and touch the weapons again, and she raised her voice once more. "Can you stop it? It's a privilege for us to be here, and I don't want this beautiful room ruined by your ham-fisted efforts to get some new toys. I'm sure once we have investigated every room fully, there'll be plenty more things lying around for you to take, so you can leave this place alone for now." With a few grunts, the knights reluctantly agreed and stepped back from the weapon-filled walls, and the group settled down to begin collectively cooking a meal on the camping stoves we'd unloaded, and organising areas where we could all sleep. There were enough rooms to afford families and couples a degree of privacy each, which after being so long in close company with each other would be something we were all grateful for. We knew there were enough rooms in the rest of the buildings, and even some apartments which they rented to those who wanted to experience living in a castle. So, in the future, there was a good chance that most would be able to have their own quarters. But for now, everyone was more than happy to share the large and beautiful showrooms the castle had. The two we had rescued from the warehouse, Faye and Dominic, were gaining strength and were able to join us. Once the parents amongst us had eventually got the reluctant children to sleep, we got together in the great hall in the gathering darkness. We collected candles in ornately gilded holders from various rooms, and the adults sat in the room, lit by their flickering flames. We opened some beer and wine, and we discussed and planned what we needed to do the following day. Chapter 4. I was rostered on the early morning lookout duty shift. Once Noah woke me up, I quietly made myself a mug of coffee and sat by one of the state dining room windows, overlooking the inner courtyard. Waiting for the sun to start rising, occasionally sweeping the light from a powerful torch slowly around the area, I thought about the day ahead and what we had planned. Firstly, before we allowed anyone to start roaming freely, we wanted to conduct another full check of all the buildings, just in case we'd missed anything first time around. Louise had suggested the night before that it would be a good idea to mark the door of every room we checked as clear. That way, if we came across a door without a mark on it, we would know we'd missed one. Daisy's bag provided us with a few sticks of chalk, which would be great for the job. Chris had suggested we block any entrance we didn't need to use with either bricks or blocks as a permanent fix. The vehicles we were using at the current time could only be a temporary solution, and if bricks or blocks were laid correctly, they'd be just as strong as the rest of the ancient walls. We'd agreed that while others were doing the final sweep of the castle, he would measure up and work out what was required to do the job. There'd be a builder's merchant somewhere in Warwick where we would be able to find all he'd need. To that end, we were on the lookout for a telephone directory or yellow pages, so we could locate the nearest one and save time driving around finding it. My first task would be to find the winch room to try and close the portcullis on the Barbican entrance. I remembered from our previous visit it seemed very sturdy. Once we'd closed it, we would be able to see if anything else was needed to strengthen or improve it for our purpose. As the light strengthened in the growing dawn, people started to stir. Thankfully, the inner courtyard had remained clear, so at least our initial defences had worked. I was sure by the end of the day they'd be even better. To save us splitting into multiple groups, I asked Chris to join me, and the few I'd enlisted to help me with the portcullis. It wouldn't take him long to estimate how many bricks or blocks he'd need to do the work, and it would mean we could stay together and we wouldn't need so many people to guard us. In turn, that would free up more to recheck the castle more quickly. Once we'd had a few cups of tea and breakfast, we got ready to venture out. "Shit!" was all I needed to say to get everyone alert as we approached the van that was blocking the largest gap in the castle's walls. The unmistakable groaning sound of zombies could be heard beyond it. Cautiously approaching the van, I looked through the mesh-covered passenger window. Beyond the other side of the van, I could see zombies staggering past. Holding my fingers up to my lips to keep everyone quiet, I pointed to Sean and indicated for him to get the others, who'd already begun their search of the castle. Nodding, he turned and ran to find them. I winced at the metallic noises his armour made as he moved. In no time at all, he'd returned, and I waved for them to be quiet as they approached. Woody took a quick look through the van window and summed it up in one word, as I had. "Shit." He gave a rueful shrug as he looked at us all. "Time to get to work again, folks." He looked at Eddie. "How do you want to do this, mate?" "Let's have a look from the walls and work out how many we're dealing with first. There doesn't seem to be masses of them out there, but they're getting in from somewhere." Steps led up to the ramparts next to the arch, so trying to keep as quiet as possible, everyone walked up the ancient stone steps. Looking more like tourists, we all leant over the wall and looked down. Around 40 zombies were milling around the grassed area below us, and more were approaching, staggering along in single file from where I knew the perimeter fence to be. Stating the obvious, I said, "There must be a hole in the fence up there somewhere. I suppose all the noise we made arriving yesterday and then using drills to make the frame to block up the gateway attracted them from the town." Having seen enough, Eddie got our attention and we gathered around him. "Let's play this safe. If we get some of those silenced 2.2 rifles we have, We can get most of them from up here. Then Simon can do a sweep of the grounds in the Defender, getting any we miss." He turned and looked at Shane. "Shane, lad, can you go and get some of those 2-2s, please?" He nodded and we watched him descend the staircase and run across the courtyard and emerge a few minutes later from the main building, walking slightly more awkwardly this time, as he was encumbered with rifles slung over both shoulders. Woody and Eddie both helped him as he arrived out of breath back on the ramparts and took the guns from him. "Thanks, mate," Woody told him, and then held the guns out. "Let's use this as another training ex. Who hasn't used these before? Now's as good a time as any, and it'll also be a good way of checking if they're sighted correctly. I'd used 2-2s before, as it was the first rifle I got from the farmhouse what seemed weeks before on the moors, but which was in reality only days ago. We'd got many more when we cleared the gun shop where we found Shane, but most of the training and experience everyone else had was with the military rifles we'd scavenged from Bickley Barracks. These provided a higher rate of fire and heavier caliber bullets, which, when firing from the sides of vehicles or when facing a pack of them on foot, had proved to be the most effective to use, along with the shotguns. The 2-2s we knew would make an excellent short to medium range sniper rifle, and we had many thousands of the small, lightweight bullets for them, and knew we could get many thousands more, because they were a popular, if not the most popular rifle bullet available from gun shops across the UK. After a few minutes getting the ones who said they wanted to practice with them into position, the rest of us lined the walls and leant against them. We peered down at the zombies below us, again looking more like the tourists who, on a normal day, would be lining the walls and admiring the views from the elevated position the walls offered, and not doing as we were getting ready to, watching the killing of yet more of the undead. The pinging of the brass cartridges as they were ejected from the guns was louder than the muted popping of them firing. Woody, Eddie and Shane helped everyone, giving tips and advice as they familiarised themselves with the firearms. From the elevated firing position, the moving heads of the zombies provided a tantalising but small target, which initially most found hard to hit. Frustration was kept at bay as their instructors all explained that shooting at an angle down from height was a difficult skill to learn. The small bullets also made it difficult to mark the fall of shot. The zombies were staggering as they shambled along, so a hit from a bullet was difficult to distinguish as they only fell to the floor when the subsonic bullet entered their skulls and destroyed the brain. But with encouragement from the watchers and help from the instructors, their accuracy improved, and slowly the ones lying still on the ground began to outnumber the ones standing, their heads turning and their teeth gnashing together as they searched out their next victim, until a bullet destroyed their brain. Eventually Woody called out for everyone to stop firing. All those in effective range had been re-killed, and it was now clear in front of the gates. "OK, guys," he called out cheerfully. "Well done, everyone. That'll do for now. We still have to check out the inside of the castle one more time. So, could 4 of you stay up here and continue getting any that keep appearing? The rest of us will carry on and do that." The 4 volunteers began reloading magazines from open boxes of bullets and then rested their weapons on the ramparts, ready for use, as the rest of us checked our own weapon and listened to Woody's and Eddie's instructions about how they were going to conduct the sweep. As initially intended, we would start by trying to lower the portcullis to seal the Barbican entrance up completely, and then we would check every room again, marking every door this time with chalk to avoid any room being missed. We were to follow the same plan as yesterday and stay together as one group. With the numbers we had, it enabled us to leapfrog each other and check more than one room at a time. The 4 sharpshooters were reminded to keep checking the ramparts and the area around them, just in case any appeared unexpectedly from somewhere we'd missed on our previous search, potentially catching them unawares when their attention was fixed beyond the walls. Chapter 5. On entering the cool, shaded, tunnel-like entrance of the Barbican, we could see a few zombies had crossed the stone bridge that crossed the moat and were pushing against my car that I jammed into the narrow passageway yesterday, blocking it completely. They couldn't get near us, but it also meant we couldn't get to them easily. I turned to Woody. "What are we going to do about that lot?" I asked quietly, so as not to attract their attention while waving my arm towards them. "I don't think we can see or get to them from the walls." He stared at them and then looked at the rest of us with a calculating look on his face. "We could climb into your car and shoot them." I nodded and began to reach for my rifle. "But also, your car is right under the portcullis we want to lower. So why don't we kill the proverbial two birds with one stone? There aren't too many of them, so if you climb in and pull your car forward, the rest of us will go and deal with them. If you pull back and block the entrance again, and then act as rear gunner if anything goes wrong, we should have them dealt with in no time at all." His eyes glanced at everyone else, who was crowding around, listening to his low, whispering voice. Not seeing any disagreement and nodding in reply to the general gripping of weapons and looks of determination he received as an answer, he continued. "Okay then, guys and girls. Usual stuff. Let the knights lead the way, and we'll provide cover and support. Any questions?" Again, no one spoke up, so as I climbed into my Volvo, he led the rest back into the courtyard. Standing on the bonnet of my car, I leaned in and placed my rifle on the passenger seat before clambering in. Retrieving the keys from where I'd stashed them behind the sun visor, I glanced unconcernedly at the few zombies ineffectually pawing at the mesh that covered the rear window of the car, and turned the ignition. In the bright sunlight ahead, I could see the others looking in my direction. So with a thumbs up to tell them to get ready, I put the car in drive and depressed the accelerator. The car was wedged in tightly, so I had to apply more power before, with a screech of protesting metal, I freed it and pulled forward. I stopped to leave a gap large enough, and the knights led the group at a jog as they advanced into the fray once more. Pulling back to block the entrance again, I stood on my seat and, grabbing my rifle, raised it ready. The knights had linked shields, and as one was slowly advancing through the Barbican. If a film crew had been present, it could have been mistaken for the shooting of a scene from a historical film or even a flashback in time. The backdrop of the ancient Barbican entrance and knights in full armour looked so realistic. From my elevated position I could see axes and swords rising and falling as, without missing a step, they ploughed through the undead. Standing, I once again thought how calm I felt, and by the way everyone was acting, they looked to be feeling it too. Yes, they were facing up to and killing more former human beings, but we knew that in small numbers, if no one messed up, they were relatively easy to deal with, given the weapons we had. Woody and Eddie both kept continually telling us about how complacency would kill you, and they were correct. We only had one chance to get it right, and the cost of failure would be someone in the group paying the ultimate price. I thought, though, that we all took it as a compliment that they needed to keep telling us. But as I stood watching my friends killing more of them, not at one point did I feel anxious. The few they were facing were nothing to what they had faced before, and most likely would do again. Now we were at our destination, we were in a much better position. We could more easily pick the fights we could win, and if not, we could retreat behind the walls and either deal with the threat or wait it out. Woody shouting at me broke me from my wandering thoughts. "All clear, pal. We'll hold the gate if you want to find the portcullis control thingy." Smiling at his description, I grabbed the ladder attached to the front of the car and wrestled it into position so I could climb down the rear of it, and then walked into the passageway. A small ancient-looking wooden door set into the stonework of the passageway caught my eye. It had a modern lock set into its wide oak boards. Logically, it would be the place to house the entrance to the winding gear, because in the past it would have been close enough to enable the guards at the gate to seal the castle quickly in times of trouble. Finding the door locked when I tried it, I shouted for some help to open it. Jeff, his mace over his shoulder, turned from the group guarding the entrance and made his way over to me. He took one look at the door, told me to stand clear, and aimed a powerful swing at the lock. The door rattled in its frame and splintered where he'd hit it, but the lock held. He looked at me, shrugged, and, holding his mace out for me to take, took a few paces back before running at it and smashing his mail-clad shoulder against the stubborn door. Not being able to help myself, I had to laugh as he bounced off it and ended up in a pile on the floor, emitting a string of curses as he tried to decide what hurt more, his pride or his shoulder. The rattling noise of his armour meeting the hard stone floor attracted the attention of his friends, who all offered a few words of sympathy and support. OK, no, they didn't. They all hooted with laughter and shouted sarcastic comments. Ian lumbered up with a big grin on his face and held out a hand to help his struggling friend to his feet. "Care to let a real man have a go?" he said as he handed me his axe. Weighted down with both a heavy mace and now a huge axe, I had to rest both on the ground quickly before I dropped them. Ian theatrically studied the door, tutting at the damage Jeff had caused, before pulling a knife from a sheath in his belt and inserting it in between the door and frame. He gave a small push, the lock clicked, and the door swung open. Keeping a straight face, he sheathed his knife and took his axe from me, before looking at an open-mouthed Jeff and adopting an atrocious Chinese accent, said, "As Sun Tzu say, power of man not come from muscle, but from strength of brain." He then walked jauntily back down to the ones guarding the entrance. Jeff looked at his receding back, shaking his head in disbelief. "Come on, mate," I said, slapping him on his back. "Let's check the room's clear. It might not even be the right one after all." Jeff, all business again, raised his mace and stepped towards the open door, stooping slightly as he poked his large frame into the small opening. "It's the one," he called back, his voice echoing slightly as he stepped inside. "And it's clear." I followed him into the narrow stone passage that led to a small circular room, illuminated by the light streaming through the arrow slits set into its walls. The room contained the winding gear for the portcullis. Surprised at the simplicity of it, I studied it for a short while. A rope that stretched to the ceiling and disappeared through a small hole was attached around a small drum with a handle that was bolted to the floor. Another rope, which I assumed was the other end of the one that went through the ceiling, hung down and had a large lead weight attached to it that hung above a small hole in the floor. I surmised the lead weight was the counterbalance, designed to take the weight of the portcullis and make it easier to operate. It was an incredibly simple design, but cleverly conceived nonetheless. I remarked to Jeff, who was standing next to me, also inspecting the winding gear, "Look at it. It's genius. Those old boys certainly knew what they were doing. Come on then, let's try it out." I took hold of the handle and turned it. The rope tightened, but after half a turn it stopped moving. Putting more weight on it, I leant on the handle more, but it still didn't move. "Hang on a bit," Jeff said, and stepped forward, putting his mace down. "I think that length of timber is stopping it. Wind back on the rope a bit, mate, and I'll try and move it." Seeing what he was indicating, I nodded and reversed the direction I was winding. The rope tightened again, and Jeff reached for the length of timber. After fiddling with it for a few seconds, he noticed a pin that was holding it in place, removed it, and the timber moved easily. Immediately I felt weight on the winding mechanism and held the handle tightly. "Jeff, mate," I said, "go and tell him outside that the portcullis should be closing now, and to get the right side of it." I waited, holding the handle, until Jeff walked down the short passage and called out of the door for those outside to take care. Walking back down the passage, he gave me the thumbs up, and I turned the handle. A low scraping sound and slight knocking coming through the handle told me something was happening. The counterweight lifted from its position and slowly rose to the ceiling, until, with a slight thud, the weight went off the mechanism. Eddie poked his head through the door and called, "Good work, lads, it's down." Smiling with satisfaction, I walked down the passageway and joined the others in the tunnel that led through the Barbican. The portcullis was down. Approaching it, I grabbed one of the thick timber lattices that made up the huge wooden construction and shook it. The portcullis would easily, as it was originally designed to do, provide a second line of defence for the castle's main gate. If any attacker had broken through the raised drawbridge, which sadly was no longer there, they would have to face the spears and arrows of the defenders as they stood behind it. Chris came and stood next to me, and he too grabbed the woodwork and gave it a tug. "Solid as a rock, mate," he said with a smile, admiring the hundreds of years old structure. "Not much to do here. Maybe just covering it with boards to stop anything seeing in would help." He pointed across the bridge, which spanned the deep moat. "Maybe if we build a gate or something at the end of the bridge, it'll stop anything getting close to it. But it'll do for now." "Good idea," I said, slapping him on the back. "Keep those ideas coming. Just keep your notepad out, writing down what we need. When we get the perimeter outside secure, then fortifying this place will be top of the to-do list, I'm sure." Saying that reminded me we still had a job to do, so I went to join the others. Working together, it took over an hour to carefully recheck everywhere we'd been the day before. This time, though, marking every door as clear with the chalk we had with us. Finding a few more rooms and passages we'd missed the day before proved that the precaution of rechecking had been a worthwhile venture. Thankfully, and to our relief, they contained no surprises. But it reminded us once again how vast Warwick Castle actually was. Chapter 6. Returning to the others who were waiting in the great hall of the castle for the final all-clear to be given, we found they hadn't been idle in our absence. More furniture had been moved, creating a seating area surrounding the huge fireplace, large enough to accommodate us all. Another room was planned to be the cooking area, and the few camping stoves we'd unloaded along with food had already been positioned, and the furniture the room contained had been moved elsewhere. As we shrugged out of our tactical vests and the knights removed some of their armour to make themselves more comfortable, Maud, still bustling around, getting others to move items around to exactly where she wanted them, had to be ordered to sit down, rest, and let others do something. Once Becky had removed her own tactical vest, she joined in, leaning her gun up against the wall next to everyone else's. Becky told Maud she didn't need to keep proving her worth, as she was already the boss, and if she worked herself to the point of exhaustion, then who else would keep the stupid men in line? Maud, bless her, got emotional as we guided her to the comfiest armchair and placed a mug of tea in her hands. Thanking us for our kindness, saying in all her long and tortuous years of marriage to her husband, she'd had more respect and love in the last few days than she'd received in her life before. Ian, who once again couldn't stop himself, hugged her and jokingly asked if he could call her Granny or Auntie. All he got for his failed effort at humour was a stern command from Maud, trying to hide her amusement. She promised that he was now on dishwashing duty until she decided otherwise, and told him to take the tray of mugs of tea up to the ones on the walls, who were still sniping at the zombies coming through the hole in the fence. Beaten once more, he shambled off, muttering comically to himself. We didn't spend our tea break idly. Now we were sure the castle was clear, we had to plan the mission to secure the grounds. Watching from the walls, we could see the rough location the zombies were getting in from, as they stubbornly kept appearing from the same direction. The trailer Simon towed behind his Land Rover still contained a large quantity of materials we collected from the farmer's supply shop near Bristol, so we were confident that with what we had, we should be able to secure whatever breach we found. Adopting our proven strength in numbers ideology, we decided to take both the tractor and Woody's Land Rover, with his trailer carrying the supplies. The machine guns mounted on both the car and trailer behind the tractor would provide all the heavy fire support we would need, along with the shooters, to keep us all safe. Once we'd found and repaired the hole they were using for access, we'd carry on to conduct a thorough search of the rest of the perimeter and secure, strengthen, or repair any other weak points we found. It was another huge task, as the perimeter fence had to be very long due to the size of the grounds. Eddie and Woody, eager to complete the task, encouraged us all to finish the bowls of food that had been handed around and finish our mugs of tea so we could get on with it. We'd found more radios in the camping shop, so we inserted batteries into them, then tested them and set them to the same channel. The people who'd been chosen to stay and guard the castle were allocated positions and then given a radio so they could easily contact us all. Some were told to stay with Maud and the children, while others were positioned around the walls where they could spot danger approaching from all directions. The rest of us would be either in the Land Rover with Woody or in the trailer towed by Sean. Once the van was moved from where it blocked the open archway, we'd all drive into the grounds and get to work. The sharpshooters on the walls had continued sniping at the steady flow of zombies as they appeared, and the ground below their position was becoming littered with their handiwork. They were all pleased with how their accuracy had improved. As they descended the stairs from the ramparts and handed the 2.2 rifles to those chosen to replace them on the walls, they happily went to their next assigned position, eager to help with the next task. Stopping the small convoy just outside the gate, we waited for the van to pull back into position before driving across the well-tended lawns, following the trail of zombies, all lying still with a small red hole in their foreheads. A zombie pushing through what was now a reasonably well-worn trail through some undergrowth pinpointed the location for us. Stopping, Noah leaned over the side of the trailer and drove his spear through the top of the zombie's head. More could be heard pushing through the bushes when the engines were turned off. Woody stood up on his seat. "Right then, knights, time to earn your pay again. If the rest of us cover you, can you go and see what's up with the fence, please?" I was in the trailer, so I helped open the rear door and lower the ramp, allowing the knights to exit. With shields raised, they walked one by one down the ramp and formed a shield wall facing the dense bushes, studying them intently. "Right then," called Jamie, assuming command. "For once, my compact muscular build is an advantage over the rest of you blundering oafs. I'll lead the way, but Alex, can you keep tight up behind me, please? I might not be able to swing my axe in there, so I might need your sword as backup." Alex stood behind him with his shield head forwards, protecting his side, and his sword held out over Jamie's shoulder, ready to thrust it into the head of anything that appeared. With a shout of, "Ready, boys!" he pushed his way into the bushes and disappeared from view. The other knights followed close behind. Seconds later there was a yell of, "Get it!" and the bushes shook violently. I heard more shouts and swearing from all around me, and the bushes moved like they'd been caught in a strong wind, until eventually all went still. We stood ready for anything, counting the seconds until the bushes moved, making us raise our weapons slightly, ready to fire. A shout of, "Ian's coming out!" went up. It made us breathe a sigh of relief as he pushed his large body through the last branches and came out into the open. "It's all clear," he said.
A few were stuck on the branches, and a couple more were just getting through the gap. It was hard to get enough swing to get 'em, but we managed. We found the hole. It looks as if local kids have undone a bit of the fencing and peeled it back as a way of avoiding paying the entrance ticket. The rest are covering the gap, because there are a lot more wandering about out there."
He turned as more shouts sounded from behind him, followed by the unmistakable sound of an axe hitting soft flesh.
"Shouldn't be too hard to fix, but with a number of 'em out there, we need to do it quickly, and preferably quietly. I'm sure the noise we made will be pulling them in from all around."
Woody turned to John. "John, you're our handyman. Can you go and check it out, please?" With a "Right you are then, Cocker," he pulled an axe from his belt, walked down the ramp and, holding it ready, followed Ian back into the bushes. John had donned armour and fought alongside the knights ever since they'd found him. But on this occasion, Woody had asked him not to join them. Because of John's expertise in building and construction, he'd said his skills would probably be needed in other areas. He emerged a minute later and walked to Woody's trailer, calling up to us as he rummaged around. "Not a problem. I'll fix the fence and reinforce it with some plywood sheets." "How long?" called back Eddie. As he picked up a few lengths of timber, he thought for a moment. "About half an hour if I do it by hand. If we fire up the Jenny, I can get it done quicker, but we want to be quiet, don't we?" He paused as an idea came to him. "If we can get to a builder's merchant, it might be a good idea to get some cordless drills. It'll make some jobs a bit quieter and a lot quicker. Anyway, can someone give me a hand and get the gear moved, and I'll get started?" Noah, without asking, walked down the ramp, and after John had shown him what to get, he followed him into the bushes, struggling under the weight of a sheet of plywood. We watched as the bushes near what we imagined to be the fence swayed and rustled as John worked to get the fence secured. An occasional grunt and the sound of a blade hitting soft flesh, an indication that danger still lurked at the fence. Eventually, a little more dishevelled and sweating than when they entered the bushes, the knights John and Noah pushed their way back out into the sunshine. "All done?" I asked. John nodded. "Aye, Spadge, that should hold 'em back, but the whole section of fencing is just chain link back there. It's not in bad nick, but if a lot of them push up against it, it could give way." I pondered what he'd said for a few moments before replying with a sigh. "Well, it is what it is. I think once we've checked the whole perimeter for any more breached or weak points, can you come up with a plan to improve it where necessary, and a list of materials you'll need?" "Yes, good plan," replied Woody, "but let's check the rest of the perimeter first. If everyone gets back on board, I suggest we go and find where it starts, and then systematically work our way back." The fence began in some woodland that ran alongside the River Avon. We didn't come across any more zombies, and we checked the immediate area was clear, just in case the dense woodland was hiding some surprises. Woody asked for the knights to disembark, and along with 5 more, me included, we followed the fence line, inspecting it as we went, while the 2 vehicles followed us slowly to provide cover and a place to retreat to if necessary. The fence was mainly in good repair, as the owners of the attraction, for good reason, needed to protect their property, and also to stop those who thought they could avoid paying the entrance fee from sneaking in. A few areas were spotted where improvements could be made in the future, and John noted them down in a small notepad he pulled from a pocket. But generally we found no major issues. We realised to our chagrin when we reached the gate that we had failed to re-secure it when we'd used it the day before. The locking bar had been slid back into place after the padlock had been bolt-cropped, but anyone could open it. Woody summed it up. "No harm done, guys, and no one's to blame. To be fair, we had a lot going on yesterday, so let's chalk it up to experience and forget about it." The few other gates that allowed vehicles access were all secured with either padlocks or chains. Inspecting each one, the group had a discussion on the pros and cons of reinforcing them. The gates as movable objects, even though they were locked, could be weak points. But if we reinforced them, it could advertise our presence in the castle. It was a decision we decided to defer until later, because we still had a lot of perimeter to check. Being in constant radio communication with the others gave us the confidence to continue our investigation. Waving at the ones on the ramparts as we passed, we carried on. The castle was in the middle of the large town of Warwick, so a lot of houses backed onto the perimeter, which in a lot of cases was a brick wall. Where we could, one person gave another a boost so they could look over the walls and inspect the area beyond. A few zombies, probably the previous owners, shambled around back gardens or could be seen in the houses. They presented no danger now, but we agreed that in the future it would be sensible to clear any houses that backed onto us and secure them. Not to extend the perimeter, but keeping any of the undead further away would do no harm. The fences eventually ended back at the River Avon by the weir that had been constructed to power the mill. Remembering from our discussions earlier that the mill had been converted in the 19th century to provide electricity to the castle, once we'd checked the area, I asked Sean if he wanted to do a quick inspection and see if he thought it could be used again. Jumping down from the tractor, he followed me into the mill excitedly. The building contained a collection of machinery, all with signs on telling tourists what it had been used for. Sean soon came to the conclusion that, while it was all very interesting and he would love to play with them, the mill contained no water wheel, so there was no possibility of it being used to generate electricity. And the old fuel-powered generators that had been used as a backup would be noisy and inefficient, and therefore were not worth attempting to get working. He stated that, given time, he could use the flow of water through the mill race to construct a basic hydroelectric plant that would produce enough power to probably light the areas of the castle we needed. But why bother when we could use the large generator we'd loaded onto the trailer at Bickley Barracks? By using the fuel we knew was in plentiful supply, either in tankers or in all the vehicles that lay abandoned everywhere, we could generate enough power for all our needs. If the generator we had didn't have enough capacity, a larger one could probably be found locally. The fuel would eventually go bad, but as that would take a year or two, it was something we didn't need to worry about for now. Leaning on the rail that surrounded the mill race, both of us paused for a moment, mesmerised by the water rushing through the channel. Then the radios in our pockets crackled into life. "I can hear vehicles. They don't sound too far away," said a voice, the panic and urgency evident in the rapid and excited flow of words. Rushing back outside, we found that the others had obviously heard the call too, as everyone was obeying Woody and Eddie's urgent demand to get back into the vehicles. "Back to the castle now. Let's lock it up tight." Seconds later, and with everyone in the trailer hanging on tightly, both vehicles sped up the pathway that led to the entrance, blocked with the van. Chapter 7. As soon as the van was pulled back across the entrance, everyone disembarked, and with both Eddie and Woody shouting commands and directing us, we all ran up the staircases and positioned ourselves around the castle walls. Both sergeants were last on the walls. They'd removed the machine guns from the mounts on both vehicles, and, struggling under the weight of the guns and an ammunition box containing the belted rounds for them, as well as their own personal weapons, they ran up the steps. A bellow of "Quiet!" from Eddie shut us all up. The sound of multiple vehicle engines could easily be heard now. Noises echoed off the walls around us. They weren't far away at all, but it was hard to discern exactly which direction the noises were coming from. I stood tense, holding my weapon ready, my mind whirling at all the possibilities. Were they friendly? If not, would we soon be defending our sanctuary from others who wanted to take it away from us? The engine noise died down. Had they stopped? Had they moved on? 5 minutes later, my radio broadcast again. I can see what looks like an armoured car coming through the grounds, Becky's voice shouted through the radio. She, along with 2 others, had run to the walls on top of the mound, and from the high vantage point, they could see further than us. Woody's voice immediately responded. Keep reporting. We need to know what you can see. I can see a lorry now. It's green and looks the same as the ones the soldiers had on the motorway. Craning over the ramparts from my position on the highest tower, I tried to see anything at all. But I was at the far end of the castle, so even from my position, I couldn't see past the mound where Becky was. They've stopped. Someone's looking at us through binoculars. I can see him standing on top of the armoured car, she reported, her voice rapid and high-pitched with nerves. Wait, he's waving. I can't make out who it is, though. Hold on, Becky, Woody responded. I'm on my way. From my position, I saw him run down the steps from the ramparts and sprint across the courtyard and climb the path that led to the mound. Before he could get there, Becky gave us another update. I think I can see another lorry and a tractor coming up behind them as well. Willing the radio to give me more information, I watched from a distance as Simon reached the walls above the mound. Seconds later, distant cheers and shouts of joy reached me. The radio in my hand broadcast. Woody's voice this time sounding joyous and laughing, and still breathless from his run across the castle grounds, came through the speaker. It's Captain Hammond and his men and fuck me, it's bloody Willie Beatty, and if I'm not mistaken as well, driving a tractor. I let out a whoop of delight. All along the walls, everyone else was doing the same. I couldn't believe it. All those days ago when we met them and traded information, guns and food on a deserted M5 motorway, we told the captain about our plan and about how Willie's farm would be a good place to seek shelter if need be. Never thinking when we parted in all the chaos and death that was rampaging across the entire globe, that from our chance meeting, our paths would ever cross again. Barely audible over the noise of celebrations, I heard Woody ask for someone to move the van as they were heading in, and for everyone to leave their posts and meet on the courtyard. I had to slow my headlong rush down the stairs as I almost tripped and fell in my eagerness to reach the courtyard. Smiling faces met, and hugs were exchanged as we waited for them to appear. As Mark climbed into the van and pulled it away from the arch, Becky joined me, all smiles. I put my arm around her as we all crowded around the entrance. First to come into view was the armoured car. The soldier manning the machine gun in its turret was pumping his fists like an overexcited trucker. Next came 2 lorries, both up-armoured, with familiar-looking wedges and steel sheets fixed all around them. The sheets were dented, scratched, and in places coated with blood and gore that bore witness to the events of the journey they'd undertaken. The drivers and passengers were leaning out of the windows, hammering their fists in celebration on the metal of the doors. Both dogs got caught up in the excitement as well, bouncing around with their tails wagging furiously, and added their barks to the celebrations. Finally, and to the biggest cheer from all of us onlookers, including those who'd not met him yet, only knowing about him from the stories told of our saga so far, came Willie. Beaming and waving madly, he drove his heavily adapted tractor and trailer into the courtyard. Mark pulled the van back across the archway and, jumping from it, joined the rest of us. Captain Hammond was the first to step from the vehicles and was quickly joined by his sergeant, who'd been driving the armoured car. Both Woody and Eddie walked up to the captain, smartly came to attention, and saluted the officer crisply. The captain returned the salute and, smiling, extended his hand and shook both of theirs warmly in turn. Any conversations were lost in the hubbub of laughter, yells of delight, barking and general merriment that filled the courtyard as the 2 groups combined into one. Willie, I noticed, was standing on the high wheel arch of his tractor, his head turning and his eyes scanning the milling crowd of people. Then he spotted her. Maud was standing in the ornate stone open-sided entrance to the great hall, her face displaying a small smile. She locked eyes with Willie. By now, all our group had heard about what happened when they said farewell to each other at Willie's farm on the moors. Slowly, as if knowing something important was going to happen, one by one, we all fell silent. Hesitantly, she slowly walked down the few steps of the entranceway and across the courtyard. Willie, seeing her approaching, clambered down from his tractor and made his way to her. Stopping a few paces apart from each other, we all watched as they both stood, staring at each other. Maud spoke first, her voice quiet and trembling slightly. "Willie, why are you here? You told me you wouldn't leave the moors." Willie went red with embarrassment and looked at the floor, shuffling his feet. His mouth kept opening and closing as the beginnings of sentences started, but faded as soon as the first mumbled word emerged from his lips. Coming to a decision, he raised his head and stood upright. Staring her straight in the eyes, he spoke gently. "Och, Maud, and I meant every word I said. That was, until you left, and then suddenly everything seemed empty and without purpose." He waved towards Captain Hammond. "Even before I found that lot, I knew I'd made a mistake in not coming with you." He paused as if again thinking what to say. He stood staring at her silently for a long time. As she returned his stare, a tear formed in Maud's eye and slowly ran down her cheek. Seeing this, a smile came to his lips and he continued. "I'm too old to beat about the bush, Maud. You are the most attractive and the strongest woman I've met, and I was a fool to let you go before. If you'll have an old soldier who's grumpy and set in his ways, I would be honoured if you would allow me to court you and get to know you better." Maud blinked in surprise at what she was hearing, but as she absorbed and truly understood the words, she burst out crying, her face displaying pure joy as she flung herself into his arms. He hugged her back fiercely as he lifted her up and held her tightly against his body. The courtyard burst into spontaneous applause and cheering. I looked around, smiling at Becky as I clapped, and shouted myself, and she was smiling and wiping away the tears that streamed down her face. Putting my arm around her, I could also see that a few others were wiping away tears as well. Eventually, he gently put Maud back down. Becky and I, along with everyone else, gathered around the beaming, very happy-looking couple. Maud suddenly looked shocked. "I've forgotten about Sarah," she blurted out. "She's asleep, but all the noise we've been making must surely have woken her up." Nikki's pregnancy seemed to have put her maternal instincts on high alert, and because she was banned from any heavy lifting by the rest of us, she'd happily taken over some of the baby care duty from Maud. She put a hand on Maud's shoulder. "Maud, don't worry, I'll go. If she's awake, she wouldn't want to miss the party now, would she?" She turned, and pushing gently through the gathered throng, walked towards the great hall. The barking of the excited dogs echoing off the walls and the noise we were all making made me realise with a start that we'd forgotten our plan to keep quiet and not attract any unwanted attention from the potentially thousands of zombies roaming around in the local area. Raising my hands in the air and shouting for quiet, I eventually got everyone's attention. "I hate to break this up," I said, smiling, "but we were meant to try and keep quiet around here." Pointing to the main castle, I continued, "Can we all take this inside, folks?" 52 people and 2 dogs went inside to join Nikki and baby Sarah. Our group now unbelievably numbered 54. And 2 dogs. Chapter 8. The grandeur and impressiveness of the great hall momentarily quietened the new arrivals as they filed into the room. They stared around, open-mouthed, at the scale of the room, with its weapon-covered walls and huge fireplace bracketed by windows that stretched upwards towards the high ceiling. Taking advantage of the momentary quiet, I raised my voice and walked to the centre of the room with my arms held out in a theatrical gesture. "Welcome to Warwick Castle," I said, smiling. "I know we all have a hell of a lot to talk about, but first of all, can we sort out security arrangements? We already have plans in place, but it would seem prudent to get all the new arrivals up to speed and in agreement. As your arrival has just proved, we just don't know what's going to happen from one moment to the next, so we all need to be on the same hymn sheet, so to speak." There was a general murmuring of agreement and heads nodded. The new arrivals looked towards their captain, who walked over to me, but before he could speak, Charles the vicar walked into the middle of the room and raised his hands, appealing for the quiet to continue. The soldiers and Willie all stared, open-mouthed, at the sight of an elderly man, adorned in the typical black shirt and white dog collar of his calling, but with the addition of a tactical vest over it, stuffed with magazines, and a rifle on a sling over his shoulder. "Before we begin, would you allow me to say a short prayer of thanks for the arrival of more people into our midst? I hope you don't mind." Charles had, in the short time he'd been with us, become an integral part of our group. Always willing to help, not once despite his advancing years had he shirked any duty. He continued with the pastoral care that he'd administered before to his parish. He was not evangelical about religion, and was always sympathetic and supportive with all he spoke to. He'd started giving a short prayer of thanks before meals, which were more of a report on activities completed and others planned. Delivered with cheerfulness and humour, even though I was not religious, they were a pleasure to listen to, and the obligatory Amen at the end came naturally to everyone. Bob and Jim both said that the work he'd done in their village community was fantastic, and his light-hearted and cheerful sermons attracted a lot of people to his small church. The pub in the village was another centre of the community, and he was often in there, talking and laughing with the locals, as he kept an eye on his flock and enjoyed a pint or two. When he'd finished officially welcoming everyone, we got down to business. "Sergeant Wood," began Captain Hammond, "why don't you start by giving us all a tour of the place and show us what you've achieved so far? I can then report to the Admiral of the Fleet and update him on the suitability of this place." "Admiral?" I asked in amazement. "Have you contacted the fleet in the Solent?" How do you know about them?" he replied immediately, his voice full of curiosity. So I told him about our brief contact with Graham and Arthur, and what they'd picked up on the radios, and their plan to sail their boats there. In return, he told us about their contact with them using Willie's ham radio. Having the information confirmed gave us all another boost, and my mind started racing as I imagined all the scenarios that might occur. I started asking the captain questions, but he didn't have any answers. All he knew was what he just told me, so I had to curb my curiosity and deal with the matters in hand, giving the new arrivals a tour of our castle home. An hour later, a very impressed Willie, Captain Hammond and his men gathered back in the Great Hall. As we'd been touring the castle, they'd told us about their journey. Following the route they'd taken a few days before, their only dicey moment was when they'd encountered a huge horde heading towards them along the motorway. They were strung out over miles of road and not packed close enough to be a problem. So they decided to seal themselves in their vehicles and, keeping their foot to the floor, smash through them. For mile after mile, the vehicles in tight single-file formation had cleaved through thousands upon thousands of zombies that heedlessly kept walking into their path. There were one or two nervous moments when the weight of the corpses began to slow them down, but they kept pushing on, relying on the power and weight of the vehicles to defeat the undead. He described the destroyed, still smouldering roadblock of vehicles under a motorway bridge, which remained a mystery to him until we told them about our adventures and the sad loss of Daniel to the scum who'd set it up. Becky, Eddie and Maud hadn't been idle while the tour had been taking place, and had, with many willing hands, organised more rooms for everyone to use as private quarters. The suites of rooms the castle rented out to tourists would be the most comfortable. When we returned, they showed everyone the rooms they'd been allocated. By universal agreement, Nicky and Chris, our expectant new parents, were given one. We insisted Maud take one of the apartments, and she went all red with embarrassment, but didn't disagree when Eddie asked her, with a twinkle in his eye, if he should knock Willie off the list as having a place allocated to him. We decided the other apartment should be taken by one of the families with kids, who could all be easily accommodated in it. Lots would be drawn as the fairest way of choosing who would take it. The multitudinous other rooms could easily accommodate all of us, and leave many others for us to use as communal areas. We had a good supply of sleeping mats and airbeds that we got from the camping shop. We also put beds and mattresses on our ever-growing list of items required, because in the long term, they'd be a lot more comfortable. While we'd been touring the castle, the sergeants, Willie included, discussed and agreed where to position the extra heavy weapons the soldiers had brought with them. They had GPMGs, general-purpose machine guns, light-purpose machine guns, similar to those they'd already given us, and some 50-caliber machine guns, which, if mounted around the walls, would provide enough firepower to decimate any threat, both living and dead, that might want to try and take the castle from us. They'd also brought with them, from the armoury at Imgen Barracks, an 81mm mortar. All the sergeants got very excited at this. If it was positioned in the centre of the castle courtyard, it would enable the mortar to lob its bombs over the castle walls accurately at any target within a 360-degree arc. That was, once ranges had been spotted and marked all around our location. The mortar could fire both high-explosive and illumination rounds, of which they had a fair supply of both. I was trying not to get overexcited and overconfident when I saw what was being planned. It might all have seemed over the top and overkill, but as Eddie explained, there was no point them sitting in the lorry, and as we had the equipment, we might as well get it set up ready for use. I reminded him of the conversation we'd had about his plan to turn the castle into an armed camp, with machine guns mounted on the walls, and artillery to blast anything that came near to clouds of blood and guts, and how this was happening on only our second day there. He blinked in surprise as he remembered our conversation, and subconsciously patted the pocket where he still had the lone shotgun cartridge which he'd found on the floor of the farmhouse. He could remember saying that if he ever found himself reaching for it, then they were well and truly fucked. "Something's certainly looking after us, I reckon," he stated simply. "Maybe this luck we keep finding will run out. But while it's being offered, we need to grab as much of it as we can." Laughing, he finished with, "So, let's cross everything we have and hope it keeps up." Woody joined us and pointed at his friend Eddie. "I think we can set all this lot up with Captain Hammond's men. He wants to use Willie's radio to contact this Admiral. So can you get who you need and go and help, please, Tom?" I called to Sean, who was with the others either unloading the supplies we still had in the trailer or moving furniture around to wherever Becky or Maud wanted it. All the children were helping too, and we'd promised them that as a reward later, we'd let them go and play in the large playground that had zip wires and climbing nets and large wooden climbing frames designed as castles. It was in an enclosed area near the stables entrance, and we figured that with a strong adult presence to act as guards, we could use a vehicle to take them the short distance to it and let them have some fun. Willie helped us set the radio up, running the long antennae wire up to a high point on the building, while Sean moved a small generator from the bus and ran a power cable to it from where he put it outside. Willie sat down in front of it and grunted with satisfaction when, at the press of a button, it lit up, indicating it had survived the journey. Turning to the correct frequency, he relinquished his chair to the captain, who sat down and picked up the handset. Captain Hammond, requesting contact from Admiral Walker-Jones. He waited for 1 minute and then repeated his call. The set crackled, and a few broken words came in response. Willie leaned over him and turned a few dials and pressed some buttons. "Try again, laddie," he said. This time, the response was slightly better, but still not clear. "I'll have to go and extend the antennae some more," Willie said, unfazed by the frustration I was feeling at it not working yet. He turned to Sean. "Come and give me a hand. I have more wire in my trailer. If we run it up to the highest point we can, it should do the trick." 20 minutes later, the two men returned and told the captain to try again. This time, to my relief, the answer came back loud and clear. "Captain Hammond," said the voice through the speaker, "this is Admiral Walker-Jones. It's good to hear your voice again. Please update me on your progress." First, he described their journey and how they'd found a complete lack of any other survivors as they'd driven through over 200 miles of the country. He gave a brief description of our group and how perfectly suitable Warwick Castle was for our purposes. He'd already told him about us earlier from the information Willie had given him, so he was familiar with our story. "Captain Hammond," the Admiral began when he'd finished, "I agree. Your location seems ideal. Could you pass on my messages of congratulations and thanks to your hosts? Their tenacity and ingenuity are an example to us all. The tales you told us of their adapted vehicles have got us all thinking and planning along similar lines for when the time is right to take the fight to them and start reclaiming our country." The captain turned to me and smiled as he replied, "Some are listening, sir, but I will certainly pass your message along." He then turned serious again. "How are your plans progressing?" "More Royal Navy ships and submarines have arrived. Arriving civilian boats have slowed to a trickle, but we are still broadcasting our location continually, so we hope that more will make it. They are sheltering in our lee at the moment, and we are trying to get around them all in our small boats to distribute what rations we can. I have ordered all domestically owned commercial, cargo and container ships to join us in the Solent, and we are emptying those that have already arrived of any useful cargo as we speak. Without dockside assistance, it is a labour-intensive job, but I have teams of sailors with cutting gear opening up and working through containers, tunnelling into them, and transferring what they find as best we can. Contact has also been made with navies around the world. The situation we are in is being mirrored by most. The survivors are gathering together and are desperately trying to get organised to ensure not just their own, but the survival of their nations. It's too early to say if there will be any joint action, but lines of communication are remaining open, and any useful information is being shared." He gave an audible sigh. "This morning, I dispatched patrol craft to investigate small local ports, harbours and villages to see if a location for a defensible beachhead can be discovered. But as yet, no encouraging reports have come in. On a more positive note, the helicopter carrier ship has entered the channel and will be with us within hours. I can then start reconnoitring for a suitable place for the fleet to shelter. The Scilly Isles still look favourite, but until we get eyes on it, we won't know for sure. If we can be of any assistance, sir, bear us in mind. We have proven vehicles and sufficient firepower to reach most places, I imagine. Once we have helped fortify this place some more, we will be in a good position here." "Thank you, Captain. I'm sure I will call upon you soon. There are still personnel trapped in a few bunkers and posts, as I told you before. All are reporting they are secure and have sufficient supplies to last for the time being. But at some point, we will need to try and rescue them." He broke off for a few moments. Unfortunately, I have other matters to attend to and must sign off. Can you keep this line of communication open at all times, in case we need to contact you urgently?" Captain Hammond turned and looked at us. Sean replied straight away, "Yes, we can. All we need to do is keep the Jenny topped up." "Yes, sir," continued Hammond. "We can keep it open." "Good, Captain. Your orders are to help and integrate yourselves with the group at the castle. Prepare as best you can for when we will go on the offensive. You are a credit to your country and your uniform, and can be proud of what you have achieved so far. Out." The captain's face turned red with embarrassment at the praise his superior officer had given him, as he laid down the handset on the ham radio. "Shall we get on with our jobs then?" he said. "The sooner we get them finished, the sooner we can find something else to do." As the shadows began to lengthen and the day gave way to dusk, we gathered back in the great hall. The walls were now adorned with multiple machine gun posts, and a mortar position had been constructed. The kitchen area was stacked with supplies and lines of camping stoves. The sleeping areas had been allocated, and mattresses and airbeds lay on the floors of the many rooms surrounding us. Once the children had run off the last of their energy in the play area, they'd been coaxed to bed, and the rest of us, apart from the ones on guard duty, sat on one of the many chairs that had been arranged around the main fireplace and rested our aching muscles. 54 people and 2 very tired dogs settled down to spend another night in our castle. Chapter 9. Awaking as light began seeping through the blinds that had been lowered in the room that was once an office and was now our bedroom, it took me a moment to realise where I was. Becky lay beside me, beginning to stir herself, and I looked across the large room to the open door that led to where Stanley and Daisy were, hopefully, still sleeping in the adjoining room. All seemed quiet and peaceful. The airbed we were using had thankfully decided not to deflate in the middle of the night, as had happened to us in the past, leaving us to wake up on a hard floor with the aches to prove it. Carefully, I extricated myself from the sleeping bag and, rolling off the airbed, stood up and softly walked to the open door to check on the kids. They were still asleep, so once again trying, and failing to be stealthy, I put on some clothes, and holding my boots in one hand and my tactical vest and weapons in another, I walked into the corridor and down the stairs and passageway that eventually led to the great hall. Laughter from the kitchen area drew me to it. Willie and Maud were bustling about, chatting and laughing together as they filled kettles from bottles of water and set them on the camping stoves. I leant on the doorway and smiled at how happy and relaxed together they seemed. They could have been a happily married couple who'd been together for years, and not just the one day it had been. Willie laughed at something Maud had said, and putting his arms around her, kissed her on the cheek. My chuckling at the sight caused them to both jump back in embarrassment as they noticed me for the first time. "Och, laddie," Willie said, smiling. "What you doing creeping around like that? It's enough to make my heart stop. You gave Maud a proper fright." "I was hardly creeping," I replied, still enjoying the fact I'd caught them cuddling like teenagers. Maud recovered by telling us both to leave her alone, and she would bring us some mugs of tea through when the kettles had boiled. Aiming for the comfiest-looking chairs in the great hall, we sat and waited in comfortable silence for a few minutes. "Willie," I said eventually, "I'm really happy for both of you, and—" "Stop your girly mumbling," he replied, trying to be severe. "Maud's had enough of the women fussing around her like chicks around a hen, telling her it's one of the most romantic things they've seen. All I did was speak my mind and tell her how I feel. Now, can we move on and talk about something else for a change?" Maud brought us 2 steaming mugs of tea, and while we waited for others to arrive, we talked about our plans for the day. The main priority was to continue the work of securing the castle. Last night, Chris and John had drawn up and finalised a list of supplies they would need to permanently brick up the few entrances to the castle or to construct sturdy gates to allow us to still use them for either vehicle or pedestrian access. We also needed to improve the perimeter fences at the few weak points we'd identified yesterday. Finding an old directory in one of the offices and using a map of Warwick town we'd found, we located the nearest builder's merchant, and the first task of the day would be to dispatch a strong force to secure it if necessary and take what we needed. We had a long list of other items we wanted to gather, including more food, and a plan to visit the list of local gun shops we'd also located using the directory. The growing list proved that for us to be confident that we could make the castle as impregnable as possible, we'd have days or possibly weeks of work, and many potentially dangerous trips around the area to complete it. Slowly, yawning and stretching, our little community gathered, and another day began. Not many were needed to stand guard on the walls, as from a few vantage points the whole perimeter could easily be watched. To their delight, the 6 children, who were deemed old enough, were included on the rota. They'd helped to keep lookout at the church, and were always told to help when on the vehicles, so it was nothing they hadn't done before. Now, however, due to the size of our new home, the adults would most likely be further away or occupied with other tasks. Eddie told us that when the children were on duty, he planned to have an adult on the walls with them at all times, walking between their allocated posts. We'd tell them this would be as backup if need be, but we also knew the adult would be able to keep an eye on them and make sure boredom didn't make them lapse on what was essentially a crucial but inevitably boring job. Woody and Eddie taught the youngsters basic drill and parade discipline and formed the eager-looking soldiers into a squad, with those of us who'd gone outside looking on and smirking at how serious they were. Their young faces could barely contain their excitement as they stood there, each with a pair of binoculars around their necks, a radio in their pocket, and their prized .22 rifles slung over shoulders, all listening intently as both sergeants, using their best sergeants' voices, told them the importance of what they were being trusted to do and the consequences of not concentrating. Captain Hammond joined in and walked crisply onto the parade ground to receive smart salutes from both sergeants and more exuberant, but not as neat ones, from his new recruits. Then he told the sergeants to dismiss them so they could commence their duties. The youngsters raced off to their posts. The adult chosen to join them set a more sedate pace. Not knowing what to expect when we ventured out for the first time, we planned the mission carefully. The best vehicles we had were the armoured car, the tractors and trailers, and Woody's Land Rover. Chris told us that he expected the builder's merchant to have forklift trucks and hopefully a crane lorry, which, if we could find their keys, as we had at the farmer's supply shop, would make loading easier. The Knights were our close quarters experts, so they were included in the party, along with half the soldiers. The rest of the soldiers stayed behind, because, until the civilians were trained, they were the only ones who knew how to operate the machine guns we'd positioned around the walls. Out of the rest of us, we decided that 10 would go, with everyone else staying at the castle. The builder's merchant was only 5 minutes' drive away under normal conditions, so we thought the radios should still work, which would enable us to communicate easily. There was a lot of joking and banter to hide the nerves everyone was feeling at once again going out to fight the zombies we knew were out there. I was in the group chosen to go, and we all piled into Woody's Land Rover, Sean's tractor, and the armoured car, once again driven by Sergeant Jeff Gallen, with Captain Hammond beside him. Once the van had been moved from its blocking position, with a final wave, we set off. Approaching the first gate, we could see a few zombies beyond it. Not enough to worry us, but they were there nonetheless. Ian, Jeff and Jamie stepped from the rear of the armoured car and, sliding the locking bar, opened the gate. We decided that it would be best for them to travel in that vehicle, because it saved opening the rear of the trailer and deploying the ramp, if only a few of them could deal with what was out there. Standing aside for the vehicles to drive through, they made sure the gate was secure again, while we leant over the trailer sides, spears held ready to kill the few that staggered towards us. The main entrance gate to the car park was still closed. We could see more zombies beyond it, but none were close, so we were through, and the gate secured again in no time. The zombies that we just killed, and those we dispatched yesterday, must be getting in somewhere. We needed to find the hole in the fence, or whatever they were using, and fix it. I made a mental note to bring this up with the others later. Sean had the map, and with Louise in her normal spot beside him, they led the way. The route would take us through the centre of Warwick to an industrial estate just over the river. The road was littered with the usual and not unexpected mess of abandoned and wrecked cars. But Sean was now an expert and easily picked the right path through them. Until now, we'd avoided driving through any large towns, and we realised we'd done the right thing when we came upon places teeming with the undead. Sean was forced to ignore the comfort of his passengers in the trailer, and with his foot to the floor, he had to smash the plough on the front of his bucket through them. In the trailer, all I could do was hold on as it bounced and rocked along the road, packed with the dead. Looking back, the long body-strewn path we cleared was soon filled with those he'd failed to hit as they turned and followed us. With dismay, I knew that as our objective was not far away, there would be too many for us to hold back when we tried to get what we needed. I reached for my radio and sat down on the floor of the trailer. Knowing everyone, including those we left behind in the castle, was on the same channel, I spoke. "Guys, have you seen how many are out there? I think even with every gun firing, we'll struggle to hold them back. Anybody got any suggestions? Other than turning around and heading back?" Louise replied, "Sean says that he's managing to smash through this lot, so as long as he can keep his momentum up, why doesn't he make a few passes through the town and keep thinning them out?" I thought about the proposal, but it was the keeping the momentum bit that worried me. If something happened, we could find ourselves in the same situation we had back at the barracks, jammed up against and unable to get through the thousands that faced us. That idea did not appeal to me one bit. "Jeff's suggesting leading them away as they did at the church," said Hammond. "There might be a lot more we haven't seen yet, and he tells me it worked there." That was a far more appealing plan. We'd all heard about how, when they'd first arrived at the village to help Bob and Jim find their families, they'd use the van to lead away the throng that surrounded the church. "Sean," I asked, "can you check the map to see if there's an easy way back? I don't fancy the risk of getting stuck if we can avoid it." There was a pause while he and Louise were trying to find a route. Then Louise spoke on the radio. "Yes, if we carry on for about a mile after the town, we can loop back via the next motorway junction." I mentally pictured the route from my knowledge of the area and knew it would work. Not needing to ask any more, with those in the other vehicles replying that it was worth a try, I put the radio back in my pocket, stood up again, and clung to the side of the trailer as Sean continued creating his gory trail of destruction. Passing the builder's merchant, Sean slowed slightly so we could study the place. It seemed perfect and was full of everything you'd expect the business to have, including a crane lorry parked in the middle of the locked and empty-looking yard. Chris stood next to me, staring at it as we passed. "Bonus," he said, smiling. "It looks as if the lorry was already loaded, ready for the morning's first run. I couldn't see exactly what it was loaded with, but it definitely had some blocks and sand on it. If we can find the keys for it, we could just load whatever else we need and drive it back." "I hope so. I can't imagine this'll get rid of all of them, so we aren't going to want to hang around," I added. The crowd of zombies thinned out the further we got out of the town. making Sean slow the pace to ensure the thousands following us kept up. With the leading edge of them yards from the armoured car at the rear of our convoy, we crawled along, reaching over the side and stabbing any that got close as we passed them, until, at a traffic island, Louise told us Sean would pick up the pace once we knew they'd followed us when we turned. When we confirmed the undead mass was following us, Sean sped up, and our little convoy soon left them behind, and in no time they were out of sight around a bend. Louise kept calling direction changes for everyone's benefit, as Sean drove the tractor back toward the M40 motorway. We crossed over it on our journey to the castle. From memory, I hoped it was still clear, and only littered with the usual spaced-out abandoned cars and lorries we passed most of the way on our long journey up the M5. I smiled as Sean broke traffic rules and regulations and drove towards the off-ramp instead of crossing the carriageway to join the correct side of the road. Even though the laws of the land didn't apply anymore, I could imagine him enjoying the chance to flout them as he changed through the gears, gaining speed, to join the motorway for the short trip back to the exit for Warwick. Minutes later we were back on familiar roads and once again driving past the castle entrance. The masses had indeed, as we'd hoped, followed our initial direction. Slow ones, or ones left damaged by our first trip through, still crawled and dragged their way along the tarmac, their simplified senses telling them that was the direction to keep following to find food. Sean began weaving the tractor to drive over as many as he could, while those in the trailer stabbed and thrust at any others in range of our spears. Yells of encouragement came over the radio because the ones still in the castle could hear our engine noises as we passed, and they'd been following our radio conversations, so they knew what we were doing. Captain Hammond spoke on the radio. "OK, chaps, this time, get ready, Sean," he instructed. "If you drive through the gate and into the yard, we'll stop at the entrance with the other two vehicles and be the blocking force. Once the knights have checked the yard, form up by the vehicles and act as close support. Everyone else not needed in the yard, form on me with weapons ready. Everyone clear on that and happy?" It was what I'd expected him to say, and no one disagreed. As the senior military person present, he, with his sergeants to help, would naturally be in command of any fighting missions we undertook. This was his first one, and he hadn't seen any of us in action yet. He'd heard about it, but not witnessed our capabilities yet, and I hoped he'd be impressed by what necessity had taught us. Without slowing down, Sean smashed the tractor straight through the entrance gate, which buckled and crashed back on its hinges with a sharp crack and the screech of breaking metal. Driving once around the large rectangular yard, he stopped next to the lorry. In no time, we'd opened the door and deployed the ramp. By the time the knights had walked down the ramp, Ian, Jeff and Jamie had got out of the armoured car and jogged over. We could tell the place was deserted. The open-sided sheds and the shuttered office and showroom building telling the story of a business that never opened on day one of the apocalypse, and never would again. Once the knights had checked everywhere in the yard and shouted the all clear, I joined Chris. They followed us as we headed straight for the shop door. There was no time for subtlety, so in seconds we cut off the padlocks to the shutters, pulled them up, and used a sledgehammer to smash the front door in. The shop area was dimly lit by skylights on the ceiling, and we wasted a few seconds standing there, waiting for our eyes to adjust enough to see. "Ian, Jamie," Chris said, "come with me while I find the lorry keys. Tom, you've got the list. See what you can find in here until we get back." As they disappeared through a door, usefully marked with an office sign, I pulled a list from my pocket and called out items as we spread through the shop area. Getting a wheelbarrow from a display, we soon filled it with cordless drills, lengths of chain, and other items that Chris had correctly assured us would be standard stock items for any builder's merchant. There was even a cement mixer, which we filled with items we grabbed as we rushed about the shop. The increasing level of fire outside was an unnecessary reminder to work fast. With a shout of, "Got 'em!" Chris ran past us and went outside. We grabbed a last few armfuls of items and followed, me pushing the wheelbarrow and Dave struggling with his sword, shield and a rifle on his back, dragging the cement mixer. "Chris, how many of us do you need?" I asked. "You and I should be able to do this," he shouted, as he unlocked the lorry, jumped in and started its engine. The knights didn't need telling twice and ran towards the smashed gates of the entrance and the continuous firing. Once I'd pushed the wheelbarrow up the ramp and helped Dave with the cement mixer, he ran to join them. Chris had his foot fully on the accelerator of the lorry as he built up the air pressure as quickly as possible to get the pressure up in the brakes. As soon as he was satisfied, he jumped from the cab to the bed of the lorry carrying a box. At first, I was mystified as to what it was, but it soon became apparent it was the remote control for the crane, as he placed the strap hanging from it around his neck and, pressing a lever, raised its boom. "I'll just get rid of what we don't need, and then we'll find what we want," he shouted. Manipulating the crane, he picked up a pallet, and with a swing of the boom he unceremoniously dropped it from a height and smashed its contents onto the yard. It looked like roof tiles. 2 more smashed pallets later, he leapt from the lorry and joined me. It sounded as if all the guns were firing, including the heavy machine gun on the armoured car. Looking towards the entrance, I could see the knights standing in line firing their guns, although not yet engaging any zombies hand to hand. I had to assume all was, if not contained, then at least under control. Sean and Louise stood on the wheel arches of the tractor with their guns held ready, keeping a good all-round lookout for any surprises. Now Chris was brandishing another set of keys. "Right, let's find the forklift. A couple of packs of blocks, timber, some plywood, and a pallet of cement should do it. Can you drop the sides of the lorry, Tom?" Struggling briefly with the clips that secured the hinged lorry sides in place, I waited as he ran off in the direction of an open-sided shed. I was impressed with his competence, because it took him no time at all to find the forklift and operate it. Pushing it to its maximum speed, he rushed around the yard, filling the space he'd made on the lorry with various packs and pallets, double-stacking a few of them, until, with a yell of satisfaction, he jumped from the forklift, and, together, we lifted the sides of the lorry back into position. "You got everything else on the list, mate?" he asked as we took the straps he grabbed from the lorry's cab and threw them onto the load to secure it. I nodded. "Yes, and more. I grabbed any extra stuff I saw, since we were here anyway." I pointed to the lorry. "You get in, and I'll go and tell them we're ready." I winced at the sound of firing. "I don't think they'll hear us over the radio." He slapped me on the back in acknowledgement and ran towards the open door of the lorry. Grabbing my rifle from where it rested on its sling over my shoulder, I sprinted towards the gate and the firing. Zombies were approaching from all directions in large numbers. The gunfire was keeping them at bay, but I could tell from the trail of bodies that they were getting closer. The knights looked out of place in full armour as they fired their modern weapons. It looked as if someone had made a dreadful historical error when writing a movie script. Hundreds of empty bullet casings littered the floor, indicating how heavy the firing had been. Captain Hammond and his sergeant were walking the perimeter he'd set up and encouraging them all, occasionally raising his rifle and firing when needed. It took the captain a few seconds to notice me standing there, waving at him. I gave him the thumbs up and waited for him to acknowledge before running back to the yard. Sean and Louise had seen me give the captain the signal and were already back in the tractor. I indicated for them to pull forward and get as close to the knights as possible. I had a feeling that when they disengaged and the fire reduced, the approaching tide of the undead would be unstoppable. The sound of whistles blowing split the air, and immediately the volume of fire decreased as the knights responded to the signal to withdraw to the safety of the vehicles. Running as fast as the weight they were carrying would allow, they ran towards the open rear of the trailer. Steadying them, I helped them up the ramp, and as soon as the last one was in, I pushed on the ramp while they pulled the ropes inside to get it on board, and we slammed the rear door shut. Dashing to the lorry, I climbed into the passenger seat, and holding my weapon out of the open window, I waited for the convoy to start moving. Sitting in the raised cab, I watched the last soldiers get into the rear of the armoured car and close the door. Then Captain Hammond's voice came over the radio. "Sean, when we move, can you take the lead and do the same as before? I'll bring up the rear, and if Chris follows Woody, we can both cover you." It made sense because, although the lorry had high ground clearance and heavy-duty fenders, it wasn't armoured like all the other vehicles were, making it the most vulnerable. Knowing those at the castle would be receiving as well, he continued, "Can you get ready with the van, please? We should be back in 5 minutes. Please acknowledge." Multiple voices from the castle replied, telling us the van was already running and waiting. Our firing would be clearly audible to them, and they must have known something was happening when the level reduced. The response was so quick. With the engine revving, Chris followed Sean as he left the yard and waited for Woody to turn his Land Rover around before following him closely. I knew that Warwick was a large town that was growing bigger by the year, with hundreds of new homes being built annually to house those who wanted to leave the city to live a more rural and genteel life offered by the pretty towns that surrounded the urban sprawl of Birmingham. Looking ahead, I could see that thousands more zombies were still appearing from all directions. The obvious reason was that, once again, with all the gunfire and engine noise, we were now, and always would be, the noisiest and most irresistible target around. I looked again at the masses being destroyed by Sean's plough, and the hundreds we had just re-killed with bullets, and wondered what would happen if they managed to breach the perimeter walls and fences and surround us in the castle. We would, of course, be safe behind its walls, but we could also find ourselves trapped, with not enough bullets to deal with the population of just one small town in England, and with no hope of restocking our supplies of food or other necessities. A worrying thought. 10 minutes, and many destroyed zombies later, we secured both gates, using our recently acquired chains locked with padlocks to add more strength to them, and drove into the courtyard. After a brief separation, we were again 54 and 2 dogs. Chapter 10. The children were still guarding the walls, with the adult who was keeping an eye on them reporting that they were all continuing to take the task seriously. The amount of gunfire that had echoed around the castle walls was probably a better reminder than anything else for them not to slack in their duties. Everyone's relief at us all being back safe after hearing so much gunfire was evident as we gratefully accepted mugs of tea and shrugged out of our equipment in the Great Hall and discussed what we would do next. The main priority was to secure our weak points. Chris and John were tasked with leading the project because they were the ones with building experience, and we told them they could have as much manpower or womanpower as they needed. Chris wanted to seal off any entrances we didn't want to use with brickwork, and John was confident that with what we already had and our newest supplies from the builder's merchant, he could construct heavy-duty gates on the others. This led to a debate on how many entrances we needed. Currently, the Barbican entrance was guarded by the sturdy portcullis and blocked by my Volvo, parked at an angle in it, its front and rear pressed up tightly against the stone sides. We'd been using the archway that had been opened in the walls of the castle in more recent times. Chris proposed an idea. If he blocked up the archway, and put a doorway in it for pedestrian access if we decided it was necessary, then the Barbican entrance would be the best to use as the main entrance. After all, it already had the formidable portcullis, which we could raise easily. If John could make a new gate to replace the one that had once stood behind the portcullis in times past, the castle would revert to its original design, when entrances were always the weakest points, and apart from a few sally ports, were normally limited to just one that was heavily guarded and fortified. It was, after all, what the Barbican entrance was, originally having a drawbridge over the moat as the first line of defence, and then the portcullis, with probably more than one gate behind that. Archers and soldiers could rain death using arrows, rocks, boiling tar, sand or water upon any attackers. If the initial defences were breached, they had to fight through the heavily fortified Barbican with its murder holes in the ceiling and multiple arrow slits for the defenders to use. As a group, we pondered and discussed the proposal. Sean raised a valid point when he asked if the entrance would be wide or high enough for our vehicles to use. 3 of us volunteered to investigate, and armed with a tape measure, and after some careful calculations, we decided that they would. Just. The proposal was agreed when we decided that if we had to get out in an emergency, our vehicles would have the power to smash through the newly blocked-up archway, opening another escape route. Decision made, and with both jobs being priority, we wasted no more time. Chris drove our newly acquired lorry around the courtyard, using the crane to deposit its contents where they were needed. John set up an area as a workshop, and using some timber and plywood sheets, he made a workbench. The most labour-intensive job was laying the blocks, because people needed to work together, both mixing cement and carrying and laying the heavy concrete blocks. John said he only needed a few to help him construct and fix the gates. Generators were set up, and we allocated people roles and set to the task with a purpose, while trying to keep noise to a minimum. We hoped the noise of the cordless drills we got for John would be contained within the castle walls. But as they were essential to complete the task as quickly as possible, we had little choice in the matter. Fortunately, water was still flowing from the taps in the castle, so we formed chains and passed buckets from hand to make the mortar. We decided not to use it for drinking, as the treatment plants would obviously not be working. But for as long as it lasted, it could still be used to flush the toilets in the place and be used for washing, etc. If, or more likely when it stopped flowing, we would just have to come up with an alternative. But for now it was, and that was good enough for us. Sweating in the sun, everyone who wasn't on guard or babysitting duty mucked in and helped. Throughout the rest of the day, the wall in the archway slowly gained height as blocks were passed from hand to hand and laid on beds of mortar. John made a frame out of lengths of timber, and a doorway was created in the structure. The wooden gates were quicker to construct. Using heavy-duty strap hinges from the merchants, he soon had the framework of the gates in place and attached to the walls of the Barbican. Once he was satisfied they were hanging correctly, he planned to add layers of timber to reinforce them. When he'd finished, he also wanted to add another angled gate to the front of the bridge that crossed the moat. He explained that it didn't need to be as sturdy or as high as the one he was making now, but it would keep any zombies away from the portcullis itself. It was a good idea, so we all told him to get on with it as soon as he'd finished what he was doing. I found myself forgetting the world outside our walls as we laboured away. The hard physical work occupied all my thoughts until I took a break to grab a bottle of water and looked around the ancient castle that had become our home. It was a truly stunning place, which, once we'd finished, would be as impregnable as when it was first built almost 1,000 years before. Sentries walked the walls as they had in ancient times. This time, though, instead of crossbows and spears, They carried modern assault weapons and could fire at any attacker from one of the many machine gun positions we created. In place of the cannons and trebuchets that would once have lined the walls for defence, the soldiers had created a sandbagged emplacement in the middle of the courtyard, which housed the mortar they brought with them. This could lay down a far heavier and more accurate barrage than could any weapon designed before it. It was a clash of technology that somehow worked, and did not look wholly out of place in such an old and historic complex. Smiling at my thoughts, I finished my bottle of water and got back to work. Hours later, we gathered back in the Great Hall. The work was almost complete. We were satisfied, as we called it a day, that what we'd already achieved was as good, if not better, than we'd originally expected. The van was still pulled in front of the archway because it seemed prudent to leave it there until the mortar had set. The gates, constructed by John and his team, had been finished and passed our collective inspection. With the locking bars and bolts in place, they seemed strong enough to withstand a ram raid, let alone a horde of zombies. Bellies full of the food produced by Maud and her helpers, we opened and passed around bottles of wine and beer, and everyone drank, happy in the knowledge that 52 people were all a little safer now than we had been the day before. The 2 dogs, both filthy from many incidents with the wet mortar, were banished to the floor. Chapter 11. It was chillier and more overcast the next morning. There were no more weather forecasts, but we all agreed that it looked as if we were due for some rain. Pulling on sweaters, we soon knew would be discarded when the physical work warmed us up. We organised ourselves into teams to complete the jobs for the day. Fewer people were needed for the work to complete the bricking up of the archway, so we turned our attention to the task of reinforcing the perimeter fence. John busied himself preparing the tools and materials he wanted to take, and then after a final check of the notepad in which he'd written what needed doing, he asked for help to get it all on Woody's trailer, which also provided us with a safe vehicle to carry all the volunteers. Willie was driving his tractor this time, as Sean was still helping Chris with the brickwork. We drove through the Barbican entrance and began the day's work. Exhausted and hungry, we returned many hours later. Woody's trailer was empty of everything we'd loaded that morning. We'd had enough material to strengthen extra sections of the perimeter, although it probably didn't need it. But since we had the materials, while we were at it, we thought it prudent. After all, we knew we could always scavenge more if necessary. Following another collective meal and a few relaxing drinks, it didn't take any of us long to fall asleep that night. Up early in the morning, we inspected the to-do list that was continually being added to and altered, and we planned the day. Now that we were confident that the security improvements we'd made to the castle, both inside and out, were almost completed, food and weapons were top of the list. We had ideas to improve security even further, but for now, things were good enough. The soldiers claimed that weapons and ammunition should be the priority because, even though they had many thousands of rounds, and we could make many thousands more from the home-loading supplies we got from the gun shop, we'd expended a lot over the last few days, and getting as much as possible should be top of the list. We'd already identified and located the nearest gun shops from the directory we'd found, and 1 or 2 were reasonably close. Others said that food should be the priority because, if we were besieged by countless zombies, it wouldn't be bullets that kept us alive behind the walls, but food. Although we knew both proposals were of great importance, we didn't want to split our forces by pursuing different objectives. Our strength lay in numbers. After much deliberation, we decided to try and achieve both tasks in one trip. We'd located a local trade-only food warehouse that supplied local shops and businesses. We thought because the food would be on pallets, that would speed up the loading process and it would be easier and quicker than raiding one of the many supermarkets in the town. After studying the map, we also realised that it wouldn't be a big diversion to get to the nearest gun shop. If it turned out to be similar to the gun shop in Newton Abbot, the stuff we could get wouldn't take up as much room as pallets of food, so hopefully we'd be able to squeeze it onto the lorries and trailers along with the food. With everyone satisfied and in agreement, the planning was handed over to our military contingent. 15 minutes later, Captain Hammond called us all together for a meeting. He proposed the largest expedition we'd undertaken to date, using the most vehicles and taking more people than any we'd ever done before. We'd be using both army lorries, the armoured car, and Woody's Land Rover. In addition, he also wanted to include not only Sean's tractor and trailer, but our newly acquired crane lorry too. The theory being that if the warehouse was suitable, we could load up enough food in one go to last us for months, possibly even longer, saving the need and risk of venturing out again for food for quite some time. On the way back, if it looked safe to stop, we'd find the gun shop and take everything we could. It was a bold plan, and even though we'd successfully completed similar missions, we hadn't undertaken one on this scale before. He said himself that we needed to be fully prepared and ready because the bigger the mission, the bigger the potential cock-ups. A little daunted by the idea, nevertheless we did all agree that it was worth trying, and we got on with it. Captain Hammond asked Maud to come up with a wish list for the food warehouse, so they could identify and prioritise loading the large quantity of foodstuffs and other items we hoped we'd be able to get. Sean, Willie and I were tasked with adding protection to the lorry. We didn't have time to do a full job on it, but we thought that if we added some of the mesh panels we still had around the cab and reinforced the front so it could smash through the undead without causing terminal damage, it would be better than nothing. Given more time, we could make it as impregnable as the rest of our vehicles, but if it travelled in the middle of our convoy, it would be protected by the other vehicles. Eddie, who was going to remain and guard the castle, selected who he wanted to stay with him. It was only fair that he should have first dibs with people, because if the castle wasn't left defended properly, none of us would want to leave our families and loved ones behind. An hour of frantic preparations later, we were ready, and those chosen to go boarded their designated vehicles. All the vehicles had been checked over and any necessary repairs carried out. Sean made sure the petrol cutter was working, and the same for the other equipment we thought we might need to break into the locked areas of the gun shop. While he was doing that, others loaded extra guns and ammunition, and a small supply of food and water, just in case. We waved to those staying behind, and for the first time, we drove out through our newly fortified Barbican entrance. Becky stood beside me in the trailer. We'd had a brief discussion, with her calling me a sexist because I begged her to stay and take care of the children when she insisted on being included on the mission. She was confident that they would be looked after well by Maud, Eddie, and the 10 other adults chosen to remain, and she told me that she was just as capable of killing zombies as anyone else, something she'd proved many times before. She also joked that we needed to include more women on the shopping trip, because if it was left up to the men, all we'd get was pallets of beer and boxes of crisps. She did have a point. With a final wave to our children back on the walls, keeping guard, we disappeared from their view. Becky stood holding onto the side of the rocking trailer, her weapon over her shoulder and a pistol on her hip. The tactical vest she was wearing stuffed full of extra magazines. It was a look I thought I'd never see on her, but to be fair, I thought she looked sexy. I moved closer and put my arm around to help steady her and whispered cheekily in her ear, "Look at you all dressed up in your finest gear. I know I never say it often enough, but you look damn good, woman." She just looked at me with raised eyebrows. Undaunted, I continued, And you say I never take you out? Here we are off on a date without the kids. Don't you ever moan at me again, my darling, for not making an effort. She rested her head on my shoulders. She knew I was just trying to take her mind off leaving the children behind, and I think she appreciated it. But after a few moments of quiet companionship, she had to have the last word. Tom, if you think this is a date, I think you need to go and have a long, quiet word with yourself. Right now, though, we're getting near the gate, so we'll have to discuss this later. Fortunately, only a few zombies could be seen beyond the first gate. Maybe whatever gap or hole they'd used to get in before wasn't obvious to the hordes that filled the town. We still needed to find it, and it was on our growing list of jobs that needed doing. But for now it wasn't posing a great problem. We were through the gate in minutes, as once again a few knights climbed out of the back of the armoured car to unlock it. They waited until we'd all got through, then secured it and climbed back into the armoured car, which had pulled to one side to wait for them. The other gate proved to be a different matter altogether. Hundreds of zombies could be seen just beyond it. It didn't take a genius to work out that they were the ones that had followed the swathe of destruction and noise we cut the day before, when returning from the builder's merchant. The noise of us approaching caused the nearest to turn and head in our direction. Captain Hammond spoke through the radio. OK, chaps, I think this is the time to show me what you knights can do. If you form up by the gates and open them when you're ready, we'll drive through and thin them out a tad, and then loop round and pick you up. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Does that sound like a plan? Ian responded a few seconds later. He was in the trailer beside me. OK, lads, let's show the army boys what we can do. Grab your pikes and head to the gates. Hinging back the door on the trailer, we pulled on the ropes to lower the ramp and passed the pikes to the knights when they'd all got out. They made their way to the gates, joining those that had left the armoured car. Hundreds of zombies were crowding towards the gate, making it rattle and push against its locking bar. Even after all we'd seen and experienced, the sight was a daunting one. 7 knights stood at the gates and began thrusting their pikes through the slats at the nearest heads. Bodies fell and soon began piling up in a macabre wall. More kept trying to crawl over the growing obstruction until their existence was ended by the sharp point on the head of the pike. Eventually, the pikes could no longer reach the masses beyond, and the knights, sweating and breathing heavily, stepped back and surveyed the carnage they'd wreaked. Hundreds of bodies lay before them, but worryingly, hundreds more crowded in behind them. Captain Hammond used the loudspeaker on the armoured vehicle to communicate this time. His voice boomed out. Well done, chaps, great work. If you could open the gate and let us through now, we'll thin the others out. Hold the line at the gates, and we'll be back with you shortly. Woody, can you stay back in the Land Rover to provide cover for them? If everyone could honk their horns to confirm you understand, we'll get on with it. 5 horns blasted their reply and revved their engines. Ian stepped towards the gate and, removing his glove, turned the dials on the padlock to the right code to unlock it and unwrapped the chain from around the gate. The coded padlocks were chosen from the ones we got from the builder's merchant as the best to use. Remembering a 4-digit code would be better than making sure the key didn't get lost or forgotten, causing potentially dangerous delays and problems when opening the 2 main gates to the castle. After checking the other knights were in position and the vehicles were ready, he slid the locking bar back and, straining against the weight of the few bodies that were caught on them, pulled the gates open. Sean was first through. Lowering the plough to scrape on the ground, he powered the tractor into the tangled pile of bodies. Corpses mangled together as the plough pushed them aside to form a monstrous corridor of death. Body parts ripped from corpses lay abandoned in his blood-smeared wake as the lorries followed, bouncing over any that fell back into their path from the piles Sean had created. Those of us in the trailer stabbed at any near us, but the wild, bouncing ride we were on made even standing up difficult, let alone using our spears accurately. Frustrated, I picked up a shotgun and started blasting away at the many targets that surrounded us. I considered the shotgun with its spread of lead pellets to be better than using my rifle, only necessary where accuracy was more important. Others in the trailer followed suit, including Becky, as Sean ploughed through the undead, making the trailer rock and sway as he swerved through, trying to get as many as he could. Heads turned into smoking messes of brains and bones as the heavy lead-filled cartridges ended the existence of more zombies. Looking back, I could see that the 2 army lorries weren't following in Sean's tracks, but had spread out slightly on either side of him to widen the path of destruction created, like a team of snowplows clearing a road. Sean's plough, smashing through them, was pushing destroyed and broken bodies aside into the path of the vehicles following. It made economical work as they destroyed the ones directly in front of them, as well as hurling aside those pushed into their path. I hadn't heard this tactic being discussed, so it must have been a good idea hastily thought up, which was proving to work brilliantly, because now we weren't just cutting a single path through them, but an entire swathe. When the crowd thinned, Sean used the whole width of the road to turn around and head back the way we'd come, the engine roaring powerfully all the while. The army lorries followed with the armoured car and the crane lorry. Passing the gate, I caught a glimpse of the knights standing with shields raised, hacking at the ones before them, while Woody and Steve fired over their heads from their elevated position, standing on the seats of the Land Rover. The zombies had been thinned by us smashing through them, but they were still facing a large crowd. From what I could see, though, they were coping, and no call for help came over the radio, so we continued. 2 passes later, and with our vehicles coated in another layer of gore and sporting a few more dents, Captain Hammond radioed, telling us we'd done enough, and that we should collect the knights from the gate. Chapter 12. The bodies had piled up again as the knights practised their deadly trade, and Sean was forced to use his plough to clear the gate once more. Woody reversed his Land Rover out of the way to allow him and the armoured car to pass straight through the gate and turn around to get the knights back on board. Both machine guns on the armoured car and the Land Rover then laid down a withering level of fire to cover the knights, as they, with a final thrust of swords, axes and maces, picked up their pikes and ran back to the vehicles. On the trailer, we all helped the exhausted knights climb the ramp, holding out arms and hands to help them the last few paces. And then, taking their weapons from them, we handed them bottles of water and cloths to wipe their blood-streaked faces and armour. Sean, driving a little more slowly this time, pulled back out onto the main road. We waited until Captain Hammond had closed and secured the gate once more, as we stabbed and shot any that tried to get past us to reach him. The food warehouse was on the same road, but further out of town than the builder's merchant we'd visited the day before, so once again we needed to drive through the centre of Warwick. The road was littered with the results of our previous action, but happily the live ones were not as numerous. It was impossible to know how many we'd dealt with, but the hundreds of corpses being picked apart by innumerable carrion birds fluttering away half-heartedly as we passed was a stomach-wrenching sight. We'd already led a horde of many thousands away, and we didn't know how many more still roamed the town's suburbs and side roads. I sighed. This was only one relatively small town of the many hundreds all over the country. If you included the cities, how many millions upon countless millions of zombies were roaming the land searching for their next meal? It would be impossible to kill even a small fraction of them. The only hope for humanity was for small outposts of survivors such as ours to gather supplies and remain safe until, hopefully, the undead started to rot and turn to dust. Gathering supplies was the problem, because that inevitably meant leaving our sanctuary to face and survive the terror that lived outside our walls. The tractor lurched as it rode over bodies and smashed through the ones that Sean could aim at. We tried to stab or shoot as many as we could when passing, because no matter how many millions more there were, one less was still one less. We breathed a sigh of relief when we drove into the food warehouse's large car park, just as we had when we'd raided the outdoor shop, and we saw it contained only a few awkwardly staggering figures. Most businesses hadn't opened on the first morning of the apocalypse. Their staff or owners were already dead, or far too preoccupied to worry about work. So, remaining empty and deserted, they contained nothing to attract the undead, and had remained devoid of the masses that filled other places. Right then, announced Captain Hammond over the radio, once we'd driven a loop around the car park to rid ourselves of its current residents. If the lorries can get as close to the entrance as possible, the rest of us will form a defensive cordon. Knights, if you do the initial sweep of the interior, backed up by 5 others with guns, once you can give us the all clear, we'll get cracking. The radios all crackled with affirmative responses before the vehicles started to shunt into position. I joined the Knights with 4 others at the shuttered entrance. Getting more adept with every break-in, the external security took no time at all to breach, and with a wrench of a crowbar to the main door, we were in. Ian took command. "OK, ladies, stick together, and let's go up and down every aisle first." He pointed at what looked to be some offices that overlooked the interior of the building. "Then we check everywhere else out. Keep talking and calling out targets." He looked at the 5 of us, standing there with our weapons ready. "You lot, as before, stay in the middle of our formation, and when we need you, you'll be notified by Simon's high-pitched, girly squeal of terror." Simon was the only one not to dutifully laugh at his attempt at humour, and retorted with, "Oi, Beaver, why don't you pick on someone your own size? Oh, I forgot, no one is as big and stupid as you." With some more banter, the friends, seemingly relaxed and without a care in the world, checked their armour, hefted their shields, and once more took the lead against the zombies. Aisles stacked high with pallets containing a huge variety of different goods stretched before us. I tried to take note of the location of everything, so that when we began working our way through the list Maud had given us, we could locate the items quickly. 2 hours later, we were still working hard under the direction of Becky, Louise and Victoria, who were all armed with lists, rushing around telling us which pallet to load next onto one of the hand-pump pallet trucks we'd found. Then we hauled them outside to another team, who were ripping off the wrappings and passing boxes, cartons and sacks from hand to load the lorries and trailer. The crane lorry had loaded itself and was now full of double-stacked pallets secured by lengths of rope. The Knights were standing guard and taking a well-earned rest after their earlier exertions. If they were needed again, then it was imperative they were as fresh as possible. Wielding their weapons and fighting in a shield wall was probably one of the most physically demanding things anyone could do. They were accustomed to it, though, and had trained regularly before the apocalypse started, knowing from doing reenactments how much effort it took to fight for an extended period of time. But no matter how fit they were, they needed to rest their aching muscles, so when they were recalled to the fray, they could once more fight to the best of their abilities. Everyone else on the mission was on collection and loading duties. None of us was far away, and we could all be defending the perimeter within minutes if we needed to. When Becky and Louise were satisfied that we'd procured most of the items jotted down on the list, they led teams of us dashing around the warehouse with large trolleys to load on other items they'd noticed and decided we could do with. We threw every item they pointed at into the trolleys, and when they were full, we ran outside to empty them and fling it all in the lorries on top of everything we'd already loaded. When the radios broadcast the inevitable but not unexpected warning of Zombies! Everyone back to the trucks! No one hesitated, and pushing and pulling loaded trolleys, we headed outside. Inevitably, they'd found us. Whether they were ones from earlier who had followed us, or others who had been attracted by our noise, even though we'd tried to be quiet as possible, it didn't matter. They were there, and in large numbers. With a final effort, we heaved the last items from our trolleys into the lorries and got on board ourselves. Our final act was to close the shutters on the shop, to, if not secure it, then stop any wandering ghouls from inadvertently entering. The place still contained a large amount of supplies, so this was just common sense, because if we had to return, the last thing we'd want to do was to clear the place of any zombies first. The captain had relinquished command to Becky at the warehouse, and had been working just as hard as everyone else loading the lorries. Now the convoy was moving, he took over again. "Good work, everyone," he announced needlessly. "Now the gun shop. Same drill as before. Once we gain entry, we will secure the perimeter and start loading up. We know what the priorities are, so concentrate on those first, and if time allows, we'll look for other items that might be useful." All of us knew what the priorities were. Basically bullets, bullets, and more bullets. And if we could find them, more bullets. Ammunition for both rifles and shotguns had to be the priority. Every time we left the castle, we were burning through ammunition at a prodigious rate. And even though we had a large supply in reserve, we knew that enough would never be enough until the last zombie in the country had been exterminated. Guns were one thing we had plenty of, after our raid on the last gun shop, coupled with what the soldiers had brought with them. But still, they were on the list as well. Our immediate need was not our only concern. We might have to arm others beside ourselves, and if the guns were there for taking, then take them we would. The contents of just a single gun shop would never provide what we wanted, but it was a step in the right direction. The gun shop was in a small row of shops on a housing estate, sandwiched between a cafe and a local convenience store. The double-fronted shop was shuttered and looked deserted. A few zombies attracted by the noise we were making shuffled into view as we positioned the vehicles. Stabs from our spears ended their existence as soon as they were in range. After a few radio calls, the vehicles eventually stopped, nose to tail, with the lorry at the rear and Sean's tractor at the front, at an angle to create a solid barrier with a large protected space in front of the shop. We waited for the captain as he stood on the wheel arch of his vehicle, looking all around to assess the situation and issue his orders. "Okay, guys," he began. "There looks to be nothing we can't handle, so I say we go for it. Those on guard, stay on the vehicles and get ready to take the stuff we pass up to you. We won't know until we get inside how much there is and how long it'll take. So, stay sharp, everyone, and let's try to get this done as quickly as possible." Opening the back of the trailer once more, we lowered the ramp. The back of the trailer was already piled high with a jumble of boxes, sacks, and slabs of tinned food. While others broke into the shop, I and a few others began shifting what we had into a more organised stack, to make room for what we hoped we could get. Woody emerged from the shop a few minutes later and spoke to the ones waiting outside. "Right, let's form a chain and start passing it all out." "How much stuff is in there?" I shouted down at him. "We've opened the cartridge store, and it has a fair amount in. Not as much as there was at Newton Abbot, I've been told, but it'll do. We're still trying to break into the ammunition safe, but again, it's not that large, so I don't expect it'll hold much." "Don't forget the home loading stuff," called Willie from beside me on the trailer. Woody smiled up at him. "I was just coming to that, Willie. Can you get in there and start sorting through the shelves? You know what you're looking for better than any of us, and it might save some time." Willie nodded and strode down the ramp and into the shop, just as the first slabs of shotgun cartridges started to get passed out. Trying to remain as quiet as possible, We began using the silenced 2-2 rifles on the undead when they got close enough. We knew there must be thousands in the area, possibly making their way to us now. If we kept any noise we made to a minimum, it might delay them finding us for a time. Alternating between firing at any zombies that came close enough and helping to pass and stack the growing pile of cartridges, I was distracted by a banging sound coming from above us. I searched for it because I initially thought it might be a survivor trying to get our attention. But my momentary hopefulness ended when I saw the head of a zombie banging against the closed window of what must have been a flat above a shop 2 doors away. It was still above the protected area our vehicles had created, but I gave it no more thought, since it couldn't harm us, and we had plenty of work to get on with. Willie kept rushing in and out of the shop, carting carrier bags with the shop's name on, filled with what I reasoned to be home-loading supplies, and he stacked them in a corner of the trailer. The work continued with a quiet but determined pace until Captain Hammond walked out of the shop carrying a large nylon bag, which he slung into the back of a lorry. His face was dripping with sweat, and he paused to take a long drink from the canteen on his belt before speaking to us all. "Can I have a few of you down to exchange positions with some of us? It's bloody heavy work and a few of us are flagging. Some fresh pairs of arms will keep the pace going, and there's not much more stuff left to get loaded." He smiled and nodded at our immediate and positive replies. "Thanks. I'll send one out at a time, and if you can replace them, it will save us stopping the chain we formed." Becky went first, insisting she wasn't as tired as everyone else, as all she'd done at the warehouse was boss us all around and not do any heavy lifting. The pace of loading picked up as the fresh volunteers took over. When the last slab of cartridges was handed to me, we decided that we'd loaded enough onto the trailer and started loading one of the lorries. There were very few zombies in sight now, and as soon as one was in range, it was felled by one of our snipers. So a few more of us left their guard positions to help in the final push. We carried on working. I was standing inside the shop, passing items along the chain, when I heard the unmistakable sound of glass breaking, followed seconds later by a loud smash as something hit the pavement. Remembering the zombie in the window, I opened my mouth to scream a warning, but before a sound came out, 2 heavy thuds sounded outside, followed closely by yells of shock and panic from our party. Everyone in the shop dropped what they were carrying instantly and ran outside. Mark had been standing in line, passing along whatever was handed to him when the glass broke. He cursed and shouted in pain as a falling piece of broken glass sliced deeply into his cheek. Earlier, he'd removed his helmet and coif when he was working hard, claiming it was making him too hot, and if he needed to go and fight them, he could have them back on in seconds. Holding a hand to his cheek, trying to stem the flow of blood, he'd been flattened by the dead weight of 2 bodies falling on him. Those around him stood shocked for the smallest of moments before dropping what they were carrying and rushing to his aid. 2 writhing and snarling bodies covered him, their arms and legs kicking and grabbing as they tried to feast on the meal that fate had led them to land upon. Knives and axes were pulled from belts as those around him attacked the zombies with hurried but practiced efficiency, and in seconds the 2 limp bodies were dragged to one side. Mark lay curled on the floor, holding his hands against his chest, bellowing in pain. Ian reached to help him, but he shouted, "Don't! I think the fuckers have bitten me!" All around him, eyes closed in anguish. Swearing and shouts of anger rang out as we gathered beside his prone form. Still holding his hand against himself, he pushed himself upright and sat on the ground, all eyes on him. Gingerly he raised his hand to his face and stared at the wound. His wrist had a deep bite mark in it and was pouring with blood. "Oh, fuck it," was all he said. I was knocked aside as Jamie pushed past me and kicked him back to the floor. As he lay there stunned, Jamie swung his axe at his outstretched arm and severed it at the elbow. We all stood around, shocked at what he'd just done. Fresh blood was spurting from the stump of Mark's arm as Jamie threw his axe aside and screamed at the top of his voice, "Get me a first aid kit!" That galvanised some into action. Captain Hammond pushed past others while reaching into a pouch in his pack. He pulled out an aid kit and ripped it open as he fell to his knees beside Mark, who was lying in shocked stillness, staring at the stump that had once been his arm. With practised efficiency, Steve tied a tourniquet tightly around his upper arm and wrapped the bleeding stump with a bandage, which immediately became soaked red with the blood that still poured from the wound. My face white with shock at the events of the last minute, I stood numbly staring at Mark for a few more seconds, until the captain shouted the command, "Let's get out of here, right now! Help me get Mark onto the trailer!" Not knowing who was doing what, we milled around for a few more confused seconds before order was restored. A few of us carried Mark back onto the trailer, gasping in pain and in shock. We laid him gently on the floor while others retrieved the few items that had been dropped when the zombies fell from the window, and threw them onto the nearest vehicles and scrambled on board. "Sean, lead the way," commanded the captain, as keys were turned and one by one engines fired up. A bit more disorderly this time, the convoy jolted forward, and with engines roaring, we threw any caution to the wind and sped back to the castle. All of us in the trailer only had thoughts for Mark, and most of us crouched beside his prone figure, trying to cushion him as best we could from Sean's wild ride as he pushed the tractor to its top speed. He was pale-faced and lying numb with shock. Tears streamed down his face, and his mouth silently uttered curses as waves of pain washed over him, and he gradually fell unconscious. We didn't know what to say to him. Was he infected? Or had Jamie's crazy actions saved his life, stopping any infected blood spreading through his body when he hacked off his arm? Captain Hammond's calm voice issued instructions as we drove. He told Sean that they would pull ahead of us as we reached the castle, so they could open the gates to allow him to drive straight through and get to the castle as quickly as possible. He would radio the ones in the castle and get them ready to open the Barbican gates the second we were inside the castle grounds. Grim faces, full of concern, exchanged silent looks as we comforted Mark the best we could. I was only aware we had arrived at the castle when we raced through the dim light of the Barbican. The tractor's racing engine echoed off the stone walls, making me look up. The increased noise roused Mark, and he shouted heartbreakingly before slumping back into a semi-state of unconsciousness. "I'm dead already. Don't let me turn. Just kill me now so I can be with my wife and son again." I put my hand on the hilt of the knife on my belt, but Becky saw me and shook her head. "Don't, Tom. We know it takes 10 minutes or so to turn after a bite. If he doesn't start showing symptoms soon, he may be clean. I think we should keep him in the trailer until we know. If we shut the door, sealing us in, a few of us can stay to keep him as comfortable as possible. We should know soon enough." We were still 52. But for how much longer? Chapter 13. As soon as the vehicles stopped in the courtyard, everyone else dismounted and rushed to the trailer to check on Mark's condition. Those who had remained behind rushed forward too, but the news from the captain's urgent radio call hadn't spread to them all yet. Although, upon seeing how those who had returned were acting, they knew something had gone wrong. They were soon told. Captain Hammond pushed through the crowd gathering around the trailer and jumped in as soon as the door was opened. Scrambling over the piled-up supplies that filled the bed of the trailer, he crouched beside Mark and inspected the blood-soaked bandages he had hastily wrapped around the shortened stump of his arm. "I need more bandages!" he shouted to no one in particular as he carefully raised his arm and began removing them. He looked up at me. "Does anyone have better medical training than I do around here?" "I don't think so," I replied. But we don't know if he's infected or not yet. It only takes 10 minutes or so for those who've been bitten to turn so far, and he must be nearing that time now. The captain jerked back slightly as the realization dawned on him that he could be kneeling next to something that might start to bite him. Seeing this, I hastily added, "Don't worry, I've seen it happen, and we'll get warning if he's going to turn. I think it's best, though, that until we know chopping his arm off has worked, we should shut the door on the trailer and isolate him from the others. If it's going to happen, it shouldn't be long now." He thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, let's do that. But I need to try and stop the bleeding, or he won't make it anyway. The problem is that we've all trained in battlefield trauma, but that's only going to keep them alive until they get to the medics. Mark needs more help than we can give him if he's going to make it. If he doesn't turn first, that is," he added with a grim smile. He looked around at the ones still in the trailer. "Okay, folks, can we all get out, please, and shut the door on us? Tom and I can take it from here, until we know otherwise." He raised his voice. "Sergeant Gallen, where are you?" His sergeant responded immediately from near the rear door, his Geordie accent sounding cheerful and reassuring. "Yes, boss. Right behind you. Get me every kit you can gather, and then raise the fleet on the radio and get their surgeon on. We need to know what to do if by some miracle he doesn't turn." With a, "Right you are, boss." I heard him shouting orders as he ran to do his officer's bidding. It didn't take him long to gather and pass me an armful of packages, which I threw down next to the captain, and then he closed the door on the trailer, sealing the two of us in. Glancing at my watch, I tried to work out how long it had been since he had been bitten. It had to be over 20 minutes. Mark lay pale-faced and still, a sheen of sweat across his face. He wasn't displaying any of the signs we'd seen before when we watched Louise's sister turn, all those days ago on Bodmin Moor, and my hopes rose. "Captain, what can I do?" I asked, as I crouched down next to him. "Just keep opening those packs, please. The tourniquet doesn't seem to be stemming the flow of blood much, so all I can do is keep changing bandages." He looked at me, and for God's sake, can you call me Steve, please? We worked furiously on Mark for the next 30 minutes or so. By applying more pressure and changing the bandages, we managed to slow his blood loss to a level that Steve told me was acceptable. The problem was, we knew none of us had the experience to give him a transfusion, or if we did, even what blood type Mark was. He'd lost a lot of blood, but had he lost enough to cause him more harm? That was a question none of us was qualified to answer. Mark remained unconscious throughout, and only groaned in pain as we changed his bandages. I knew that was a good sign because, if he could feel pain, then at least he was still human. Looking at my watch, I decided that he would surely have turned by now if he was going to. Talking it over with Steve, we both decided that it was probably safe to get him into the castle now. We would still keep a close eye on him in case he showed signs, but as we would continually be caring for him, it would just be something that those looking after him would need to watch out for. We called from the trailer to those we knew were waiting close by to open it up and help get him inside. Using a board they'd already prepared, we carefully lifted him onto it, and many willing hands gently carried him to the Great Hall. The moment Steve and I stepped away from him, Becky and Sergeant Gallen bustled over to us. Becky was holding a notepad. "Tom," she began, and I could tell from her manner that she was in business mode. "I've just had a long conversation with the ship's surgeon. He's told us what we need to do and what supplies we need to get." She looked at Steve. "We need to find a chemist or doctor's surgery. Probably both, if one doesn't have what we need. There's a chemist on the high street. I remember seeing it as we passed it earlier. So if I give you the list, you need to get there right now." She paused and looked concerned. "The surgeon recommends cauterizing the wound if we can't stop the bleeding." I looked at her, my face displaying my lack of understanding. She raised her eyebrows to me, in a look I knew all too well. "Tom, we have to heat something red hot and seal the wound," she explained with an irritated tone. Then he'll probably need a blood transfusion and a course of antibiotics to keep infection away. If he survives all that, then time and care will be the best recovery method. I nodded soberly at the thought of what we needed to do. The chemist may have what we need to do transfusions. It should also have simple blood testing kits so we can find out whose blood is compatible. She handed Steve the list. Can you get on it right away, please? The surgeon's waiting for me to report back on his condition. Grabbing the list with a "Yes, ma'am," he turned and indicated for the 4 sergeants, Willie included, to accompany him so they could get on with planning the next mission. Jamie rushed up to me as soon as he saw I was clear. "How is he?" he asked, his face full of anguish and concern. I just reacted," he stammered. Did I do the right thing?" I looked at my hands covered in blood and slowly nodded my head. Yes, you absolutely did the right thing. It was bloody crazy to watch, but he hasn't turned yet. If he survives the blood loss and shock and hopefully avoids infection, Becky says she thinks he should live. Relief washed over him, and his shoulders slumped as the tension and worry left him. "What the hell made you act so quickly?" I asked. "I mean, we're all standing there like lemons, and you barge forward like a mad axeman, kick him to the floor, and chop his fucking arm off. How did you know what to do?" He looked at me with a mystified expression as he thought of an answer. "I haven't got a clue, really. I think I saw it in a movie somewhere. You know, that one with Brad Pitt. That soldier woman he was with got bitten by a zombie, and he chopped her hand off to save her life. It just came to me. I knew there was no time to waste. If I did nothing, he was dead anyway, so I just did it without thinking, really." I slapped his mail-clad back. "Brilliant, mate. I know Woody joked a few days ago that we needed to start watching zombie films and TV shows as a training guide, and I think he's probably right. They'll have a whole load of stuff in them we haven't thought of or come across yet." I chuckled quietly. "I think we need to plan a visit to somewhere that sells DVDs soon, and keep an eye out for a big television and DVD player." I looked at the group of soldiers, still deep in discussion, in a corner of the large room. "Anyway," I continued, "let's leave that for another day because we need to go out again and get the medical supplies that Mark needs. Shall we go and see what we can do to help?" Before any vehicle could leave, we first needed to empty them of the supplies we gathered. Otherwise, the mass of boxes and packages that littered the beds of them would make an unstable platform from which to battle zombies. Steve only wanted to take the tractor and armoured car on the mission to the chemist. Between them, they could take enough people to provide a strong fighting force, and both vehicles had the power, strength and armour to smash through anything they came across. Every available person who was not on guard or tending to Mark gathered in the courtyard and began unloading. There was no time to do a neat job, and soon a massed jumbled mountain of food, ammunition, weapons, and a myriad other items we had gathered piled up on the grass. The moment the last box had been unloaded, those chosen to go on the mission boarded the vehicles and sped out through the Barbican as soon as the gates were opened and the portcullis raised. Not picked to go, I watched the small convoy roar out of the castle, the urgency of the moment not lost on the drivers, who were pushing their vehicles as fast as they could go. Looking at the untidy mountain of goods, I gave a tired shrug and said to the group of bystanders around me, "Shall we start to make sense of this lot?" Keeping the volume up on our radios so we could keep track of any progress, we began organising and stacking the goods into a semblance of order. Both army lorries, the crane lorry, and Woody's Defender still stood where we left them earlier, all fully loaded with the rest of what we gathered. It represented a huge quantity of supplies, and would probably take days to properly sort, catalogue and store in the right place. But doing what we were doing took our minds off our situation and stopped us dwelling on what had happened today. None too distant gunfire caused us to pause and stare at each other. Some of us were once again out there facing danger, this time on a mission to get the supplies needed to save the life of another of our group. We had to trust they would keep themselves safe. As Steve had told those going on the mission, there was no time for subtlety on this one. Firepower, speed, and maximum aggression was what was required to ensure its success. And by the sound of the firing we could hear, that was what they were doing. Eventually, we got a call through the radio of, "On way back. We've got what we need." That was all we needed to hear to stop what we were doing and gather, ready to help them when they arrived. The tractor driven by Sean and closely followed by the armoured car raced through the Barbican and skidded to a stop, both vehicles cutting a long furrow in the grass of the courtyard as their wheels locked. Eddie swung the back door of the trailer open, and Chet, not waiting for the ramp to be lowered, jumped down and raced inside, carrying 2 full bags. When I'd helped lower the portcullis and outer and inner gates, I too went into the Great Hall to see what help I could offer. Mark had been moved to the dining room, where we had the radio set up, and was lying on a camp bed surrounded by concerned people. His pallor had changed to a deathly grey colour, and he did not look in good shape. Becky and Steve were sorting through the bags Chet had brought inside and were forming small piles of items. I could overhear Becky as she talked to Steve. She'd been in communication with the surgeon when she could see Mark's condition deteriorating. What he needed was an immediate blood transfusion to replace all that he had lost. The advice given was that he needed to be stabilised before they attempted to cauterise the wound, otherwise the shock of the procedure could kill him. I knew I was an O blood type, which from my limited medical knowledge meant my blood was suitable for all blood types. "Becky," I called to get her attention. "I'm an O blood type, remember? Doesn't that mean I can give blood to anyone?" She snapped back, too preoccupied to even look up at me or have the time for pleasantries. "Yes, now sit down, and you'll be the first I'll get blood from." She then called out to the room, "Can someone go around and ask if people know what blood type they are? Once I can test Mark's, I'll let them know if they're needed." 10 minutes later, Becky finished another call to the surgeon, who seemed to be permanently on hand via the radio to offer whatever assistance and advice he could. I sat in a chair with my arm held out as Becky tied a strap around it. When the vein started to show, she held a needle ready with a valve on it. I could see her hands shaking and the look of intense concentration on her face as she prepared herself. "It's okay, darling," I said calmly. "You can do this. Now take a deep breath and take a moment to calm down. The way your hands are shaking, you'll turn me into a pincushion before you find my vein." My poor attempt at humour did calm her down, though, and on the second attempt, and with a few yelps of pain from me, she'd inserted the needle deep into my vein. Reaching for a tube with a bag at the end of it, she attached it to the valve, and when she turned it, to a look of surprised triumph on her face, my blood started flowing down the tube and into the bag. Bob, also an O blood type, sat next to me with his sleeve rolled up and ready. Steve had managed to insert a needle into a vein in Mark's arm, albeit with some difficulty, and as soon as the bag attached to me was full, he moved it over to Mark, and with Charles the vicar holding the bag in the air, he fixed it to the needle. We all sighed with relief as we saw the blood flowing down the tube and into Mark. It is not a quick process to transfuse blood, but eventually, and after more donations from volunteers with the right blood match, Mark's pallor had faded and colour was returning to his face. After confirmation from the surgeon about which of the many vials from the chemist was the right one to use, Becky used a hypodermic syringe to pump Mark full of painkillers and antibiotics. The bad news was that as Mark received more blood, his wound began bleeding again, soaking the bandages that were tightly bound around his stump. We were going to have to cauterize the wound. Becky once again consulted with the surgeon about how to do it. Basically, What we needed to do was to heat up something and press it against the wound. The main thing was not to have the item too hot, and only press it briefly against the wound so as not to damage any living flesh around it. Insisting she wanted to perform the procedure, she asked someone to bring her one of the camping stoves and for one of us to find a suitable utensil or tool. A short time later, and with a few of us standing ready to hold Mark still, she held over the flame of the stove an old metal smoothing iron we'd found on display in one of the rooms, and heated it up. The second she nodded to us to get ready, we held his body down, and she raised the iron, shimmering with heat, and pressed it against the exposed, blood-soaked stump of his arm that Steve held firmly with both hands. The wound sizzled, filling our nostrils with the gag-inducing smell of burning flesh. Mark, still unconscious, writhed and bucked against the intense pain his brain must have been registering. Twice more she heated up the iron and pressed it against the wound, and each time Mark's movements became less frenetic as his body shut down, protecting him from further agony. Eventually, after studying the arm, she let the iron drop to the floor and stood back, satisfied she had done enough to stop the bleeding. Steve then coated the stump with an antiseptic ointment and wrapped it tightly in fresh layers of clean bandages. Becky stood silently, staring at Mark's unconscious body. The emotion of what she had just had to do etched on her face. She said quietly, "I think we've done all we can do. Time is the only thing we can give him now." Seeing the look on her face and knowing what she needed, I approached her, and taking hold of her hand led her outside, away from the cloying smell of burnt flesh and into the fresh air. Understanding that she needed to be away from people, I guided her across the grass of the courtyard, away from the main building, before enveloping her in a hug. "You did a fantastic job, my love. Well done, darling," I whispered in her ear. "I don't think anyone could have done a better job." Resting her head against my chest tiredly, she replied, "I was shitting myself, to be fair. I was treating him from the start and it just didn't seem fair to take a step back and get someone else to take over. But the smell of the iron against his flesh, it took all I had not to drop it and run away." As the adrenaline drained from her system, she began crying, and I hugged her tighter. Saying nothing, I stood hugging her, just giving her the time to let it all out. Many long minutes later, she slowly began to recover. I still kept hugging her until she gently pushed me away, kissed me and said, "Thank you. I needed that. Now let's get back and see how he's doing." We were still 52, and 2 dogs. Chapter 14. Mark was still unconscious. Even though he still looked deathly pale, I could see some colour had returned to his face, which I took to be a good sign. He was surrounded by a team of carers who were keeping him under constant observation, so there was little that Becky or I could do to help without getting in the way. Gratefully taking 2 mugs of tea that were handed to me and passing one to Becky, we joined the throng of concerned, chatting adults and children who were gathering in the Great Hall. When Steve saw Becky, he walked over and thanked her for everything she had done. "The surgeon is very impressed with how you handle the situation, Becky," he said with a smile. "You've no doubt saved his life." Becky looked sad again. "But he has to live with half an arm now. His last words were begging for us to kill him so he could rejoin his wife and son. I think when he wakes up and begins to comprehend what's happened to him and how his life will change because of this, we might have to work hard to enable him to see the positives and not just the negatives of his future." Steve nodded soberly. "I know. I've spent time with soldiers who've suffered many life-altering injuries, and you're right. We'll have to make him understand that being alive is better than the alternative, and that he can still be a valuable member of our community. He may not be able to wield his pike anymore, but he can still contribute to our survival in some way." He looked around the room. There aren't many of us left, and we're going to need every one of us if we're going to get through this. Changing the subject, I glanced at my watch. Talking about being useful. We've still got a few hours of daylight left and a mountain of stuff to sort through. Shouldn't we get on with sorting it? Steve nodded. Just as you walked in, the sergeants were thinking along the same lines as well. There's no point us all mooching about brooding, and a bit of manual work will help take everyone's mind off what's happened. At the thought of doing something useful, he perked up and slapped me on the back, saying, "Shall we get on with it, then?" Watched over by the sentries patrolling the walls, everyone else who wasn't involved with caring for Mark or Sarah began the monumental task of sorting through everything we'd scavenged today. Rooms had already been designated as either food storage, sundry storage, or as an armoury. First, we cleared the pile of hastily unloaded goods that we had thrown from the vehicles needed to go and get Mark's urgent medical supplies. All that was sorted and stacked in the relevant rooms under the guidance of a few who were cataloguing what we'd collected. The other vehicles were then backed up one at a time to the main doors and unloaded until exhaustion took us over, and the need to eat the deliciously smelling food that was drifting from the kitchen made us call it a day. Later that evening we sat in the great hall by the flickering lights of a few candles and lanterns. Mark, under the guidance of the surgeon, was being sedated and had not regained consciousness yet. After considering the reports of his temperature and vital signs, the doctor informed us that he was doing as well as could be expected. Mark now lay on a bed we had set up in the dining room and was being watched over by a rotating list of volunteer nurses, of whom Jamie was the most ardent. Steve, who had been on the radio to the Admiral, joined us after helping himself to a glass of whisky from a bottle that never seemed far from Willie. He updated us on the day's progress made by the fleet sheltering in the Solent. They're still waiting for 2 more Royal Navy ships to arrive, and then every known asset they have will be there. He chuckled. Apparently the Solent is getting a bit crowded and looking like a fleet review, with all the shipping gathering and small crafts trying to keep out of their way. He looked at the questioning faces staring at him. Oh, sorry, you know, a fleet review? Like in the old days when navies gathered all their ships together in a bit of a don't fuck with us show of strength? But I imagine the mass of ships and small boats filling it is a bit more disorderly than the precisely lined-up rows of huge, great battleships I remember from photos of the old days. Anyway, I digress. He admonished himself and continued. They're busy cataloguing all the supplies that are available from the manifests of the container and cargo ships that have also dropped anchor around them. A lot of it is useless junk, and they're coming up with a plan to use those containers. If they can get a foothold on the right dock and offload them using dockside cranes to form a barricade, they're hoping to be able to keep the zombies away so they can gain access to shore-based fuel reserves. He paused again. Anyway, they're bandying around a lot of theories and ideas, and not got up to much yet. Apart from sending helicopters, that is, now they have them, and patrols to search for any safe anchorages and signs of survivors along the south coast. Pausing to sip from his whisky, he savoured it for a few seconds before continuing. The helicopters are making the task a lot easier. The Scilly Isles are still looking the favourite place to head to, and following a helicopter overflight today, they're dispatching a few patrol craft to investigate further. I interrupted him when a thought came into my head. Is there anything they want us to do here? Or are we just to make this place as secure as possible, hunker down and wait to see what happens? Smiling humorlessly, I added, to be fair, after today, I'm all for doing that. Steve smiled along with everyone else at my attempt at levity. They haven't asked anything of us. They know what we've achieved, but also what we've been through, and what a hell of a day we've just had. I think they realise they don't need to worry about us for the moment, and as we're so far away from any area they're currently looking at, there's no need for us to do anything. He paused to sip at his drink again. It'll most likely change when they turn their thoughts to the mainland. So, yes, Tom, I think the best thing for us to do is to hunker down and secure our position. He looked around at all of us. But I have a feeling that when the time is right, this place will become a springboard for future operations. Even though we've got enough food, weapons, and other supplies for our own needs for probably quite some time, I think that we also have an obligation to gather as much as we can for others in the future. As long as we can do it without exposing ourselves to an unnecessary level of risk, that is. He looked serious as he continued. I made a promise to myself that I would do my utmost never to lose any more men under my command. He held his hands up and glanced at Maud. And I know you're not under my command, as we all know who really is in charge around here. He waited for the chuckles to subside as Maud turned red. Willie put his arm around her and gave her a hug and a quick peck on the cheek. When we go beyond our walls again, as you all know we must, then we take no risks. Not even the smallest one, because, as today has proved, you never know when shit will happen. Most nodded in agreement, or sat silently thinking about what he had said, and the dangers that lay just beyond the walls of our castle, and what the future would hold. Chris broke the silence. All the talk about helicopters and reconnaissance has got me thinking. Is there an airfield around here? Why? I asked, puzzled at the change of direction in the conversation. Well, he answered, driving around is all we've done so far. Yes, our vehicles keep us safe, but we are limited to how far we can go, and how long we can be out there before we push our luck too far. We know we can get as much food as we need, or indeed for anyone else who arrives, by just taking food lorries from the roads and motorways close around here. And that's not counting what we can get from warehouses and supermarkets. I'm also sure a few more trips to any gun shops in the area will give us enough bullets to last a long time. But if we're asked to go further afield, then the risk will increase proportionately. He stopped as if unsure of what he was about to say next. How about if we could go by air? Everyone looked at him in silence. Chris, are you trying to tell us you can fly a plane? I eventually stammered in reply, not quite sure if that was what he was implying. He shrugged. Well, not exactly legally. I was learning to fly and was very close to getting my license when we found out Nikki was pregnant. He took her hand, smiling at her. I put it on hold once I suddenly had far more important things to spend my money on, but given the right weather conditions, I can take off and land and navigate myself around reasonably confidently, I suppose. It's not that difficult, really. You just have to remember procedures and stuff. And on a good day, navigation is relatively easy, even without sat-nav, because you can pretty much fly from town to town, or landmark to landmark. I sat back, thinking about what he had just said. Steve spoke up. Chris, what planes can you fly and what range do they have? Chris thought for a moment. It does depend on wind speed, its direction, and a host of other factors, but the plane I flew, a Piper Warrior, could fly for about 4 hours or about 500 miles, I think, from memory. So, Steve replied, you're telling me we can reach pretty much anywhere in the UK? Well, not exactly. Without refueling, you have to halve that as you need to get back as well and allow a margin of error, he answered with raised eyebrows, not wanting to point out his error in calculation. But I reckon we could go anywhere within a 200-mile radius of an airfield, and we wouldn't have to worry about skirting controlled airspace or overflying cities, so we could fly in straight lines. I started laughing. How old are you, Chris? 30. Why? He replied. Because when I was about 30, I did exactly the same. It can't even be called a midlife crisis because that's far too young, I said, grinning. And you know what? I was just about to qualify when Becky fell pregnant with Stanley, so I gave it up too. Bloody coincidence or what? I lowered my voice to a whisper. Do you think it's a heinous plan by all wives to spoil a man's fun and stop his dreams of becoming Maverick from Top Gun? Tom, Becky retorted, no, it shows that at some time in your lives, men have to grow up and stop wasting money on stupid hobbies. Shame that you missed the bit about growing up. And can I point out that I never stopped you from flying again? You just found a new hobby to waste your money on, that's all. And forget all about being Duck, or whoever his sidekick was. At this point, all the men immediately spoke up to remind her that nobody wants to be Goose. He dies. Shaking her head in disbelief, she looked at the women and said, Case proved. At least we can fight, ladies, because if we had to rely on these boys to protect us, I do not know what we would do. Once the room had stopped laughing, the conversation continued. Can anyone else fly a plane? Steve asked. When he looked at the room full of shaking heads and negative responses, he looked at Chris and me and stated, Well, you are now our Air Force. All we need to do is get you a plane. Oh, come on, I complained. It's been over 10 years. I've forgotten it all by now. You can't be serious. Steve held up his hands to stop any further comments from me. I was being semi-serious, I suppose, but if you don't think you can do it, then don't worry about it. The conversation moved on, and we all began